Chapter 1. The three herbs had not been there the night before. Fun Yuan crouched at the edge of the disturbed earth. His morning routine, interrupted before it had properly begun. He had walked this path from his quarters to the outer sect well 100 times. The soil beside the path was clay-heavy, unsuitable for cultivation herbs without amendment, and he had never planted anything there. He had no reason to plant anything there. And yet, three distinct herbs, each no taller than his thumb, pushing up through the hard-packed ground as though the earth had simply decided to cooperate. He did not touch them immediately. He studied them first. The first was a pale green variety with leaves that curled upward at their edges. He recognized the leaf shape from herbalism texts, something in the family of focus herbs, though the coloring was off. The second was a deeper green, almost blue at the base of its stem, with a faint luminescence he could only see because the sun had not fully risen and the air still held its pre-dawn clarity. The third was small and compact, with faintly serrated leaves and an unusual density of leaf nodes along its central stem that suggested rapid recent growth. None of them should be here. He reached out and touched the nearest, the pale green focus variety, and it pulsed. The chi that moved through his fingertips was his own. He recognized it the way you recognize your own handwriting, the specific quality of it, but organized differently, structured, as if his own cultivation energy had been taken, refined by some process he had not performed, and returned to him in a form he had no framework to interpret. He sat back on his heels, considered, cataloged. Three herbs. Unknown origin. Apparent chi resonance with his own cultivation signature. Location. Outside his quarters, in soil he had not prepared. Present this morning, absent last night. The question that should have been most pressing, what had produced them, he set aside immediately in favor of the question he knew how to answer. He went back inside and retrieved his cultivation journal. By the time he had finished his initial measurements, documented the growth pattern of each stem, and sketched their leaf structures, the sun had climbed above the outer sect's eastern wall, and three of his fellow outer sect disciples had walked past him on the path, without asking what he was doing. One of them had glanced at the herbs and kept walking. One had looked at Fun Yuan's expression and kept walking faster. He touched the pale green herb again, deliberately this time, holding the contact. The pulse returned, his chi structured differently, and with it came something else, a sensation that his cultivation training categorized as resonance feedback. The herb was responding to his presence specifically, not to chi in general. He released the herb and pulled his hand back, sat with that information for a moment. He had no category for what he was experiencing. His cultivation training had stalled at the tender sprout tier for 3 years because his chi produced inconsistently, some days clear and strong, other days murky and difficult to direct, with no pattern he had been able to identify despite extensive documentation. He had tried 11 different cultivation techniques. He had restructured his morning routine 4 times. He had consulted 3 different sect texts on foundation chi stabilization and applied their recommendations in order. The herbs were still there when he looked up from his journal. He noted, carefully, that there was something happening in his chest that he would classify as anticipation, if anticipation was a clinical observation about another person's physiological state. He did not name it as his own. He went to find Elder Lin Shuwen. She was in the sect's herb storage when he found her, cataloging dried specimens with the methodical efficiency of someone who had been doing this for 4 decades. Her cultivation robe was the dull green of someone who had stopped caring about rank symbols, and there was dried herb dust on her left sleeve that she had not noticed or had noticed and decided not to address. Elder Lin, he said, from the doorway. Fun Yuan. She did not look up. You're here early, and you look like something happened. Something happened. He produced his cultivation journal and held it open to the morning sketches. 3 herbs. Outside my quarters. I did not plant them. She looked at the sketches for a long time without touching the journal. Then she set down the dried specimen she was holding and turned to face him fully. Where? She said, precisely. She looked at the herbs for longer than she had looked at his sketches. She walked around them. She crouched as he had crouched and studied them from below, then stood and studied them from above. She did not touch them. Describe, she said finally, what you were thinking about last night, before you slept. He described it. He had been processing a failed cultivation session, his 3rd consecutive one where his chi had produced murky rather than clear, which created a blockage at his first meridian point that he had spent an hour attempting to manually clear before giving up. He had been considering whether the inconsistency was technique-related or constitution-related, and had concluded that he lacked sufficient data to distinguish between the 2 possibilities without a controlled experiment he did not currently have the resources to run. He had cataloged his frustration with this data gap, his assessment that the gap was unlikely to resolve itself through current methods, and his tentative plan to request access to the sect library's advanced cultivation records. Elder Lin listened to all of this with the specific quality of someone paying attention to what was not being said. "You described everything you observed about your state," she said when he finished. "You used the words cataloged my frustration." "Yes. Not I was frustrated." He considered this. "The distinction matters?" She looked at the herbs. The deepest consideration he had ever seen in anyone's eyes was in hers at that moment. Not study but recognition, and underneath it, something older and more complicated that he did not have a category for yet. "Those," she said, "are heartroot cultivation varieties. I had assumed the lineage had died out. Come with me." Chapter 2. The heartroot texts were in a section of the library that Lin Shuwen knew without looking. She walked directly to the correct shelf and pulled the volume without scanning the spines around it. She had done this before. She had looked for this specific book before. Fun Yuan noted this and did not remark on it. The volume was old, the kind of old that showed in the particular softness of its cover and the way the binding gave slightly when opened, like something that had been consulted many times and then left alone for a long time. She set it on the reading table and opened it to an inner page rather than the beginning, which suggested she had a specific passage in mind. "Sit," she said. He sat. She ran her finger down the page, not reading, locating, and then stopped. She tapped the line. He read, "Asterisk, the heartroot garden grows in accordance with genuine emotional states in the practitioner, not intended states, not performed states, but what exists in the practitioner at the moment of cultivation. It cannot be directed. It cannot be deceived. Attempts to produce a desired herb through emotional performance will produce the herb corresponding to what the practitioner actually feels during the performance, which is almost never what they intended." Asterisk, he read it again. "The inconsistency in my chi production," he said, "is consistent," she said, "with this." Yes. He sat with that for a moment. 3 years of documentation. 11 techniques. The inconsistency had not been inconsistency. It had been accuracy. His garden had been producing what he was actually feeling rather than what his technique required. And because his emotional state varied from day to day in ways his classification system did not fully capture, his cultivation energy had varied with it. He did not find this distressing. He found it explanatory, which was better. "I need to test this," he said. "I know." She sat down across from him. "I'll guide the assessment. I have some experience with this lineage." He noted the specific cadence in which she said "some experience," the particular flatness of understatement, and filed it away for later consideration. The assessment took 2 hours and produced results that matched the heartroot text predictions with near-complete accuracy. She instructed him to hold specific emotional states. Genuine focus. He had a technique for this. He thought about an unsolved classification problem, which produced focus reliably. Genuine satisfaction. She suggested recalling a completed task he had found meaningful. He recalled successfully clearing the second meridian blockage the previous month. Genuine discomfort. She did not specify a method. He thought about his consistently murky chi sessions, which produced discomfort with no effort. Each time, the garden responded. New growth at the base of the existing herbs. A faint luminescence in the soil around them. Then she asked him to try generating emotions deliberately, to decide to feel gratitude and see what grew. He decided to feel gratitude. He selected an appropriate object for the gratitude, the sect library's extensive holdings. He directed his attention toward this. He cultivated the appropriate appreciation. The garden produced a small, slightly dull herb that looked nothing like the sharp, luminescent ones that had appeared spontaneously that morning. That, Elder Lin said, is what performed emotion looks like in a heartroot garden. He studied the difference between the deliberately generated herb and the spontaneous ones. The spontaneous ones had a precision to them, each leaf edge exactly defined, each stem upright with the specific confidence of something that knew what it was. The deliberately generated herb had softer edges, more tentative. The genuine varieties are better, he said, in every measurable way. He made a note in his cultivation journal. Then, when you say you have some experience with this lineage, I mean I have seen it practiced before, she said. I was not a practitioner myself. The lineage is compatible only with specific cultivation constitutions, and I do not have one. She closed the old volume. You do. She set the book on the table between them. I would like to continue studying this, he said. I know. She stood. Be careful with the gray-rooted plant. When you find the texts, don't skip to the later tiers. She paused. And Fun Yuan, the next time I ask you what you felt, try answering in the first person. He looked at her. He did not know what to say to this. She left before he had to decide. Chapter 3. The sect library's heartroot records were incomplete by deliberate design, or so the archivist suggested when Fun Yuan requested access. The later volumes were removed from circulation. The archivist said, a slight man in his 50s who spoke with the specific clipped precision of someone who had spent decades knowing exactly where every book lived. Not destroyed. Restricted. Senior practitioner authorization required. Third rank and above. What rank am I required to reach before accessing them? First bloom minimum. The archivist tilted his head. Heartroot lineage, is it? You're the first inquiry in perhaps 20 years. Fun Yuan requested everything that remained available. The archivist produced a stack of 7 volumes, 3 scrolls, and 2 bound sets of practitioner notes. He arranged them by apparent age and began. The first volume's opening line. The garden grows what is true. He read this 3 times and then moved past it with deliberate efficiency, because lines like that, left to sit in the mind too long, produced a quality of reflection that belonged in the category of distraction rather than analysis. He needed the mechanics first. By the afternoon, he had a working framework. The garden produced herbs corresponding to genuine emotional states. Each herb had medicinal and cultivation applications. The cultivation technique was not meditation in the conventional sense. It was not the emptying of mind, but the honest examination of mind, a daily practice of sitting with one's actual state rather than the state one preferred to be in. He designed an experiment. He waited until he had a clear, accurate read of his own current state, which he cataloged as moderate curiosity, primary, mild physical tiredness from the morning's research, a background attentiveness he associated with newly opened problems. And then he went to the garden and focused on each state separately. Curiosity, a pale green herb pushed up, sharp-edged, with the same precision as the spontaneous growth. Tiredness, a softer herb, lower to the ground, its leaves oriented not upward but horizontally, as if conserving energy rather than reaching. Attentiveness, a taller variety, stem straight, with leaves arrayed in a spiral pattern that reminded him, structurally, of the way experienced cultivators arrange their attention across multiple perception points simultaneously. He recorded all 3. The results were consistent with the heartroot texts. The garden was producing exactly what he was feeling. With accuracy he had not yet determined how to test further except by continuing to feel things carefully and watching what grew. Then he tried something else. He generated gratitude, the same deliberate, selected object variety he had attempted during Elder Lin's assessment. The dull herb appeared, softer-edged. He generated frustration, specifically, the frustration of knowing that the most useful texts were behind an access barrier he could not yet meet. The frustration was real. It was also selected and attended to deliberately rather than simply present. The resulting herb had better definition than the gratitude herb, but was still a step below the genuinely spontaneous varieties. He noted, the distinguishing factor appeared to be the degree to which he was observing his emotional state versus inhabiting it. When he observed it from outside, cataloged it, labeled it, attended to it as a subject of study, the resulting herb was accurate but reduced. When the emotional state was present without his observational apparatus actively processing it, the herb was full. He wrote this down. He was still writing when the gray-rooted plant appeared. He had not noticed it growing. He had been in the garden for 3 hours, and he had been watching the soil carefully, and the gray-rooted plant was simply there, suddenly. The way things that have been growing slowly become visible only when you stop looking directly at them. It was no taller than his hand span, but its root system, visible at the surface, which was itself unusual, extended substantially below the soil in a direction his eyes could not follow. He consulted his texts. Nothing in the available volumes matched its description. He sketched it in his cultivation journal with considerable care. Chapter for the gray-rooted plant grew downward. This was the first and most important fact he had been able to confirm over the 3 days since its appearance. Every other herb in the small, expanding garden oriented itself upward, toward light, toward the sky, toward the available chi that the morning sun carried. The gray-rooted plant did not. Its single visible stem rose about 10 centimeters above the soil and then curved, gently, as if uncertain, back toward the earth. Its leaves were dark, a green so deep it was nearly gray, and they had a faint luminescence that showed only in low light, like bioluminescent organisms he had read about in natural philosophy texts. The chi signature, when he held his palm above it without touching, he had not yet touched it, was complex in a way that his cultivation sense could not fully parse. Layers, like a musical chord rather than a single note. He categorized it, unknown variety. Root system, extensive, downward-oriented. Leaf luminescence, nocturnal. Chi signature, complex, multiple layer, potentially unstable. He added, possibly defective. Then he crossed out possibly defective and wrote growth pattern, atypical instead. The distinction felt important without him being able to explain why. A defective herb was one whose production had failed. This plant's production had not failed. It had produced exactly and precisely whatever it was supposed to produce. He simply did not know what that was. He amended the soil around its base with the same amendments he used for unknown cultivation varieties, a stabilizing blend he had developed through careful trial, designed to support growth without pushing it in a specific direction. He checked the soil moisture. He removed a small weed that had appeared at the plant's perimeter with the specific invasive quality of something that knew a cleared space when it saw one. He tended it the way he tended everything, methodically and without sentiment. The plant grew 5 centimeters while he was not watching. He knew this because he had made an exact height notation at the beginning of his morning session and an exact height notation at the end, and the plant was 5 centimeters taller than it had been, despite the fact that he had not seen it grow. He checked his earlier notation 3 times. He was precise in his measurements. The plant had been 12 centimeters at the morning entry and was 17 centimeters by evening. He held his palm above it again. The layered chi signature was stronger than it had been 3 days ago. Not unstable. He had been wrong to use that word, even as a tentative classification. It was complex in the way that something fully formed is complex, the way a working machine has more going on than you can see from outside. It was doing something. He simply could not determine what. He flipped back through his cultivation journal to the initial 3 herbs, the curiosity herb, the tiredness herb, the attentiveness herb, and noted that he had been able to identify the emotional source of each one within the same session it appeared. Some of them had taken a second reading, or a third, but the connection between emotional state and herb variety had been legible. This one was not legible. He sat with that observation for a moment in the late afternoon light, the shadows of the outer sect wall lengthening across his small garden plot. The gray-rooted plant's nocturnal luminescence had not yet begun. It required deeper darkness, but he thought he could see the faint precursor of it at the very base of the leaves. He asked himself, with the clinical attention he applied to all cultivation questions, what had he been feeling when this plant appeared? He reviewed his journal from 3 days ago. He had been in the garden, conducting his emotion mapping experiment. He had been working through identified emotional states in sequence. He checked the notes, at moderate focus, mild curiosity, the specific quality of attentiveness that came from engaging with a genuinely novel problem. Nothing there that he couldn't account for in other herbs. He looked at the gray-rooted plant again. He did not ask what it was growing from. This was not an omission he could fully explain. He was meticulous with his experimental design. He had learned that skipping data collection steps produced gaps in his classification framework, and gaps in his classification framework produced errors downstream. He had no principled reason not to ask himself the question directly. What am I feeling that could have produced this? He simply did not ask it. He tended the plant instead, adjusted the soil on the north side, where the shade was slightly deeper than ideal for most varieties, and returned inside. He did not write anything about the gray-rooted plant in that evening's session notes. He would note this gap later, when he was better able to categorize what it represented. For now, the plant was there, it was growing well, and it required careful attention. He would catalog everything when he understood it better. Outside, in the quiet of the outer sect evening, the gray-rooted plant's leaves began to glow. Chapter 5 Elder Duan Jiqian arrived without announcement, which was his standard method. Fun Yuan was in the garden when he heard the footsteps, measured, even-paced, the kind that did not hurry and had not hurried for long enough that the unhurrying had become its own form of authority. He straightened and turned before the elder reached him. Duan Jiqian was somewhere in his 60s, with the specific quality of someone who had been physically imposing and had become authoritative instead. His cultivation robe bore the administrative rank insignia of a resource allocation senior, which Fun Yuan had encountered in documentation but not yet in person. He carried a folded document in his left hand, Lin Shuan's assessment report. Fun Yuan recognized the seal from across the garden. The elder stopped 2 meters from the garden's edge. He looked at the herbs. He did not look at Fun Yuan. He looked at the herbs for a while. The focus variety, the mood depth variety, the attentiveness spiral, the tiredness plant that had grown a second horizontal layer since its appearance, and, at the garden's center, the gray-rooted plant. His gaze moved systematically. He was performing his own assessment. You don't irrigate this section, the elder said. No. The soil retains sufficient moisture from the morning chi condensation. Irrigation would dilute the cultivation signature in the soil layer. You work that out yourself? The texts recommend controlled moisture conditions. The optimal control method for this soil composition is passive condensation, not active irrigation. It required 2 weeks of comparative observation to confirm. Duan Jiqian looked up from the herbs and at Fun Yuan for the first time. He had the eyes of someone who spent a great deal of time evaluating things accurately, which meant his gaze had a weight to it that most people found uncomfortable. Fun Yuan found it clarifying. 3 questions, the elder said. Yes. Heart root cultivation's theoretical maximum tier, according to documented lineage records. Celestial Garden. 1 confirmed historical case. Sparse documentation. Historical pattern for practitioners who selected this path. Strong early advancement through the primary emotional tiers. Consistent ceiling at approximately the old growth to ancient growth transition range, with the most common point being the grief tier requirement at old growth. 40-year success rate at senior tier advancement is under 20% across documented cases. He paused. Most of this data comes from incomplete records. The sample size is small. 0 utility in actual conflict situations, according to the same historical record. Fun Yuan considered this. The historical record is accurate that most heart root practitioners did not develop combat applications. I would categorize this as a documentation gap rather than a fundamental lineage limitation. The cultivation mechanism produces herb varieties with qi resonance properties that have substantial combat potential. The applications have not been systematically developed. Duan Jiqian looked at him. That is not documented, the elder said. That is inference. Yes. The elder was quiet for a moment. He folded Elder Lin's report slightly, the specific motion of someone who had been holding a document long enough that their hands had gone through the holding and folding cycle without conscious direction. Emotional cultivation pathways, he said, with the specific precision of someone who had considered what he was about to say very carefully and was delivering it as information rather than judgment, have a consistent historical pattern. Strong early progress. Ceiling in the mid to senior tiers. 0 utility in actual conflict situations. He looked at the garden once more, his gaze pausing briefly on the gray-rooted plant. You are choosing a path that has historically led nowhere useful. I have reviewed 40 years of heart root cultivation attempts, and the outcomes are consistent. He was not unkind. He was not contemptuous. He was informative in the way that someone who has watched practitioners choose a path and fail at it can be informative. As someone who has converted observation into data and is now offering the data, Fun Yuan stood with this for a moment. He noted, internally, that there was something occurring in his chest that he would classify as resistance. Not anger. The elder had said nothing that was inaccurate within its cited scope, but a specific quality of disagreement that was not based on evidence he could yet articulate. He catalogued this. Asterisk resistance to this assessment. Source, unclear. Basis, insufficient data to evaluate whether the basis is sound. Asterisk, thank you for the information, he said. Duan Jiqian nodded once. The specific nod of someone filing a conversation as complete, and left. Fun Yuan stood in the garden after he had gone. He looked at the herbs, at the gray-rooted plant, at the document he had made this morning with careful measurements of each stem. He had no counter-argument to offer. The elder's historical data was accurate. The success rate was low. The utility in conflict was undocumented. But the herbs were here, and they were his, and they had grown from something true about him, and he had not felt, had not noticed, had not observed anything grow from something true about him in 3 years of cultivation. He opened his journal to a fresh page. Elder Duan Jiqian, he wrote, and then below it, asterisk assessment, historically well supported. Data source, 40 years observation. Identified gaps. 1. Combat application potential. 2. Mechanism of tier ceiling pattern. Whether ceiling is lineage inherent or practitioner choice dependent. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk action. Develop capability in identified gap areas. Begin with combat application research. Asterisk he put the journal away. He went back to tending the garden. The gray-rooted plant's roots, he noticed when he adjusted the northern soil, had extended another handspan downward while he was not looking. Chapter 6. Lin Shuwen did not summon him. She left a dried sprig of clarifying herb on his garden gate, the kind she used to indicate that she had something to say, and he was welcome to come find her when he was ready, and waited. He came that afternoon. She was at her work table with a small brazier burning beside her, heating an infusion of standard cultivation herbs, and the room smelled of wood smoke and something floral he couldn't immediately identify. She gestured at the chair across from her without looking up. He sat. Elder Duan spoke to you, she said. Yesterday morning. I know. He spoke to me this morning. She added something to the infusion, 3 drops of a dark liquid from a small ceramic bottle, and watched it change color. He wanted to discuss the historical record. He cited it to me directly. He would. She picked up a wooden stirring rod and turned the infusion twice. He's not wrong. The historical record is what he says it is. Practitioners who chose heart-root cultivation have ceilinged consistently at the grief tier transition for as long as there are records. The success rate at senior tiers is poor. The combat applications are underdeveloped. She looked up. He gave you accurate information. Yes. He didn't give you the pattern within the data. Fun Yuan leaned forward slightly. Tell me the pattern. She set down the stirring rod and faced him properly for the first time since he'd entered. The late afternoon light came through the small window behind her and caught the gray in her hair. Every practitioner who ceilinged early, she said, did so at the same type of transition. Not the same tier, the same mechanism. They arrived at an emotional tier that corresponded to something they had specifically avoided processing in their own life. She paused, letting that settle. The historical record of heart-root ceilings is not a record of the lineage's limitations. It is a map of what each practitioner found, across the centuries, too difficult to feel. He sat with this. He noted, processing it as technical information. He was building a classification framework around it, ceiling mechanism, avoidance-specific, not tier-specific, and noting its implications for cultivation strategy. This was his natural mode of operation, and he trusted it. What he did not examine was whether there was something in the data he was already, in some way, not looking at. The implication, he said, is that the ceiling is practitioner-dependent rather than lineage-inherent. Yes. Which means Elder Duan's historical evidence is accurate, but his conclusion is incorrect. He has observed consistent outcomes and attributed them to the lineage. The actual variable is individual practitioner willingness to engage with specific emotional content. That is a correct analysis of the data, she said. Then the relevant question for my own cultivation is, what am I currently avoiding that would produce a ceiling if I don't address it? Lin Shuwen looked at him for a moment. Yes, she said. That's the relevant question. She picked up her stirring rod again and returned to the infusion. He understood the gesture. She was returning to her own work, which meant the conversation had reached its natural end for today. He stood to leave. Fun Yuan, she said, without turning from the brazier. The gray-rooted plant. Have you tried to identify what emotional state produced it? I haven't been able to. Have you tried? He considered whether this was the same question. I have reviewed the surrounding context from my cultivation journal. The documented emotional states from that period don't appear to account for it. She was quiet for a moment. That's different from trying, she said. He left. The gray-rooted plant was 3 centimeters taller when he checked it that evening. Chapter 7 The damaged meridian point had been a problem for 8 months. It was at the junction between his 3rd and 4th energy pathways, a spot where a cultivation exercise gone wrong had left a small but persistent blockage, not serious enough to prevent cultivation, serious enough to require regular manual clearing that consumed approximately 40 minutes of his morning routine. He had consulted the sect's medical cultivators twice. They had provided standard meridian clearing herbs, which helped temporarily and lost efficacy within a week. He grew a herb from curiosity instead. Not deliberately chosen curiosity. He had been in the garden that morning with a genuine question, whether the spiral-patterned attentiveness herb could be harvested at a specific growth stage to capture peak chi quality. And the curiosity produced by that question had been real and unforced and present. He had harvested the resulting herb without quite planning to use it medicinally. He held it over the damaged meridian point and focused. The herb dissolved at the point of contact with his cultivation energy, which was unusual. Standard herbs required processing before their chi could be absorbed. This one went directly into his meridian system at the junction point. And what it did there was not clearing the blockage so much as showing the blockage what it could be. The chi quality of genuine curiosity, the specific texture of a mind genuinely engaged with an open question, moved through the damaged area, and the blockage responded to it, not by dissolving, but by reorganizing. When he tested the junction an hour later, the clearing took 4 minutes instead of 40. He sat down at his cultivation table and wrote for a while. The framework that emerged was elegant in the way that frameworks emerging from data are elegant. It had the shape of something that had been true before he observed it. The garden produced herbs calibrated to his genuine emotional states. Those herbs, when applied directly, resonated with his own meridian system at the specific chi quality of the generating emotion. Standard medical herbs worked through general chi principles. These worked through personal chi resonance. The applications were significant. The cultivation implications were large. He could grow medical herbs calibrated to his own system with a precision that external herbs could never match. He noted this in the framework and moved to the next item, cultivation strategy. Classification system for emotional states, he wrote. Asterisk identify emotional state. Tend corresponding herb. Apply strategically. Asterisk he was building a manufacturing process. He was designing a system for converting his emotional states into cultivation resources through careful management and application. He wrote 2 more pages of methodology notes before he stopped and looked at what he had written. The framework was sound. The manufacturing model was correct. The garden would produce exactly what he was actually feeling, and he could apply what it produced. What he had not written down, what did not fit into the framework, was the following. The garden produced what he actually felt. Not what he tended, not what he managed, not what he classified. What he actually felt. His framework for using the garden was a framework for using his emotions as inputs in a production system. The garden's responses to his cultivation attempts would reflect what he actually felt while using his emotions as inputs in a production system. He stared at this for a moment, following the logical implication. He had not had enough experience to know what emotion he felt while treating his own emotional states as manufacturing inputs. He added this to his research priorities list. The herb from the curiosity that morning had been genuinely grown. The curiosity had been real. What he was doing now, with the framework, was a different kind of activity. He put down his brush and went back to the garden. Chapter 8. The resource reduction notice arrived through the standard administrative channel, a formal document, not personally delivered, placed in his outer sect mail slot on a Tuesday morning. He read it twice. His soil amendment allocation, reduced by half. His library access hours, restricted from open to senior disciple supervised. His Keystone monthly stipend, reduced by 1/3, which would limit the ambient cultivation environment he could maintain around the garden. None of this was vindictive. He could see that clearly. The document cited resource scarcity and tier-appropriate allocation guidelines, standard language for redirecting outer sect disciples whose cultivation paths were assessed as suboptimal. Every item was within Elder Duan's administrative authority. Every item was justifiable on paper. He read the document a 3rd time, noted each specific mechanism of restriction, and put it away. He wrote Elder Duan's name at the top of a fresh page. Below it, administrative mechanisms deployed, soil amendment reduction, effect, slows experimental herb cultivation development, library hours restriction, effect, slows theoretical framework development, Keystone reduction, effect, ambient garden environment degraded, production quality affected. Asterisk assessment. These restrictions target the correct pressure points. The elder has accurately identified which resources matter most for this cultivation path. This is not a general discouragement strategy. It is a targeted one. This implies genuine understanding of heart-root cultivation requirements. Asterisk implication. Elder Duan knows more about this lineage than his public stance suggests. He filed that implication under follow-up later. Then, response options. He noted, a quantity of something occurring in his chest that he classified as anger. It was real. It was present. He acknowledged it, cataloged it, and then addressed the question of whether it was useful. Anger as a cultivation state. He had observed that it produced a specific herb variety, something with a sharp, reddish quality that he had not yet found medicinal applications for. He could tend it and use it. It would not change Elder Duan's administrative decision. What would change Elder Duan's administrative decision was political navigation. He had no experience with political navigation inside sect administration. This was a gap he had not previously identified as important because he had not previously encountered a situation where someone with institutional authority was using that authority against him. He wrote, asterisk capability gap, political navigation within sect administration. Development path, unknown. Research approach, observe, classify, identify practitioners who navigate this well, request methodology. Asterisk he sent a message to Lin Shuwen. Which outer sect disciple has the most experience navigating Elder Duan's administrative processes? Her reply. 2 hours later. Asterisk there are 2 answers to this question. The first is disciple Hua Mingjin, who has successfully appealed 3 of Duan's resource decisions in the past year. The second is that Duan has never restricted a resource allocation that was ultimately incorrect. Before you pursue appeal channels, consider whether there is something else you could do. Asterisk he read this 3 times. She was right that an appeal would be premature. He lacked the cultivation documentation to make a strong case. He needed to develop that documentation first, demonstrate the lineage's value through concrete results, and then address the administrative constraints from a position of evidence rather than a position of request. This required time he currently did not have at full capacity, with reduced resources. First action. He wrote at the bottom of the page. Asterisk identify what can be developed without full resource allocation. List the constraints and find the work that doesn't require what's been reduced. Asterisk he began the list. It was longer than he expected. He worked until midnight. Chapter 9 he found by Ziqing by elimination. The process took 4 days. He He reviewed the outer sect roster, identified practitioners with kinesthetic cultivation specializations, those who learned through body sense rather than intellectual analysis, a designation that appeared in the sect's cultivation assessment records, and cross-referenced against practitioners who had not participated in the informal social groupings that had formed in the outer sect over the past 3 years. This left 7 names. Of those 7, 2 had transferred to the inner sect. 1 had left the sect entirely. 1 was currently recovering from an injury sustained in training. 2 were broadly social and would likely interpret his approach as something other than what he intended. That left by Xianxia, 23, outer sect 3rd year, assessed as having a rare kinesthetic chi sensitivity that allowed her to learn combat forms through feeling the energy flow through her body rather than analyzing the technique intellectually. Her progress was consistent, but her cultivation power level remained lower than her combat skill implied it should be, because her chi production was, like his, inconsistent in ways that standard cultivation techniques did not address. She was solving the same problem he was. He found her in the outer sect training grounds at dawn, not practicing, which he had expected, but sitting in the middle of the training area with her eyes closed and both palms flat on the ground. She was not meditating in the standard sense. She was feeling something in the ground. He realized, something about the chi environment of the space itself. He stood at the edge of the training grounds and waited. She opened her eyes after approximately 4 minutes. She did not appear startled by his presence, which was either composure or she had known he was there. "You've been standing there since before I stopped," she said. "About 2 minutes," he confirmed. She stood and brushed the dust off her palms without particular attention to whether she'd gotten all of it, the specific motion of someone for whom physical neatness was not a primary concern. "Feng Yuan," she said. "The herb garden." "Yes. You want something?" He noted that she had arrived at the point without any of the conversational approach he had prepared. He revised his plan structure on the spot. "Yes. I have a cultivation problem. My chi production is inconsistent because it responds to my internal state rather than my technique. Your cultivation problem appears similar. Your chi production is inconsistent in ways that limit your advancement even though your kinesthetic skill is high." He looked at her. "You are learning to extract reliable results from an inconsistent internal source. I am trying to learn the same thing. Comparing methods seems more useful than working in parallel without information exchange." Bai Ziqing looked at him for a moment. She had dark, steady eyes, the specific quality of attention that came from someone who did a lot of listening to things other than speech. "You've been reviewing the outer sect roster," she said. "Yes. To find me specifically. To find practitioners with compatible problems. You were the most relevant." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I'm not interested in a formal research exchange. I don't work well with structured information sharing." She paused. "But I'm in the training grounds every morning before breakfast. If you want to come watch, you can watch." It was not the arrangement he had proposed. It was, he noted, an arrangement she had made on her own terms rather than his. "Thank you," he said. "I'm not doing it for you," she said, with the specific directness of someone who found clarification important. "I train here regardless. You're just welcome to be present." He nodded. She picked up a wooden practice staff from the ground beside her. He had not noticed it there, and returned to the center of the training grounds. He left. He would return tomorrow. Chapter 10. She moved like water when it had somewhere to be. Not graceful in the decorative sense. Combat forms rarely were, but with the specific efficiency of someone whose body knew where it was going before her conscious mind had finished the decision. Feng Yuan watched from the edge of the training grounds and did not interrupt. She was working through a combat sequence he did not recognize, which meant it was either from a specialized school or she had developed it herself. The sequence involved 3 transitions that made no theoretical sense until she reached the 4th movement, at which point he understood that the first 3 were not attacks but redirections. She was using her opponent's anticipated responses as the actual mechanism of the technique. "Kinetic loading," she said, without stopping. He had been quiet. She had not looked at him. "The first 3 forms load the opponent's defensive chi into a compression pattern," she said, still moving. "The 4th form releases the compression. It's not my chi doing the work. It's theirs, redirected." She reached the end of the sequence and turned to face him. The energy requirements for this are significantly lower than equivalent combat forms, but it requires feeling what the opponent's chi is doing in real time, not analyzing. Feeling. He had been reaching, automatically, for his cultivation journal. He stopped. "The problem," she said, "is that when my chi production drops, on days when my internal state is disrupted, I can't feel the opponent's energy clearly enough to time the redirections. The technique fails." She tilted her head. "What happens in your garden when your chi is inconsistent?" The herbs grow from whatever I'm actually feeling rather than what I intend to feel, he said. If I'm distracted or uncertain, the garden reflects that. The herb quality drops. The emotional signal is noisy. Same mechanism, she said. She picked up a water flask from the ground beside the practice staff and drank without ceremony. Your garden produces the truth of what you are. My technique requires knowing the truth of what my opponent is doing. When the internal state is unclear, neither of us can access what we need. He looked at her. He had come here with a framework for comparing methods. She had gone directly to the underlying problem. Your technique uses the opponent's qi as the force, he said. The emotional precision required is for sensing, not for generating. Yes. Which means if I could develop a precision cultivation herb calibrated to sensory clarity, specifically, the clarity needed to feel what is happening in another practitioner's energy field, it might improve your qi sensitivity on low production days. She considered this the way she had considered everything he had observed in her, briefly, and without visible deliberation, as if the conclusion was already present and she was just locating it. Possibly, she said. I would need to understand the specific quality of the clarity you use. What it feels like from inside. It feels like listening, she said. Not thinking about listening. Listening. He wrote this down. It was imprecise in one sense and exact in another. She had given him the experiential description that his framework would need to convert into a cultivation direction. I practice at dawn, she said. You can watch as many mornings as you find useful. She picked up her staff again. If you grow anything that might help, bring it. I'll try it. If it doesn't work, I'll tell you. She returned to the center of the grounds and began the sequence again from the beginning. He stayed for another hour, watching, and did not write anything else. He simply watched and paid attention in the way she had demonstrated, not analyzing what he saw, which would have been his natural approach, but trying to feel the pattern of it. He was not good at this. He was aware that he was not good at it. But the gray-rooted plant, which he had left alone in his garden that morning without examining it, produced 4 new dark buds while he was learning to be present in a different way. He would not discover this until he returned. If this story is finding its way into your practice, if it's sitting with you the way the garden sits with Feng Yuan, subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss what the garden grows next. Leave a like if you want to see what happens when the truth can't be ignored. Every comment you leave is a herb tended honestly, and this garden grows from exactly that. Chapter 11. The outer market ran along the sect's east wall every 5th day, a sprawling line of stalls that sold soil amendments, cultivation tools, common medicinal herbs, and whatever else practitioners needed and the sect's own supply system didn't conveniently provide. Feng Yuan visited rarely. His resource reduction had made him careful with every remaining allocation. But he needed a specific soil conditioner for the section of the garden where he was developing the sensory clarity herbs, and the sect's supply room was out of stock. He found the stall he needed and made his purchase quickly. He was turning to leave when he noticed the stall 3 positions down. It did not look like much. A low table, a single folding chair, a weathered awning that might have been green once. The man behind the table was in his 70s, with the specific, unhurried quality of someone who had been in many markets and was comfortable in all of them. His stock was arranged without visible organization, no groupings by type, no labels, but the herbs themselves were extraordinary. Feng Yuan stopped before he had consciously decided to stop. He did not recognize a single variety. In 3 years of cultivating a heartroot garden and researching every available text, he had cataloged 47 distinct herb species. None of them were on this table. He moved closer. The merchant looked up from a cultivation text he was reading, not a beginner's text, but a dense reference volume with the kind of annotation marks in the margins that came from decades of use. He looked at Feng Yuan with the particular attention of someone who had seen many people approach his stall and could distinguish between types of interest. He looked at Feng Yuan, and then he looked at something behind or beneath Feng Yuan's eyes. Heartroot, the merchant said. Active garden. Current tier, tender sprout, but the ceiling pressure is building. You're close to root seeker. You can tell all of that from looking at me? From looking at your chi field. It has a particular texture at the emotional resonance layer that is distinct. The merchant set down his book. How long have you been growing? About 3 months since the garden first manifested. And your varieties? The merchant tilted his head. Curiosity. Attentiveness. The specific discomfort of not being understood correctly. Genuine satisfaction. He paused. And one that you haven't classified. The gray-rooted plant. Feng Yuan kept his expression neutral. I have a variety under assessment, he said. The merchant looked at the space behind Feng Yuan's eyes again. He had the quality of someone reading something without intruding. A scholar, not an interrogator. You're growing the herbs of someone who has never cried properly, the merchant said. Powerful, but unfinished. The varieties you have are producing at high quality for your tier, but they're unfinished versions of what they could be. He reached under the table and produced a small ceramic jar, which he set in front of Fun Yuan without opening it. The finished versions of these are twice as strong. Fun Yuan looked at the jar. He looked at the merchant. That sounds like a sales claim, he said. The merchant smiled. Not the smile of someone caught at something, but the smile of someone who had heard this response before and found it reasonable. It does, he agreed. It's also true. The two things are not mutually exclusive. Fun Yuan picked up the jar, turned it over to examine the seal. Standard clay construction, nothing to indicate a production source. He set it back down. What would make the finished versions twice as strong, he said. The same thing that makes any heartroot variety reach its potential, the merchant said. He returned to his book, which was, Fun Yuan could read it upside down. A Herbalism Comparative Study, Senior Tier. Ask yourself that question, disciple. Fun Yuan bought 3 soil amendments he needed and one that he thought might be useful. He did not buy anything from the merchant's table because the merchant had not offered anything for sale. He filed the comment in his cultivation journal that evening. *unknown vendor, assessment of garden. Varieties currently produced at reduced potential. Claim, emotional source material incomplete. No supporting data provided. Possibly commercially motivated. Note for follow-up. What does never cried properly mean in a cultivation context? He did not know why the phrase lodged in his mind rather than passing through it. Chapter 12 The root seeker advancement came on a morning when he wasn't expecting it. He had been tracking the chi pressure for 2 weeks, the accumulated cultivation energy that the heartroot texts described as the sign of approaching tier advancement, the sensation of something building at the edge of his current capacity. He had been preparing, researching what root seeker tier unlocked, refining his herb-growing practice, ensuring the garden was in optimal condition. What he had not prepared for was the specific catalyst. He was in the garden at dawn, working with the sensory clarity herbs he had been developing for Bai Ziqing. She had given him 3 more sessions of observation and description. It feels like the space between one thought and the next, but extended, and he had been growing toward a herb that captured that quality, a high state of receptivity that was not passive but not directed, the kind of attention that noticed rather than sought. He was genuinely trying to learn how to do it, not to produce the herb, to do it himself. He was sitting with his palms in the soil, which he had started doing because it helped him feel the garden's chi texture directly, and he was not thinking about the herbs and not thinking about his research notes and not thinking about Elder Duan's administrative restrictions or the cultivation framework he was building. He was just in the garden, with the morning light going from gray to pale gold across the tops of the herbs, and the smell of turned earth and the faint luminescence of the gray-rooted plant that hadn't quite faded yet from the night. The chi pressure released. Not dramatically, not with the distorted air or trembling ground that the cultivation texts described for breakthrough moments. It was more like something settling into place. A tension he had not known he was holding releasing all at once, and then his perception shifted. He could see the garden differently. Not with his eyes, with something adjacent to them, a perception that sat slightly behind ordinary sight, like a second sense that had been asleep and had quietly woken. The herbs were still herbs, the soil still soil, the gray-rooted plant still the complex, downward-growing thing he had been studying for weeks. But each of them now had a faint overlay, a signature, like a quality of light, that he intuitively understood corresponded to the emotional state from which it had grown. He could read the herbs the way he read his own cultivation journal. He turned this perception toward the outer sect wall, toward the practitioners beginning to move around their morning routines on the other side. The wall blocked direct sight. It did not block the new sense. Through it, faintly, like hearing music through a closed door, he could feel the emotional textures of the chi signatures of the practitioners nearest him. Not specific thoughts, not precise emotional states, but a quality, a flavoring. He sat very still with this for a long time. The root seeker tier capability. He could read the emotional resonance in other cultivators' chi signatures. He could see, in the same way he could read the herbs, what the people around him were carrying in their cultivation energy. This was significant. He did not tell anyone. He needed to understand it first. He needed to understand how it worked, what its range was, whether it was reliable, what its limitations were. He needed the data before he reported the capability. He also noted, without examining it deeply, that he did not want to tell anyone yet. He did not produce a classification category for this preference. He moved on. Chapter 13, he did not plan to test the perception on Elder Duan Jiqian. He encountered the Elder 3 days after the advancement, at the sect's administrative hall, where Fun Yuan had gone to submit a formal documentation request for the heartroot research he was accumulating. The Elder was leaving as he arrived. They stopped at the entrance simultaneously. Elder Duan looked at him with the same evaluating gaze he always had. Fun Yuan nodded once in acknowledgement, and the elder nodded back, and neither of them had anything to say that hadn't already been said. The perception was active, because it was always active now. He had not found a way to quiet it yet, which was its own research priority. He looked at Elder Duan's chi signature, and what he saw there stopped him from continuing through the door. He had expected disdain. He had expected conviction. The settled certainty of someone who had reviewed 40 years of data and drawn accurate conclusions from it. He had expected something in the category of authority, the quality of a person who has institutional power and knows how to use it. He found none of those things. The emotional residue in Elder Duan's chi signature was fear, not general fear. Specific fear, the kind that lived in the part of the mind that rehearsed outcomes, that ran through scenarios repeatedly, that stayed awake in the hours before dawn cataloging what could go wrong. It was the fear of a person watching someone head toward something dangerous without adequate protection. Fun Yuan stood at the entrance of the administrative hall and looked at this and revised his entire classification of Elder Duan in the space of approximately 4 seconds. The elder had not restricted his resources because he believed emotional cultivation was inferior. He had not been acting from contempt or bureaucratic convenience or a desire to protect the sect's resource allocation from an inefficient path. He had been watching practitioners choose this lineage for 40 years, and he had watched most of them break on something they couldn't feel. And when Fun Yuan had appeared, talented, methodical, choosing the same path, the elder had done what he knew how to do with the information he had. He had tried to redirect him away from it. The fear in his chi signature was not for himself. It was for the people in his care. Fun Yuan filed this. He did not say anything to Elder Duan. He was not certain yet what he would do with the information. He was not even certain the perception was accurate. This was its third test, and he needed more data before he trusted his own read of it. But he noted, in his cultivation journal that evening, Elder Duan Jiqian. Emotional chi texture, protective fear. Source, assessment of heart root practitioners and historical outcomes. This is not contempt. He is not wrong about what he has observed. He is wrong about the conclusion he has drawn from the observation. He underlined the last sentence. Below it he wrote, I need to give him better data. Chapter 14, he went to Lin Shuwen directly this time. No dried herb on the gate. No waiting for the right moment. She was in the herb storage again, which seemed to be where she spent most of her time when she was not seeing patients. He stood in the doorway and said, I need to know what Elder Duan watched happen to the practitioners who attempted heart root cultivation. She looked up from the specimen she was examining. She set it down. Come in, she said. He came in. He sat in the chair she indicated, which was the specific chair she kept for conversations that were going to take a while. She stood at the work table for a moment longer, her back to him, in the way of someone preparing to say something that has been organized in their mind for a long time and requires the right starting point. 3 practitioners, she said, in the past 40 years at this sect, chose the heart root path. She turned. 2 of them advanced well for the first several years. Good progress through the primary emotional tiers. Then they hit the grief tier requirement at the old growth transition and stopped. Neither of them advanced past deep root. She sat down across from him. They're both still here. Both cultivating. Neither of them on the heart root path. They transferred to adjacent lineages. They're doing well enough. And the third? Lin Shuwen was quiet for a moment. The third was named Yu Mingzhu, she said. She advanced to canopy stage in 18 months, that's fast. Faster than any heart root record I've been able to locate in the available literature. She looked at her hands. She was the most talented practitioner I have ever worked with in 40 years. What she could do with emotional resonance herbs at canopy stage was not in any text. She was developing capabilities the lineage had never documented. Then she stopped. She looked up. She encountered something at the transition between canopy stage and old growth. The same tier boundary as the others, but from a higher position. She'd gone further than anyone in the recent record. A pause. She left the sect within a month of the stall. She is still alive, from what I know. She moved to a small settlement and grows ordinary herbs. What emotional state stopped her? Lin Shuwen did not answer immediately. I don't know specifically, she said. She didn't tell me. She stopped. I have a theory, but it is not confirmed. And it would be another stop. It would be a very personal thing to say about someone who is not here to speak for herself. Fun Yuan looked at her. He was using the perception, and what he saw in Lin Shuwen's chi signature was layered. Regret. Yes, but also something adjacent to guilt. Not the guilt of someone who did harm, but the guilt of someone who could not prevent a harm and has carried that distinction uneasily for decades. She had been a student of Yu Mingzhu's. or close enough to it. I won't ask you to characterize her emotional state, he said. I'm trying to understand where the boundary is. Why canopy stage to old growth is consistently the stopping point. She looked at him for a moment longer than usual. Because, she said carefully, the old growth tier requirement is the first tier where the emotion required is one most people spend their entire lives avoiding. She paused. The primary tiers, joy, fear, anger, focus, calm. Most practitioners have experienced all of those and aren't avoiding them. The complex emotion tiers are harder. But grief, she shook her head slightly. Grief is the one that people decide not to feel. They make the decision so early and so thoroughly that they often don't know they've made it. She picked up the specimen she had set down when he arrived. That's why the historical ceiling is where it is, she said. Not because old growth is structurally difficult. Because grief is what most people are least willing to feel. Fun Yuan left an hour later with 4 pages of notes and one piece of information he had not written down. He knew, now, why Lin Shuwen taught heart-root cultivation with such precise and thorough knowledge, and why she had said, in that flat understatement way she had, that she was not a practitioner herself. She had watched someone she cared about stop at that boundary, and she had spent 40 years studying everything she hadn't been able to help with. Chapter 15. The sect's historical records on heart-root practitioners were kept in a restricted archive that required senior disciple authorization to access, which he now had, with conditions, after his formal research documentation submission. The archivist who had helped him 3 months ago pointed him to a smaller annex room and left him to work. He found Yu Mingzhu's records in the 3rd box. The records were extensive for the early years. She had documented her practice with a thoroughness he recognized, careful notes, cultivation measurements, emotional state observations, and reading them felt like reading a very precise version of his own cultivation journal written by someone further along a path he had just begun. Her emotional mapping methodology was sophisticated and, in several ways, more developed than his own framework. He copied 3 of her notation techniques into his journal. Then the documentation changed. Around the 4-year mark, the records became sparser. The detailed daily practice notes became weekly, then monthly. The emotional state documentation dropped from comprehensive to brief, and then, in the last 3 months of her cultivation practice, it appeared only as a repeated single-line entry, *canopy stage. Growth stable. Advanced technique practice, no detail. No mapping. Nothing that told him what she had encountered. The last entry was dated simply, no month, no day, just a year, leaving. Garden given to the sect's cultivation hall. Personal effects forwarded. He set the box aside and looked at the other materials in the annex. Most were general heart-root lineage research, fragmentary, from multiple sources, none of it from a practitioner who had advanced past canopy stage. He found one additional document, a letter, filed with the records, from Lin Shuwen. It was addressed to the sect's cultivation archive rather than a person, and it read like the letter of someone trying to ensure something was not forgotten. Yu Mingzhu advanced heart-root cultivation to canopy stage in 18 months, a development rate not matched in any available record. Her capabilities at that tier were unprecedented. The cause of her withdrawal from cultivation was not a technique failure, a health incident, or a sect conflict. She withdrew because she reached the emotional tier requirement for old growth advancement and chose not to engage with it. This is documented here because the historical record should reflect that this outcome was a choice, not a ceiling. The heart-root lineage is not at fault. Fun Yuan read this twice. He understood why Lin Shuwen had written it. The historical record framed practitioner ceilings as lineage limitations. She had been correcting the record. He also understood, reading between the lines, what she had not been able to write in a formal archival submission, that she had watched someone she cared about make this choice, and that she had not been able to change it, and that 40 years later she was still teaching this lineage to new practitioners because the only thing that made any sense was to keep going. He noted the transition point, canopy stage to old growth, and wrote in his journal, both historical practitioners and Yu Mingzhu stopped here. Mechanism, avoidance of specific emotional state. Type, grief. He stared at that word for a long time. Then he wrote, below it, my mother died when I was 10. Current documentation of the grief response. None. He looked at that sentence. He closed the journal without adding to it. On the way back to the outer sect, he passed the garden. The gray-rooted plant was producing a new set of buds, 6 of them, dark and quiet, curving downward in the specific way of things that grew towards something other than light. He counted them automatically. He noted the height increase since his last measurement. He did not ask what they were growing from. He went inside, made tea, and began preparing his research documentation for the cultivation archive. Chapter 16. The visiting scholar arrived on a Tuesday, which was also the day Fin Yuan had designated for what his cultivation journal called Structural Assessment Day, a weekly review of which emotional states were producing which herb varieties, what growth trends the garden was showing, and what adjustments his practice needed. He was in the middle of this review when he became aware that someone was in his garden. Not at the gate. In the garden. Standing beside the far herb section with her hands at her sides, and her eyes moving in the systematic sweep of someone conducting a thorough initial assessment. She was approximately his age, wearing the white and gray robes of the Classification Academy, a research institution he knew from texts but had not previously encountered in person. She had the quality of someone who thought in categories and felt comfortable inside them. Her gaze moved from herb section to herb section in a pattern that suggested she was not looking at the individual plants but at the organizational logic of the whole. "This is a private cultivation garden," he said. "Yes." She did not turn. The gate was unlatched. He had unlocked it for a soil delivery that hadn't arrived yet. He noted the security gap and filed it. "You're from the Classification Academy," he said. "Ruanyu. I'm here to document the heartroot lineage. The Continental Cultivation Council's Research Division issued a request for rare lineage documentation, and your advancement triggered the monitoring system." She turned now and looked at him with the specific directness of someone who found circuitous approaches inefficient. "You're the only active heartroot practitioner the system flagged. I read your cultivation progression report." She paused. "May I continue looking?" He considered this for a moment. The research documentation was public record. Her purpose was legitimate. The unlatched gate was his error, not her transgression. "Yes," he said. "Don't touch the gray-rooted plant." She looked at the gray-rooted plant. "Why not? It's in the middle of a development cycle. I don't want disrupted." She looked at it for slightly longer than the observation required, then returned her attention to the rest of the garden. "You have strong primary emotion varieties," she said, moving slowly through the sections. Her robe brushed the edge of the attentiveness herb, and she stepped back with precision to avoid the contact. Curiosity, focused attention, the specific quality of satisfied completion. These are all well developed. She stopped. "Your complex emotion section is absent. I'm working toward that tier." "I know. Root Seeker is early for complex emotions." She stopped walking entirely and turned to face him again. "I want to make an observation. You don't have to act on it." He waited. "You are classifying your own emotional states from outside yourself," she said. "I can see it in the garden. The primary varieties are precise and strong, but they have a slightly external quality, like they were carefully observed rather than inhabited." She tilted her head. "Most cultivators on this path don't do that. It may be limiting you in ways that aren't visible from inside the system." He looked at his garden. He looked at the herbs he had spent 3 months cultivating. The clarity of the focus variety, the precise leaf spirals of the attentiveness plant, the clean edges of the curiosity herb. He could see, now that she had named it, what she meant. They were accurate. They were not inhabited. "Do you have a technique in mind for correcting the limitation?" he said. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone encountering an unexpected answer. "I was making an observation, not offering a solution." "Observations without solution implications are catalogued, but not actionable," he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, "That's a very interesting sentence for someone who studies emotions." He noted that this was the kind of reply that would, in most conversations, require him to say something in response that he did not currently have ready. He was about to excuse himself when she spoke again. "I'll be at the sect for approximately 3 weeks. I'd like to observe the garden daily, if you're willing." She produced a small research journal from her sleeve and a brush already loaded with ink. "I'll document what I observe rather than what you report. The contrast between the 2 data sets is usually instructive." He recognized the design of this. She was proposing to observe how his garden diverged from his descriptions of it. "That would require you to have access to my descriptions," he said. "Yes," she agreed. "I was going to ask if I could read your cultivation journal." He thought about the entry that read, "*My mother died when I was 10. Current documentation of the grief response. None. Portions of it," he said. "I'll designate which sections are available for research documentation." She accepted this without the slightly deflated quality of someone who had hoped for more. She wrote something in her own journal. "That's reasonable," she said. "Tomorrow at dawn?" "I'm in the garden at dawn regardless," he said. She nodded once, closed her research journal, and left through the gate. He latched it behind her. Chapter 17. The second conversation began the way the first had ended, with an observation that he did not have an immediate response to. She arrived at dawn, precisely, with her research journal and a second volume he had not seen before. She stood at the garden's edge and looked at the previous day's growth for several minutes without speaking. Your anxiety produces shorter stem varieties, she said. He was watching the focused attention herb for signs of growth. I'm not currently anxious. You were yesterday afternoon. She turned a page. The anxiety herbs from yesterday are shorter stemmed than your standard attention varieties. A classifier looking at them without context would read them as a different species. But the chi signature is the same emotional category, different intensity. She looked at him. What were you anxious about? He could say, the meeting with the Administrative Review Board, which had not gone as planned. He could say, the resource allocation restrictions, which were affecting his garden output. He could say, a question I encountered in the archival records that I have not yet found a satisfactory framework for. He said, there is some anxiety about whether the current administrative constraints on my cultivation research will affect my ability to advance on the timeline the lineage requires. She wrote something down. You said, there is some anxiety, she said. Yes. Rather than I am anxious. He looked at her. The distinction matters to your research documentation? It's the same observation Elder Lin has made, she said, which told him they had been speaking. Whether you inhabit the emotion or classify it from outside changes the herb. She pointed at the shorter-stemmed anxiety plants. You produce these from genuine anxiety, but you were observing the anxiety while you felt it, which compressed it. She pointed to a taller, fuller herb at the garden's edge that he had grown 3 weeks ago, before the administrative decisions had fully landed. This one you grew when you weren't paying attention to your own emotional state. It's stronger. He looked at both plants. You're saying my analytical approach to my own emotions reduces the herb quality. I'm saying that the garden grows from what you actually feel. When you're feeling something and observing it simultaneously, the garden grows from a hybrid state, the emotion plus the act of observation. The observation changes what it's registering. She closed her research journal. I told you I was making an observation, not offering a solution. You implied the observation was about a limitation, he said. That implies the possibility of its correction. She was quiet for a moment. The dawn light was still low, coming sideways across the garden, and it caught the luminescence at the base of the gray-rooted plant's leaves even though the plant should have stopped its nocturnal glow by now. The way I would approach it, she said carefully, is from a classification standpoint. If observing a state changes the state, then the act of classification has a cost, which means some states need to be unclassified, or pre-classified, categorized in advance so they don't require in-the-moment analysis. She paused. But I work with conceptual systems, not emotional ones. I don't know if that translates. He thought about this. It might, he said. She left for the sect's research hall an hour later. He stood in the garden for a while after she had gone, not doing the structural assessment he had planned, just standing in the gap between one thought and the next in the way Bai Ziqing had described. He noticed, not classifying this state. He was in it. The attention herbs grew 2 centimeters while he was standing there. Chapter 18, they came on a Wednesday evening, when the training grounds were quiet and the outer sect common areas were emptying toward dinner. He knew who they were before they stopped in front of him. His perception had been active since the root seeker advancement, and he could feel from the chi signatures of the approaching practitioners that they were performing aggression. The sharp, forward-leaning, emotional texture of people doing something they had decided to do and were sustaining through sustained intensity rather than genuine anger. 5 of them, all third-year outer sect disciples, all in the resource allocation tier that Elder Duan's restrictions had made adjacent to Fun Yuan's in the distribution system. The kind of practitioners who had been watching his resources get cut and had drawn a conclusion he had not predicted. The one at the front, a fire cultivation disciple named something he had never cataloged because he had not previously found him relevant, crossed his arms and said, the administration's given up on the weird herb garden thing then. You're sharing the resources that get reallocated. Fun Yuan looked at him. The emotional texture of his chi signature, through the perception, fear of being at the bottom of the allocation hierarchy. Not malice. Anxiety performing as aggression because aggression felt more actionable than anxiety. He had grown a cultivation herb 3 weeks ago from a state of genuine calm. Not performed calm, not meditative distance, but the specific calm of someone who had identified a problem clearly and was engaged with it without reactive energy. He had not found a medicinal application for it yet. He reached into his herb pouch. The herb was small, about the size of his thumbnail, and smelled faintly of cool stone, the specific scent of the state it had been grown from. He held it between 2 fingers and did not do anything dramatically visible with it. He simply allowed its chi to circulate at his palm level, which was not a technique he had read in any text. He had developed it from observation. The herbs emitted their emotional chi signature passively, at low level, all the time. He could modulate the intensity. The herb's qi moved outward in the way that a quality in the air moves. Not directed, not forceful. Present. The fire disciple at the front stopped. Not consciously. He did not decide to stop. He reached the edge of the herb's perceptual field, and the calm's qi signature met his own emotional field, and for a moment, 3 or 4 seconds, he experienced what he was actually feeling rather than what he was projecting. The aggression collapsed inward. What was under it was visible in his qi signature. The specific anxiety of someone who did not have enough and was afraid of losing more. Not an attack impulse. A fear impulse performing as an attack, because fear had no clear target and aggression did. 2 of the 5 walked away. They did not announce why. They simply stopped and turned around and left. The other 3 looked at the front disciple, and then at each other, and then at Fun Yuan, who had not moved. I have not been given any additional resource allocation, Fun Yuan said, to the 3 who remained. My soil amendments were cut by half. My library access is restricted. My chi stone stipend was reduced by 1/3. My situation is not what you are imagining it to be. He put the herb away. If you have a resource allocation concern, the formal process is documented in the Outer Sect Administrative Handbook. The appeal process has a 42% success rate, according to the records from the past 3 years. The fire disciple looked at him for a long moment. His qi signature was doing something Fun Yuan's perception registered as recalibration, the specific quality of someone revising their model of a situation. That wasn't a cultivation technique, the disciple said. No, Fun Yuan agreed. It was a herb. The 3 remaining walked away. He stood in the empty training grounds for a while after, noting several things. The technique worked better at close range. The herb's effect was not coercive. It had not made anyone feel differently, only made them feel what they were already feeling. The distinction would matter for how he documented it. He also noted that 2 of the disciples had apologized before they left. He had not registered this as a notable data point in the moment. He registered it now. Chapter 19 Elder Duan called Lin Shuwen into his office on a Thursday afternoon, which she told Fun Yuan about the following day because she had found it significant enough to mention. She recounted it carefully, which meant she had considered what to include and what to omit. The elder had reviewed the training grounds incident. There was always someone watching, in a sect, and the outer sect common areas had monitoring as standard practice. He had reviewed the footage and then, Lin Shuwen said, he had sat with it for a while before calling her in. He said, I may have underestimated the scope of this path, she told Fun Yuan. They were in the garden, where she had come ostensibly to review the gray-rooted plant's development. She was looking at it now rather than at him. That's not nothing, she added. Duan Jiqian does not revise his assessments easily. 40 years of consistent outcome data makes a person's frameworks resistant to new input. What did you say to him? Fun Yuan asked. I said yes. She turned from the plant. And then I said, he hasn't reached the difficult parts yet. Fun Yuan looked at her. She had the specific quality of someone who had said something that was true and uncomfortable and had decided to say it anyway. Not unkindly. Accurately. You were warning him, Fun Yuan said. I was being honest. She crossed her arms, not defensively, the way of someone settling in to say the rest of what they had come to say. He was standing in the garden of Green Canopy Sect, 22 years old, and he was also, not in another place, not in another time, but in the same moment experienced differently, aware of something that he had not been aware of a breath ago. The flower smelled like stone floors and dried herbs and the particular quality of morning light through a south-facing window. He knew this smell. He had not thought about it in 12 years. He had not thought about any of it in 12 years. He had classified his mother's death at age 10 as an event to be processed, and had processed it efficiently, and had not returned to the subject because there was nothing productive to do with returning to it, and the avoidance had been systematic enough that most of the time he did not know he was avoiding anything at all. The flower smelled like his mother's cultivation chambers. The chi stopped moving in his hand, not because he had done anything intentional, but because some mechanism inside him that was older than his cultivation training, older than his classification system, older than any framework he had built to manage himself, simply closed. Like a door. Like a door he had closed when he was 10 years old and had not noticed himself closing because at 10 years old, closing it had been the only available response. And then he had grown up and never noticed it was still closed because he had built the rest of himself around the closed door so thoroughly that the door had become invisible. The flower's chi stopped. The perception depth collapsed. The present moment returned to its single layer. He was standing in the garden, in the cold, holding a dark bloom that was no longer doing anything in his hand. He stood there for a while. He was very thorough in his documentation. He returned to his desk and wrote down exactly what had happened, with precise sensory detail, at the end of which he added, Asterisk the perception was interrupted before its conclusion. I do not have data sufficient to classify what the interruption mechanism was. Asterisk he held the brush over that sentence for a moment. He put it down. He went to bed. Behind him, in the garden, the gray-rooted plant produced 3 more blooms before dawn, and each one opened facing his window, toward the light he had left on. Chapter 21 The dark bloom did not cooperate with scientific inquiry. He had set it in a specimen dish on his cultivation table, positioned it in the precise center, and spent 3 hours attempting to analyze its chi signature using every methodology available to him at Root Seeker Tier. The results were inconclusive in a way that was different from the inconclusiveness of ordinary unknown specimens. Ordinary unknowns were opaque. The chi signature was present but unreadable. This one was readable but contradictory, like a sentence written in 2 languages simultaneously, where each word was correct in its source language, but the combination produced a meaning that neither language had words for. The emotional chi in the bloom came from more than one source. He could identify at least 3 distinct emotional registers compressed into the same herb, compressed, not blended, not mixed the way combining 2 colors of ink mixed, where you lost the original colors. More like paper folded multiple times, each layer still present and distinct, but occupying the same space. He wrote this in his cultivation journal, and then crossed it out because the metaphor was not technically accurate, and he did not like working with imprecise language. He wrote it again with different phrasing. He crossed that out too. What he had was a bloom that his methodology could not classify, in a garden that grew from his own emotional states, from a plant that had been growing since the beginning of his practice without generating an identifiable source emotion. The bloom was the most potent chi signature in the garden. He could feel this passively, without any cultivation technique, simply from its proximity. And he could not tell where it came from. He was still at the cultivation table when Lin Shuwen knocked and came in. She looked at the bloom in its dish. She was quiet for a moment that lasted longer than his usual measurements of Lin Shuwen's quiet. This one had a texture to it, something that was not professional consideration, but something older and more personal. She said nothing for a full minute. Then, put it somewhere you can see it every day. He waited for the rest of the instruction. That's it, he said. Don't use it yet. Don't apply it. Don't harvest it for chi. Don't perform analytical techniques on it. Let it keep growing. She looked up from the bloom to him. Put it somewhere you can see it. I don't know what emotion produced it. I know. That limits my ability to understand its applications. Yes, she said. That's the situation. He looked at her. Through his perception, her chi signature had the specific texture of someone who knew more than they were saying and had decided that saying it would not help. He cataloged this. Asterisk Lin Shuwen has a hypothesis about the bloom's source. She is choosing not to share it. Possible reasons. 1. Insufficient confidence in hypothesis. 2. Believes I need to arrive at the information myself for cultivation reasons. 3. The hypothesis is something she finds difficult to say directly. Asterisk. Will my inability to identify the bloom's source affect my advancement? He asked. She considered whether to answer this directly. At some point, she said. She left. He sat for another hour with the bloom on the cultivation table. He turned the dish to different angles. He held his hand above it without touching it and felt the layers of its chi signature again. 3 registers, possibly 4, folded into each other. Each one real. Each one his. He placed the dish on the windowsill, where he would see it every morning and every evening. He noted, in his cultivation journal, that there was something occurring when he followed this instruction without being able to understand the reason for it. Not frustration, something that had a quality of pulling, a resistance to the instruction that he could classify as discomfort, but that felt more specific than discomfort. He cataloged it precisely. He did not ask what the discomfort was about. The bloom produced a second smaller bloom from its base while he was writing. Chapter 22 Combat Training with by Ziqing was not what he had expected. He had expected to watch. He had watched for 2 weeks and had learned a great deal. The energy pattern of the kinetic loading technique, the specific timing of the redirections, the way she let the opponent's force complete itself before she engaged with it. He had built a sophisticated intellectual model of how she did what she did. She dismantled the model on his 3rd week. Stop, she said, in the middle of his 3rd attempt to replicate the first redirection form. You're thinking it. I'm thinking through it, he said, to ensure correct form. The form is not the technique. She crossed the training ground and stood beside him, not in front, where most teachers stood, beside at his shoulder. When you're mid-form, you're calculating the next movement. I can see it. Your chi hesitates at the decision point. She looked at the form's position he was holding. Let me show you. She moved his arm, not by taking his wrist and repositioning, She placed her palm against the back of his forearm and moved it with a specific quality of suggestion, a pressure that indicated direction without forcing it. His entire analytical apparatus, which had been processing the correct position and angle and energy distribution, suddenly had no purchase. His body had moved before his mind had finished the calculation. The form felt different from inside when arrived at that way. That, she said, is the technique. He stood in the position she had guided him to and tried to understand what had happened. His body was in the correct form. He had not thought his way there. He was deeply uncomfortable. I need to understand the mechanism, he said. You can understand it after, she said. Do it again. He attempted the redirection form again. He reached the decision point and felt his chi hesitate while his mind calculated, and he stopped himself deliberately and tried instead to feel where the form wanted to go. This produced no legible result. He was not skilled at feeling where things wanted to go. He had extensive experience in deciding where things should go and then directing them there. Again, she said. They worked for 2 hours. By the end, he could complete the first 3 redirections 3 times in 4 attempts without a visible chi hesitation. It was not the smooth, water clarity of Bai Ziqing's execution. It was his version, a slightly deliberate smoothness, like someone being careful not to think. She accepted this. He went back to his garden afterward and found a new herb growing in the section of the garden he had not yet classified, a compact, dense variety with leaves that had a slightly resistant quality to them, like fabric that was stiff with cold. Its chi signature was unmistakable once he read it. The herb had grown from the specific uncomfortable sensation of being guided by someone else's competence in a territory that his usual methods could not prepare him for. He held it for a moment. It had a particular weight to it, more than a herb of its size should have, as if the density of the discomfort had compressed into something physically heavier. He noted that it was, by whatever measurement he could apply, stronger than his standard varieties at root seeker tier. The chi quality was high. The emotional source, genuine, involuntary, thoroughly unperformed discomfort, had produced something that his deliberately cultivated herbs had not. He added the herb to his cultivation notes, cross-referenced it with Wan Yu's observation about inhabited versus observed emotional states, and placed it next to the guided training section of his documentation. Then he went back to the training grounds and asked Bai Ziqing if she would work with him 3 mornings a week. 4, she said, without looking up from the form she was refining. You have catching up to do. He did not point out that this was more than he had requested. Chapter 23. Zhao Feizue arrived on a morning when the weather had turned sharp with the first real cold of the season, and her arrival was announced the way sect cultivation exchanges were always announced. A formal notification through administrative channels, with accompanying cultivation credentials that Feng Yuan received by messenger while he was in the garden. He read the credentials twice. Zhao Feizue, 24 years old, heart root cultivation practitioner, advanced to old growth tier equivalent. Representative of the Jade Resonance Institute for the Inter-Sect Cultivation Exchange. Listed specializations: systematic emotional technique development, precision herb cultivation. He read the tier again. Old growth. 2 full cultivation ranks above him. In a heart root lineage. He went to find Lin Shuwen. She was already aware. She sent her credentials to me directly, as the sect's recognized heart root authority, she said. I reviewed them yesterday. She looked at his expression. You want to know if old growth is genuine. I want to understand her methodology, he said, which was accurate and also meant the same thing. You'll be able to see for yourself. She arrives this afternoon. Zhao Feizue was taller than he expected, with the straight posture of someone who had spent years in formal cultivation practice, and she moved through the sect's receiving hall with the ease of someone who had been through many of these exchanges. She was polite. She asked clear questions. She was, in the way of very competent people, efficient about the pleasantries. He was watching her chi signature the moment she entered his perception range. It was advanced. Genuinely old growth tier quality. He had nothing comparable to calibrate against, but the chi structure was significantly more complex than his own and produced a field around her that he could feel from across the hall. The cultivation was real. What was unusual was the texture. His own chi signature, as he understood it from what he could read of himself, imperfectly, because you could not fully observe your own emotional field, had an irregular quality to it. Not unstable, variable. It responded to his actual state in each moment, which meant it had the specific aliveness of something that was continuously producing rather than held in a maintained position. Zhao Feizue's chi field had a different quality. Consistent, precisely maintained. The emotional layers in it were exact. He could read them the way he could read the herbs in his garden, and what he read was precise and complete and correct. Genuine chi signatures of genuine emotional categories. And yet, the best way he could find to classify it was this. His own chi field felt like a person present in a room. Hers felt like a very accurate portrait of a person, hung where a person might stand. He did not say this. The welcoming reception continued. Elder Duan hosted with the formal warmth of someone who did not enjoy hosting, but was sufficiently practiced at it that the distinction was not visible to anyone without emotional perception. Lin Shuwen attended with the specific quality of someone paying close attention for professional reasons. Ruan Yu was present as the sect's research documentation coordinator. She had extended her stay again, this time in a formally documented capacity. Zhao Feizue reviewed the sect's research materials, asked several incisive questions about heart-root cultivation theory that demonstrated a thorough command of the available literature, and then turned to Fun Yuan with the directness of someone who had identified the most relevant person in the room. "You're the active practitioner," she said. "Yes. I'd like to see your garden." He brought her to the garden the following morning. She walked through it with a precisely calibrated attention, not the sweep and assess of Ruan Yu's first visit, but a technical review, each variety checked against what she expected to find based on his cultivation credentials and finding. He could see in her expression some variations she had not predicted. She stopped in front of the gray-rooted plant, which had now reached his shoulder height and produced 11 dark blooms, all of them downward-facing except for the first one, which sat at the crown and faced sideways as if unable to decide on a direction. She looked at it for a while. "That's not in your documentation," she said. "It's in my personal cultivation journal," he said. "It hasn't entered the formal research record because I haven't classified it yet." She looked at him, then back at the plant. "Old growth tier," she said, to herself rather than to him. Then, aloud, "The chi signature of that plant is more advanced than anything I've seen at your tier." She paused. "How long has it been growing?" "Since the beginning of my cultivation practice. Approximately 4 months." She turned to face him fully. She had very direct eyes, the eyes of someone who found ambiguity inefficient. What emotional state produced it? There was a pause. He said, "Under assessment." She looked at him with the first expression he had seen on her face that was not technical in quality. Not sympathy. Interest. "A practitioner who can't identify the source of one of their own cultivation herbs," she said. "That is unusual." "Yes," he agreed. "It is." Chapter 24 The herb production competition was her suggestion, and he agreed because refusing would have yielded less information than participating. The format was standard for cultivation exchanges. 5 specified emotional states, 15 minutes, produced the best herb available from each. Both practitioners working simultaneously in a neutral space, the sect's cultivation evaluation hall, whose stone floors were cold even through his boot soles. An assessor from Elder Duan's administrative staff attended with a documentation ledger. The specified states, curiosity, calm, joy, physical readiness before conflict, and what the exchange documentation listed as the state preceding creative insight. The last one was unusual. He noted the specification and filed it as a deliberate choice on someone's part. He produced genuine herbs of uneven quality. The curiosity herb was his strongest. He had been genuinely curious about Zhao Feizue's cultivation methodology for 36 hours, and the genuine curiosity was accessible and present. The herb grew with the sharp precision he associated with his best work. The calm herb was worse. He attempted to produce genuine calm rather than performed calm and found that what he was actually feeling was a focused attentiveness that was adjacent to calm, but not calm, and the herb reflected this, well-grown but off-category, as if it had been trying to be one thing and had produced something slightly adjacent. The joy herb was his weakest. He was not experiencing joy at present. He attempted to access genuine joy from memory, the satisfaction of a completed cultivation session, the specific quality of working with by Ziqing when the kinetic loading technique finally moved through him without hesitation, and what he got was a pale version of the memory's emotion rather than the emotion itself. The herb was undersized. He watched Zhao Feizue produce all 5 herbs in the allotted time. They were precisely graded, each one at the correct emotional category, each one at a quality his perception assessed as solid, not exceptional, but reliably competent across all 5. Her calm herb was indistinguishable from a genuine calm state. Her joy herb was the exact signature of elevated emotional brightness. Her physical readiness herb had the sharp preparedness quality that he associated with practitioners who spent time in genuine physical conflict situations. He looked at her chi signature while she produced each herb. 0 of the 5 emotional states were present in her chi field during production. The assessor compiled results and announced, without apparent drama, Zhao Feizue had produced superior herbs on 4 of 5 categories. Fun Yuan's curiosity herb was the exception. His was higher quality than hers, by a meaningful margin. "I expected that," she said, reviewing the assessment, not with false modesty, but with the tone of someone whose model had been confirmed. You had a genuine emotional state active. I don't practice genuine states in competition conditions. It's not reliably controllable. He thought about this on the walk back through the sect grounds. He had lost 4 of 5 categories to a practitioner who had not felt any of the things she produced. His garden, which required genuine emotional content by its own fundamental nature, had been outproduced in 4 out of 5 categories by technically replicated emotional states. He was troubled by this in a specific way that he needed to categorize accurately. It was not wounded pride. He had no particular attachment to competitive results. It was not self-doubt about his cultivation path. He had committed to this lineage based on available data, and the data had not changed. What it was, he decided after 2 hours of careful consideration, was methodological dissonance. The discovery that the assumption underlying his cultivation strategy, that genuine emotional engagement produced better results, was not universally supported by observable outcomes. He opened his cultivation journal and documented this without softening the conclusion. Then he documented the one exception. His curiosity herb, grown from genuine curiosity, had been higher quality than her technically produced curiosity herb, higher by a margin that was visible to the assessor's instruments. He wrote, "Genuine emotional states produce higher quality herbs than technical replication in specific conditions. Conditions requiring further analysis. Sample size, 1 competition, 5 categories. Not sufficient to draw universal conclusions." Below that he wrote, "She has not identified what happens when she reaches a tier requiring an emotion she has never felt. This question must be addressed." He did not have to address it immediately, but it was now on the list. Chapter 25, he found her in the sect's cultivation garden the next morning, tending herb samples she had brought from the Jade Resonance Institute for comparative analysis. Her herb collection was extraordinary. Varieties from cultivation traditions he had only encountered in texts, arranged on a portable cultivation tray with the organizational precision of someone whose practice depended on knowing exactly where things were. "The curiosity category," he said, without preamble. She looked up. "Yes. Your technical replication was good. My genuine state was better." He sat down on the stone bench at the garden's edge, not beside her, but close enough for conversation. "I want to understand why the technical replication produces lower quality in that specific category. Your technique is clearly sophisticated." She considered whether to answer directly. He could read from her chi's signature that she had thought about this already. "The replication works best with states that have clean physiological correlates," she said. "Curiosity has a complex correlate. It involves genuine cognitive novelty, the specific neural state of encountering something the existing categories can't explain. I can replicate the physiological component, but the cognitive novelty is harder to generate technically because by definition, I've already generated the technique for it." She set down the herb she was trimming. "Your genuine curiosity about my cultivation methodology had real novelty. Mine had practiced replication." He thought about this. It was a precise analysis. "What happens," he said, "when you reach a cultivation tier that requires an emotional state you've never experienced?" She looked at him with the attention of someone who had been expecting this question. "I'll develop the technique for it," she said. Complete confidence. The tone of someone whose methodology had worked sufficiently well that they had not yet encountered an exception they could not account for. "The grief tier," he said. "Old growth advancement. You're there." A pause. The first pause he had seen from her that wasn't strategically placed. "I'm aware of the tier requirement," she said. "Have you experienced grief?" "Genuine grief. Not as a cultivation state, as a personal experience." She looked at him for a moment. "That's a very direct question," she said. "You gave me a very direct answer about my cultivation methodology yesterday. I'm asking for equivalent directness." She was quiet. Not the practiced quiet of someone managing her presentation, genuinely quiet, which was different in her chi's signature than anything else he had read from her. "My grandmother died when I was 18, she said. "I processed it systematically. I cataloged the emotional state, documented its physiological components, and converted the documentation into a technical cultivation approach." She picked up the herb she had set down. "The technique has worked for everything else. Has it worked for grief specifically?" She did not answer. He could read the answer from her chi's signature. It had not. The grief tech she had developed had produced grief herbs, reliably, at a lower quality than his unintegrated grief plant produced without his acknowledgement. He had not shown her his gray-rooted plant's chi readings, but she had seen the plant, and she had the expertise to understand what she was looking at. "You're going to tell me," she said, "that you think the genuine engagement is necessary." "I'm going to tell you that I don't know," he said. I know that my garden has been producing grief signature herbs from a plant I can't classify, from an emotional source I haven't engaged with, for 4 months. I know the herbs are very potent. I know they're unstable because I haven't integrated the source emotion. He paused. I don't know if your technique can replicate what genuine engagement produces at that tier. I don't have data. Neither do I, she said. And this, the simple, honest acknowledgement, was the first time he had heard something from her that felt like it was coming from the same register as her actual chi field rather than slightly in front of it. She went back to her herbs. He sat with the silence for a moment. If you determine that the technique isn't sufficient, he said, and you need to approach it differently, I know where to find you, she said. You're very difficult to miss. You're the only practitioner in the sect whose garden glows at night. He stood to leave. One more thing, she said, without looking up. The gray-rooted plant. Whatever you're avoiding about it, the technique won't help you there either. I recognized the chi signature. She trimmed a stem with precise, unhurried care. Some things can't be replicated. They can only be felt. He walked back to his garden without responding. The gray-rooted plant had grown another handspan overnight, and its 12 dark blooms all faced toward him as he came through the gate, as if they had been waiting. Chapter 26, he told Bai Ziqing about Zhao Feizue on a Tuesday morning, between the second and third repetitions of the kinetic loading sequence. He told it as data, which was how he told things: the cultivation credentials, the old growth tier, the technical methodology, the competition results, the final private conversation. He described each element in order and did not editorialize. Bai Ziqing listened without looking at him. She was adjusting her grip on the training staff, rotating it slowly through a series of transitions that she did between practice sets the way other cultivators perform static stretches. Not rest, exactly, but a different kind of attention. When he finished, she said, she has no idea what she's going to encounter when the garden stops accepting the technique. She said this the way she said most things, without preliminary and without hedging, as if she had thought about it for as long as was necessary and had arrived at a conclusion she saw no reason to pad. You've spent approximately 4 minutes in her presence, he said. At the welcoming reception, I was watching her chi field the whole time. She completed the last staff transition and set it against the training ground wall. She moves like a very precise machine. Every motion is correct, and her chi moves the same way. Calibrated, clean, none of the natural variation you get from someone who is actually responding to the moment. She turned. It's impressive, technically, but it has a quality that I've seen in other combat practitioners who've gotten very good at performing competence without experiencing it. He thought about the beautiful photograph of a person he had thought of when he read her chi signature. The kinesthetic perception, he said. You can identify this more accurately than my emotional reading. Your emotional reading tells you what someone is feeling, she said. Mine tells me where they are inside their own body. She's nowhere in particular. She's all method and no location. She picked up the water flask and drank. She'll figure it out eventually, when the garden stops working the way she expects it to. He cataloged this assessment as likely more accurate than his own. Bai Ziqing's kinesthetic reading went to the source of what he was observing in Zhao Feizue's chi signature without the interpretive layer his emotional perception required. The tournament, he said. It starts in 2 weeks. I know. She moved back to the practice area. I'm competing. Are you? I'm required to. The sect's biannual tournament requires participation from all outer sect disciples with active cultivation standing. He paused. The format is combat-focused. My cultivation applications are primarily medical and perceptual. Bai Ziqing looked at him the way she looked at most things that required an assessment, directly, briefly. The perceptual herb, she said. The one you used in the training grounds incident. You made those practitioners experience their own suppressed states. It works better at close range, and the effect is not reliably controllable for combat application. You have 2 weeks, she said. Figure out the controllable version. She began the kinetic loading sequence again, moving into the first redirection form with the water clarity that he was still several weeks from replicating. And practice the forms. You'll need them. He returned to the garden and opened his cultivation journal to the section on combat applications. He had exactly 4 notes on the subject, all marked as preliminary. He started writing. Chapter 27. The tournament preparation required him to think about conflict differently than he had been thinking about it. He had spent 4 months thinking about cultivation in terms of production and application. Grow the herb from the genuine emotional state, harvest at the right stage, apply to the meridian point where the chi field is needed. It was a manufacturing framework. Combat was a different problem. Combat happened in real time, against another practitioner who was actively trying to prevent the herb's application. The calm herb from the training grounds incident had worked because the practitioners he had deployed it against were not paying attention to his hands and had not expected the approach. A tournament opponent in a declared match would be paying attention to everything. He needed the herb to work differently. He spent 5 days in the garden developing and testing approaches. He could modulate the passive qi emission of any herb. This he had discovered in Chapter 18 and documented as a technique without naming it yet. The question was whether he could modulate it fast enough, precisely enough, and at sufficient range for tournament conditions. He tested the calm herb's passive emission at increasing distances. Effective range, approximately 3 meters. He tested the perceptual herb, the one that surfaced suppressed emotional states, at varying intensities. Low intensity, a faint discomfort in anyone within range, barely perceptible. Medium intensity, a noticeable shift in a practitioner's qi field, a pulling sensation toward whatever they were currently suppressing. High intensity, what he had used in the training grounds, where the effect was clear and immediate. The medium intensity was the useful one. Not enough to collapse someone's aggressive posture on its own, but enough to introduce a 2-second hesitation at the decision point between intention and action. 2 seconds was significant in tournament combat. He then thought about what he was going to do with 2 seconds. He had 6 more days before the tournament. He used them with by Ziqing, drilling the kinetic loading sequence until he could complete all 3 redirections without a qi hesitation 7 times out of 10. Not our standard. Good enough for 1 match, possibly 2. He also grew a new set of herbs specifically for combat use. A batch cultivated from the genuine state of preparing for something he had not done before. The specific quality of readiness with uncertainty that was different from fear and different from confidence. The herbs had an interesting property. They produced a qi field that was unusually stable under external pressure, as if the genuine acknowledgement of uncertainty had produced something that did not need to resolve itself to function. He put 6 of them in his herb pouch. The night before the tournament, he sat in the garden for an hour. He was not doing anything deliberate. He was aware of the gray-rooted plant in the darkness behind him. It glowed with its nocturnal luminescence, casting faint light across the section of garden nearest to it. And he was aware of the bloom on the windowsill in his quarters, which had developed 2 additional secondary blooms since he had placed it there. He was aware of these things, and he did not turn to look at them. He classified his current state, moderate anticipation, a focused readiness, something that might be apprehension if he engaged with it more directly. He acknowledged these states in the third person and went to bed. He slept adequately. Chapter 28. The tournament hall was warmer than it had any right to be in late autumn, a consequence of the cultivation qi that 20 competitive practitioners generated in an enclosed space, the air taking on a particular thickness and pressure that he could feel against his skin when he entered. He was matched in the first round with a fire cultivation disciple named Wen He, 3 official tiers above Fen Yuan's documented rank. He knew Wen He from the outer sect roster. Consistent practitioner, strong in direct offensive applications, had won his last 4 tournament matches by straightforward combat superiority. When he looked at Fen Yuan's cultivation rank certification with the expression of someone doing a calculation that came out comfortably in his favor, Fen Yuan noted this and noted the emotional qi signature underneath it, not arrogance. Genuine confidence, which was different. When he was confident because he had accurate information about their relative combat power at standard cultivation techniques, and his information was correct. The match began. When he opened with a direct fire cultivation attack, a concussive heat pulse at the range that forced immediate response. Fen Yuan did not attempt to block it. He sidestepped, the first kinetic loading form, letting the heat pulse's edge pass his right shoulder and absorbing nothing of its force into his own qi field. Not because he had the skill to neutralize it. He didn't, but because he had practiced the evasion until the qi hesitation was minimal. When he adjusted his range and pressed, standard approach for someone whose combat model said, overwhelm at range and close when the opponent's qi is depleted. Fen Yuan let him close. At 2 meters, he deployed the perceptual herb at medium intensity. He modulated the passive emission in his left palm, turned his hand down so the qi moved outward at ground level rather than up and forward where when he was looking. He watched Wen He's face. 2 seconds. The specific shift of a practitioner whose attacking intention suddenly had a competing signal, not pain, not fatigue, but the surfacing of an emotional state that did not belong in a confident offensive posture. Wen He's fear of losing, which had been present in his qi signature underneath the confidence all along, became briefly louder than the confidence. The hesitation in his attack was visible as a tension change in his shoulders and upper arms. The next strike he was loading, which Fen Yuan had been tracking from the qi field buildup, never fully formed. Fen Yuan moved. 3 meridian points. The first at the inner elbow of his dominant arm, where a direct application of focused qi disrupted the fire cultivation's attack charge path. The second at the side of the neck, where a rapid pressure technique that Bai Ziqing had spent a week drilling into him temporarily reduced qi flow through the shoulder pathway. The third at the base of the sternum, not a strike, which he didn't have the combat power to land effectively, but a palm application of the readiness with uncertainty herb, which produced a qi field disruption that spread through his cultivation pathways in the specific way of something the body didn't have a prepared counter for, because nobody had ever done it to him before. When he stumbled back, he did not fall. He looked at Fun Yuan with the expression of someone revising their model of a situation in real time, not confused, but updating. Then he steadied himself and came back in. They fought for another 2 minutes. Fun Yuan used the perceptual herb twice more, but the effect diminished each time. When he was adapting, learning to notice the signal and dismiss it faster each cycle. By the third deployment, the hesitation was under a second. Fun Yuan ran out of effective options at the 2-minute mark. He had no fallback combat technique that competed with his fire cultivation at full function. He had 3 herbs left in his pouch and no new applications prepared. He was wondering whether to concede when his footing slipped on a section of the hall floor that had been heated by his own cultivation output. A crack in the stone, filled with moisture from the air, now steam under the heat, and his follow-through attack overextended. Fun Yuan applied the last readiness herb to his meridian system at the exposed point, and the accumulated qi disruption from the previous 3 applications combined at once. When he sat down on the floor, he was not injured. He was clearly and thoroughly done. The referee announced the result. Fun Yuan looked at his remaining herb pouch, 2 herbs, and thought, that was not a sustainable method. He had won by 1 opponent's footing miscalculation and 3 accumulated disruptions. The next match would need a different approach. He went to find Bai Ziqing. Chapter 29. She was in the waiting area, watching the next match in her bracket through the practice hall's observation window, and she did not turn when he came in. You won, she said. She had a way of stating observed facts without turning them into questions. By insufficient margin, he said. The perceptual herb technique lost effectiveness each deployment. If the match had lasted 30 more seconds, I would have had no available approach. I know. She moved slightly, creating space on the bench beside her without explicitly inviting him to sit. He sat. You'll need a different herb for the next round. Something that doesn't diminish on repeated exposure. I'm working on that. She returned her attention to the match below. Her opponent, a water cultivation disciple she had been assessed against, was in the 2nd minute of the round, and Fun Yuan could see from Bai Ziqing's stillness that she was not watching the technique, but the pattern beneath the technique, the energy flow that the visible forms were built around. Her own match was in 40 minutes. He watched with her and used the time to refine his combat herb theory. What worked once against surprise, the calm and perceptual herbs. What he needed for repeated exposure. Something that didn't depend on the opponent's surprise for its function. Something that worked regardless of whether the opponent expected it. He was still working through this problem when Bai Ziqing stood. My match, she said. He went with her to the practice hall and watched from the gallery. She moved the way she always moved in practice, with the water clarity, the kinetic loading redirections, the absence of qi hesitation that he had been working toward for weeks. Against an actual opponent who was pushing her instead of a practice partner coordinating with her. It was different. The technique had a quality he hadn't fully understood until now. It was completely responsive. She was never doing what she intended. She was always doing what the moment required. The 2 things, for her, were the same thing. He was aware, at some point in the middle of the 3rd exchange, that he had stopped cataloging. He had been watching for approximately 6 minutes, long enough to have filled a page of cultivation notes if he had been writing, and he had not written anything. He had not been building a classification framework or comparing her technique to documented forms or considering applications. He had been watching Bai Ziqing fight and experiencing something that his perception registered as present and engaged and not directed anywhere specific. The way attention worked when it had genuinely found what it was looking for and stopped searching. She won her match in the 4th exchange. The winning move was a redirection so clean that her opponent's own attack momentum carried him past his guard position and into a position Bai Ziqing didn't have to strike, only touch. A light palm placement at the shoulder that, combined with his overextension, ended the match. The gallery made the sound that galleries make when something precise has happened. He noted, in the quiet of his own mind, that he had been watching for several minutes without cataloging anything except what he felt watching it. He cataloged the observation. Then he proceeded to prepare for his next match. Chapter 30. His semifinal opponent was Zhao Feizue. He understood the bracket pairing as soon as it was announced. She had been competing as a visiting participant in the open division, and her cultivation tier had moved her through the preliminary rounds efficiently. 2 ranks above him in official cultivation, old growth equivalent, which meant her combat-applicable heart-root techniques were correspondingly more developed. He spent an hour preparing before the match and arrived at the same conclusion each time he ran the analysis. The perceptual herb technique would not work on her. The perceptual herb surfaced suppressed emotional states. It worked because most practitioners were performing something, confidence, aggression, calm, that sat on top of something they were less comfortable with. The herb's chi resonance found the suppressed layer and made it briefly louder than the performed layer. Zhao Feizue had no suppressed layer in the emotional sense. She had no performed state over a suppressed one. She had a technical replication over an absence. The herb would resonate with the technique, not an underlying emotion. It would produce nothing useful. He confirmed this in the first 30 seconds of the match, when he deployed a medium-intensity emission and watched her chi field process it without disruption. She was aware of it, cataloged it efficiently, and dismissed it as irrelevant to the technical state she was maintaining. No hesitation. No competing signal. She was very good. Her combat technique drew from old-growth tier heart-root herbs with the precision of long practice, a stabilizing chi field that made her movement patterns fluid and hard to disrupt, a perimeter herb that reduced incoming chi attack quality by producing a resonance field that absorbed and dispersed rather than blocked. Her offensive applications were precise and ranged, a targeted chi disruption herb that she deployed at specific meridian points, accurate enough to suggest she had studied combat anatomy extensively. He tried the kinetic loading redirections. He completed the first one successfully, his training with Bai Ziqing held, and for a moment he was inside the form with the water clarity and the correct timing. She let the redirection complete and immediately readjusted her range to remove the vulnerability the form exploited. She had seen it before, or something like it, and her counter was efficient. He tried it twice more. Each time she adjusted faster. She was also watching him in a specific way he noticed after the 4th exchange. She was reading his chi field for information about what he was going to do next. Not through the kind of emotional perception he had developed, through cultivation pattern recognition, the way very experienced practitioners learned to read intention from chi buildup. She was doing this accurately. She knew the kinetic loading sequence was coming before he deployed it. He lost in the 7th exchange. It was not close. She won at the point where his remaining herbs were insufficient to address the cumulative meridian disruption she had produced, and he conceded before the referee had to end it. He went back to his observation position and opened his cultivation journal. Combat analysis. Zhao Feizue. He listed 11 specific things she had done that he could not currently replicate. He did this with thoroughness, without urgency, in the same way he cataloged everything. Then he wrote in a separate column, capabilities she does not have. He wrote, emotional state perception of opponents. Zhao Feizue, for all the precision of her technique, could not read what other practitioners were feeling through their chi signatures. Her combat reading was pattern-based, not resonance-based. She could predict what he was doing. She could not feel what he was experiencing. He looked at this column for a moment. Then he wrote, she does not need this capability for her current advancement rate. He looked at both halves of the note. The capability he had, she did not need. The capability she had, he did not currently possess. Both of those things were true. He wrote them both down without resolving the tension between them, because the tension was where the useful information was. Across the tournament hall, he could see Bai Ziqing watching the next match with the same attention she brought to everything. Present, located, nowhere abstract. She had advanced to the final round. He closed his cultivation journal and watched with her until the afternoon light came in sideways through the high windows and turned the stone floor the color of old bronze. Chapter 31. He spent the evening after the tournament in the garden. Not tending. The garden did not require tending in the evening. That was a morning practice. He was sitting on the low stone that marked the north edge of the cultivation area and writing in his cultivation journal by lantern light, and the garden was simply present around him. The attention herbs at their measured growth, the focus varieties, the competence discomfort herb from his weeks with Bai Ziqing. The gray-rooted plant tall enough now that its crown was visible over the garden wall when he stood. He had 11 items in the left column of his analysis. 11 specific combat capabilities of Zhao Feizue's that he currently lacked. He reviewed them. He categorized them by type. Precision meridian targeting, for items, addressable through continued practice. Advanced cultivation tier applications, for items, accessible only through tier advancement. Technique-specific knowledge, 3 items, researchable through the sect library and potentially through Zhao Feizue herself, if she was willing to discuss methodology. He drew a line under the 11 items. Below the line he wrote, "Capabilities she does not have." He had been thinking about this all afternoon. He had confirmed it through careful observation during the match. Zhao Feitsui's combat reading was pattern-based. She anticipated him by recognizing form transitions and chi build-up sequences. She read his actions. She did not read what he was feeling. She could not. Her heart root cultivation had been developed through technical replication of emotional states rather than genuine engagement, and the result was that her chi field, for all its sophistication, did not produce the emotional resonance outputs that genuine engagement produced. She could not perceive the emotional texture of other practitioners' chi signatures. She had no transmission capability, no ability to offer an emotional state directly to another practitioner's chi field. He had both. He had developed them because his cultivation was genuinely engaged. She did not need either for her current advancement rate. He wrote this down again. He needed to look at both halves of the observation at the same time. Then he wrote a third thing below both. The emotional perception is the capability that will not plateau. Her pattern-based reading had a ceiling. It could only predict based on known patterns. His emotional reading operated on what practitioners actually felt, which was always real, always present, never reducible to a pattern library, because genuine emotional states were infinite in their variation. He could develop the combat capabilities she had. He had 11 specific items and a training relationship and access to the sect library. She could not develop emotional perception without changing her fundamental cultivation approach. He put the journal away and looked at the garden. The gray-rooted plant's nocturnal luminescence was beginning, faint and dark, at the leaves' edges. It had 15 dark blooms now, all facing downward except the first one. He was not troubled by the outcome of the tournament. He was informed. He went inside and began preparing research requests for the sect library's combat methodology section. Chapter 32. The first bloom tier advancement came 8 days after the tournament. He had not been tracking the chi pressure as carefully as he had tracked the root seeker advancement. He had been focused on combat methodology research and the new herb development work that the tournament had made necessary, and the advancement pressure had built quietly in the background while he was paying attention to other things. The catalyst was unexpected. He was in the garden after morning practice with Bai Ziqing, sitting with the cultivation journal open and not writing anything. He had been trying, for 20 minutes, to understand a specific emotional state that had been present throughout the tournament and had not produced a corresponding herb in his garden. He had gone back through his notes and confirmed it. The feeling of being genuinely outcompete by someone whose method he considered fundamentally incomplete. The feeling was not resentment. He had cataloged resentment before and knew its chi signature. Not wounded pride. Not simple frustration. It was something more structurally interesting. A state in which the observed inadequacy of another practitioner's method did not make their results less valid, and in which his own method's superiority in one dimension, emotional genuineness, coexisted with real inferiority in 4/5 of the measured categories. He had been holding this state, examining it, trying to find the category for it. The garden produced the herb without him quite noticing when. He looked up, and it was there, a new variety in the eastern section, which he had left for complex emotional cultivation and which had been waiting for something he had not previously felt. The herb was unusual. Its stem grew straight but split at about 20 centimeters, each branch going a different direction, as if the plant itself was embodying a division between two valid but incompatible things. The chi pressure released. First bloom tier. The change in his perception was not large and not dramatic and changed everything about how he saw. He could now see, when he looked at the herbs in the garden, more than the emotional residue in each one. He could see the gap between what an emotion had been at its source and what the herb had captured. He could see where the genuine engagement had been full and where it had been observed rather than inhabited, and the gap was visible as a specific quality of slight translucence in the herb, the difference between something fully solid and something mostly solid with light showing through at the edges. He looked at his older herbs and saw the gaps. He looked at the dark blooms from the gray-rooted plant and saw no gap at all. They were the most fully solid things in the garden, opaque all the way through, dense with whatever they had been grown from. The first bloom tier also changed his transmission capability. He could feel it like a new room that had been added to a familiar house. He could offer a cultivation herb to another practitioner not as a medicinal application, but as a communication, a genuine emotional state transmitted through the herb's resonance rather than delivered mechanically. He could offer what he felt, not force it. Offer. He held this new sense for several minutes. The morning light was warm on his face, and the garden smelled of turned earth and the specific faint sweetness of the focused varieties in their peak growth phase. He wrote in his cultivation journal, *first bloom. Transmission capability active. Perception enhanced. Can now see depth quality in herbs. Degree of genuine engagement visible. Asterisk he paused. Asterisk the dark blooms are the deepest things in the garden. Whatever they grew from was completely genuine. Asterisk he underlined the last sentence. He did not follow the logical implication of the underline. He moved to the next page and began planning the next stage of combat herb development. Chapter 33 The dark bloom cluster had become 3. He had been tending the gray-rooted plant daily, adjusting soil, monitoring growth, measuring the blooms, and the secondary blooms had appeared incrementally, each one smaller than the first, but possessing the same dense, opaque quality he had noticed with his first bloom tier perception. He had 13 of the downward-facing blooms now, and the 3 he thought of as primary were the largest, with the most complex layered chi signature. Yu had been in the garden most mornings for 2 weeks, documenting his cultivation development after the first bloom advancement. She worked at the far end of the garden while he worked at the near end, and the arrangement had a comfortable quality that he had stopped trying to classify. He found her at the gray-rooted plant, not touching it. He had told her, at the beginning, not to touch it, and she had followed this instruction without asking why, which he had noted as characteristic of her approach to his work. But she was standing close, looking at the cluster of 3 primary blooms, with her research journal open and her brush held still. He came to stand beside her. "I need to update your classification documentation," she said. She was looking at the blooms rather than at him. "The chi signature of these has changed since the first bloom advancement. The emotional resonance is more visible now." "I know. The advancement produces clearer herb reading at all tiers." "I can see it too," she said. "Not as clearly as you, but the shift is perceptible to someone with classification training." She made a notation in her research journal. "I can identify the emotional category." He waited. "It's grief," she said, "but grief that has been folded over itself multiple times. Like paper. Each fold compresses it further without removing any of the layers. The result is something very dense and very small that contains all the original material." He stood with this. The correct response, the response his classification training produced automatically, was, review the data, assess whether the classification fit the observable information, identify alternative categories. He said, "That's not correct. I don't have unaddressed grief." She did not argue. She made another notation. The silence had a particular quality. He was aware of it as a specific sensory thing. The weight of the morning around them, the soil smell, the distant sound of the outer sect beginning to move through its daily routines. He was aware of her pen moving in her research journal and not saying anything. "The classification methodology for emotional chi signatures," he said, "relies on comparison against documented emotional baseline states. How confident are you in the baseline for grief?" "Very confident," she said. "Grief has distinctive chi markers that distinguish it from adjacent states. Longing, regret, melancholy. The distinction is clear in the herb signature." She looked up from her journal at the plant. "What's unusual about this one is the compression. Grief that has been processed and integrated has a different quality, more diffuse, more settled. This is grief that has been held very still for a long time without moving." He looked at the blooms. They were opaque all the way through. Dense. The most powerful chi signatures in his garden. Grown from 12 years of something his classification framework had categorized as processed, filed, and concluded. "Your framework," he said, "is based on documented cases of practitioners who had acknowledged their grief states. The documentation in the heart root texts." "Yes. My cultivation history does not include acknowledged grief states, which means the comparison data may not apply to my specific cultivation circumstance." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "That is a methodologically sound argument." She made a note. She did not say, "The methodologically sound argument does not make the classification incorrect." He did not ask her to. She went back to the far end of the garden, and he stood at the gray-rooted plant for a while longer and did not say anything to it. And it did not change the density of its blooms, or the downward direction of its growth, or the fact that every reading he had done of its chi signature, since the beginning of his cultivation practice, had told him exactly what Yu had just told him, and he had classified it each time as inconclusive. Chapter 34 Elder Duan came to the garden on a morning 3 days after the first bloom advancement. Not through the gate. He stopped at the gate and looked through it at the garden, the specific posture of someone who had decided to observe before engaging. Yuan was at the attention herbs, measuring the most recent growth cycle, and he saw the elder at the gate and straightened. He unlatched it. Elder Duan came in. He moved through the garden the way he had moved through it months ago, systematically, the pattern of a thorough review, but the quality of his attention had changed. Before, he had been assessing for classification purposes. Does this merit resources or doesn't it? Now he was looking at the individual herbs with genuine curiosity, the specific quality of someone whose prior model of a subject had shifted and who was updating their understanding in real time. He stopped at the gray-rooted plant. He looked at it for a long time. Then he turned to Fun Yuan with a different kind of expression than any Fun Yuan had seen from him. Not the assessor's authority. Something more open. The first Bloom advancement documentation reached me yesterday, he said. I reviewed it. The transmission capability is new. He paused. And the timeline is unusual. Root Seeker in 4 months. First Bloom in under 2 months from there. He folded his hands behind his back. I've reviewed the Heartroot lineage records more carefully since our last conversation. Specifically the advancement rate data. Fun Yuan waited. The fastest advancement records, Elder Duan said, belonged to practitioners who had something they had never processed. He said this with the careful delivery of someone who had decided to say a specific thing and was saying it exactly as intended. Not unresolved conflict. Not outstanding debts. Specifically, unprocessed emotional content. The kind that produces cultivation herbs from outside the practitioner's acknowledged emotional range. His gaze went to the gray-rooted plant and back to Fun Yuan. He did not explain what this meant. He did not say, and I believe you have such content. He had said what he chose to say and appeared to consider it said. I reviewed the same data, Fun Yuan said. The pattern is consistent. Yes. The elder looked at the blooms once more, not the other herbs, specifically the dark blooms, the ones with the dense opaque quality. The pattern is very consistent. He turned toward the gate. Continue your work. The resource allocation review is scheduled for the end of the month. I'll be submitting a revised recommendation. He left without saying what the revised recommendation would contain. Fun Yuan stood in the garden for a while after. He looked at the gray-rooted plant. He looked at Elder Duan's words laid out in his mind the way he laid out all new data, in order, with implications noted. The fastest advancements belonged to practitioners who had something they had never processed. He wrote this in his cultivation journal. Below it he wrote, asterisk, he was not talking about me in general. He was looking at the gray-rooted plant when he said it. Asterisk below that he wrote, I don't know what to do with this. It was the first time his cultivation journal had a sentence that was not an observation or an analysis or a plan. He looked at it for a moment. He left it in. Chapter 35:1 You asked what frightened him on a Tuesday afternoon when the light was low and they were both in the garden and he had been quiet for longer than was usual even for him. Not, what are you afraid of? Which would have been the question. She asked, what do you do when something frightens you? He answered the way he answered everything. He classified it. He identified the threat. He assessed his response options. He selected the most viable option and implemented it. He had a specific protocol for fear-based situations that he had developed over years of cultivation practice and had refined through his research into how emotional states affected chi production. He watched her face while he was saying this. She was listening with the quality she brought to her own classification work. Thorough attention, no performance of listening, actually hearing. When he finished, she said, I asked what you do, not what you think. He stopped. He was aware of a quality in the space between his last sentence and where the next one should go. A specific absence of his usual immediate response, which was always there, always ready. The framework he had built so thoroughly that it rarely let a significant pause develop. The pause was developing now. He was in it. He said, I tend the garden. He said this, and it was true, and he was aware, without quite articulating it, that it was truer than what he had said before it. When something frightened him, genuinely frightened him, in the way that his classification framework sometimes didn't catch quickly enough, he went to the garden. He had done this since the beginning of his cultivation practice. He had documented it as a cultivation activity because it was, technically, a cultivation activity. But it was also the place he went when he did not know what to do with something that was larger than his current category system. He did not say the second part. He said, I tend the garden. Wanyu was quiet for a moment. He could see, through his perception, that her chi signature had shifted, the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for a particular thing and had just heard a version of it. She did not pursue it. She did not say, tell me more about that, or, I noticed you stopped before you finished. She looked at the garden with the attentiveness that she brought to genuinely interesting data, and then she went back to her research notes. He was aware that something had been different about the last 2 minutes. Not what had been said, what had not been said. The gap between what he had started to say and what he had said instead. He was aware that she had noticed the gap. He was aware that she had not tried to fill it. He looked at her, bent over her research journal, making the precise notations that were her particular form of attention. Her hair was loose today, which was unusual. She kept it secured when she was working, and it had come loose, and she had not resecured it, which suggested she had been absorbed enough in the work that she had not noticed. There was something occurring in the garden that he did not catalog. He let it grow. Later, much later, not this afternoon, he would write in his cultivation journal that something had appeared in the eastern section that day that he could not classify at the time. It was small. It had a quality unlike any of the other herbs. It was not growing from something he could name. He tended it carefully, the way he tended the gray-rooted plant, without fully understanding what it was, but treating it as real. Chapter 36. Lin Shuwen sent for him 2 weeks after the tournament. The message was brief. 3 outer sect disciples, meridian compression, come when you can. He came immediately. The 3 disciples were in the sect's medical hall, each in a separate recovery bed, each presenting with the same visible symptom. A chi field that was bright and active in the peripheral pathways but blocked at the central meridian junction in a way that standard medical techniques had not been able to clear. They had been stable for 2 days. Stable was not the same as recovering. He reviewed each case in order. The 3rd disciple, he reviewed in order, not in priority, because order prevented the kind of selective attention that produced incomplete diagnoses, was the most instructive. When he held his palm near the central meridian blockage and used his first bloom transmission capability to read the emotional texture of the compressed chi, he found something unexpected and then immediately expected. The chi was not damaged. It was holding a shape. The shape was fear. Specifically, the particular intensity of fear that a practitioner felt in the most demanding phase of a difficult cultivation technique, when the chi flow required was at maximum and the margin for error was minimum and the body's survival mechanisms were sending signals about the danger of the situation. Standard cultivation practice held that you pushed through such moments, that the fear was irrational and the technique was safe and the correct response was to proceed with focused intent. The standard practice was not wrong, but it left the fear nowhere to go. The fear had compressed into the central meridian junction, holding itself there as a chi formation that the body did not know how to process, because the practitioner had processed it as information to be dismissed rather than an emotional state to be acknowledged. He went to all 3 cases. The mechanism was the same in each. Lin Shuwen stood at the room's far side, watching him work, with the expression she had when she was observing something being done correctly by someone she had taught, and also something being done correctly that she had not taught. Can you address it? She asked. Yes. He was already growing the herbs, not from a deliberate cultivation session, but from what he was genuinely feeling in this room, which was the specific quality of engaged problem-solving combined with something he would classify as concern for the people in the beds. Both genuine, both present in his chi field. The herbs that appeared in his portable cultivation kit had the sharp precision of his best-grown varieties. He spent 2 hours working through the cases. The treatment was not comfortable for the 3 disciples. He had warned them first, as clearly as he could. The transmission herbs he was applying would produce a temporary experience of the fear they had suppressed, because that was how the chi formation would release, not by being forced open, but by being given a pathway through which the compressed state could move. They would feel it, briefly, and then it would pass, and the central meridian junction would clear. One of them asked, "Will it feel as bad as when it happened?" "No," he said. "It will feel like what it actually was, rather than what you were managing it to be in the moment." For most people, that's less overwhelming. The first disciple's chi formation released in 6 minutes, with a sharp exhalation and then a long silence, and then a soft sound he did not categorize because it was private. The second in 9 minutes. The third, whose fear had been compressed longest, took 20. When he was done, all 3 were breathing normally, their central meridian junctions clear, their chi fields returning to natural distribution patterns. Lin Shuwen wrote the documentation herself and submitted it to the Continental Cultivation Council's Medical Research Division by the end of the day. He reviewed the document before she sent it and found it accurate. That evening, in his cultivation journal, fear compression protocol. Treatment. Genuine emotional transmission herb calibrated to the specific suppressed state, applied at the blockage site. Effect. Creates a passage for the compressed chi to move. Duration. Varies by compression duration. Success rate. 3 of 3 in today's trial. He paused. The most important variable is the herb's genuineness. A technical herb would not have the resonance necessary to find the specific shape of the compression. It would treat a general fear state. These were 3 specific people's specific fears from a specific moment. That specificity required genuine engagement. He underlined the last sentence. He was thinking about Zhao Feizue. Chapter 37. The Continental Cultivation Council's formal inquiry arrived at Green Canopy, sect, 11 days later. Elder Duan read it in the administrative hall, which was where he read all formal communications, and then he held it for a moment longer than he usually held official documents. which Fun Yuan observed from the doorway, because he had been waiting to submit his monthly cultivation research documentation and had arrived at an inopportune time. He started to back away. The elder said, without looking up, "Come in, disciple Fun." He came in. "The Council's Medical Research Division has requested your presence at the Regional Cultivation Review in the spring," Elder Duan said. He set the document on his desk with the careful placement of someone deciding where to put something. "The fear compression treatment documentation has been forwarded to 3 senior medical cultivators, all of whom want to examine the technique directly." He looked at Fun Yuan. "This is a significant inquiry." "Yes," Fun Yuan agreed. "When I was first informed that a tender sprout tier practitioner was pursuing heart root cultivation," the elder stopped. He had the expression of someone revising his phrasing. "When I initially assessed your cultivation path, the historical pattern was my primary framework. Consistent outcomes across 40 years of data." He was quiet for a moment. "I did not factor in the possibility that the historical pattern was a pattern of what was done wrong rather than a pattern of what was possible." Fun Yuan looked at him. This was the most the elder had said about his assessment that wasn't framed as administrative action. "You were working from accurate data," Fun Yuan said. "I was drawing an incorrect conclusion from accurate data," Elder Duan said. "The distinction matters." He picked up the formal inquiry document and placed it in the outgoing correspondence tray. "I will respond positively to the Council's inquiry and provide the necessary sectional authorization for your attendance." He returned to the other documents on his desk, the motion of someone returning to work, which was how he ended conversations. "Continue your practice." Fun Yuan left. He found Lin Shuwen in the herb storage, where she spent most of her afternoons. "He said something to you after the inquiry arrived," she said, before he could speak. She had a quality of already knowing the next development that he had catalogued months ago and not yet found a satisfying explanation for. "He acknowledged the data interpretation error," Fun Yuan said. Directly, she set down the specimen she was handling and was quiet for a moment. "That took 40 years, she said. Not bitterly, with the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for something and was feeling the full weight of how long they had waited. "He's been the sect's resource allocator for 40 years. Every practitioner who came through here was assessed by the same framework." She was quiet again. "I told him, once, early on, I told him the framework was wrong. He listened to me and then applied the framework anyway for another 37 years. A pause. "The difference between telling someone they're wrong and giving them evidence that they're wrong is very long sometimes." "You're not angry," Fun Yuan said. It was an observation rather than a question. "I was angry for a long time," she said. She picked up the specimen again. It used a great deal of energy that could have gone elsewhere. She looked at him with the specific attention she saved for things she wanted him to actually hear. "When you reach the grief tier, the real one, not the documentation of it, that's something to know. Anger is a form of staying. Grief is a form of going. Going is harder." He did not know what to say to this. He said, "Thank you." She went back to her specimens. He went back to the garden. Chapter 38. The Regional Cultivation Review was 6 weeks away. He prepared for it the way he prepared for everything. Thoroughly, in order, with specific attention to what might go wrong and a plan for each identified risk. He organized his cultivation documentation, prepared presentation materials on the fear compression treatment, drafted a summary of his heart root methodology development for an audience with limited lineage familiarity. He also monitored the gray-rooted plant. It had been growing faster since the first bloom advancement. He measured it 3 times a week, and the height increase each session had been larger than the session before, not alarmingly so, but consistently, as if the advancement had unlocked a rate of production it had been waiting for. He now had 11 dark blooms, and they were all of the downward-facing variety except for the first one, which had remained at the crown and faced sideways. He began holding the dark blooms more regularly, not applying them. He had learned from the single application in Chapter 20 that holding them without releasing the qi was possible, and that the partial contact produced a quality of altered perception that he could manage for short durations without the full destabilizing effect. The scent was always there when he held them. Stone floors, dried herbs, early morning light through a south-facing window. The specific memory had not changed and had not grown and had not diminished. It sat in the blooms exactly as it had when the first one appeared. He held them for a few minutes each time and then put them down. One evening, 10 days before the review, he sat with all 11 blooms collectively. He had taken them from their spots in the garden and placed them together in a ceramic jar he had reserved for this purpose. The scent, combined, was stronger than any individual bloom. Not overwhelming. Present, he thought. The specific memory of her practicing in the early morning, before he would wake. He had not thought this deliberately. It had arrived. He had been 10 years old the last time he had heard the sounds of her cultivation practice in the early morning. The specific quality of focused, quiet movement that cultivation exercises produced, the qi rustling in the air like cloth in wind. He had not been awake. He had been half asleep, and the sounds had been part of the texture of being safe. He was sitting with the ceramic jar in his hands, and he was also, briefly and without choosing it, 10 years old in a specific morning that he had not thought about in 12 years. He put the jar on the windowsill. He wrote in his cultivation journal, November 14th. Pre-review preparation, proceeding normally. Gray-rooted plant, 11 blooms, consistent growth rate, scent strength increasing with collective contact. He looked at what he had written for a moment. He went to bed. The next morning he packed his documentation materials for the review, confirmed his travel arrangements, and sent a message to Ruanyu asking if she would review his presentation draft before he left. She said yes. She also said, the gray-rooted plant's bloom count will be interesting to document on your return. He sent back. Agreed. Chapter 39. The regional cultivation review was held at the Autumn Hall in the nearest major city, a standard practice for reviews involving multiple sect representatives. The hall was large, stone-floored, and cold in the specific way of stone buildings that housed many people for short periods, a shallow warmth that felt borrowed rather than established. He presented for 20 minutes. The 6-member review committee asked technical questions, which he answered accurately. 2 of the members were medical cultivators with experience treating qi formation blockages. They asked the most sophisticated questions, and he found the conversation with them genuinely productive in the way that conversations with people who knew the subject were productive. Then Zhao Feizue was invited to speak. He had not known she would be there. The invitation was from the same research inquiry that had prompted his. He understood when he saw her. The medical division had requested comparative testimony from both known heart root practitioners in the region. She presented with the efficiency he had come to recognize as characteristic, precise, direct, no excess. She described her methodology, provided documentation of her treatment capabilities, and then was asked by the committee chair whether Fin Yuan's claim about the necessity of genuine emotional content was accurate. She said, in my methodology, the garden does not require genuine emotional engagement. It requires precise replication of the emotional qi signature. She then demonstrated. She produced a transmission herb from a technically replicated fear state, applied it to a volunteer committee member at a meridian point, and showed the measurable effect. The fear signature moved through the meridian system and produced a detectable response. The committee chair looked at Fin Yuan. Disciple Fun's documentation states the technique requires genuine emotional content. You've just demonstrated it working with technical replication. Can you clarify? Fin Yuan looked at the volunteer committee member. He used his perception to read the residue of Zhao Feizue's transmission herb. The technique had worked. The fear signature was measurable. The meridian response was real. And it was. His perception read it the way he read his herbs, with the depth quality visible, translucent. The qi had moved, but it had not had the resonance specificity of a genuine emotional state. It had treated fear as a general category rather than a specific instance. For a general treatment, this was sufficient. For the fear compression treatment, where the specificity of the compressed fear was what the herb needed to find, it would not have worked. He said, both of our observations are accurate. The technical replication produces a measurable effect that addresses general emotional qi imbalances effectively. The genuine engagement produces an effect with greater resonance specificity. It can calibrate to a particular practitioner's specific suppressed state in a way the technical approach cannot. He paused. The 3 outer sect disciples who presented with fear compression blockages required the resonance-specific treatment. Their compressed qi had a specific shape. A general fear herb would not have found it. The committee chair made a note. Zhao Feizue, across the table, was looking at him with the particular attention she gave to information that revised her model. She said, the specificity capability comes from the genuine engagement. In my understanding, yes. She was quiet for a moment. The committee proceeded to other questions. But she was still, in the specific way of someone holding a piece of information and examining what it implied for adjacent systems. The review concluded at midday. Both assessments were formally recorded. The fear compression treatment was requested for documentation in the Council's medical research registry, and the heart root lineage was formally flagged for continued monitoring as a cultivation approach with documented medical applications. He ate a late lunch in the hall's small courtyard, where the winter sun was thin but warmer than the air suggested, and thought about Zhao Feizue's expression when he had said, the genuine engagement produces something the technical approach cannot replicate. She had heard it differently than she had heard it in their private conversation. She had been hearing the same sentence, but now she had watched the committee's response, and the committee had no reason to favor his methodology over hers. They were both right, for their respective capabilities. She had known this. What she was hearing now was the ceiling. Chapter 40, he found her in the review hall's outer corridor as practitioners were departing for their return travel. She was not waiting for him. She was reviewing her own documentation with the focused efficiency that was her default mode. But she looked up when he approached, and she did not return immediately to the documents. The specificity capability, she said. Yes. I've been thinking about it since you described it. She set the documents aside, which with her meant the conversation had her full attention. In the 3 cases you treated, the meridian compression, you were able to produce a fear transmission herb that matched the specific fear signature of each practitioner's compressed state. Yes. That requires the transmitting herb to be genuine. If you had technically replicated a general fear state, it would not have matched their specific shape. Correct. She was quiet for a moment. The corridor was cold, the stone holding the winter's chill in the way of old buildings. And her breath was barely visible, but his was, small clouded puffs of vapor. Your herbs are stronger than mine at first bloom tier, she said. On every measure except the one where technical replication is sufficient. She looked at him. I don't know why. The technique is functionally identical in most respects. Because mine are real, he said. She had heard this before, but she had not heard it the way she heard it now, with the committee's documentation and the medical evidence already filed. Now the sentence did not sound like a philosophical preference. It sounded like a technical specification. That's not a technical answer, she said. But the quality of the objection was different, not dismissal. Acknowledgement of a gap. I know, he said. She looked at him for a moment with the expression he had first seen when they discussed the curiosity herb, the specific quality of someone encountering information that challenges a foundational assumption and deciding, rather than defending the assumption, to hold the challenge and see what it implied. I will consider this, she said. She meant it. He could see in her chi's signature that she meant it, not as a social response, but as a genuine statement of intent. She was going to think about what genuine engagement produced that her technique did not, and she was going to do this with the same thoroughness she brought to every other aspect of her cultivation. He nodded. She picked up her documentation and departed toward the hall's main exit. He returned to the courtyard to collect his travel pack and then walked to the outer gate for the cart that would bring him back to the sect. He felt the gray-rooted plant from a distance. Not as a thought, as a perception, which his first bloom capabilities had extended to cultivation presences he had strong resonance with. The plant had been growing all the weeks he was in preparation and travel, and now, with the review complete, he was aware of it the way you were aware of a fire from across a room. Not from sensory input, but from the chi field it was generating. He moved faster than he had intended. He arrived at his quarters at dusk, opened his door, and stopped in the doorway. The gray-rooted plant was visible from where he stood. It had grown. He looked at his last measurement, marked on the garden post, and then looked at the plant, and then looked at the measurement again. 3 times its previous height, at minimum. The dark blooms were too numerous to count from this distance. And it was pulsing, not glowing. The nocturnal luminescence he had documented since its first appearance. Pulsing, a rhythmic expansion and contraction of its chi field, visible through his perception as a living heartbeat of cultivation energy, extending out from the plant, and then drawing back, and then extending again. He could feel it from the doorway. Not faintly. The way you felt the presence of a senior practitioner, the specific chi pressure of something with significant cultivation power in close proximity. The gray-rooted plant had been growing in his garden for months. Whatever it was growing from had accumulated for long enough to produce this. He stood in the doorway for a moment longer than he planned to. Then he went inside and placed his travel pack on the table and opened his cultivation journal to a fresh page. He sat with his brush for a long time before he wrote anything. What he finally wrote was, I'm going to have to look at this. Chapter 41. The pulsing drew attention the way anything unusual drew attention in a place where people were trained to notice chi, gradually, and then all at once. 3 days after his return from the regional cultivation review, a junior disciple from the adjacent cultivation quarters knocked on his gate and asked, with the polite formality of someone who had been thinking about how to phrase this for a while, Is there something wrong with your garden? There's a... She paused, searching for the right word. A feeling. He thanked her, noted the observation, and added it to his documentation. He had already logged the chi field expansion. The gray-rooted plant's pulse extended approximately 6 meters from the garden center, which meant it was perceptible to any practitioner with active cultivation sensitivity who passed within that radius. His quarters were on the outer sect's residential corridor. 12 practitioners walked past within 6 meters on a given morning. He would need to address this. He had not yet determined the correct approach. Lin Shuwen arrived at the garden before he had finished his morning measurement routine. She came through the unlocked gate. He had started leaving it unlocked during daylight hours as a matter of convenience, which one you had pointed out would eventually cause problems, and which he had resolved to address when the convenience became less useful, and walked directly to the gray-rooted plant without stopping to look at anything else. She stood in front of it for a while. The plant was now almost as tall as his shoulder. The dark blooms, he had counted 22 of them at last measurement, and he thought there were more since then, hung from the upper branches in clusters, facing downward in their characteristic way. The chi pulse was visible, with his perception, as a rhythmic expansion and contraction of the plant's cultivation field, a breath-like movement, inward and outward, with a quality he had not been able to classify and had been attempting to classify for 3 days. Lin Shuwen put her hand near the plant without touching it. She was reading its chi field through whatever method she used, which she had never specified. "How long has it been doing this?" she said. "I first noticed it when I returned from the review." "Approximately a week." "Longer," she said. "The pulse was building while you were gone. It reached this intensity when you came back." She withdrew her hand. "The plant's chi field responds to your proximity. It is larger and more active when you are nearby." He had not documented this variable. He added it to his notes. "Whatever this is," she said, turning away from the plant and toward him, "it has been accumulating for a long time. Since the beginning of your cultivation practice, based on what I can read of the chi history in the soil." She paused. "It is not dangerous. The chi is stable, and the plant itself is healthy." Another pause. "But it is going to become very demanding." "In what way?" She looked at him with the specific expression she used when she had decided to say something that was going to be difficult to hear. "Eventually," she said, "this plant is going to want you to acknowledge what it has grown from. Not observe, not document, not classify. Acknowledge." She let this sit. The chi pulse is the sign of that pressure building. The plant has reached a development stage where it cannot continue without. Resolution is not quite the right word. Recognition. It needs you to know what it is. He said, "I don't know what it has grown from." She said, "I know. It does." She left. He stood in the garden after she had gone. The morning was cold and clear, with the specific brightness of winter days when there are no clouds and the sun is strong, but provides almost no warmth, and the garden was very still around the pulsing plant. He could feel the pulse through his feet, through the soil, a faint rhythmic pressure that was too slow to be alarming and too regular to be natural. He knelt at the plant's base. He did not touch it. He did not try to read its chi signature, which he had done many times, and which consistently produced the same inconclusive result. Layered, compressed, multiple emotional registers folded into each other. He simply looked at it. The plant was real. Whatever it grew from was real. Whatever it grew from was his, because this was his garden, and his garden grew what was true in him. He wrote, in his cultivation journal, later, November 28th. Gray-rooted plant, 24 blooms, pulse extending 6 meters radius, chi response enhanced by my proximity. Lin Shuwen assessment, not dangerous. Assessment implication, but something. He looked at the last 2 words. The plant knows what I don't know I know. He turned to a new page and started planning how to address the chi field visibility with the affected practitioners in adjacent quarters. Chapter 42. The deep root advancement pressure announced itself as a specific kind of wrong, not pain. He had experienced cultivation pressure before, and it had a quality that was different from pain, more like a weight in the wrong place, a chi distribution that was off-center in a way that registered as uncomfortable rather than harmful. This was different. This was the pressure itself feeling as if it were trying to move in a direction that something was blocking. He documented it. First bloom capabilities were fully developed. His combat herb methodology was producing reliable results. His transmission technique had been demonstrated to 3 review committee members and submitted to the Continental Cultivation Council's research registry. The garden had 31 varieties. He had been at first bloom tier for nearly 4 months. The advancement pressure was building, and it was blocked. He could feel where it was blocked, the meridian transition point between the primary emotional tier and the complex emotional tier. The same transition that Lin Shuwen had described when she explained the heart root sealing pattern. The same transition where Yu Mingzhu had stopped and where the 2 previous sect practitioners had stopped. The gate between what he had cultivated, fear, joy, curiosity, calm, discomfort, the specific quality of competitive failure, the thing he had noticed watching Bai Ziqing fight, and what he had not cultivated. The texts were specific about what the complex emotional tier required. They listed the emotional categories: grief, shame, longing, the specific ache of something cherished and lost. He had documented all of this. He had classified the tier requirements. He had, from an intellectual standpoint, fully understood that the advancement required genuine engagement with grief and had prepared himself to encounter this requirement. The preparation had not produced a pathway. He had prepared a plan for encountering the door, and the door was locked from the inside. He went to Lin Shuwen. She was in the herb storage, which was where she always was. The advancement is blocked, he said. I know, she said. How long? The pressure has been building for 3 weeks. The blockage is at the primary to complex transition. I know that too. She set down the specimen she was handling. I've been watching the garden's output, and the advancement pressure was evident in the chi field around your quarters. She looked at him directly. You've classified the blockage. You've documented the tier requirements. You understand, intellectually, exactly what is needed. Yes. And he was quiet for a moment. The classification is not producing a pathway. No, she agreed. It wouldn't. She crossed her arms, not the challenging crossed arms of someone preparing an argument, but the way she crossed them when she was settling into saying something she had thought about for a while. Fun Yuan, I want to be direct with you about something. Please. The blockage is not a cultivation technique problem. There is no method I can give you, no text I can point you to, no practice schedule that addresses it. She paused. The advancement requires genuine contact with grief. Not documentation of it, not classification of it, not understanding it as a cultivation variable. Genuine contact. The way you were in genuine contact with curiosity when you grew your first strong herb in the Chapter 3 experiment. Not observed. Inhabited. I understand the distinction, he said. I know you understand it. Understanding it and doing it are different. She uncrossed her arms. The gray-rooted plant is what 12 years of unintegrated grief looks like. You have the material. You have been accumulating it since you were 10 years old. She looked at him for a moment with the expression that was not quite sympathy and not quite challenge, but something that contained elements of both. The question is not whether you can reach the grief. It is whether you are willing to. He had no response to this that was both honest and immediately producible. He said, I'm going to think about this. She said, I know. Try not to think too long. The pressure has a timeline. Chapter 43, he was in the sect library at mid-morning, for days after the conversation with Lin Shuwen, when he became aware of someone at the same shelf he had come to consult. The library's heart-root section was small. He had reviewed everything in it many times. He came back occasionally to reread the later practitioner notes with his updated understanding, finding implications he had missed on earlier readings. He did not expect to encounter anyone else here. The woman was in her 70s, with white hair and the specific quality of someone whose cultivation tier was not immediately legible to his perception, not because her chi was hidden, but because it was large enough that his perception couldn't find the edges of it. She was reading one of the texts he had come to consult, with the particular familiarity of someone who had read it many times before or had, as it occurred to him, been the one who wrote it. She was not a practitioner he recognized from the sect's roster. He waited. She turned a page without looking up and said, Heart root at first bloom. The transmission herbs are developed. The perceptual capability is developed. The grief cultivation is advanced far beyond your acknowledged tier. She said this with the specific factuality of someone reading aloud from a document rather than making an assessment. He said, I don't have grief cultivation. She looked up. She had the calm eyes of someone who had seen many things and had stopped being surprised by most of them. Not cold eyes. Attentive. Your garden does, she said. He looked at her. He read her chi field, or tried to. His perception, which could read senior practitioners clearly enough to distinguish emotional textures, found something at the edges of this woman's cultivation that it could not resolve into a clear reading. Not suppressed or hidden. Simply very large. You have read the heart-root texts, he said. Who are you? Someone who has spent considerable time with this lineage, she said. She closed the volume she was reading and replaced it on the shelf with the precision of someone who knew exactly where it lived. More time than most. She looked at his cultivation journal, which he was holding. I've been in the sect for a week, conducting research. I would like to discuss your cultivation path, if you're willing. I have information about heart-root cultivation at the upper tiers that is not in these texts. He considered this. She was not lying. His perception could not fully read her chi field, but what he could read did not have the quality of deception. She had genuine knowledge. The way she had moved through the shelf, the way she had read the text, the ease with which she had listed his cultivation capabilities without asking. These all spoke to someone with extensive and specific familiarity. He also noted, she had said grief cultivation, and watched his face when she said it, in the precise way of someone checking whether a specific piece of information produced a specific response. He had said, I don't have grief cultivation. She had said, your garden does. He classified this exchange and filed it. I'm willing to discuss my cultivation path, he said. What research are you conducting? I study rare emotional cultivation lineages, she said. Heartroot particularly. The upper tiers are poorly documented. Most practitioners don't reach them, and those who do often live in isolation. She tilted her head. I'd like to understand your specific cultivation approach. The chi signature of your garden is unusual even for this lineage. He was aware, without being able to specify why, that this conversation required careful attention. Not because she had said anything threatening, because she had said grief cultivation with specific intent and watched him specifically when she said it. We can speak in the garden, he said. Tomorrow morning. Chapter 44. She came at the agreed time, with a small traveling research kit that contained documentation materials and nothing else. He noted what it contained by the shape and the chi signature, which was the habit of a practitioner who had been managing his garden's security since the gray-rooted plant started pulsing. Her name, she said, was Elder Shinilon. She did not specify which sect, which he noted. She reviewed the garden the way a very experienced herbalist reviewed an unusual collection, carefully, without rushing, with the thoroughness of someone building a complete picture rather than confirming specific items. She asked questions about his cultivation methodology that were technically sophisticated, demonstrating the understanding she had claimed, and he answered them accurately. She was genuinely interested. He could read this through his perception. The quality of curiosity was present in her chi field, identifiable and real. He was also reading something else. Every question she asked ranged systematically across the emotional varieties in his garden, and each question was most specific when it arrived at the areas with the highest chi intensity. She asked about the focus herbs, the curiosity herbs, the competitive failure variety from the first bloom advancement, and her interest, his perception noted, intensified with each increase in the herb's potency. The most intense interest came when her questions reached the dark blooms. She did not ask about the dark blooms directly. She approached them through adjacent questions: the gray-rooted plant's growth timeline, the bloom's appearance relative to his cultivation advancement, the chi quality of the unclassified varieties. The curiosity that he had read in her chi field had a specific texture when it arrived at these questions. A narrowing, a directional quality that he had not initially categorized correctly because he had been reading it as intellectual interest. It was not intellectual interest. It was, he spent 20 minutes after she left identifying the correct category, acquisitive. The specific texture of wanting to possess what you were observing rather than wanting to understand it. He wrote in his cultivation journal, Elder Shinilon. Cultivation tier, higher than my perception can fully read. Research purpose, stated as rare lineage documentation. Observed behavioral pattern. Systematic survey of garden intensifying at high-potency herb varieties, specifically dark blooms. Emotional chi texture during dark bloom inquiry. Acquisitive, directional. Assessment, stated purpose and actual purpose may not be identical. He sat with this for a while. Then he wrote, the dark blooms are grown from my grief. She is interested in the grief cultivation specifically. These two things are not coincidentally related. He added. She knows the dark blooms are grief cultivation. She knew when she first spoke to me. She said grief cultivation and washed my face. She has been looking for a heart-root practitioner with unintegrated grief cultivation. He closed the journal. He considered the information carefully. She had not done anything overtly threatening. Her questions were within the range of legitimate research. Her knowledge was genuine, and her questions had produced technically useful conversations. But acquisitive interest in his unintegrated grief cultivation, in the most potent and most emotionally significant material in his garden, was not something he could simply note and move on from. He began preparing what he thought of as decoy herbs. Chapter 45. She returned 3 times in the following week, and each time he was ready. The decoy herbs were his genuine cultivation varieties: focus, curiosity, the satisfaction at completed work variety, grown at full quality and available at the garden's near section when she visited. He had moved the dark blooms to a position in the garden where they were less immediately visible, behind the taller herb varieties, though he had not concealed them entirely, because concealment would register to a sophisticated practitioner's perception as significant in itself. He allowed her to perceive the decoy herbs clearly. He modulated his passive emotional chi emission, the technique he had developed for combat herb application, now used differently, to present the decoy herbs as the primary cultivation focus. She responded to this, which confirmed that she was reading his chi field actively and deliberately during each visit. She took information from the decoy herbs. He could feel, through his own perception, when her cultivation engaged with the chi field around a herb and absorbed the emotional resonance. It was a subtle technique. If he had not been reading her chi field as carefully as he was, he would not have noticed it. He noticed it. On the third visit, she shifted her approach. She had extracted what she needed from the decoy varieties and was, his perception told him, recalibrating. She asked him, with the conversational ease of someone for whom sensitive inquiries were routine, "Your cultivation practice began as a result of a specific life event?" The initial manifested herbs appeared suddenly rather than through deliberate cultivation. Yes, spontaneous manifestation. Spontaneous manifestation is associated, in the heart-root literature, with significant emotional events in the practitioner's recent history. She was looking at the herbs rather than at him. What had occurred in your life in the period before the manifestation? He said, standard outer sect cultivation challenges, tier advancement pressure, resource management concerns. She looked at him. His perception read her chi field. She had expected a different answer. She had expected him to move, in this question, toward the topic she had been systematically approaching across 3 visits. His answer was accurate. All of those things had been occurring. It was also incomplete in a specific direction. Nothing more personal, she said. Family circumstances, significant losses, relationships that had changed. He looked at her. The conversation had the quality of a technique being deployed. He could feel it with the same sense he used to read herb chi. Not through the specific emotional perception, but through the accumulated information of 3 weeks of careful observation. This question was the point of the approach. Get the practitioner to speak about the grief source, establish emotional resonance with it, deploy the absorption technique while the resonance was active. He understood this now. He said, "I noticed this question is similar in structure to several questions you've asked over the past 3 sessions, all of which have circled the dark bloom varieties from specific angles." She was very still. "I notice," he continued, "that your chi field engagement with the herbs in this garden increases in directional intensity when we approach the dark bloom topic, and that the quality of that engagement has characteristics I associate with acquisition rather than observation." She turned to face him fully for the first time. Her chi field, fully oriented toward him now, was larger and more structured than he had been reading from the side. The sense of edges he hadn't been able to find was clearer now, and what he found at the edges was something old and layered and complex. She was not young. He had thought she was in her 70s from her physical appearance. Her chi field suggested something significantly older. "You can read acquisition and chi signatures," she said. Not a question. Yes. She looked at him for a moment with the first expression he had seen from her that was not managed. Not hostility, something more complicated. The expression of someone who has been found out and is deciding what that means. "You're more advanced than your tier suggests," she said. "The perception capability developed ahead of my official advancement rate," he said. "It's documented in the regional review records." She looked at the garden behind him. The dark blooms were visible there, behind the taller herbs, their chi pulse steady and recognizable. "I have information," she said, "about the upper tiers of heart-root cultivation. Information that is not in any text. I have been acquiring it for many years through methods that were." She paused. "Not always welcomed by the practitioners I acquired it from." He said, "I know." She looked at him. "Your cultivation technique requires genuine emotional content," he said. "The techniques you have been developing over the course of your career are built on emotional resonance you have absorbed from other heart-root practitioners. You are looking for grief cultivation specifically because you encountered the grief tier transition at some point in your own cultivation history and could not advance through it. And so you have been acquiring the grief cultivation of other practitioners to compensate for what you cannot produce in yourself." The silence in the garden was very complete. "How much of that," she said finally, "did you observe directly versus infer?" "The acquisition technique and the directional interest, direct observation. The rest, inference." She was quiet for another moment. "Then, you're correct about the grief tier. I stopped there," she paused. "A long time ago." He looked at the gray-rooted plant, pulsing slowly in the morning light. He said, "Then we have something in common." She did not respond to this. But she did not leave immediately either, which was information. Chapter 46. He told Bai Ziqing about the Mirror Elder on a Wednesday morning, during the rest interval between combat forms. She listened the same way she always listened, without looking at him, with the quality of attention that was not politeness but presence. She was examining the grip tape on her training staff while he spoke, peeling a loose edge and repressing it with her thumb. He told her, the name given as Elder Shunalan, the research claim, the 3 visits, the acquisition technique he had identified in her chi field, the final confrontation in the garden. When he finished, she set the staff against the wall and looked at him. "She moves," Bai Ziqing said, "like someone who is always taking something." He had not described her physical movement. "You've seen her?" She came through the training grounds on her second day here, watched a practice session for about 20 minutes. Bai Ziqing retrieved the staff. Most observers watched the forms. She watched the practitioners' bodies, specifically where their weight was at any given moment. She paused. Her weight distribution is wrong for someone her apparent age. It's the weight of someone who has a great deal of cultivation power and has learned to carry it by redistributing it rather than generating it. She looked at him. She didn't generate it. She acquired it. He had reached the same conclusion through perception-based evidence. She had reached it through kinesthetic observation. How does weight distribution indicate acquisition versus generation? He asked. Generated cultivation power sits in the practitioner's own meridian structure. It belongs there. When someone has acquired power that came from another person's cultivation path, it doesn't sit in their meridian structure the same way. It sits in a kind of holding position, a storage structure that isn't the same as the natural circulation pattern. She began the staff's opening form, slow and deliberate. It's subtle, but if you know what to look for, it's there. The kinesthetic equivalent of my acquisition reading. Yes. She completed the form and began the second. She's not dangerous the way a combat practitioner is dangerous, but the intent is bad. Someone who has been redistributing other people's cultivation power into themselves for long enough to develop a storage structure for it. That's a sustained commitment to taking. She looked at him briefly. Be careful. Your garden has things she wants. He noted this as confirmation of his own assessment and added the kinesthetic observation to his documentation. Two independent perception methods reaching the same conclusion substantially increased his confidence in the read. The confrontation in the garden, he said. She didn't leave after I identified her technique. No, Bai Ziqing agreed. She stayed. The data I have for why someone would stay after being identified is limited. She could have tactical reasons. Staying allows her to continue assessing. But her chi field when she stayed had a quality that registered to my perception as. He considered the accurate category. Not tactical. Something closer to recognition. You told her you had something in common with her. Stopped at the grief tier. Yes. Bai Ziqing was quiet for a moment, doing the third redirection form with the specific water clarity that he had been learning toward for months and still could not consistently replicate. Then, she stayed because you saw her. He looked at her. Not just identified her technique, Bai Ziqing said. Saw her. Told her what she was actually doing, which is different from accusing her of doing something wrong. You said she stopped at the grief tier. You said you had that in common. The staff transition, slow and precise. For someone who has been taking from practitioners for decades because she can't advance through her own cultivation, being seen without being attacked is probably unusual. He thought about this. He filed it in the category of Bai Ziqing's kinesthetic insight into motivational structure, which was more reliable than his own for motivations that arose from the body rather than the mind. I'm going to tell Lin Shuwen, he said. Yes, she agreed. Do that today. Chapter 47. Lin Shuwen knew. Not everything. Not the specific confrontation in the garden, not the kinesthetic observation from Bai Ziqing. But when he came to the herb storage that afternoon and began describing the practitioner he had encountered, she went still in a specific way before he had provided enough details for the recognition to be based on information. Elder Shinilon, he said. She's using a different name, Lin Shuwen said. Very quiet. When I knew her, she stopped. It was 40 years ago. She was older than me then. Considerably. She turned from the work table and faced him fully. She was at this sect. For 2 months before Yu Mingzhu's cultivation stalled. He held this. You believe she was involved in Yu Mingzhu's sealing, he said. I have believed it for 40 years without evidence sufficient to act on. Lin Shuwen's voice had a flatness to it he had not heard before. The specific quality of someone who has controlled an emotional response so many times that the control had become automatic. What I observed. Yu Mingzhu advanced faster and more consistently than any practitioner I had ever seen. And then, over 2 months, her advancement slowed and then stopped. The external circumstance that changed during that period was the presence of this practitioner conducting research. Acquiring, he said. She closed her eyes for a moment. I was not capable of reading what you read. I did not have your perceptual capability. I observed the timeline and drew an inference I could not substantiate. She opened her eyes. If you have confirmed the acquisition technique, I have confirmed it directly. 2 independent perception methods. She was quiet for a long time. She is doing to you what I believe she did to Yu Mingzhu, she said finally. She is here specifically for your grief cultivation. The dark blooms, whatever is in them, is the most advanced grief cultivation she will have encountered, because you have been accumulating it since you were 10 and it has never been released. He understood the logical structure. He had been working through the same structure in his own documentation. If I integrate the grief, he said, The dark blooms stabilize. They become usable. They also become something other than what she came here for. Integrated grief cultivation has a different chi signature than unintegrated grief cultivation. Less dense, less urgent. Yes. She came here for the unintegrated version. Yes. He thought about the end of the garden conversation, where she had stayed and where he had said, "We have something in common," and where she had not left. "She is also blocked at the grief tier," he said. "She told me, when I confronted her directly. She stopped there a long time ago." Lin Shuwen looked at him with an expression he could not immediately classify. It was not sympathy for the mirror elder, exactly. Something more complex. The expression of someone who had spent 40 years believing one thing and was now holding additional information that didn't fit cleanly into that belief. "She has been extracting grief cultivation from other practitioners for decades," Lin Shuwen said. "Not advancing through her own. Not using what she takes to face her own grief. Using it to sustain a cultivation level she can't maintain through genuine practice." "Yes, I believe that's the pattern. The extraction doesn't work," she said. "It was not a question. It provides power, but not advancement. The grief she has been absorbing belongs to other people's specific experiences. Her cultivation is blocked at her own grief tier. Taking other people's grief doesn't address that." He paused. "It fills the gap. It doesn't resolve it." Lin Shuwen sat down. This was unusual. She remained standing through almost every conversation he had with her in this room. He had not seen her sit in the herb storage before. "I would like to speak with her," she said. He looked at her. "Not for her sake," she said, and then stopped, and he could see from her expression that this was not quite true. "Not only for her sake. For Yu Mingzhu's sake. I have 40 years of questions." "I'll arrange it," he said. Chapter 48. The meeting between Lin Shuwen and the Mirror Elder did not go the way he expected. He had expected conflict, not combat. But the specific quality of confrontation between someone who had spent 40 years believing she had watched a practitioner harm someone she loved, and the person she believed had done it. He had prepared for this. He had positioned himself in the garden during the meeting, within perceptual range, ready to intervene if the conversation escalated beyond what he could read from a distance. What he read from a distance was not conflict. It was something quieter and more complicated. He read it in the chi field of both practitioners during the 30 minutes they sat in the garden's northeast corner, where he had placed 2 chairs facing each other and left them to speak privately while he worked in the opposite section of the garden. He could hear nothing. He could feel the quality of the emotional exchange. Lin Shuwen's chi field moved through a sequence over the 30 minutes. First, the controlled quality of someone managing a long-standing emotional response. Then, gradually, in stages, something that shifted towards something more open. Not warm, more open. The Mirror Elder's chi field moved more dramatically. The surface quality, the practiced, managed presentation she maintained in his presence and that his decoy technique had engaged with, was still there at the beginning. And then, somewhere around the 15th minute, it became thinner. Not vulnerable in the way of someone whose defenses had been overcome, but he found the right category eventually. The chi quality of someone who had been managing a version of themselves for so long that the management had become exhausting, and who had been given, briefly, permission to be tired. When the Mirror Elder left, Lin Shuwen sat in the garden chair for a long time without moving. He came to stand near her. He did not ask. "She was there," Lin Shuwen said eventually. "She confirmed she was present during Yu Mingzhu's advancement difficulties. She does not confirm taking from her. I don't know if she knows, after all this time, the precise accounting of what she took from whom." She paused. She was at her own ceiling when she arrived at this sect 40 years ago, looking for what she was looking for. Grief cultivation. Someone who was engaged with grief. Someone whose grief could fuel what she could not reach through her own. She was quiet for a moment. Yu Mingzhu's grief was for her brother. She had been engaged with it, partially, imperfectly, and the cultivation that produced was what the Mirror Elder came to acquire. Lin Shuwen looked at her hands. After the acquisition, Yu Mingzhu's cultivation stalled. "I believe this is because the emotional content that had been fueling her advancement was no longer sufficiently present." She paused. She had been partially engaged with the grief. The Mirror Elder took the engaged portion. What was left was the unacknowledged portion, which Yu Mingzhu then chose not to engage with. He sat with this for a long time. The gray-rooted plant was visible behind Lin Shuwen, pulsing its steady rhythm in the afternoon light. He counted the dark blooms without intending to. 27, 28, 29. He had stopped updating the count in his journal when the plant started producing faster than his documentation could keep pace with. "She came here for my grief cultivation," he said. "Yes. The unintegrated portion, which is everything. I have not engaged with any of it." "Yes." If she acquired it, you would lose the most powerful cultivation material in your garden, Lin Shuwen said. And you would be left with the grief you haven't acknowledged without the cultivation energy that has been accumulating around it. The same situation Yu Mingzhu was left in, but with no accumulated energy to help you engage with it. She looked at him. I am not saying this to frighten you. I'm saying it because you need accurate information. He looked at the gray-rooted plant. He noted, experiencing something that he would classify as not fear. Something more specific. The particular quality of understanding, precisely and completely, that there was something he was going to have to do that he had been avoiding, and that the avoidance was no longer a neutral choice. It had costs. It was costing him, actively, and would cost him more. He did not have a category for what he felt about this. He let the observation stand uncategorized. Chapter 49. She came back to the garden on a Saturday morning, 9 days after the confrontation. She had not appeared in the interim. He had not sought her out. He had been working, combat herb development, continued practice with Bai Ziqing, consultation with Lin Shuwen about the deep-root advancement blockage, and he had been monitoring the gray-rooted plant's continued growth and the question that had been present since Chapter 42 and had not been answered, whether he was willing. He knew she was at the gate before he looked up. The chi field around her was recognizable now. She came through the gate. He had left it unlatched in a deliberate choice, and stood at the garden's edge. I'm not here to acquire anything, she said. I know, he said. Your chi field has a different quality today. She looked at him. You can read that distinction. From the gate. She was quiet for a moment. Then she came into the garden and sat on the low stone at the north edge, which was the stone he used for long documentation sessions. He found her the courtesy of not pointing this out. The conversation with your teacher, she said. With Lin Shuwen. Yes. She is very direct. The Mirror Elder's voice had a different quality than it had had in the previous visits. Less managed. Not vulnerable. She was not someone who had arrived at vulnerability through a single conversation, but less managed. She asked me what I had been doing for 40 years, in the specific way of someone who already knew the answer and wanted me to say it out loud. Did you? Yes. She looked at the gray-rooted plant. It was unpleasant. He said nothing. I've been looking for grief cultivation, she said, in heart-root practitioners. For a long time. The technique I developed, it absorbs emotional resonance from another practitioner's cultivation path. Genuine grief cultivation from a practitioner who has engaged with their grief. It provides power that I cannot generate from my own cultivation. She looked at the plant again. It does not advance my grief tier. I know this. I have known this for years. A pause. It prevents me from having to face the fact that I stopped. He let this sit. What stopped you, he said. The same question he had asked Lin Shuwen about Yu Mingzhu. The same question he carried about himself. She was quiet for a long time. I had a specific grief that I classified, when I was young, as something I was finished with, she said. I was not finished with it. No one is ever finished with something they haven't allowed themselves to feel. She was looking at the gray-rooted plant. I came here because your garden has the most potent, unintegrated grief cultivation I have encountered in 60 years. I've encountered it before at lower development levels. Yours has been accumulating since you were 10 years old without any integration. The power of it, she stopped. I wanted it. I wanted to take it and use it to do what I cannot do myself. He watched her chi field while she said this. It did not have the managed quality, the slight offset of performed presentation. It was what it was. You didn't take it, he said. No. She looked at him. You didn't let me. And then you told me we had something in common. She paused. I've been finding heart-root practitioners with grief cultivation for 60 years. None of them have ever told me we had something in common. He looked at the gray-rooted plant. We do, he said. He said it in the first person. Chapter 50. Su Minghu knocked on his gate at dusk on a Thursday, which was unusual because Su Minghu typically appeared at the outer sect practice area rather than seeking Fun Yuan directly. He had noticed Su Minghu before, a 17-year-old inner sect candidate, earnest in the specific way of young practitioners who had decided that cultivation was the most important thing and were putting their complete energy into it. He had appeared at 3 of Fun Yuan's public cultivation demonstrations and had asked, each time, the most technically sophisticated question in the room. Fun Yuan had noticed him for that reason and had not particularly thought about him beyond the noting. He was standing at the gate with the posture of someone who had come here as a last option rather than a first one. His cultivation chi, which Fun Yuan could read from the gate, had the quality of fear disruption, not the calm, cultivated training state, but the specific roughness of someone whose cultivation had been disrupted by a genuine emotional event and hadn't quite settled back to normal. Disciple Su, Fun Yuan said. I heard you treat chi disruptions, Su Minghu said. He had a habit, Fun Yuan had noticed at the demonstrations, of being direct when he was uncertain, the opposite of most people, who became less direct when they felt unsure, but some people became more direct as a way of not giving themselves room to retreat. My cultivation was disrupted in a training accident this afternoon. It's minor, but it's been 3 hours and it hasn't settled. Come in, Fen Yuan said. He sat Su Minghu in the garden, on the low stone, and assessed the qi disruption. It was, as the young man had said, minor, a shaken quality in the secondary meridian system, the result of a sudden fear response during a cultivation technique's most demanding phase. Nothing that would cause lasting damage. Nothing that required specific treatment beyond patience. But Su Minghu had sought him out, which suggested there was something he wanted besides the treatment. He applied a simple calming transmission herb and let the silence work for a moment. What happened in the training, he said. Su Minghu looked at his hands. I was working through a technique that required pushing my qi to the absolute limit of my current capacity, which I've done before. But today, he paused. Today I was afraid. Genuinely afraid. Not anxious about performance, afraid of what would happen if I pushed that hard. He looked up. I've never been afraid in training before. I didn't know what to do with it, so I pushed through it, and then the qi disrupted. Fen Yuan looked at him. The young man had very direct eyes for someone 17 years old. The quality of someone who had been paying attention, specifically, for a while. You pushed through the fear rather than acknowledging it, Fen Yuan said. Yes, like you're supposed to. Who told you you're supposed to? A pause. The training texts. The senior practitioners. It's the standard approach. It's the standard approach for fear that is not based on genuine information about the risk, Fen Yuan said carefully. Fear that a technique is dangerous when the technique is safe. That kind of fear is not providing useful information, and pushing through it makes sense because the fear is wrong. He looked at the qi disruption in Su Minghu's secondary meridians, the shape of it, the specific location. But genuine fear about genuine risk. Fear that the technique requires more than your current capacity, which is accurate information about a real situation. That kind of fear provides information you need. Pushing through it compresses the information rather than using it. The compression, Su Minghu said. He had read the fear compression case documentation. The question in his eyes was, is that what happened to me? Smaller scale, Fen Yuan said, but similar mechanism. So what should I have done? Fen Yuan paused. Su Minghu said, if I feel the fear fully, if I stop and actually let myself feel how afraid I was, will it stop? Or will I be afraid forever? Fen Yuan said, it stops. He said this with certainty, the specific certainty of someone who knew the answer and was giving it directly. Su Minghu looked at him for a moment. How do you know? And Fen Yuan, for a moment, was held by the question. He knew this because he had read it in the heart-root texts. He knew this because it was the foundational principle of emotional qi circulation. Emotional states that are given a pathway through the system will move through and complete, and then be gone, while emotional states that are compressed and blocked will remain in the blocked position indefinitely. He had applied this knowledge in the 3 fear compression cases. He had explained it to the regional review committee. He had never, himself, let a fear run through fully and experienced that it stopped. He had specifically avoided the largest fear he had for 12 years. Su Minghu was watching him. From the theoretical framework, Fen Yuan said, and from treating practitioners who had compressed emotional states, their states, once given a pathway, resolved. Every time. He paused. I have not personally experienced fear of this magnitude completing. Su Minghu looked at him for a moment with the specific quality of someone who had been given a very honest answer and was deciding what to do with it. That's actually helpful, he said. More helpful than if you just said yes. Fen Yuan applied the last of the calming herb to the secondary meridian disruption, and it settled. Su Minghu stood, straightened his robe, and thanked him with the directness he brought to everything. At the gate he paused and said, I'm afraid of a lot of things. I don't usually say so, but I think I've been compressing fear for a while, and I wanted to talk to someone who knows what to do with it. He looked at Fen Yuan. Are you afraid of something? Fen Yuan looked at his garden, at the gray-rooted plant, pulsing its quiet rhythm in the evening light. Yes, he said. He said it in the first person. He watched Su Minghu leave and stood in the garden for a while after. He was aware that he had been honest about the limits of his knowledge in a way he did not usually allow himself. He had told Su Minghu that he had not personally experienced a fear of this magnitude completing, and the specific fear he had in mind was not a training accident. It was 12 years of something large and dark and rooted downward, pulsing in his garden, waiting. He did not open the gate to it that evening, but he stood facing it for a long time before he went inside. Chapter 51. The senior disciple trial was announced on a Monday morning with 3 days' notice, which was the standard procedure, enough time to prepare, not enough time to overthink. The trial was formally described as a demonstration of cultivation capability under conditions of genuine external pressure. He had read the trial documentation 3 times and noted the specific word choices. Genuine appeared twice, external pressure once, demonstrated capability twice. The phrasing was different from previous trial documentation he had reviewed. Someone had revised the language recently. He found out why when he arrived at the trial grounds on Thursday morning. The trial's design used a cultivation environment where chi suppression at the periphery created increasing pressure as practitioners moved through the course. This was standard for senior disciple trials. The pressure tested whether cultivation remained stable under environmental adversity. What was not standard was the specific modification. The suppression field resonated with emotional cultivation signatures. Emotional suppression in the practitioner reduced the available cultivation pathway, while genuine emotional engagement opened the pathway. He stood at the trial's entrance and looked at the course layout. Then he looked at Elder Duan, who was standing with the trial's administrative overseers at the far edge. Elder Duan met his eyes briefly and then looked at the documentation he was holding. Nothing in his posture indicated that he had redesigned a biannual trial process. Nothing in his posture indicated anything at all. Fun Yuan entered the course. The pressure was immediate, a tightening at the edges of his chi field, a sense of his cultivation pathways becoming slightly less clear, slightly less accessible. The first 3 practitioners ahead of him in the course were managing it by intensifying their cultivation output, pushing harder against the suppression, which worked until the suppression intensified further and they had to stop and recover. He did not push against it. He did what he had learned to do in the garden. He noticed what he was actually feeling and let it be present rather than managed. He was nervous. There was something that he would describe, if pressed, as anxiety about the trial's outcome and genuine uncertainty about whether his cultivation would perform correctly under pressure. He let these states exist without pushing through them. The suppression field found his emotional chi and, instead of tightening further, opened slightly. Not dramatically, but enough. He moved through the course at a pace that was, by the time he reached the far end, meaningfully faster than the practitioners ahead of him. He did not understand the mechanism fully until he was out the other side, and could look back at what the field's chi signature had been doing. It had been looking for managed versus genuine states, and genuine states created apertures in the suppression that managed states did not. He passed the trial. He passed it by a margin that the overseers found worth noting in their documentation. Elder Duan did not say anything to him after, but as practitioners were departing the trial grounds, he passed close enough for Fun Yuan to read his chi field, the specific texture of someone who had tried something uncertain and found that it had worked as intended. He wrote in his cultivation journal that evening, *Senior Disciple Trial. Passed. Trial mechanism used emotional genuineness as a suppression field variable. This is either a significant coincidence or the trial was revised specifically for this purpose. He paused. Elder Duan's chi field after the trial, tested and confirmed. Another pause. He redesigned the trial. Chapter 52 The Deep Root Breakthrough came on a morning when he was not thinking about his cultivation at all. He had been awake for an hour and was in the garden earlier than usual because he couldn't sleep. Not from anxiety, from the specific quality of alertness that preceded something he couldn't name. The sky was still dark at the edges and the garden was quiet, the herbs holding their night silence, the gray-rooted plant's nocturnal luminescence in its last faint hour before dawn extinguished it. He was thinking about Bai Ziqing, not abstractly. Specifically, the first kinetic loading session, where she had placed her palm against the back of his forearm and moved it with the suggesting pressure, and his whole analytical apparatus had lost its purchase, and his body had done the correct thing before his mind had finished the calculation. He had found this deeply uncomfortable and had said so, and she had said, again. He had done it again, and it had been uncomfortable again, and she had said, again. He had been doing it, one way or another, for months. His combat capability had improved more in those months than it had in 3 years of prior cultivation practice. Not because of the forms themselves. The kinetic loading sequence was sophisticated, but not uniquely so. Because she had taught him by letting him be wrong correctly. Not by correcting his analysis, but by giving him no room for analysis to operate. She had trusted him to find the form through his body rather than his mind. And every time that trust had felt misplaced, every time he had failed a form or hesitated or chi hesitated at the decision point, she had simply said, again. This was not a small thing. He understood this now, sitting in the garden in the dark. She had given him, over months of practice, something he could not have developed alone. He had gone to her with an intellectual model of kinesthetic cultivation that was accurate and completely insufficient. She had replaced it, or rather supplemented it. The model was still there, still useful for analysis, But beside it now was something that did not come from the model. Something that came from having been guided, repeatedly, by someone who knew how to guide. He was grateful. Not the selected object gratitude he had used in cultivation experiments. The gratitude produced from deliberately choosing to be grateful about something. The kind that arrived already present, without being summoned. The garden responded. The chi pressure at the primary to complex meridian transition released. It did not release cleanly. There was a moment of significant discomfort, a quality he could only describe as a tearing sensation that was not physical but was intense in the way that only non-physical sensations could be intense without registering as pain. The transition between primary and complex emotional tiers required the kind of emotional state that was not possible alone. Gratitude for a specific person who had done a specific thing, gratitude that named the recipient, that acknowledged the specific debt, was the first such state he had genuinely felt. Deep root tier. His perception shifted the way it had at root seeker and first bloom. Not suddenly, but like a new resolution coming into focus, the world sharpening from one degree of clarity to another. He could now transmit, through his herbs, not just basic emotional qualities but the complex, relational texture of emotional states that required context. The specific gratitude for Bai Ziqing's teaching. The specific quality of the discomfort of being guided. The specific texture of what it felt like to be trusted with something that did not fit your current capabilities. He could offer all of this, now, through the cultivation herbs. Not as abstraction, as something real enough to be felt by the person who received it. He sat in the garden until dawn fully arrived and did not write anything. He tended the herbs. The gray-rooted plant's luminescence faded with the morning light. The dark blooms hung quiet. He would tell Bai Ziqing. He would tell her specifically that the gratitude for her teaching was what had unlocked the advancement. He would say it in the first person, but not yet. First, he needed to sit with what it meant that 12 years of grief had been present underneath all of this. That he had been accumulating, and the accumulated material was still there, and the deep root tier had opened a new range of emotional complexity that made the grief more complex still, more layered, more genuinely present at the edges of everything. He would have to look at it eventually. The word eventually was doing a lot of work in his cultivation journal. Chapter 53. The Mirror Elder responded to his deep-root advancement within 2 days of it occurring, which meant she had been monitoring his cultivation field closely enough to detect the change within hours. She came to the garden without the research kit she had brought to earlier visits. She came without the practiced presentation quality that had been present in her chi field during the 3 weeks of her original approach. She came with the quality of someone who had made a decision and was here to act on it. He met her at the gate. "You advanced," she said. "Yes." Deep root tier. The complex emotion threshold. She looked at the garden behind him, at the gray-rooted plant, which was now visible over his shoulder. "Your grief cultivation is more complex now." "Yes." She looked at him with the specific quality of someone who had been managing a sustained absence of something for a very long time, and who could feel, from where she was standing, the presence of what she had been missing. He read this from her chi field with the new depth the deep root tier provided. The complex emotional texture of longing, of the specific ache of wanting something you believe you cannot have through your own effort. She was not going to ask. She was not the kind of person who asked. He said, "The grief cultivation is more complex, but I cannot provide what you came here for. The unintegrated version, the version before acknowledgement, is what you want. I am approaching acknowledgement. The chi signature will change." She was quiet for a moment. "I know," she said. "I knew when I heard you were advancing." A pause. "I am here because I need to say something before the window closes." He waited. "You Mingzhu," she said. "Your teacher's partner." I took from her. Not intentionally in the way of deliberate harm. I told myself it was mutual exchange, research, fair compensation for information I provided. I have told myself many versions of this story for 40 years. She looked at the gray-rooted plant. What is accurate is that I identified a practitioner who had genuine engagement with a grief she had not fully processed, and I extracted that engagement's chi, and afterward she could not reach the source material she needed to advance. A pause. I knew this was likely. I did it anyway. The garden was very still. He said, "Why are you telling me this?" "Because," she said, "you told me we had something in common. And you said it as if it was a simple observation rather than an accusation or an inducement, and no one has ever said that to me before." She was looking at her own hands. "I have been doing what I've been doing for 60 years, and no one has ever simply told me we had something in common." He looked at her. Her chi field, through his deep-root perception, was the most complex thing he had read since the perception had opened. Layers he had not had access to before. Beneath the acquisition technique's overlay, beneath the managed presentation, There was something that had been folded and compressed and held still for much longer than his 12 years. Something dark and dense in a way that he recognized, because it had the same quality as the dark blooms in his garden. She had the same thing. She had been living with it for 60 years. "Thank you," he said, "for telling me." She left without another word. The gray-rooted plant, when he turned to tend it after she had gone, had produced 5 new blooms while they were speaking. All of the new ones were different from the previous varieties, darker, with a faint iridescence at their edges that he had not seen before, and their chi signature had the complex layered quality that his deep-root perception now resolved more clearly. The grief woven with gratitude. The grief woven with specific, remembered things, not abstract loss, but the weight of specific mornings and specific sounds and specific qualities of light. He put the new blooms in the ceramic jar on the windowsill. The jar was nearly full. Chapter 54:1. You brought the document on a Tuesday afternoon, when she had been in the garden for 2 hours, and he had been comfortable enough in her presence that he had stopped tracking that she was there and had simply been working. She set it on the cultivation table, his small outdoor table, where he wrote cultivation notes during morning sessions, without saying anything first. He looked at it. He picked it up. It was a Continental Cultivation Council research submission form, formally filed and stamped with the Council's seal, bearing the Classification Academy's official designation. The subject field, Heart-Root Cultivation Lineage, Comprehensive Classification and Documentation for Continental Registry Recognition. He read the first page carefully. It was accurate. It was more accurate than any external documentation of his cultivation path he had previously seen. She had understood the lineage mechanics in ways that even his own cultivation journal did not always articulate clearly. She had submitted it to the council without telling him. He set it down. "This is accurate," he said. "I know." She was watching him with the specific quality she brought to moments when she had done something whose reception was not certain. Not anxious, attentive. "Are you angry that I didn't ask?" he said. He looked at her. This was exactly the question he was going to ask her, and she had asked it first. "No," he said. "There is something adjacent to anger." He paused, using the habit that had been with him since the beginning of his cultivation practice, the third-person distance, the clinical classification. He noticed himself using it. He set it down deliberately, the same way he had set down the document. "I think I would have preferred to know you were doing this. Not to have controlled the outcome. To have known." She was quiet for a moment, looking at the document between them. "Yes," she said. "That's what I thought." She picked up the document and placed it back in the sleeve she had brought it in. "I submitted it without asking because I was not certain you would want the attention, and I thought the benefit, having the lineage on the Continental Registry before the upcoming administrative review, outweighed the procedural discomfort of submitting without your advanced knowledge." She looked at him. "This was a judgment call made without your input. I made it because I thought it was the correct call, and because I thought you would agree it was the correct call after the fact." "I do," he said. "I know." She was quiet for another moment. "I also made it because I wanted the lineage documented, independently of your situation. Because the work is important, and I wanted it in the registry." She was looking at the garden now rather than at him. "I wasn't doing it only for you. I was doing it for the work." He looked at her. This was, he recognized, a moment that was not about the cultivation documentation. This was about someone who had been in his garden for months, beyond any research mandate that could justify the time, and who had just told him that she was doing it for herself as much as for him. Who had made a judgment call about his professional interests because she understood them well enough to know what he would want after the fact, and who had just told him that her reasons for being here were not only professional. He said, "I know that too." She glanced at him. "That you were doing it for yourself as much as for me," he said, "and that the two reasons were not in conflict." He paused. The next sentence was harder. He said it anyway. "I find that, the two reasons not being in conflict, I find that I care about that. Not as information. In the way that I care about whether the garden is well." He said this looking at the garden. He had said it approximately correctly. She was quiet for a while, in the way she was quiet when she was deciding something. Then she put her research journal away, which she had not been writing in, and said, "I'll be here tomorrow." "I know," he said. He did know. Chapter 55. The direct extraction attempt came on a Saturday morning, in the early hours before the outer sect's daily routines began, when the only sound in the garden was the pulse of the gray-rooted plant and the quiet of the winter air. He felt it before he was fully awake. It was not the gradual approach of the previous visits, the measured circling of his defenses. It was a cultivation contact, direct and purposive, reaching through the garden's perimeter toward the gray-rooted plant specifically. Not Elder Shin Elon's technique as he had been monitoring it in previous visits. Something larger. He was in the garden within seconds. She was standing at the outer edge of the garden's chi field, her eyes closed, with the full cultivation presence that her managed presentation had been concealing. He could feel the size of it now. The 60 years of extracted grief cultivation concentrated and focused toward the gray-rooted plant's unintegrated emotional content. She was not here for a small acquisition. She was here to take everything. His garden responded before he did. The reflex was not something he had designed. It had developed over months of cultivation. The garden's accumulated qi, organized around his genuine emotional states, with the defensive properties of things that were real and owned and specifically his. The perimeter herbs, closest to the garden's edge where her cultivation contact was pushing through, produced a response that his perception had not anticipated, a reflexive return of the extraction attempt, using the garden's own qi coherence to redirect the acquisition force directly back along the contact pathway. It happened in less than a breath. The mirror elder made a sound he had never heard from her, not pain exactly, but the sound of someone who has encountered something that significantly disrupted their equilibrium. The extraction technique, which required the practitioner to be emotionally empty in order to receive incoming emotional content, suddenly carried incoming emotional content it had not requested. The content was his. The garden's qi, the accumulated emotional cultivation of his practice, returned along the acquisition pathway and arrived in her cultivation field with the full resonance specificity of everything he had genuinely felt in the creation of these herbs. She stepped back. Her eyes opened. What was in her qi field, through his perception, was something he had not expected to read from her. The layer beneath the acquisition technique, the thing she had been managing and suppressing and accumulating for 60 years, the specific grief she had stopped at, was briefly visible. Not visible in the way of a controlled disclosure. Visible in the way of something that has been held in place by an external mechanism, and the mechanism has been disrupted. She was experiencing her own grief. The garden had sent it back. She looked at him across the garden. He did not move toward her. He did not move away. He stood in the place where he had been when the reflex occurred and looked at her and let her see that he was looking. She withdrew, not rapidly, with the careful movement of someone managing a significant internal disruption while maintaining enough cultivation control not to fall. She reached the gate and was through it and gone while he was still registering what had happened. The garden was quiet. He stood in it for a long time. The gray-rooted plant pulsed steadily beside him. 36 dark blooms now, all varieties he could classify through the new deep-root perception. Grief woven with gratitude, grief woven with longing, grief woven with the specific weight of absence that was not abstract, but named a specific morning and a specific quality of early light. He reached out and did not touch the plant. He said, quietly, in the empty garden, "I'm going to have to look at this." He had said this before. He was saying it again, differently this time, not as a conclusion requiring action at a future date, but as an acknowledgement of something already in motion. The garden grew 3 new herbs from whatever he was feeling at that moment. He could see their qi signatures clearly with the deep-root perception. He was not going to classify them right now. Chapter 56, he documented the defensive response for 2 hours after it occurred. Not immediately. He sat in the garden first, for approximately 40 minutes, without writing anything. He was still in the condition of having just observed something that exceeded his current classification framework, which required more time than he usually gave himself before reaching for the journal. The habit of documentation was strong, and he had spent the past year building his cultivation practice around it, and the documentation had been useful. But 40 minutes of simply sitting in the garden after a significant event was also, he was beginning to understand, a form of honoring what had happened before reducing it to data. When he did pick up the journal, he wrote carefully. The defensive response, the garden's perimeter herbs, growing from his accumulated emotional cultivation, had reflexively returned the mirror elder's extraction attempt along the contact pathway. He had not designed this defense. He had not known it existed. It had occurred because the garden's qi was coherent enough, integrated enough in its specific emotional sources, that it had recognized the extraction attempt as an incursion and responded accordingly. The response was the most powerful cultivation output the garden had produced, more potent than any herb he had consciously grown, including the advanced varieties from his training sessions with Bai Ziqing and the complex gratitude herb that had unlocked the deep-root tier. The defensive reflex had been generated from whatever the gray-rooted plant contained, from the unintegrated grief cultivation that he had not acknowledged and could not classify, and had been growing in his garden since the beginning. He wrote, "The unacknowledged content is the garden's most powerful material. This presents a methodological dilemma." He stared at this for a moment. The methodological dilemma. His most powerful cultivation resource was drawing from the thing he had not engaged with. The engagement would change the qi signature. Integrated grief was different from unintegrated grief, and the integration process was likely to temporarily reduce the potency before restoring it at a higher, more stable level. This was standard across cultivation tier transitions. The unstable high-power state was not sustainable. The stable state after integration was. This was all technically accurate. The methodological dilemma was not actually a methodological question. It was a different kind of question that he had been framing as a methodological question because framing it that way made it feel manageable. He wrote below the first sentence, *, the dilemma is not methodological. I have the data. The question is whether I am willing to do what the data indicates I should do. *, he wrote below that. I said I was going to look at this, and below that, after a long pause. I need to know what Yu Mingzhu chose before I understand what I am choosing. He closed the journal and went inside. Chapter 57, he went to Lin Shuwen the following afternoon. He found her in the medical cultivation research hall rather than the herb storage, which meant she was engaged with something she was working through rather than something she was maintaining. She looked up when he entered, read his expression, and set down what she was doing. Sit, she said. He sat in the familiar chair. The Mirror Elder's direct attempt, he said. I heard. She left the sect this morning. Lin Shuwen looked at him. She was significantly disrupted. The garden's defensive response, whatever it sent back along the extraction pathway, she is going to need time before her cultivation technique is operational again. I know. He did not ask how she had heard. He had learned not to ask these questions about Lin Shuwen's information sources, because the answer was always some variation of, 40 years of working in this sect gives you the ability to know things. I want to ask you, he said, a question I haven't asked before. Ask, what would have happened to Yu Mingzhu's cultivation if she had engaged with the grief? She looked at him for a moment. She would have advanced to old growth tier, she said. He had not known Lin Shuwen was certain of this. You're sure, he said. She was at canopy stage. She had the most developed heart root cultivation I have ever observed in practice. The grief was her one unengaged territory. If she had engaged with it, if she had felt what she was refusing to feel, the old growth advancement would have been available to her. She paused. She would have been, at the pace she was advancing, at ancient growth within 3 years. Possibly faster. He let this sit. What happened to her instead, he said. Lin Shuwen was quiet for a moment that was different from her usual careful pauses. This one had the weight of something she had not said out loud in a very long time. She withdrew from cultivation entirely, she said. She has a small herb farm approximately 3 days' travel north of the city. She grows ordinary herbs, medicinal varieties, culinary varieties. She sells to local markets. A pause. She is alive. From what I have heard through mutual contacts over the years, she is content. Her life has meaning. She has people around her who care for her. Another pause. The path she didn't take did not destroy her. He waited. But it wasn't the path she was meant for, Lin Shuwen said. She said it quietly, with the quality of someone saying something they have thought about for a very long time and have never found a comfortable version of. There are people who are meant for certain paths. The path does not choose them. They could always have chosen differently, as she did, and built something meaningful from the choice. But the fit between her specific capability and the heart-root lineage was singular. The things she would have done, at ancient growth and beyond, those things did not happen, and the world is smaller for it. She stopped. I am not saying this to tell you what to choose. I am saying it because you asked what happened to her, and this is the accurate answer. He looked at his hands. He looked at his cultivation journal, which he had brought but had not opened. Thank you, he said, for being direct. She looked at him with the expression he had seen when she told him his mother would have been proud. She is happy, she said again quietly. That is real. The cost is also real. Both things are true. He went home. He packed for 3 days of travel. Chapter 58 Yu Mingzhu's herb farm was exactly as Lin Shuwen had described. Small, deliberately ordinary, positioned at the edge of a farming village with the specific quality of a place that had been chosen rather than arrived at by default. The structures were well maintained. The herb rows were straight and carefully tended. I had a brother, she said. He died in a cultivation accident when I was 18. I watched him die. At the moment it happened, I was not able to. I did not know how to be in that. So I went somewhere else. I went into my mind. I cataloged everything that was happening, every technical detail of the accident's mechanism and what I could have done differently and what the practitioners around us should have done differently. She looked at the table. By the time someone led me away from the scene, I had a complete technical analysis of the event and no memory of feeling anything. He said nothing. 4 years after, she said, when the grief came, and it came, I want to be clear that it came, the grief for my brother was real and it arrived regularly. I did with it what I had done at the scene. I cataloged it. I turned it into a cultivation exercise. identify the emotional state, document its characteristics, convert it into methodology. She paused. This is extremely effective if what you want is to survive grief without experiencing it. I got very good at it. She looked at him, and then the old growth tear asked me to stop, to actually experience what I had been cataloging. And I discovered that I had been cataloging grief for 6 years without ever sitting down in the middle of it and letting it be what it was. And I couldn't do it. He was very still. The exercise, she said, was more bearable. She looked up at him. I notice you don't cry for anyone either. He met her eyes. There was a long silence in which neither of them said anything, and the smell of ordinary herbs was very present, and the afternoon light was coming in through a south-facing window in a way that was specific and unmistakable. He said, "My mother." She said, "Yes." He left as the afternoon was ending. She walked him to the farm's edge. She was not sad in the way of someone who had made a wrong choice. She was, as Lin Shuwen had said, content. The contentment was real. At the edge of her farm, she said, "Come back when you've done it. I'd like to know how the grief root grows when it's been given what it needs." He looked at her. "I know what you have in your garden," she said. "I could feel it from your chi field the moment you arrived." A pause. The most developed grief cultivation I've ever read in someone who hasn't acknowledged a day of it. She looked at him with the specific directness of someone who had earned the right to be this direct. "Go home and look at it." He went home. Chapter 59, he traveled for 2 days and thought about almost nothing in the way that he usually thought about nothing, which was to say, he thought about nothing completely. No classification framework engaged, no cultivation analysis, no documentation impulse. He walked through the countryside where the winter fields were bare and the sky was the gray-white of heavy cloud cover, and the cold had a quality that was not sharp but penetrating, the kind that you only noticed when you stopped moving. He stopped moving at midday on the second day and sat on a stone at the edge of a frozen field and looked at the sky for a while. He was not thinking about his mother. He was not thinking about grief or the gray-rooted plant or the deep-root tear or the mirror elder or Yu Mingzhu's ordinary herbs. He was just there, in the cold, on the stone. Something had shifted in the conversation with Yu Mingzhu in a way that he was still locating. Not in his classification system. He had not updated his frameworks. Not in his cultivation notes. He had not written anything during the travel. It was more subtle. The way that light in a room changes when a window is opened slightly, not the content of the room, but the quality of the air. He had said, "My mother." Yu Mingzhu had said, "Yes." He had said it, and she had said yes, and neither of them had explained what they meant, because neither of them needed to explain what they meant. He had not said her name. He had not described her. He had not provided context or classification or framing. He had said 2 words, and they had named the thing he had not named in 12 years, and it had been not resolved, not addressed, not worked through, present. He returned to the sect on the second evening. The garden was exactly as he had left it. The gray-rooted plant was visible from his room's doorway before he had fully entered, its pulse steady and its dark blooms thick on the branches. He counted them, 44. He did not do his morning chi measurements. He tended the garden without cataloging anything, adjusted the soil at the base of the gray-rooted plant, checked the moisture levels, removed a small frost-killed shoot from the focus herb section. Ordinary tending, the kind that required no documentation to be real. His cultivation journal had 3 days with no entries. This had not happened since the beginning of his practice. He did not fill the gap. He left the gap as a record of something that had happened that was not documentation. Chapter 60, the mirror elder returned on a Thursday morning, 10 days after the defensive reflex had disrupted her technique. He knew she was at the gate before he opened it. Her cultivation presence had a different quality than it had before the reflex. Less managed, the layer she had been maintaining slightly thinner, as if the disruption had not fully healed. He could feel her chi field from inside his quarters, still large, still old, still carrying the specific weight of 60 years of accumulated acquisition and the grief she had not engaged with. But different at the surface. He opened the gate. She stood in the morning light with the specific posture of someone who had made a decision and was here to act on it without performance. "I want to offer a trade," she said. He stepped back to let her in. They stood in the garden, not far from the gray-rooted plant. "I have spent 60 years studying the upper tiers of heart-root cultivation," she said. "Not from advancing through them myself. From acquiring grief cultivation from practitioners who had engaged with the tiers I could not reach. I have accumulated a significant body of practical knowledge about what the old growth tier requires, the specific nature of the grief engagement, the emotional integration process, what the advancement actually involves as opposed to what the texts describe." She looked at him steadily. "I would give you this information, all of it, in exchange for access to your gray-rooted plant's content. The unintegrated version, before acknowledgement." He listened to this carefully. The offer is this, he said, summarizing to make sure he understood it correctly. You give me information that would help me navigate the old growth tier advancement. In exchange, I give you my grief cultivation before I integrate it. Yes. He thought about the logic of this. If he gave her the unintegrated grief, he would be left with the grief that had not been accessed. The same situation Yu Mingzhu had been left in, with no cultivation power left around the acknowledged grief to help her engage with it. He would be giving away the material and keeping the obligation to engage without the resources that made engagement possible. He also thought about something else, her information about the old growth tier, which she had acquired from practitioners who had engaged with their grief, which was, therefore, information that came from their genuine experience, secondhand, filtered through her acquisition technique, but rooted in something real. How much of the information you would give me, he said, comes from the grief cultivation you took from Yu Mingzhu? She was very still. Some of it, she said. Most of it, he said. She was quiet for a moment. A significant portion. He looked at the gray-rooted plant. No, he said. She looked at him. The trade you're describing would make my integration of my own grief harder, not easier, he said. You would give me information that came from other practitioners' integrations and take the cultivation power that makes my own integration possible. The information is not worth the trade. He paused. But I also don't think that's the actual reason you're offering it. She met his eyes. You're here, he said, because the reflex sent something back to you, and the disruption has not fully resolved. And you've been living with 60 years of unintegrated grief, and for the first time in 60 years something real touched it from the outside, and you don't know what to do with that. The silence had a particular weight to it. She said, I can make the acknowledgement painless. I have technique for this. You don't have to feel it the way it actually feels. He said, that's not how my cultivation works. She said, every cultivator says that. He said, I know. I'm saying it because it's true, not because I'm trying to believe it. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at the gray-rooted plant. It produced, while they were both looking at it, a single new bloom. Not downward. This one opened facing upward, toward the light, with a quality in its cheese signature that his perception found difficult to categorize. Not the dense, folded compression of the dark blooms, but something that had moved through enough of the compression to arrive at a different state. The color was not dark. It was the pale, specific shade of early morning sky, the color of the hour before full dawn when the light was present but not yet direct. He had not known this variety existed. He looked at it for a long time. When he looked back, the mirror elder was still there, watching the bloom the way she watched things she could not acquire, with something he read, through his perception, as longing. What you did with the defensive reflex, she said quietly. Giving me back what I was trying to take, in the form it actually existed in. That is the most honest thing anyone has done to me in 60 years. He said, I know. I'm sorry it took that form. She looked at him. She left. He tended the gray-rooted plant and did not touch the pale morning sky bloom, which went on quietly glowing in the late-season light, the only bloom in his garden that faced toward the sun. Chapter 61. The formal notification arrived on a Monday morning in early spring, when the outer sect's corridors smelled of the specific quality of warming stone, cold still underneath, warmth beginning at the surface, and the garden had been producing its first new growth of the season in the sections that had rested through winter. Elder Duan received the document before anyone else. As was proper, it was addressed to Green Canopy Sect's Cultivation Administration. He read it in the administrative hall. Then, apparently, he read it again. Fun Yuan learned about it 2 hours later when the elder appeared at the garden gate, which was the second time in a year that Elder Duan had come to him rather than summoning him, and which Fun Yuan's perception told him had a different quality than the first time. The first time had been the administrative assessment, a practiced authority performing an institutional role. This time was something else. He let the elder in. They stood at the garden's edge in the morning light, and Elder Duan held the formal notification document with the grip of someone who had been holding it for 2 hours and had not quite put it down. Continental Cultivation Council, Elder Duan said. Formal recognition of heart-root cultivation as a registered lineage with documented medical and cultivation applications. He paused. With accompanying resource allocation policy review and request for documentation of all current heart-root practitioners. He looked at the document. And a cultivation registry inquiry requesting updated practitioner credentials from this sect. He handed the document to Fun Yuan. Fun Yuan read it. It was comprehensive. Ruan Yu's classification submission had been processed by the Council's research division, combined with the medical documentation from the fear compression treatment cases, and the combination had been sufficient for formal registry recognition, which meant the lineage was now entitled to institutional resource allocation and administrative protection. He looked up from the document. Elder Duan was not looking at the garden. He was looking at the document, or rather at the space the document had occupied in his hands, with an expression that Feng Yuan's perception read as complex in the specific way of emotion that had been compressed and was now moving. "I want to ask you something," Feng Yuan said. "Ask." "Your chi field has a quality I would describe as relief, and something adjacent to guilt." He was direct because Elder Duan was someone who responded better to directness than to careful phrasing. "Were you expecting this?" "No." The elder looked at the garden, at the herbs, the gray-rooted plant, and its morning sky bloom, and its 47 dark blooms, the deep, complex varieties in the eastern section. "I was not expecting this to happen this quickly, or at this scale." He was quiet for a moment. "The relief is because the lineage's recognition makes certain things easier: resource protection, administrative standing, the ability to train others without routing through exception processes." He paused again. "The other thing is, I have been the reason heartroot practitioners at this sect did not have those protections for 40 years. The lineage was not in the registry. It was not my job to put it there, and I did not make it my job." He looked at Feng Yuan. "That is a fact I am currently holding." Feng Yuan handed the document back. "What do you need from me?" he said. The elder looked at him with the expression of someone who had come expecting to deliver information and was now recognizing that the delivery had shifted into something more personal. "I need to know," he said, "how to manage the incoming inquiry without misrepresenting the lineage's current state or overpromising on its institutional capacity. I have administrative experience. I do not have heartroot experience." "Then let's address each item in order," Feng Yuan said. "Come back this afternoon with the full documentation package." Elder Duan nodded. He left. Feng Yuan stood in the garden for a moment with the document's implications arranging themselves in his mind. The recognition changed his position inside the sect's administrative structure. It changed what he owed to practitioners who would come after him. It changed, and this was the part he had not anticipated, what he felt when he thought about his cultivation path and whether it would matter beyond his own advancement. The garden produced 2 new herbs while he was standing there, both in the complex emotional section, both varieties he had not seen before. He cataloged them later. They were both growing from the same source, the specific quality of being responsible for something that was not only yours. Chapter 62. The incoming interest was significant and arrived faster than Elder Duan had anticipated. 3 cultivation families, the Liang family, the Su family, and the extended Fengwei clan from the eastern region, sent formal inquiries to Green Canopy sect within a week of the recognition notification reaching the practitioner network. All 3 expressed interest in having family members assessed for heartroot compatibility. All 3 were families that had, in the preceding year, been dismissive of the lineage's prospects in private cultivation assessment documentation that Feng Yuan had not seen, but that Elder Duan had, and that Elder Duan found it notable to mention now. They tracked the medical documentation, the elder said, in the second of their now regular consultation meetings. The fear compression treatment attracted attention in the cultivation medicine community. 3 senior medical practitioners have cited it in their own research publications in the past 2 months. He arranged the inquiry documents in order on the table between them. The lineage's practical application record drove the institutional interest. The recognition formalized it. "How many compatibility assessments can we realistically conduct?" Feng Yuan said. "With your current capacity, 2 per month at the standard depth of assessment. If you delegate the preliminary screening." Elder Duan paused. "I'm recommending that Lin Shuwen manage the preliminary screening, since she has the methodology knowledge, and you handle the full assessments of candidates who pass the preliminary." Feng Yuan looked at him. Elder Duan had, in the course of their 3 consultation meetings, gone from asking Feng Yuan's advice on managing incoming interest to producing his own administrative recommendations and asking Feng Yuan to evaluate them. This was a transition he had not precisely requested, but which he found efficient. "That's workable," he said. "Has Lin Shuwen agreed?" "I haven't asked her yet. I was going to ask her this afternoon." A pause. "In previous years, I would have simply assigned her the task. Asking seems more appropriate in this situation." Feng Yuan noted this. He did not comment on it. "The family requests need to be managed carefully," Feng Yuan said. "Heartroot compatibility is a specific constitutional assessment. Not everyone is compatible, and families who are hoping a specific member will qualify are going to want a different answer than the assessment may provide. I know. I have managed family cultivation inquiries for 40 years. The specific pressure of family investment in a particular outcome is familiar territory." Elder Duan looked at the inquiry documents. "What is different here is that I am managing it on behalf of a lineage I previously restricted, with families who were dismissive of that lineage 18 months ago. The political dynamic is unusual. Accountability without resentment, Fun Yuan said. The elder looked at him. You're managing it without resentment, Fun Yuan said. Which is what makes it workable. He paused. The family's change of position is based on the lineage's demonstrated value. That's exactly the right reason for them to change their position. The fact that they didn't hold that position before the evidence is what it is. You're more generous in framing this than I would have expected. I understand how the historical record produces that position, Fun Yuan said. I also understand that updating from evidence is correct behavior, even when the update is late. Elder Duan looked at him for a moment with the specific quality of someone recognizing a principle they had held privately being stated directly by someone else. Yes, he said. That's accurate. They finished the consultation. Fun Yuan went back to the garden. The administrative work was demanding in a way that his cultivation practice had not prepared him for. Not intellectually demanding, but emotionally present in a specific sense that he was still learning to navigate. Being responsible for the lineage's public-facing representation meant carrying something that was not only his. The emotional weight of it produced, he noted, cultivation herbs in the eastern section of the garden that he had not seen before. Complex varieties, relational in quality, grown from the specific state of being the person others were depending on and genuinely accepting that responsibility rather than managing it from a distance. The garden was documenting his experience in real time. He tended it carefully. Chapter 63 Zhao Feizue arrived without announcement on a Tuesday, which was different from her first arrival, that had been formalized through the sect's cultivation exchange process. This was personal. He knew she was at the gate before she reached it. His perceptual range had expanded significantly since the deep-root advancement, and her chi signature had a quality that his perception identified immediately. Old-growth tier cultivation structure, technically precise as always, but with something at its center that had not been there during the intersect exchange. A quality of pressure, not from outside, from inside. The cultivation system working against an internal obstruction. He opened the gate. She had the posture of someone who had rehearsed her opening lines several times and had discarded all of them. I need to tell you something, she said. Before I ask anything. He let her in. They stood in the garden. I advanced to old-growth tier technically correct months ago, she said. Every advancement I have made on this path has been technically correct. The replication approach has worked. It has produced results at each tier that the assessment documentation has verified as genuine heart-root cultivation. She paused. At the old-growth tier, I can feel, for the first time, a categorical blockage that is not addressable through technique refinement. He waited. I have been working on this blockage for 4 months, she said. I have developed 11 technical approaches to the emotional state required for the old-growth advancement completion. None of them have produced a stable cultivation result. She looked at the gray-rooted plant. I came here because you were right. He was quiet for a moment. About which part? He said. Not testing. He genuinely wanted to know which specific conclusion she had reached through 4 months of hitting the same blockage. About the grief tier, she said. The specific chi resonance that the old-growth tier requires. I can technically produce the components of grief's physiological and emotional signature. But the tier's advancement process has a mechanism that my perception can now read from the inside. It's checking for something that my technical replication doesn't provide. She paused. It's checking for integration. For the quality of an emotion that has been genuinely sat with and allowed to move through the system rather than replicated from outside. He looked at her chi field. The quality he had been reading since her first visit, the slight offset of a portrait rather than a person, was still there. But it had changed. What was at the center of her cultivation system now had a different texture. Not the clinical precision of the management structure. Something underneath it that had become more visible over the 4 months she had described. She was frightened, not of the blockage itself, of what the blockage implied about the path forward. He did not mention that he could read this from her chi field. The grief you described, he said. Your grandmother. Yes. You cataloged it. You converted it into a technical cultivation approach. Yes. A pause. I was 18. She was the person who understood my cultivation approach, who didn't find my technical methodology strange, who gave me the methodology books. Her voice was even, technically controlled. I was very efficient at processing her death. He said, what did efficiency protect you from? She was quiet for a long time. The garden was quiet around them. The gray-rooted plant pulsed its steady rhythm. She said, I don't know. I didn't find out. He said, that's the door. She looked at him. The old-growth tier advancement requires walking through the door, he said. Not technically reproducing what's behind it. Walking through it. He paused. I've been at the same door for longer than you. I haven't walked through it either. She was quiet for a moment with the quality of someone recalibrating against information they had not expected. "What are you doing about it?" she said. "Moving closer to it," he said. "One conversation at a time." She looked at the gray-rooted plant. She looked at him. "I'll come back," she said. "If that's acceptable." "Yes," he said. Chapter 64. The canopy stage advancement came from a direction he had not predicted. He had been preparing for it, aware of the pressure building, aware from the lineage documentation that canopy stage required a new kind of engagement, a quality of emotional experience that went beyond what the individual self produced and engaged with the self's relationship to something larger. He had reviewed this in the texts. He had thought about what the cultivation expansion would feel like. What he had not predicted was that the catalyst would be a sectional meeting. The meeting was an administrative consultation about the Heartroot lineage's resource allocation following the Continental Registry recognition. It included Elder Duan, Lin Shuwen, 2 representatives from the Council's Cultivation Oversight Division, and Fun Yuan himself. He had prepared documentation. He had been to several cultivation reviews at this point and knew the format. The Council representatives asked the standard questions about practitioner capacity, training methodology, and advancement rates. He answered them. They asked about projected practitioner development over the next 5 years. He answered this and heard, while he was answering it, the specific weight of what he was saying. He was describing something that would exist beyond his own advancement timeline, something that other practitioners would need, something that would matter to people he had not yet met. He was speaking on behalf of a lineage that had only one current practitioner at this sect, which was him. And in doing so, he was speaking on behalf of all the practitioners who would come through the lineage in the years after him. Their training needs, their advancement challenges, the specific support they would need at the grief tier that he had not yet navigated himself. He was responsible for this, not as a future fact, as a present one. He was the person in this room who understood heartroot cultivation, and it was the case right now, in this meeting, that what he said would shape the lineage's institutional support for years. He had been managing this responsibility from a careful distance, classifying it as an important role, understanding its implications, ensuring his actions in the role were correct, not inhabiting it, not letting himself feel the weight of it as his own rather than a situation he was navigating. He felt it now, not dramatically. The way you feel the weight of carrying something when you stop managing the posture you've been using to compensate for it. The weight was real, and it was large, and it was his. The canopy stage advancement occurred while he was still in the meeting, which was unusual. Advancement pressure normally released in moments of relative quiet, not in administrative consultations. But the cultivation expansion did not wait for convenience. His perception shifted. The room he had been in became larger in a way that had nothing to do with its physical dimensions. He could feel, faintly, at distance, the emotional resonance of the cultivation environment of the building around him, the accumulated chi of the practitioners who had worked and trained and lived in this space over years and decades. Not individual states, aggregate patterns, like hearing the overall chord of an orchestra from outside the building rather than the individual instruments inside. He did not show any of this on his face. He continued answering the council representative's question about practitioner development timelines. After the meeting, walking back across the sect grounds to the garden, the canopy stage perception was fully active. He could feel the emotional resonance of the cultivator dormitories, the training grounds, the medical hall, the library. Each one had its own chi quality. The training grounds held the residue of physical intensity and competitive focus. The library had a specific contemplative quality layered over many years. The medical hall had something he could only describe as the accumulated weight of people having been cared for. His garden, when he entered it, was different than it had been before. Not the plants, they were as he had left them, but the emotional residue in the garden's chi field, which he could now read with canopy stage perception, was his own accumulated cultivation practice rendered visible. Every genuine state he had felt and tended was present in the soil and the herb roots and the space between the plants, a record of what had been genuinely real here. He stood in the middle of it. He was responsible for this path continuing. He was going to let himself feel that it mattered. The garden produced 12 new herbs, all complex varieties. Chapter 65. He felt her approaching from 2 kilometers. The canopy stage perception extended through cultivation environments, which meant that a practitioner of significant cultivation power moving through the city's outer districts registered as a distinct presence in his awareness before they were within conventional perceptual range. The signature was familiar. He had been reading it in close proximity for months. But from this distance, without the managed presentation layer she maintained in direct contact, it was different. He was in the garden, and he had approximately 20 minutes before she arrived at the sect's outer gate. He used them to prepare what he needed to understand rather than to prepare for conflict. The canopy stage perception, extended to its new range, could find the edges of her chi field in a way his previous tiers had not. He had been reading her cultivation presence at close range as a very large thing whose boundaries he couldn't locate. At canopy stage range, with the perception active and directed toward her approaching signature, he found something he had not expected to find. She had heart-root cultivation of her own, not the acquisition technique, which he had been reading for months. Underneath it, layered beneath it, compressed and sealed in the specific way of something that had been held very still for a very long time. There was a heart-root cultivation structure that was ancient and architecturally sophisticated and completely inert. Not absent, not destroyed, stopped. The same way his own cultivation was stopped at the grief tier, except that her stopping had been decades longer ago, and the stopped cultivation had been growing quieter for all the time she had been maintaining the acquisition technique instead. She had been a heart-root practitioner. She had stopped and sealed her own cultivation and developed an acquisition technique to harvest others' emotional cultivation instead of advancing her own. She was not someone who had never had what he had. She was someone who had had it and chosen, consciously, deliberately, at some specific moment in her history, to stop. She arrived at the sect's outer gate, and he went to meet her. She registered, when she saw him, that he was waiting. She did not stop. "You can feel my approach from that distance now," she said, when she was close enough. "Canopy stage," he confirmed. The perceptual range expanded. She looked at him with the careful attention she had been giving him since the defensive reflex had disrupted her management system. "And," she said, "and I can find the edges of your chi field at range," he said. "There's something underneath the acquisition technique structure that I couldn't read before." She was very still. "You had heart-root cultivation of your own," he said. Not an accusation. A statement, offered in the tone of someone presenting information to allow a conversation to happen. The stillness continued for a moment. Then she said, "Yes." He looked at her. "You sealed it," he said, "and developed the acquisition technique instead." "Yes." She looked at the sect's outer wall rather than at him. "When I stopped at the grief tier, when I found I could not advance through the emotional engagement, I had two options. Withdraw from cultivation, as your sect's previous practitioner did, or continue advancing through other means." She paused. "I was not willing to withdraw. I was not willing to feel what the grief tier required. I was not willing to not advance." A pause. "I developed a technique. It took 12 years to develop and another decade to refine. It produces cultivation power without requiring what I cannot bring myself to provide." He said, "What grief stopped you?" She looked at him. She did not answer. She was not yet at the point where she would answer that question. He could read this from her chi field. The sealed cultivation underneath the acquisition structure still had its original tears blockage at the center, an emotional content she had been maintaining sealed for 60 years. He did not press. "The acquisition technique," he said. "It addresses the symptom, but not the cause. Your heart-root cultivation has been stopped for 60 years because the sealed cultivation is still blocked at the grief tier. The acquisition gives you power. It doesn't resolve the blockage." "I know," she said. "I have known this since the beginning." He looked at the morning sky beyond the sect's wall. Spring was fully arrived now, and the air had the specific quality of warmth that had genuinely replaced cold rather than temporarily borrowed the surface. "You sealed your own cultivation to avoid what you couldn't face," he said, "and then spent 60 years absorbing what other practitioners faced in their own cultivation, because being close to the engagement, even taking it from them, was easier than doing it yourself." She said, "Yes." He said, "You could unseal it." The silence that followed this had a different quality than any of their previous silences. "I'm aware," she said. "The acquisition technique is not providing what you need," he said. "It has not been. For 60 years. He paused. "What would it require for you to unseal the cultivation?" She was quiet for a very long time. "I would need to acknowledge what stopped me," she said, "which means acknowledging what the grief is for, which I have not done since I was young." She looked at her hands. "And I would need to trust that whatever opened when I unsealed the cultivation would not destroy me." "It won't," he said. She looked at him. "I know it from intellectual understanding of emotional processing theory," he said, "rather than from personal experience of a grief this large. But I know it." He paused. "Come back to the garden. When you're ready." She left without agreeing or refusing. He went back to the garden and tended the gray-rooted plant, which now produced blooms at a rate he had stopped fully tracking, and thought about the quality of being close to something you cannot yet do, and how that quality had a cultivation herb of its own, a small, patient variety that grew at the edges of the eastern section and did not have a name yet. He tended it carefully. Chapter 66. She came back to the garden on a Saturday morning, 9 days after the meeting at the outer gate. He had not pressured her. He had not sought her out. He had gone about his cultivation work and his administrative consultations and his morning practice with Bai Ziqing and his documentation sessions with Ruanyu. And he had known, through the canopy stage perceptual range, when she moved through the outer city's districts and when she was not nearby, and when, on the Saturday, she was approaching again. He was in the garden when she arrived. "I want to understand something," she said, when she was through the gate. "And I need you to help me understand it in a specific way." He waited. "The perception herb," she said. "The one you used in the early months to allow both practitioners to perceive each other's chi fields simultaneously. Do you still have a developed variety of that?" He did. He had been refining it for months. The shared perception technique, which allowed two practitioners to read each other's emotional chi signature simultaneously rather than one reading the other's. It was the most delicate herb in his garden, requiring careful calibration, and it required both practitioners to consent to the exposure. "I want to see myself," she said. "From outside. The way you can see me." A pause. "And I want to see what you see when you look at my chi field." He looked at her. The request was significant. It was also the request of someone who was approaching something from an angle that was not frontal. Not "I want to face the thing I've been avoiding, but I want to see the obstruction from a position where I can look at it rather than be in it." "Yes," he said. "It requires full mutual consent, which means I'm also visible to you." "I know. That's acceptable." He grew the perception herb, not from a deliberate emotional state, but from the state he was in while she was asking, which was the specific quality of someone who cares about the outcome for another person and is engaged with the question of how to help correctly rather than any version of what benefit this provides to them. The herb that grew from this was clear and finely structured. He harvested it, and they sat at the garden table. The herb dissolved at contact with both their chi fields simultaneously. He saw himself through her perception for a moment before his own attention moved to reading her. He would document what he had seen of himself later. It was instructive and surprising in specific ways he had not anticipated. But it could wait. He looked at her chi field through the shared perception and found what he had been unable to fully resolve at previous tiers. The acquisition technique structure was visible as a system, a specific chi architecture that had been developed over decades, precisely engineered to allow incoming emotional chi from external sources to be absorbed and integrated into her cultivation power without requiring her own emotional engagement. It was sophisticated. It was also clearly layered over something else. Underneath it, the sealed heart root cultivation she had mentioned stopped and compressed, and at the center of that sealed cultivation, she had said shame, and she had been partially correct, but the perception herb showed more specificity than a category. It was shame about a specific act, something she had done or failed to do at a specific moment, which she had classified at that time as unforgivable and had been carrying as unforgivable for 60 years. The shame was the size of a mountain in her chi field. Quiet, inert, present. Everything she had built, the acquisition technique, the 60 years of cultivation power, the management and control of every interaction, was built around not having to face the mountain. He did not say any of this aloud. She could see his perception of her through the shared herb, which meant she was seeing what he was seeing. She was very still. "That's what you see," she said. "Yes. You've been seeing this. Not with this resolution until now. I could read the blockage before in outline. The shared perception shows more detail." She was looking at her own chi field through his perception, looking at herself from outside, which she had said she wanted. He could feel, through the herb's mutual connection, the quality of her experience of seeing this. Not the managed neutrality of her presentation layer, but the specific sensation of encountering something accurate that you have been carrying for a very long time and have never seen from outside. She picked up the perception herb in both hands. It was still partially active, the connection still running, and she held it for several minutes without speaking. When she set it down, she said, "I don't know if I can address that." "I know," he said. "You've known for 60 years. Knowing the obstruction is not the same as being able to clear it." "No," he agreed. "It's not." He paused. "But you came back. To see it clearly. That's not nothing." She looked at the gray-rooted plant with the expression of someone recognizing a mirror. "No," she said. "It's not nothing." Chapter 67. 2 days after the shared perception session, he grew her a herb. Not from a deliberately selected emotional state. He had learned by now that deliberately selected states produced lower-quality herbs than genuine ones, and the herb he was growing her needed to be genuine or it would be useless. He grew it from the state he was actually in when he thought about her. A complex combination of what his deep-root perception could now articulate as compassion for someone who had been moving in the wrong direction for a very long time, combined with the specific quality of wanting to offer something without expectation of a particular response. He had not grown a compassion herb before. It was in the complex emotional tier, One of the varieties he had unlocked at deep root, and he had been developing the range of the tier, but had not specifically cultivated compassion. It had not previously arisen with enough genuine intensity to produce a clear herb. It arose now. The herb was smaller than his best work, but had the depth quality fully visible through his own perception. Opaque all the way through, clearly genuine, with a cheese signature that was specific enough to find its way to the specific person it was calibrated for. He went to her. She was at the sect's outer garden, which the administration had made available to her for her research purposes. A courtesy that had made him smile when he first heard about it, a year ago, because the courtesy was being extended to someone he had spent considerable effort identifying as an antagonist. She looked at the herb when he held it out. She did not take it immediately. "What does this do?" she said. "It's a transmission herb. It's calibrated to what I actually feel about your situation." He held it steadily. "It's not calibrated to what you want. It's not the grief cultivation you came here for. It's calibrated to something else." She looked at it for a long moment. "This is not useful to me," she said. "I know," he said. She looked at him. "Why are you offering it?" He said. "Because you have been trying to get somewhere for longer than I have been alive. And you have been moving in the wrong direction to get there." He paused. "The direction doesn't change from extracting more emotional content in the same category. You have 60 years of evidence for this. You've been acquiring grief cultivation from practitioners who had engaged with their grief, and your cultivation has not advanced past the point where it stopped. Because the blocked cultivation requires your grief, specifically, no one else's." She was quiet. "Acquiring more," he said, "is not going to do what you want it to do." "I know this," she said. "I know you know it." He held the herb steadily. "Take this anyway. It's not going to solve the problem. It's an offer of what I actually feel, which is not contempt and not judgment and not a desire to correct you. It's the thing you said no one had given you, being seen without being attacked." She looked at the herb for a long time. Then she took it. She held it in both hands the way she had held the perception herb, carefully, with the quality of someone handling something that was not dangerous but was significant in a way they weren't certain how to calibrate. "It's warm," she said. "Yes." She held it for a few minutes. He waited. She said, "This is." She stopped. Started again. "I haven't felt something like this in." She stopped again. He did not fill the silence. He had learned, mostly from Ruan Yu, but also from Bai Ziqing and from watching Lin Shuwen, that some silences needed to complete themselves. She put the herb in her sleeve. "I'm going to leave the sect," she said. "I don't know what I'm going to do about." She looked at her own hands. "I don't know if I can do what you're describing. The unsealing. The acknowledgement." A pause. "But I'm taking this with me." She left without a formal departure. He stood in the outer garden for a while. He was not hopeful in the way of someone expecting a particular outcome. He was present to the fact that something real had happened. The herb she had taken was genuine. What she did with it was hers. The garden, that afternoon, produced a new variety he had not seen before. A simple, small herb from a state that was not complex, not relational, not high-tier. Something he would have expected to have grown months ago, from a primary emotional state that should have been among the first varieties in his garden. The herb from genuine hope. It had taken him this long to genuinely feel it for someone else's path. Chapter 68. He had been thinking about how to say it for 3 weeks. Not because he didn't know what he wanted to say. He had known, with the specific clarity of something that had been true for a while before being articulated for several months. He was thinking about how to say it because the verbal habit that had been with him since he began cultivation practice, the third-person framing, the clinical distance, the language of observation rather than claiming, was at its most resistant when what needed to be said was personal. It was a Tuesday evening. They were both in the garden after Ruan Yu's documentation session, a period when the formal work had concluded and neither of them had departed yet, which had become an increasingly common occurrence over the preceding months. The spring evening was warm in the specific way of new warmth, not the heat of summer but the first genuine warmth of the year, which felt different from heat because it had been absent and was now returned. She said, without looking up from the research journal she was reviewing, "I've been here for 8 months longer than my research assignment required." "I know," he said. "My research supervisor at the Classification Academy has requested an updated timeline for completion. I've given him 3 different revised timelines in the past 6 months." She turned a page. "I'm going to have to return eventually. The Academy has other projects. My position there is contingent on producing work rather than indefinitely extending a single study." "I know that too." She looked up from the journal. Not at him, at the garden, at the gray-rooted plant, whose single morning sky bloom had been joined by 3 more in the past months, for blooms now that faced upward, toward the light, while the rest still hung downward. "I'm not sure," she said, "how to navigate the fact that I want to stay and I have to go." Classification methodology has a framework for this kind of tension, competing valid claims with no clean resolution, but the framework is more comfortable when the situation is abstract. He set down the cultivation measurements he had been reviewing. He said, "There is something I would prefer to have said before you go." She looked at him. He said, "There is." He stopped. He heard the framing. He started again. "I find that He stopped again. She was watching him with the patient attention she brought to processes that had their own timeline. He said, "I would like you to know that the garden has been growing things I don't classify since you started coming here. Not because the emotional states are unclear. Because I know what they are, and I have been choosing not to catalog them, because cataloging them felt like a way of reducing them." She was very still. "That's the closest I've come," he said, "to saying what I mean in the language I usually use." He paused. "I'm going to try the other language." She waited. He said, in the first person, "I care about you. Not as a research partner or a cultivation methodology resource or a person who has been useful to my development. I care about you in the way that I care about the garden, which is the most genuine caring I know how to do, because the garden doesn't ask me to pretend, and I have never pretended anything in it." He paused. "I don't know what the correct way to hold that is while you are here and when you leave." She looked at him for a moment. "I think," she said, carefully, "that's exactly the right sentence." She looked back at the garden. The part about not knowing how to hold it. She paused. "I don't know either, but I'd like to figure it out rather than not say anything and leave without having said it." "Yes," he said, "that's what I thought." She put her research journal in her carrying sleeve. She said, "I'll be here tomorrow." "I know," he said. He did. The garden had 3 new herbs from whatever he was feeling, all in the complex relational section, all varieties he had been growing toward for months without yet having had enough of the genuine state to produce them. He would classify them in the morning. He did not classify them that evening. Chapter 69. Su Minghu came to the garden on a spring afternoon, moving with the specific energy of someone who has just had something significant happen and has come to the first person they thought of. He was 17 and advancing rapidly through the outer sect's cultivation assessment program. He had been coming to Fun Yuan's cultivation demonstrations for a year and had, in the past several months, begun appearing for occasional consultation. He was earnest in the way of someone who had decided that earnestness was a reasonable approach to the world and had not yet been significantly punished for it. "I advanced," he said at the gate. "I know," Fun Yuan said. "Come in." He had known from the canopy stage perceptual range. Su Minghu's chi field, which was not in the heartroot lineage, but which Fun Yuan had been monitoring peripherally given his interest in the young disciple's development, had shifted in the previous 2 days in the way of a tier advancement consolidating. Su Minghu came through the gate with the specific quality of someone who had just experienced something that had happened to them rather than something they had made happen. He looked at the garden, at the herbs, the gray-rooted plant, the morning sky blooms, with the quality of someone who was too full of something to look at anything without some of it spilling over. Fun Yuan looked at him. He was aware of something occurring in his own chi field that his perception cataloged automatically. A specific warm quality, rooted in the eastern section of his cultivation where the relational complex herbs grew, with a texture that was particular. He had felt the general category before, satisfaction in another practitioner's advancement, which was genuine and had produced herbs. But this was more specific than the general category. This was pride. Not pride in his own work, pride in someone else's. The specific quality of watching someone he had been paying careful attention to reach a place that demonstrated what they were genuinely capable of, and feeling the specific resonance of that achievement, as if it were partially his, not because he had done it, but because he had been close enough to witness its development. He had never, he realized, named this state specifically before. He had been cataloging it as general satisfaction, and it was not general satisfaction. It was pride, which required a specific person to feel it for and required caring about that person's development, and which he had been not naming for months. "Tell me what happened," he said. Su Minghu told him. The cultivation technique he had been working on, the specific moment of the breakthrough, the quality of the new chi production, the way his perception had shifted. He described it with the combination of technical precision and genuine excitement that was characteristic of him. Fun Yuan listened and was genuinely present for the description. Not making notes. Not preparing follow-up questions. Present. When Su Minghu finished, he said, "How do you feel about it?" Su Minghu looked at him with the expression of someone not used to being asked this directly. "Excited," he said. "Afraid the excitement will end." "Grateful." He paused. "Surprised." "Surprised by what?" "That I could do it. I've been," he paused in the way of someone editing what they're about to say and deciding not to. "I've been afraid for most of the past year that the difficulty of the technique meant I wasn't suited for this path. And it turned out the difficulty was just the technique being difficult. He looked at his hands. I should have known the difference sooner. You know it now, Feng Yuan said. Su Minghu looked at him. You're not. He started and stopped. I thought you might say something about how you told me the fear would resolve. I did tell you that, Feng Yuan said. The fact that it resolved doesn't make it less important that you sat with the fear for a year before it did. He paused. That's not failure. That's what sitting with something difficult actually looks like from inside. Su Minghu was quiet for a moment with the quality of someone receiving something they had not expected to receive. Thank you, he said. For the consultation sessions. He paused. For paying attention. He left shortly after, with the specific quality of someone who had come to share something and had been successfully met in the sharing. Feng Yuan stood in the garden after he had gone. 3 new herbs had grown from whatever he had been feeling during the conversation. He looked at them. One that had the quality of genuine warmth for a specific person, one that had the texture of being genuinely pleased at someone else's success, and one smaller variety that he examined carefully before identifying it. The third herb grew from the state of being told thank you and meaning it. He had not, before now, had that state as a distinct emotional source in his garden. He had been receiving gratitude for cultivation work and treating it as professional acknowledgement. This was different. Su Minghu's thank you had been for paying attention, and the paying attention had been genuine, and the thank you had landed in a place that was not professional. He tended all 3 herbs carefully. Chapter 70, the old growth tier advancement barrier was not subtle about announcing itself. He woke one morning in late spring to find that the cultivation pressure that had been building steadily since the canopy stage advancement had reached a point that was no longer background noise. It was present the way the gray-rooted plant's pulse was present, not disruptive, not harmful, but impossible to be unaware of. A weight at a specific location in his meridian system. The transition between the canopy stage's primary to complex extended capabilities and the old growth tiers requirement, which was the same requirement that had stopped Yu Mingzhu and the 2 previous sect practitioners and the mirror elder and he was certain now. He had been certain for months. The requirement that would either be addressed or would become his ceiling too. Grief. Not the woven grief that had grown through his deep root tier. Grief combined with gratitude. Grief combined with longing. That complex grief was present in his garden and had been cultivated and integrated and was genuinely his. That was not the blockage. The blockage was the grief underneath all the complexity. Grief in its fundamental form, without anything added to make it bearable. The acknowledgement that something was gone and could not come back, named directly, felt directly, not analyzed or categorized or converted into a cultivation methodology. He knew what it was for. He had known since Chapter 3, when the gray-rooted plant first grew in his garden, and he had looked at it for a long time without asking what grew it. Since Chapter 20, when the flower had smelled like his mother's cultivation chambers, and he had closed the door. Since Chapter 57, when Yu Mingzhu had said, I notice you don't cry for anyone either. He had named it in his cultivation journal. My mother died when I was 10. Current documentation of the grief response. None. The documentation still said, none. He got up and went to the garden. The morning was pale and clear, the specific light of early summer mornings when the sun was already above the horizon, but the air had not yet warmed to the day's full heat. The garden smelled of the specific combination of soil and herb growth and the faint sweetness of the complex emotional varieties in the eastern section. The ceramic jar was on the windowsill where he had placed it after Chapter 38. It now held 52 dark blooms and 4 morning sky blooms. He had not counted recently. He counted now, standing at the window before going outside, because counting was something he could do, and he did it carefully. He looked at the jar for a while. He could feel the advancement pressure at the meridian transition point. The pressure was the weight of everything he had cultivated in the past year. The advancement from tender sprout through root seeker, first bloom, deep root, canopy stage, all of it converging at the single point where the next advancement waited. The next advancement waited for something he had not given it. He had 12 years of accumulated grief in a jar on his windowsill. He knew what it was for. He picked up the jar. He held it. He put it back on the windowsill. He went into the garden and tended the herbs in his morning routine and came back inside and opened his cultivation journal. He sat at the desk for a while without writing anything. He looked at the most recent entry, the documentation of the old growth tier advancement pressure, and at the entry above it, from 3 days ago, and at the entries going back to the beginning of his practice. A year's worth of cultivation documentation. A year's worth of genuine engagement with what he actually felt, converted into herbs that had grown real and strong and genuinely his. 1 year of learning to feel the truth of his own experience. Except for this. He wrote, below the most recent entry, Asterisk the advancement requires acknowledging what the jar contains. I know what it contains. The question is not knowledge. The question is whether I am ready. Asterisk he looked at this sentence. Below it he wrote, asterisk I don't know if I will ever feel ready. I know that waiting for ready is a kind of avoidance that my cultivation practice is supposed to have been teaching me to notice. Asterisk he set down the brush. He looked at the jar. He would not open it today. He knew this. He was being honest with himself about this rather than pretending he was about to do it and then not doing it, which was a different form of avoidance. He was not ready. He would be. Chapter 71 The first certification dispute arrived by formal petition on a Thursday, and by the following Monday there were two. The Liang family had submitted a practitioner, a 19-year-old granddaughter named Liang Jinji, for heart-root compatibility assessment. The preliminary screening, administered by Lin Shuwen, had flagged her as borderline. Genuine emotional sensitivity present, but the specific constitutional architecture that heart-root cultivation required for stable long-term development was uncertain. Fun Yuan had conducted the full assessment and confirmed Lin Shuwen's finding. Compatible at a marginal level that he was not confident would support the cultivation demands of the advanced tiers. He had said this to the family's representative clearly and with the documentation to support the assessment. The family had responded to this by submitting a formal petition to the Continental Cultivation Council's Certification Oversight Division, requesting an independent review of the assessment criteria on the grounds that the assessment was self-serving and designed to restrict access to the lineage. The Su family followed with a similar petition. The Council's Certification Oversight Division requested Fun Yuan's testimony at a formal review session. He prepared for it the way he prepared for everything, methodically, with specific attention to what would be asked and what the accurate answers were and where the likely pressure points were. He brought Lin Shuwen's preliminary assessment documentation, his own full assessment documentation, the lineage's certification methodology framework that he had developed in the administrative consultation sessions with Elder Duan, and a clear statement of the constitutional requirements. He testified for 40 minutes. The review committee asked technical questions, which he answered accurately. Two of the committee members were clearly sympathetic to the family's position and asked questions designed to create the impression that the assessment criteria were exclusionary rather than technical. He answered these questions the same way he answered the others, with documentation and without resentment. The family's members were not certified. The assessment criteria were confirmed as appropriate. Elder Duan, walking back through the sect grounds afterward, said to Lin Shuwen. Fun Yuan was close enough to hear this, which he assessed as intentional on Elder Duan's part. He handled that better than I would have at his cultivation stage. He told the truth without making anyone feel attacked. Lin Shuwen said. He understood what they were actually afraid of. Elder Duan said, what were they afraid of? Lin Shuwen said, that their family member wasn't suited for the path they had decided was important. The certification dispute was about the decision, not the assessment. Fun Yuan, walking ahead of them, did not turn around. He had understood this at the review session. The Liang family representative's chi field had the specific texture of parental anxiety underneath the institutional challenge. Not anger at an incorrect assessment. Fear that the correct assessment would mean a particular person was not the practitioner they had hoped for. He had addressed the cultivation methodology question accurately. He had also, at one point during the testimony, addressed the underlying question, briefly, without calling attention to it, by noting that borderline compatibility with heart-root cultivation frequently indicated strong compatibility with adjacent emotional cultivation lineages that had different constitutional requirements. He had offered to conduct a supplementary assessment. The family representative had accepted. He had not told anyone he was doing this. It was simply the correct thing to do given the actual situation. The council session had recorded the offer as part of the formal transcript. Chapter 72 The Continental Cultivation Council's Formal Cultivation Committee arrived 3 weeks after the certification hearings, which the council had apparently found more instructive than anticipated. The committee was composed of 4 senior cultivation administrators and 2 senior practitioners, led by an evaluator named Wen Shufang, who had the specific quality of someone whose professional function was to assess the long-term institutional viability of cultivation lineages. He reviewed documentation, asked precise questions, and had the habit of writing things down at moments Fun Yuan would not have predicted were documentation worthy. He reviewed the fear compression treatment documentation. He reviewed the certification methodology. He reviewed the compatibility assessment framework. He reviewed the canopy stage perceptual capability documentation and the deep-root transmission herb methodology. He asked standard institutional questions about practitioner capacity, training infrastructure, resource requirements. Then he asked, what is the upper ceiling of this lineage? Fun Yuan looked at him. The cultivation tier documentation shows 11 ranked tiers, when Shufang said. The documented historical advancement record shows practitioners advancing through canopy stage in one case and stopping before old growth in several others. What happens at the top of the tier progression? What does the lineage produce at its full development? The documented answer, Fun Yuan said, is the celestial garden tier. The lineage documentation describes a cultivation state that involves perceiving the emotional states of all nearby practitioners simultaneously without the ability to filter the input. He paused. The practical answer is that I don't know from direct experience. I am currently at canopy stage. The only practitioner in the available record who has completed the full lineage is a cultivator named Ku Deng, and he lives in isolation. Why isolation? When Shufang asked. Because populated areas are overwhelming at his perceptual range, Fun Yuan said. That is the information I have from his documentation. When Shufang wrote something down, he looked at what he had written for a moment. I want to ask you a specific question, he said, because it will appear in the committee's institutional assessment. Ask, is the Celestial Garden tier compatible with ordinary participation in cultivation society? Can a practitioner at the completed lineage level function within a sect, a community, a professional institutional role? Fun Yuan considered this carefully. It was a genuinely important question, and he did not have a direct answer. I don't know, he said. The documentation suggests it requires significant management of the perceptual capability. Master Ku Deng's solution was geographic isolation. Whether other solutions are possible is something I cannot confirm from current data. He paused. What I can say is that each tier of advancement I have completed has initially felt unmanageable and has become manageable as I developed practice with the new capability. I cannot predict whether that pattern holds through the final tiers. When Shufang wrote this down also, he looked up. Off the record, he said, and Fun Yuan noted that off the record was not a concept that applied at formal committee assessments, which meant this was a signal that what followed was significant rather than that it was actually off record. The lineage's demonstrated practical utility is the most compelling case I've reviewed for a rare lineage in 10 years. The applications, medical, perceptual, and I gather now political, are substantive. The institutional question is whether the lineage's completion is compatible with societal function or produces practitioners who ultimately leave society. I understand the concern, Fun Yuan said. I'd like to contact Master Ku Deng before the committee's final assessment, if the committee can give me a week. When Shufang looked at him for a moment. 2 weeks, he said. He looked at his documentation. We'll continue the review of secondary materials in the interim. Chapter 73. The letter came back faster than he expected. He had sent his inquiry to Ku Deng's last known location through the official sect correspondence system, with a clear statement of purpose. Continental Cultivation Council Institutional Review, requesting information about the Celestial Garden tier's compatibility with societal function. He had not been certain Ku Deng would respond to this. An ancient cultivator in deliberate isolation had limited reason to engage with institutional review processes. The response arrived 6 days later. It was not addressed to the Continental Cultivation Council, though the formal headers included their names. It was addressed, in the body of the letter, practically to him. He read it in the garden, in the morning light, sitting at the cultivation table with the gray-rooted plant pulsing quietly behind him. Asterisk to the Cultivation Council's Review Committee and to the Heartroot practitioner at Green Canopy Sect asterisk, the completed Heartroot path is survivable. I want to be clear about this first because the documentation that exists is ambiguous on the point, and I have found ambiguity on this subject to be actively harmful to practitioners approaching the upper tiers. The cultivation does not destroy the cultivator. It is not comfortable. I will also be clear about this. The Celestial Garden tier involves perceiving the emotional states of all nearby practitioners simultaneously without the ability to filter the input. This is not a metaphor about heightened sensitivity. At full development, in a populated cultivation community, the perceptual field is active and continuous. The emotional states of the people around you are present the way voices in a room are present when you are in the room. They do not stop. There is no quiet hour. I live in isolation because populated areas are overwhelming at my perceptual range. This is the correct description of my choice. It is not the only possible choice. I made it because I did not develop, at the time I reached this tier, a method for holding the continuous perceptual field without being dissolved by it. Other practitioners may develop such a method. I did not. On the question of societal compatibility, I don't know. I am one data point. My data point says that the path at its completion is not compatible with the social structures I was part of before completing it. I chose isolation rather than the structures. Whether there are structures compatible with the completed path or ways to modify the perceptual experience that allow for social participation is a question that requires someone else to answer. To the heart root practitioner at Green Canopy Sect specifically. You are approaching the grief tier. I know this from what you are, not from information about you specifically. Every heart root practitioner approaching old growth tier is approaching the grief tier because that is what the tier requires, and the letter from an institutional review committee about upper tier compatibility suggests someone is getting close. You will survive it. The grief tier is the most difficult cultivation tier in this lineage, and it does not destroy the practitioners who complete it. It changes them significantly. It does not destroy them. This letter is also permission from the only practitioner who has completed the lineage to keep going. Ku Ding, he read the letter 3 times. He sat with it for a long time after. The morning sky bloom on the gray-rooted plant was catching the early light, and the rest of the dark blooms hung quiet in their downward orientation, and the garden was simply present around him. Present in the way it always was, which was the most genuine form of presence he had found. He put the letter in his cultivation journal, between 2 pages, and went to find Wen Shufang. Chapter 74. Xiao Feizue had been at Green Canopy Sect for 2 months. She had arrived in late spring in the capacity of a practitioner conducting extended research exchange, which was the institutional framing for what was actually a practitioner who had encountered a genuine cultivation blockage and needed to work through it in an environment where the lineage expertise was present. She had her own research contributions. Her technical methodology documentation was being incorporated into the lineage's comparative records, and she was conducting genuinely useful analysis work, so the framing was not false. It was incomplete. She had also been growing herbs. Genuine herbs, for the first time. Not through the technical replication system she had spent years developing, but through the uncomfortable process of sitting with what she actually felt and letting the garden respond. He had watched this from a careful distance, because Xiao Feizue's privacy in cultivation was something he respected, and his perceptual capability meant that respecting it required deliberate effort. What he observed, when she came to him in the garden on a Tuesday afternoon and asked him to look at what the garden was producing, was this. The grief herbs were not grief herbs. She had been working toward the grief tier for weeks, using the genuine engagement approach she had been learning to use, and the garden had been growing herbs in response. They had the emotional structure of grief, the chi texture, the color quality, the growth pattern. But his deep root perception, looking at the depth quality of the herbs, found something specific. The garden was not growing from grief itself, but from the state that preceded grief, which was the resistance to acknowledging loss. She was generating the resistance very precisely and consistently. Your grief herbs, he said. What's wrong with them? She was looking at them with the expression of someone who had been working very hard on something and was not certain it had worked. They're not grief herbs, he said. They're resistance herbs. The chi is producing the emotional texture of grief's precursor. The state of knowing something is gone and not quite letting yourself know it yet. She was quiet. I've been trying to engage with the grief, she said. Genuinely. Not technically. I've been sitting with the memory of my grandmother for weeks. The garden responds every time. Yes, it's responding to what you actually feel while you sit with the memory, which is the resistance to what you feel about the memory. He paused. You are generating the resistance very precisely. The grief is underneath it. She looked at the herbs. She looked at her own hands. How do I stop generating the resistance? You don't stop generating it, he said. You acknowledge that you're generating it. You notice, there is resistance here. And you let the grief be underneath the resistance rather than treating the resistance as the destination. She looked at him. That's not a technique, she said. Correct, he said. Techniques are what you use to get to the door. This is what happens when you stop working on the door and stand in front of it instead. She was quiet for a long time, looking at her resistance herbs. I've spent 3 years developing techniques for this, she said. I have documented 47 distinct approaches to emotional state replication. I know. They've produced very good results for 46 of the 47 emotional states you've applied them to. He paused. The 47th is the one you built the system to avoid needing to be inside. She looked at him with the expression of someone encountering the inside of a system they designed and finding it contains something unexpected. My grandmother, she said. Not describing, not explaining, just naming. The way he had said my mother to you, Mingzhu. Yes, he said. She looked at the herbs. All right, she said. I'll try. He believed her. Chapter 75 by Ziqing told him on a Wednesday morning, between the 3rd and 4th repetitions of the advanced kinetic loading sequence she had been developing, which was a variant of the original form with 3 additional redirection transitions that she had worked out over the spring. I've been offered a position at the Continental Council's Combat Division, she said. She was looking at the training staff rather than at him. Evaluator and instructor role. Combat cultivation methodology assessment for practitioners applying to the Council's specialized combat programs. He looked at her. He understood what this meant immediately. Not just the career significance, but the quality of fit between Bai Ziqing's specific capability and the role being described. She would assess practitioners through kinesthetic perception. She would teach combat through the experiential transmission method she had been refining for years. She would work with a population of practitioners whose specific challenge was learning to feel their way through combat rather than thinking their way through it, which was exactly where her methodology was most useful. You should go, he said. She looked at him, directly, and without the particular kind of looking that was actually checking. The work there will suit you better than staying here, he said. And staying here for my sake would be a waste of a capability that matters outside a single outer sect garden. I know it would suit me, she said. She picked up the water flask. I was checking whether you knew it too. He said, I knew it before you told me. The position is the right position for what you actually are. He paused. The position begins in 3 months. I'll stay through the current cycle. She drank from the flask and set it down. There's something I want to say before I go, and I'm going to say it now because in 3 months I may not remember to. Say it. You are not as alone in this as the documentation suggests, she said. Not the official documentation, the internal one. The way you write about your cultivation path, it's very accurate and very careful, and it consistently describes you as the primary actor in every situation, with other practitioners in defined supporting roles. She looked at him. Lin Shuwen is not a supporting character. I am not a supporting character. Ruanyu, she paused. You have people, not resources. People. I want you to still know that after I'm gone. He was quiet for a moment. I know, he said. I've been learning this. Good. She picked up the training staff. One more repetition. He did not offer anything more. He took the position across the practice space and went through the sequence. She corrected the third transition. He did it again. She said, good. That was sufficient. He would miss her, he noted to himself, in the way you missed someone who had been present in a genuine way for long enough that their presence was part of how the space around you felt. He would not miss her the way he would have missed her a year ago, as a cultivation resource, a strategic alliance, a useful analytical partnership. He would miss her the way you missed someone. He said nothing about this. Some things did not require saying. The garden grew something from what he felt, quietly, while they finished the practice session. Chapter 76. The formal institutional challenge arrived by council correspondence on a Monday morning, and by Tuesday Elder Duan had cleared his calendar for the week. The Liang family had assembled a coalition of 3 cultivation families, all of whom had had members receive the same assessment outcome, marginal or incompatible heart-root constitutional profile, and petitioned the Continental Cultivation Council to investigate Green Canopy Sect's certification authority. The petition claimed that the assessment criteria were self-referential and produced systematically exclusionary results, and proposed that the council establish an external assessment board with authority to override or supplement the sect's findings. It was, Fan Yuan noted when he reviewed the petition, a sophisticated piece of institutional work. The arguments were not wrong in their structure, only in their application. Assessment criteria should be independently verifiable, and having an assessment conducted only by the practitioner who developed the criteria did create a potential conflict of interest. The argument was internally valid. Its application to the specific case, where the exclusions had been based on documented constitutional analysis rather than institutional bias, was incorrect, but the incorrectness was not visible from outside the assessment process. Elder Duan managed most of the political maneuvering. This was the correct division of labor. The elder had 40 years of institutional experience and a sophisticated understanding of how council processes worked. Fan Yuan was required to appear at 2 formal council sessions and 3 informal consultation meetings, because the session procedures required the practitioner whose assessments were being challenged to be available for direct questioning. He found the political environment exhausting in a way he had not expected. Not intellectually exhausting. The questions were manageable, and his documentation was thorough. Perceptually exhausting. His canopy stage capability, which registered the emotional resonance of cultivation environments, was active throughout each session, and the emotional resonance of political council meetings was a specific kind of noise. Every practitioner in every meeting was performing emotional states they were not actually feeling. The family representatives performed confident indignation over what was, his perception told him, anxious parental disappointment. The council administrators performed procedural neutrality over what was, in most cases, the particular weariness of people who managed institutional conflicts for a living. The observers performed various things: interest, boredom, careful attention, over underlying states that had no particular relationship to the meeting's content. He could feel all of it simultaneously, because his perceptual range covered the room. After the first formal session, he documented political environment, high volume of emotional noise. All parties performing states other than what they actually feel, not deceptive in the hostile sense. Most performances are genuine attempts to inhabit appropriate professional postures. But the gap between performed and actual is continuous and perceptible at canopy stage range. This is, I understand now, why Master Ku Deng lives in isolation rather than practicing within a community. He attended the remaining sessions and managed. He was not overwhelmed. He was aware that this was practice for what would become much louder at higher tiers. Chapter 77. The third council session was the one where he interrupted the procedure. He had not planned to. He had planned to present his documentation, answer technical questions, and allow Elder Duan to handle the political navigation. This was the correct plan, and he had been following it for 2 sessions. In the third session, the lead family coalition spokesperson, a man named Liang Wei, the uncle of the granddaughter who had been assessed as marginally incompatible, was presenting the coalition's case with the practiced delivery of someone who had been briefed by a cultivation institution lawyer and was executing the brief precisely. Fun Yuan had been monitoring his chi field since the session began. Liang Wei's performed state. Confident institutional challenge. The posture of someone with a legitimate grievance seeking appropriate remedy. Liang Wei's actual state. Fear. Very specific fear. Not of losing the political contest. Not of what the council would decide or how it would affect the family's institutional standing. The fear was focused on a specific person, Liang Jinji, the 19-year-old granddaughter, whose marginal assessment had prompted the family's response, and the specific content of the fear was that she would conclude, from the assessment outcome, that she was not suited for cultivation. It was a parental fear. Not literally. Liang Wei was an uncle, but the quality was parental. The fear of someone whose care for a young person had become entangled with hope for that young person's path, and who was now responding to a threat to that hope. Fun Yuan raised his hand, which was not the correct procedure for interrupting a formal presentation. The council chair looked at him. I have a technical point that is relevant to this session's scope, he said. May I address it? The chair, who had been conducting these sessions for long enough to recognize when a procedural irregularity had a genuine purpose, allowed it. Liang Wei stopped. Fun Yuan addressed Liang Wei directly, which was also not entirely within the procedural norms. Liang Jinji's assessment result was marginal incompatibility with the heart-root lineage specifically. The constitutional profile she presents is not absent of emotional cultivation potential. It is differently configured than the heart-root architecture requires. He paused. There is a lineage in the council's secondary registry called the mirror resonance lineage, which works with reflected emotional states rather than generated ones. The constitutional profile Jinji presents, a high sensitivity to others' emotional states combined with a naturally external processing orientation, is more compatible with mirror resonance than with heart-root. I should have offered this supplementary assessment at the original hearing. I am offering it now. The room was very quiet. Liang Wei looked at him with the expression of someone whose careful institutional strategy had been made irrelevant by the thing they had actually been trying to achieve. You can assess for that lineage, he said. I can conduct the constitutional screening, Fun Yuan said. Mirror Resonance has a practitioner at the Central Academy who would confirm and conduct the full assessment. The preliminary takes 2 hours. Liang Wei said, very quietly. Yes. The council chair made a notation. Elder Duan, across the room, was looking at his own documentation with the deliberate attention of someone who had not moved and was ensuring no one had noticed that he had been listening very carefully. Chapter 78. The Mirror Resonance Preliminary Assessment happened 3 days after the council session, in the late afternoon, with Liang Jinji present and her uncle waiting outside the assessment room. He had obtained the Mirror Resonance Lineage's constitutional assessment methodology from the Central Academy's lineage registry. It was publicly available, which was relevant because it meant the assessment was reproducible and not a proprietary judgment. He followed it precisely. Liang Jinji was quiet throughout the assessment, with the specific quality of someone who had been building up considerable anxiety about the word incompatible and was not certain what to do with an unexpected second possibility. When he was done, he told her, You are highly compatible with mirror resonance cultivation, more compatible than most practitioners who have been formally assessed for it. He showed her the documentation. The constitutional profile you have, the external emotional orientation, the high sensitivity to other states, the natural tendency to process through reflection rather than generation. These are the exact characteristics mirror resonance is built around. She looked at the documentation for a long time. I thought, she said, when the heart root assessment came back the way it did, I thought maybe I wasn't meant for cultivation. He looked at her. Every lineage requires a specific constitutional architecture, he said. Not having that architecture for a particular lineage means you're suited for a different lineage. It does not mean you're not a cultivator. He paused. You are clearly a cultivator. The question was which path. She looked at the documentation again, then at him, then at the documentation. He said, the Central Academy practitioner will conduct the full mirror resonance assessment. I'll forward my preliminary findings. The formal assessment will take approximately a month. She nodded. She left. Elder Duan was waiting in the corridor. The political challenge, Fan Yuan said. Withdrawn, the elder said. Liang Wei submitted the withdrawal to the council this morning, before the assessment. He said it was no longer necessary. He looked at Fan Yuan. The preliminary finding was apparently sufficient for him to have a different conversation with Jinji, who had a different conversation with the family. He paused. How did you know the challenge wasn't actually about the certification criteria? His chi signature, Fan Yuan said. The fear was for her specifically, not for the institutional outcome. Elder Duan was quiet for a moment. You identified the real problem, he said. The real problem is usually underneath the stated problem, Fan Yuan said. Yes. Elder Duan looked at his own documentation, the habit of someone returning to the tangible when the conversation became more personal than expected. I have known this for 40 years. I have managed a great many institutional disputes in which the stated problem was not the real problem. He paused. Understanding this in theory and applying it in a formal council session are different capabilities. You have the second. Another pause. I have frequently had the first. He went back inside. Fan Yuan stood in the corridor for a moment. He was not certain what to do with the quality of Elder Duan's last sentences. They had the texture, his perception registered this, of something more significant than professional evaluation. Something closer to the specific quality of someone who had spent decades being certain about how they operated and had found, in the course of the past year, several specific instances where certainty had required revision. The revision was real. The elder was doing it. He noted this and returned to the garden. Chapter 79. The ceramic jar on the windowsill needed a second layer of containment herb. He had been adding the containment layer incrementally, a thin border of preservation herb that maintained the chi integrity of the dark blooms inside, preventing the slowly accumulating chi from destabilizing the older blooms while the new ones continued to arrive. The preservation technique was one he had developed for this specific purpose, keeping the jar's contents stable without requiring him to engage with them. He counted the dark blooms one evening in late summer. He had not done a full count in several months and had lost track. 47 dark blooms. 4 morning sky blooms, the first and 3 others that had appeared in the spring and summer, each one opening upward in the specific way of something that had found a new orientation. 51 blooms total, in the jar and on the plant where the most recent additions had not yet been transferred. He stood at the gray-rooted plant and tended it for an hour. He adjusted the soil at the north edge, checked the moisture distribution, cleared a small section of moss that had established itself near the base. The plant was now taller than him, with a branching structure that had developed in the past months into something that was definitively not a small herb and had not been for some time. It was a plant. Possibly, if the growth rate continued, it would eventually be something he would have to describe as a tree. He tended it without cataloging anything he observed while tending it. When he came back inside, Wan Yu was at the cultivation table, working on the classification research that she had been extending now for. He checked the date without quite intending to, approximately 20 months beyond her original research mandate. She looked up when he came in. You were in the garden for a long time, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at him for a moment with the quality of someone who had many things they could ask and had decided not to ask them. She returned to her work. He stood in the doorway for a moment. This was, he recognized with the specific quality of knowing what you value when you observe it clearly, one of the things he valued most about her. She did not ask. Not because she was disinterested. Her chi field, which he monitored lightly and continuously in her presence, had the engaged quality of someone paying genuine attention. But she had learned, over 20 months in his garden, that there were specific kinds of not asking that were more useful than asking. That sometimes a person needed to have gone somewhere and come back and not be immediately required to describe where they had been. He sat down at the cultivation table. He did not write anything. He was present in the room with her, which was its own kind of work. After a while she said, the gray-rooted plant has more blooms than last week. Yes. It's been producing faster. Yes. She made a notation in her research journal. She looked at what she had written. How much longer? she said, not asking when he was going to do something, asking how much longer he needed, which was not the same question. I don't know, he said. Less long. She made another notation. They worked in the same space until the evening light changed, and she gathered her materials and said goodnight. And he sat for a while after she had gone in the quiet of his cultivation chamber with the jar on the windowsill and the garden visible through the open window and the gray-rooted plant's nocturnal luminescence beginning at the edge of the evening. Chapter 80. He stood at the old-growth tier advancement barrier on a Thursday morning in early autumn. Not stood at it metaphorically. Stood at his cultivation table with his cultivation journal open and his brush in his hand, and the specific quality of the moment before something difficult, where the thing was exactly as close as it had ever been. He had done the preparation. He had read Ku Deng's letter, which he kept between the pages of the journal, multiple times. He had visited Yumingzhu. He had had the conversation with Lin Shuwen. He had sat with the gray-rooted plant for hundreds of hours over the past year. He had done everything the framework of preparation could do. He could feel the grief tears requirement at the meridian transition point. It was very present, more present, this morning than it had been before. He had woken knowing it was there, the way you woke knowing it was raining before you had looked outside. Something had shifted in the chi pressure overnight. He had been here before, many times. He had stood at this distance from the thing and then moved away. He sat down at the cultivation table. He was aware, sitting there, of something he had not articulated clearly to himself before. He had been framing this as a question of willingness. Am I willing to feel what the grief tear requires? He had been framing it as a question of readiness. When will I be ready? He had been framing it as a question of timing. When will the right moment arrive? He looked at these framings. None of them were wrong, exactly, but they shared a particular orientation. They positioned him as someone who was moving toward the thing when conditions were met, when readiness arrived, when willingness was fully developed. They positioned the grief as something that would happen to him when the circumstances allowed. What was actually true was simpler. He was not unable to feel the grief. He had never been unable. He had the grief. He had been carrying it for 12 years, and it had been growing in his garden for 14 months, and it was the most powerful cultivation material he had produced. He was choosing not to feel it. He had been choosing this since he was 10 years old. He put down the brush. He looked at the jar of dark blooms on the windowsill. 51 blooms, including the 4 morning sky varieties. He had been adding and tending and preserving and not opening. He stood up. He walked to the windowsill. He picked up the jar. The chi was immediately present, not from contact with a bloom, just from holding the jar. The specific weight of what was inside. The layered, compressed emotional content of 12 years of unintegrated grief. The scent was present too. Stone floors, dried herbs, early morning light through a south-facing window. He held the jar for a long time. He put it down. He walked back to the cultivation table and sat down and looked at his hands. He was not ready. He was also not going to be more ready. He had been here long enough, in this specific not ready, to know that not ready at this scale was not a precondition that resolved with time. It was a choice he kept making. He could keep making it. The cost would be not advancing, and the gray-rooted plant growing forever into something it was waiting to become, and the jar filling and filling with what had been true since he was 10 years old. He picked up the brush. He wrote in his cultivation journal, *, I have been choosing not to feel this. I know this now. The question is not whether I am ready. The question is whether I am willing to stop choosing. *, he set down the brush. He looked at the window. The gray-rooted plant was visible through it. Its nocturnal luminescence not yet fading in the early morning light. The dark blooms hanging in their downward orientation, the morning sky blooms facing upward. And then, while he watched, a single new bloom opened at the crown of the plant. Not downward, not upward, directly toward him. It was the color of the specific light in a south-facing window before the sun had fully risen, the light that was pale and present and specific. It was the color of the earliest mornings, the hour before the world had committed to the day. He looked at it for a long time. He did not look away. Chapter 81. The bloom that faced him did not close. He had returned to the cultivation table after a long time standing at the window, and he had sat down, and he had not opened the jar. But the bloom, the new one, the one that had opened toward him at the crown of the gray-rooted plant, the color of the hour before the world committed to the day, had remained facing his window through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon, and then into the following day, when the angle of the light changed, and it turned slightly to track the light's movement, but returned to facing his window each evening when the sun had moved past. He documented this. He wrote in his cultivation journal, * new bloom variety. Facing orientation. Distinct from morning sky variety in that it is not oriented toward light, but toward a specific location. Will monitor. Asterisk, he did not write what he understood the orientation to mean. He knew what it meant. He was choosing not to write it. 3 weeks after the bloom opened, the letter arrived. It came through the standard sect correspondence system, marked from a cultivation address in the Eastern Territory that he did not immediately recognize. The handwriting on the exterior was an old man's handwriting, precise, slightly uneven at the letter endings, the hand of someone who had been writing cultivation documentation for decades and had developed the economical shorthand of someone who knew exactly what they needed to say. He opened it at the cultivation table, with the morning light coming through the window and the gray-rooted plant visible beyond the glass, the new blooms still facing his chamber. Asterisk, to the heartroot practitioner at Green Canopy Sect, asterisk, asterisk, my name is xianxia. You may not remember me by name. We met briefly at the outer sect market 3 years ago, and I asked you about your herbs. I told you that you were growing the herbs of someone who had never cried properly. You classified this observation as outside your current research parameters, asterisk. Asterisk, I have been aware of your cultivation work since that meeting. The documentation submitted to the Continental Cultivation Council's medical division is thorough, and the transmission herb methodology is more sophisticated than anything produced in this lineage in 60 years. You have been doing very good work. Asterisk, asterisk, I am writing to you now because you are approaching the grief tier. I know this not from any information about your specific situation, but from the pattern of your cultivation arc, the deep-root advancement, the perceptual expansion, the institutional recognition that always coincides with practitioners reaching the tier before old growth. You are close, possibly closer than you realize. Asterisk, asterisk, I have information about the grief tier that is not in any cultivation text. I did not write it into any text because information about this tier loses something important in the writing down and requires direct transmission to be useful. Asterisk, asterisk, if you are willing, I would like to meet. I am at my cultivation estate in the Eastern Territory, a 4-day journey from Green Canopy Sect. I will be here through the spring season. Asterisk, Master Herbalist xianxia. He read the letter twice. Then he looked up the name in the Continental Cultivation Council's Herbalist Registry. xianxia, ancient growth tier equivalent. One of 5 living practitioners designated Master Herbalist by the Continental Council's Herb Cultivation Division. 60 years of cross-lineage emotional herb documentation. Last formal publication 14 years ago, a foundational text on the relationship between qi composition and emotional specificity in cultivation herbs that Lin Shuwen had assigned him in his first year. He sat with this information for a moment. There was something in the letter's tone that he did not have a classification for immediately. Not urgency. The elderly man had written without pressure, with the patience of someone who had been waiting to send this correspondence for years and was not concerned whether it arrived in time. Something more like the specific quality of a person who had watched several people reach a particular door and was now standing beside it, quietly, with information about what was on the other side. He folded the letter and put it in his cultivation journal, beside Ku Deng's letter. He wrote to Elder Duan that morning requesting a leave of 4 weeks for external cultivation research. Elder Duan approved it by afternoon, with a note that said only, asterisk, travel safe. The assessment cycle is covered. Asterisk, he began preparing for the journey. Chapter 82 xianxia's cultivation estate was not what he had expected, which was itself information. He had expected, based on the registry description, based on the framing of cultivation estate, something formal. A managed compound with guest corridors and assessment chambers, the institutional infrastructure of a senior practitioner who received visitors professionally. What he found, at the end of a 4-day journey through increasingly rural terrain, was a garden. Not a garden that had a house near it. A house that existed inside a garden. A structure grown over with cultivation herbs in such density that the walls were only partially visible. The roof had disappeared entirely under a layered mat of climbing varieties, and the entrance path was defined not by paving stones, but by the gap between 2 rows of herb varieties that had been growing for long enough that their canopies had formed a tunnel overhead. The air inside the tunnel had a specific quality, the accumulated qi of decades of cultivation, the emotional resonance of a practitioner who had been growing genuine herbs in this location for 60 years. It was not overwhelming. It was simply very present, the way a very large amount of something real was always present. xianxia was in the garden when Fun Yuan arrived. He was 80 years old and looked it, smaller than he had appeared at the outer sect market, moving with the specific economy of someone who had stopped trying to maintain a younger posture and had instead developed a very efficient relationship with how their body actually worked. He was examining a cluster of herb varieties near the garden's north section, crouched with the ease of someone who had been doing this for decades, his hands gentle on the stems in the way of someone who had long stopped being careful, because careful was no longer the right word for what he was. He looked up when Fun Yuan approached. "You came," he said. "Yes," Fun Yuan said. "The bloom opened," Shen Guangli said. He was not asking. 3 weeks before your letter arrived." The old man nodded as if this confirmed a specific calculation he had been running. He stood, with the measured movement of someone respecting what their joints required, and looked at Fun Yuan with the direct attention of someone assessing a cultivation herb, not invasively, but with genuine professional interest. "You're further along than the documentation suggests," he said. "The canopy stage perceptual capability is fully integrated. The grief tier is present at the transition meridian." He tilted his head slightly. "You've been standing at it for a while." "Yes," Fun Yuan said. "How long?" Fun Yuan considered. "Since I first identified the dark blooms. 14 months formally. Longer if I count the time before I identified what they were." Shen Guangli made a sound that was not quite agreement and not quite acknowledgement, the specific sound of someone adding information to an existing model. He gestured toward the house. "Come in. I'll make tea. We can start with the straightforward things before we get to the part that is more difficult to say directly." The inside of the house had the same quality as the garden. The accumulated qi of decades, the sense of a space that had been used for cultivation work long enough that the work had become part of the walls. Cultivation herb samples were cataloged along every available surface, each one in a sealed container with documentation notes, organized not alphabetically or by variety, but, he realized after examining the pattern for a moment, by emotional category and practitioner source. Shen Guangli had been collecting other people's cultivation herbs for 60 years. The tea was simple. They sat on either side of a low cultivation table, and Shen Guangli poured and did not say anything for a moment, which was the specific silence of someone deciding where to begin. "Tell me what you know about the grief tier," he said. "Not what the texts say. What you know." Fun Yuan told him. He described the dark blooms and the gray-rooted plant and the 12 years and the jar and the bloom that had opened facing his cultivation window. He described the journal entry he had written. "I have been choosing not to feel this," and what he had understood when he wrote it. He described Yu Mingzhu and Lin Shuwen and Ku Deng's letter and the experience of standing at the jar and putting it down. He spoke in his usual mode, precisely, with clinical distance, naming things as they appeared in his perception rather than as they appeared in his experience. But Shen Guangli listened without any of the slight disengagement that Fun Yuan was used to when he spoke this way, the faint quality of people waiting for him to get to the emotional content beneath the clinical description. The old man listened to the clinical description itself with complete attention, as if it was exactly what he had been hoping to hear. When Fun Yuan finished, Shen Guangli was quiet for a moment. "You understand the mechanics precisely," he said. "Better than any of the others I've spoken to at this stage." He paused. "Understanding the mechanics is not the same as passing through the door." "I know," Fun Yuan said. "Yes, that's the problem." Chapter 83. Over the next 2 days, Shen Guangli told him about the 7. Not at once. In pieces, while they moved through the garden, while the old man tended herbs that were growing in varieties Fun Yuan could not name from any text he had studied. Cultivation herbs produced by practitioners whose names Shen Guangli mentioned carefully, as if naming the dead required specific care. There had been 7 heartroot practitioners who had reached the grief tier in Shen Guangli's 60 years of documentation. He named this number without drama, which made the number feel more significant, not less. 3 had advanced. 4 had not. The 4 who had not, he showed Fun Yuan their herbs. The grief precursor varieties that Fun Yuan recognized from Zhao Feitsui's resistance work, but older, deeper, the specific quality of emotional states that had been held at arm's length for years and then decades. 2 of the practitioners had eventually descended from cultivation pressure to a stable lower tier and had led competent, ordinary cultivation lives. 1 had stopped cultivating entirely. 1 had died, not from the grief itself, but from the specific medical consequences of qi instability at the old growth threshold, the kind that had been developing in Fun Yuan since his partial advancement. He looked at that practitioner's herb samples for a long time. He knew it was serious, Shen Guangli said. He had 2 years between the first instability warning and the deterioration that stopped him. He spent those 2 years developing the most elegant theoretical framework for grief tier cultivation methodology that the lineage has ever produced. He understood precisely what was required. He wrote it down in language that the Continental Council has since cited 17 times. The old man's voice was even. He could not make himself do the thing the framework described. Fun Yuan was quiet. "What made the 3 different?" he said. "The ones who advanced." Shen Guangli moved to a different section of the garden. Here the herbs were richer, the same grief category, but stable, integrated, carrying the specific qi quality of emotional content that had been fully engaged with and released into the cultivation process rather than held and compressed. Even through sealed containers, he could perceive the difference at canopy stage range. These herbs had been grown by someone who had stopped holding something away. I asked them all the same question, Shen Guangli said. Afterward, I asked each of them, what was different between the time you couldn't and the time you did? He looked at the herbs rather than at Fun Yuan. None of them described a technique. None of them described a decision point where they finally summoned sufficient willingness. None of them said they were ready. What did they say? All three said something similar. Different words, but the same structure. He turned and looked at Fun Yuan directly. They said that at a certain moment they stopped trying to feel the grief and simply noticed that they were already feeling it. That the grief had always been present and they had been doing an enormous amount of work to not feel it. And that at a certain moment they became more exhausted by the not feeling than by the feeling itself, and they stopped. He paused. One of them said, I didn't feel the grief. I stopped preventing it. The other two said variations of the same thing. Fun Yuan looked at the stable grief herbs. The morning light was warm on the containers, and the accumulated qi of advanced practitioners' genuine engagement was palpable even through the glass, the specific density of something real. You don't have to generate grief, Shen Guangli said. You have been generating the resistance to it for 12 years. That's the work you've been doing. The grief itself has been present the entire time. He paused. You know this. I wrote it in my cultivation journal, Fun Yuan said. The question is not whether I am ready. The question is whether I am willing to stop choosing. Yes, you understand the mechanics precisely. The old man looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had been waiting for this moment and was not certain whether patience or directness was more useful. He chose directness. Do you know what you've been choosing? There was a pause. I have been choosing not to know, Fun Yuan said, that she is gone. The words came out with the specific quality of something that had been true for a long time and had not been said aloud. They did not feel dramatic. They felt extremely ordinary, like finally naming a herb variety he had been studying for years and finding that the name was much simpler than he had assumed. Shen Guangli did not say anything. He turned back to the herbs and began checking the seals on the containers, with the deliberate attention of someone who understood that some moments required absolutely nothing more from anyone. Chapter 84. He spent 3 days at Shen Guangli's estate. The mornings were for the garden, the old man's cultivation practice, which he was invited to observe and occasionally assist with, was the most thorough emotional herb cultivation he had encountered outside of his own garden. Shen Guangli worked slowly and with complete attention, growing herbs from cultivation states that Fun Yuan's perceptual capability registered as fully genuine. There was no performance in the old man's cultivation. He felt what he felt. The garden grew from it. He documented the results. 60 years of this had produced the most comprehensive cross-lineage emotional herb record in the cultivation world. The afternoons were for study. He worked through the documentation of the 3 practitioners who had advanced, their cultivation journals, their grief tier herb records, their descriptions of what the advancement had felt like from the inside. He read with the thoroughness he applied to everything. He took notes in his own cultivation journal with the precise handwriting that had always been the way he held things at a stable distance. But something was different, reading these accounts. He had read grief tier documentation before, the theoretical texts, the cultivation methodology frameworks, the Continental Council's case studies. He had read them with the clinical engagement he brought to most research material, extracting information, categorizing insights, building frameworks for understanding. These journals did not produce that engagement. They produced something else. He read the practitioner's accounts of the moment before the grief arrived, the exhaustion of holding it away, the specific quality of having used so much cultivation energy for so long on the not feeling, and his perception registered something in his own qi field that he did not immediately classify. He wrote in his cultivation journal, at the end of the second afternoon, reading grief tier documentation producing unclassified internal response. Not anxiety, not resistance. Something closer to the specific quality of recognizing a territory you have always been inside without knowing its name. He looked at what he had written. Then he looked at his hands. The gray-rooted plant was not here. It was at Green Canopy Sect, 4 days' travel away. But the jar of dark blooms was with him. He had brought it without quite deciding to, packing it among his documentation materials in the way that had seemed practically necessary for the research visit and had not examined too closely. He picked up the jar. The sealed containment herb layer was intact. Inside, 51 blooms, dark and morning sky varieties, the accumulated 12 years of what the garden knew and he had been choosing not to acknowledge. He held the jar for a long time, standing in the small guest chamber with Shen Guangli's garden visible through the window. The dense, living complexity of 60 years of genuine cultivation work, everything in it real and growing. He put the jar down. He picked up his cultivation journal and made another note. Asterisk, the mechanics are entirely clear. I have understood the mechanics for months. Understanding continues to be insufficient for passing through the door. Asterisk, he set the journal down. He went to the window and stood there for a while, looking at the garden. The late afternoon light was warming the herb varieties into the specific gold of autumn, and the chief field of the estate had the particular density of a place where genuine cultivation had been practiced for longer than he had been alive. It was not his garden, but it had the quality that he had only ever associated with his own garden, the quality of something that grew from truth. On the evening of the third day, he sat in Shun Guangli's garden after the old man had gone inside. He did not bring his cultivation journal. He sat on the low garden bench near the central planting bed, with the last of the light going golden and then amber in the herb varieties around him. And he did not open his notebook, and he did not classify anything he noticed. He sat there. Chapter 85. Something happened. He did not write it in his cultivation journal. Not that evening, when he returned to the guest chamber after the garden had gone dark around him. Not the following morning. The journal remained open on the cultivation table with the pen beside it, and he did not pick up the pen. When he came out of the guest chamber in the early morning, Shun Guangli was in the garden. The old man looked at him with the assessing attention he brought to every herb evaluation. The specific quality of someone who could perceive the qi composition of cultivation material and was doing so now. He looked for a moment. Not yet, he said. But closer. I know, Fen Yuan said. Shun Guangli went back to his work without any further comment, with the complete ease of someone who had been waiting for this particular result for years and was not disappointed by its partial arrival. He had expected partial. He had told Fen Yuan, at some point on the second day, that he had never seen the grief tier cleared in 3 days at anyone's estate, including his own. Fen Yuan stood in the garden for a while. In the morning light that was now early autumn clear, the specific quality of light that came when the air had begun to cool, but the warmth was still present in it. The light of something that was about to change and had not changed yet. There was a qi disruption at his central cultivation meridian. Not the blockage he had been carrying since the old growth advancement attempt. This was different. This was the specific sensation of something beginning to move. Not moved. Beginning. He cataloged this and found that the catalog felt different than it usually felt. Less like containment. More like documentation of something he did not need to contain. He sat down at the edge of the central planting bed and looked at the cultivation herbs around him. Shun Guangli's garden had the quality of 60 years of honest practice. No performed states, no technical replications, only the genuine accumulation of one practitioner engaging fully with everything he encountered and letting the garden grow what it found there. There was grief in the garden. Specific, documented grief from practitioners who had passed through the tier and been generous enough to leave their herb samples with a man who would care for them properly. Fen Yuan's perception reached the herbs, the gentle, extended reach of canopy stage capability, and what he perceived was not overwhelming. It was not the dense compression he associated with the dark blooms in his jar. It was grief that had been integrated, grief that had moved through and been allowed to settle into the garden's soil and grow from there into something the garden could work with. It was, he observed, the color of something that had been allowed to become what it actually was. He sat with this for a long time. He was aware that sitting with it was different than documenting it from the outside, and he was aware that this difference was what Shun Guangli had been telling him about for 3 days. And he was aware that being aware of the difference was still not the same as passing through the door. But it was closer. When he came in for morning tea, Shun Guangli poured without asking how he was, which was its own form of asking. I would like to return in the spring, Fen Yuan said. If that is available. Yes, Shun Guangli said. It's available. They drank the tea in the particular quiet of 2 practitioners who had both been in the same territory and did not need to describe it to each other. That night, he slept more deeply than he had slept since he was 10 years old. He did not know this until he woke in the morning, not from disturbance, but from the simple fact of the day arriving, and found that he could not account for the hours between lying down and waking. He had been somewhere else entirely, not in his cultivation chamber, and not in the garden, and not in the familiar restless middle ground of his usual sleep, where some part of him continued to monitor and classify through the night. He had been, simply, absent. It lasted for a moment. The surprise of it, the specific quality of a person encountering something unfamiliar in a territory he had thought he knew completely. Then it resolved into something quieter. He lay in the early morning light of the guest chamber, with the garden beginning its morning outside the window, and he did not pick up his cultivation journal, and he did not write anything. and he stayed there until the sounds from the garden told him that Shun Guangli had already begun the day's first cultivation work. He got up. He went outside. He helped with the morning tending. He did not catalog what it felt like to wake without having held himself away from the night. Chapter 86, he noticed the stranger on the morning of his second day back at Green Canopy Sect. He had been in Shun Guangli's garden for 5 days total, 3 nights at the estate, then 2 days of careful travel in the specific internal quiet that the visit had produced, a state he was not ready to name or classify. He had returned to find the gray-rooted plant taller by a handspan than when he left, the bloom that faced his window still oriented precisely, and 3 new dark blooms in the jar that Lin Shuwen had apparently transferred according to his standing documentation notes. He had tended the garden without writing anything. He had slept without monitoring himself through the night. He was in the middle of the 3rd morning's cultivation practice when his extended canopy stage perceptual field reached across the outer sect grounds and registered something wrong. Not wrong in the sense of threat, wrong in the sense of mismatch. The stranger had presented himself to the outer sect reception as a traveling herbalist requesting access to the sect's herb library records, a common enough inquiry that the reception protocols handled it routinely, issuing a limited access badge and directing him to the document hall. His cultivation presentation was that of a 3rd-tier independent practitioner, a moderate chi field, no distinctive lineage markers, the unremarkable signature of someone who cultivated competently without any particular specialization. Fun Yuan's perceptual capability reached him from 40 meters away and found something underneath the moderate chi field that was not moderate at all. There was a cultivation seal there. Not a natural suppression, a deliberate one, precisely applied, the specific technique of someone who had cultivated a capability to a very high level and had then chosen, or been forced, to lock it away. He had seen this kind of seal once before, in the Mirror Elder, who had sealed her own heart-root cultivation decades ago. But the Mirror Elder's seal had been applied at the shame tier, a cultivation stall, a self-preservation measure. This seal was different. This was a seal applied from the outside, applied to a cultivation that had been advanced and was now being contained deliberately, with the ongoing effort of someone holding a very large amount of internal pressure at bay through daily, sustained concentration. He set down his cultivation tools. He could feel the shape of what was underneath the seal. Old heart-root chi, very old, very dense. The quality of cultivation that had been practiced for decades at tiers significantly above his current one. The emotional perception component of it was still present, muffled but not gone, like hearing a voice through a thick wall. He went to the document hall. The stranger was at one of the research tables when Fun Yuan arrived. He looked up, and in the moment of looking up, his chi field shifted, the briefest compression of someone who had been identified and was now deciding how to respond. He was 60 years old. His face had the specific quality of someone who had spent a long time managing something difficult and had developed, as a result, an extremely precise economy of movement. Every gesture deliberate, no excess. He moved like someone who had learned to be very careful with space, which Fun Yuan's perception understood immediately as the movement of someone managing enormous internal pressure. Their eyes met. Heart-root practitioner, the man said. He said it the way people said things they had known they would have to say eventually and had not been looking forward to. Yes, Fun Yuan said. You were also at some point. A pause. Then, sit down. I'll tell you why I'm here. His name was Ku Changro. Chapter 87 Shun Guangli had files on him. This was the first thing Fun Yuan noticed when he returned to the old man's estate. The files existed, organized with the same careful categorization as every other practitioner Shun Guangli had documented. And when Fun Yuan told him that the stranger at the outer sect library had introduced himself as Ku Changro, Shun Guangli was quiet for a moment in the specific way of someone who had been expecting news they did not welcome. I wondered when he would come, he said. He went to the filing section and retrieved the documentation without searching, which meant he had known exactly where it was for a long time. The files were extensive. Ku Changrong had been a student of Master Ku Deng 40 years ago, one of 3 students Ku Deng had attempted to instruct before abandoning the isolation model of transmission as incompatible with what the lineage actually required. He had advanced rapidly through the lower and middle tiers, his documentation showed, with the specific speed of a practitioner who had a genuine and deep relationship with emotional cultivation material. His grief tier advancement had produced herb varieties that Shun Guangli had documented with careful excitement in the margins. Unprecedented density indicates decades of integration rather than months. He had reached ancient growth tier at age 32. The spirit timber tier required, per the lineage documentation, perceiving collective emotional states beyond the individual level. Not one person's grief or fear, but the accumulated emotional field of an entire community. A cultivation region's practitioners, the aggregate of their joy and loss and hope and shame, present simultaneously in the perception. At 32, Ku Changrong had advanced to spirit timber and encountered this simultaneously. He had not described it as overwhelming in his documentation. He had described it as unbearable, which was not the same thing. Overwhelming was a quantity problem, too much of something manageable. Unbearable was a type problem, something that was not possible to hold in the way he was holding it. The specific quality of what he could not hold. He could perceive the collective emotional states of a region's cultivation community, and the collective states he perceived most strongly were their grief and shame. And he could perceive not only that they felt these things but why. The specific histories, the individual losses, the shame's sources, all of it streaming into his perception continuously, all of it belonging to people who had no idea he was receiving it. He had been, he wrote, drowning in other people's private experiences. He had not written in his journal after that entry. What Shen Guangli's files documented next, compiled from other sources, from practitioners who had known Ku Changrong in the years following his spirit timber advancement, was not a dramatic collapse. It was a gradual withdrawal. He had stopped taking students. He had reduced his cultivation practice. He had, over the course of several years, developed a technique that was not a cultivation advancement, but a suppression, a method for sealing his own heart root capability below the spirit timber level, returning his perception to something that approximated ancient growth range, something manageable. The seal Fen Yuan had felt, but suppressing the capability had not resolved what had produced it. The spirit timber tier's collective perception had given him something specific, a clear view of what emotional suppression did to cultivation communities when it persisted for generations, the accumulated weight of grief and shame that communities carried without any practitioner capable of helping them process it. He had sealed the capability, but the knowledge remained. He had spent 30 years convinced that heart root cultivation, at its advanced tiers, produced practitioners who were dangerous, not malicious. Dangerous in the way that something with too much capability and insufficient integration was dangerous, liable to harm, inadvertently, the people they were closest to. And so he had come to evaluate Fen Yuan, not to harm him, to determine whether the lineage should continue. Fen Yuan read Shen Guangli's documentation twice. Then he sat with it for a while. The cultivation seal he had perceived made more sense now, not a seal applied to Ku Changrong from outside, as he had initially assessed, but one applied by Ku Changrong to himself. The pressure was internal, the ongoing effort of containing something that was still there, still present beneath the seal, still perceiving through the muffled wall. He thought about what it had cost to hold that for 30 years. Then he went to find Ku Changrong. Chapter 88. Ku Changrong had taken a room at the sect's guest compound and was, when Fen Yuan found him, standing in the small courtyard outside the compound, perfectly still, with the quality of someone who had learned to take stillness as cultivation practice because external movement was too costly while managing internal pressure. He looked at Fen Yuan approaching and did not move. "I know you've read the files," he said. "Shen Guangli has files on everyone he considers important." "He does," Fen Yuan said. "They're thorough. Then you know why I'm here. You want to assess whether this lineage should continue past the tiers I've reached." Ku Changrong's expression did not change exactly, but the quality of his attention shifted, a slight recalibration. "You're not defensive about it," he said. "It's a legitimate question," Fen Yuan said. "The spirit timber tier capability, if it produces what your documentation describes, is a serious cultivation responsibility. Whether practitioners at that tier can hold it without harm is genuinely unknown. You are a data point. I would rather have your assessment than not have it." A pause. Then Ku Changrong turned from the courtyard's edge and moved to the stone bench near the wall, sitting with the careful deliberation of someone who had learned to save physical effort. He had the wiry build of a practitioner who had maintained cultivation discipline for decades, but there was a specific kind of tired in his movements, not exhaustion, but the accumulated weight of someone who had been holding something very heavy for a very long time. "3 questions," he said. "Ask. When you perceive another practitioner's emotional state, at your current tier, at canopy stage range, do you feel what they feel, or do you observe it?" Fen Yuan considered this carefully. "Both, sometimes. Mostly observe. There are moments when the observation becomes experience, when the emotional content is very strong, or when I am in close proximity. But I return to observation. The experience does not stay. Can you choose to return to observation, or does it happen involuntarily?" "I have had to practice choosing it," Fen Yuan said. "In the early months of the canopy stage capability, political meetings were very difficult. The volume of performed states produced a specific kind of noise. I developed practice with returning to observation in those conditions. Practice, Ku Changrong repeated. Not a technique. Practice is the technique. The second question. When you perceive grief in another practitioner, through your cultivation herbs, your perceptual capability, do you feel any obligation to address it? Fun Yuan considered this question with the specific quality of someone recognizing that the answer requires precision. I feel the pull toward addressing it. Not as obligation, as inclination. The same way a person with medical training encounters an injury and inclines toward intervention. Whether to act on the inclination is a separate assessment. He paused. There have been situations where I identified emotional distress in another practitioner and chose not to address it because they had not requested assistance and the nature of the distress was outside my lineage's appropriate scope. Ku Changrong looked at him. Give me an example. In council political sessions, several administrators carry persistent low-level anxiety about their institutional position. I perceive it continuously. I do not address it. It is theirs, not mine to manage. Third question. What would you do if you advanced to spirit timber tier and found that the collective perception was, as I found it, unbearable? This question had a different weight than the first two. Fun Yuan felt the weight of it. The specific quality of a question that was not testing his knowledge, but asking him to confront a genuine unknown. I don't know, he said. I have read your documentation and Ku Deng's letter. Both suggest that the tier is survivable, but not comfortable. You found it unbearable. He found it manageable in isolation. Neither is precisely the outcome I would prefer. He paused. What I can tell you is what I would not do. I would not apply a seal. The capability that was overwhelming you was also showing you something real, the collective emotional weight of a region's practitioners. Sealing the capability does not address what it was showing you. Ku Changrong was very still. What would you do with what it showed you? He said. His voice was controlled, but Fun Yuan's perception reached the chi field underneath the seal and found something there that it had not expected, not aggression, not contempt. Something closer to the specific quality of a person who had been alone with a question for 30 years and had just heard someone else begin to answer it. I would try to be useful, Fun Yuan said. I cannot carry collective grief for a cultivation community, but I can grow herbs from it that make it easier to hold. I can transmit integration rather than extraction. I can teach the methodology to other practitioners. He looked at Ku Changrong directly. The collective perception is very large. One practitioner is not responsible for processing all of it alone, but one practitioner can help the community process it themselves. Silence. Then, you have thought about this. Yes, Fun Yuan said. I am approaching the tier. I have been thinking about it carefully. Ku Changrong looked at the courtyard stones. He looked at them for a long time. Then he said, I'll need more than one conversation before I reach a conclusion. I expected that, Fun Yuan said. I'll be available. Chapter 89. The following days produced a pattern. Ku Changrong appeared in the outer sect garden each morning at approximately the same time, with the punctuality of someone whose cultivation practice required very precise scheduling. And he and Fun Yuan worked through the questions the older man brought, some of them direct, as the three from the courtyard had been, and some of them oblique. The specific approach of someone who had been thinking about a problem from multiple angles for 30 years and was now probing for the places where. His model was wrong. He was not warm. He was not hostile. He had the quality of someone who was conducting a very careful assessment and was disinclined to confuse the assessment with the relationship that was forming alongside it. On the fourth morning, Fun Yuan asked his own question. He had been working up to it with the same precision Ku Changrong had brought to his three questions, the precision of someone who knew that the framing mattered as much as the content. What would you have needed, Fun Yuan said, at the ancient growth tier, to not be overwhelmed when you advanced to spirit timber? Ku Changrong was still for a moment. He had been examining a growth pattern in the gray-rooted plant. He had begun doing this in the mornings, drawn by the herb's chi field with the professional interest of a practitioner who had studied emotional cultivation herbs for decades, even if his own were sealed. He looked at the plant for a moment longer before answering. Two things, he said. The first is that I needed to know I was not obligated to solve what I was perceiving. The second is that I needed to understand what I was perceiving at the spirit timber level was not purely suffering. He looked away from the plant, out toward the outer sect grounds, with the expression of someone accessing a memory they had been avoiding for a long time. At the collective level, the emotional field includes joy, as well, and love, and the specific quality of people attached to each other and to their cultivation communities and to what they have built. I perceived all of it. But the suffering was louder. It always is, with suppressed emotion, because suppressed grief is denser than integrated grief. The joy was quieter. I cataloged the suffering as the signal and the joy as background noise. He paused. I was wrong. Fun Yuan absorbed this. He was aware that Ku Changrong was not making a gentle point. He was describing precisely what had caused his cultivation to become unbearable, without softening it, because the accurate description was more useful than the softened one. Master Ku Deng's letter said he lives in isolation, Fun Yuan said. Yes, that's one solution. He could not separate what he perceived from what he was obligated to address. Isolation removed the overwhelming volume of perception. A pause. It's a valid solution. It's not the only one. I chose a different path. I sealed the capability and spent 30 years trying to ensure that practitioners who advanced toward it would choose a third option. Which is, I don't know, Ku Changrong said flatly. That's the honest answer. I have been trying to prevent advancement to the tier without having a better alternative. That's not an intelligent position. He looked at Fun Yuan with the directness of someone who had been conducting an assessment and had found the results were revising his premises. You have been thinking about the collective perception tier, the way you described what you would do with it. He paused. Tell me more about the herb methodology at collective scale. Fun Yuan told him. They were there until mid-morning. Ku Changrong asked precise questions and occasionally made notes in the documentation journal he carried, the handwriting small and disciplined. He did not agree with everything Fun Yuan proposed. He said so, directly, when he disagreed, with the specific pushback of someone who knew the territory from the inside and was not going to defer to theoretical framework over lived experience. It was the most useful cultivation conversation Fun Yuan had had since Bai Ziqing left. He noted this and did not say it aloud. Chapter 90 Bai Ziqing arrived on a Thursday. He had sent a message 2 weeks prior, brief, in the format they had established years ago for information that required no *. At sect. Unusual situation. Continental Council Combat Division position can wait? She had responded with equal economy. Already planning to visit. Keep the week open. She arrived at mid-morning, which meant she had been traveling for 4 or 5 days, which meant she had left within a day of receiving his message. He noted this and did not remark on it, because it was the kind of thing that did not require remarking on. She looked the same as she had when she left, slightly taller, perhaps, or perhaps that was the specific quality of someone who had been doing work that suited them and had grown into it. The Continental Council's training environment had agreed with her. Her chi field had the particular solidity of someone whose cultivation practice had found a sustainable rhythm. She took one look at Ku Changrong, who was in the garden when she arrived, and then looked at Fun Yuan. Old growth, she said quietly. Ancient growth, sealed, he said. Heart root lineage, suppressed past spirit timber tier. She looked at Ku Changrong again with the assessment of someone reading a person's physical cultivation through the specific kinesthetic attention she had been developing for years. He moves like someone managing constant pressure from the inside. The seal creates a counterforce he has to continuously balance. Ku Changrong had turned at their arrival. He looked at Bai Ziqing with the same careful assessment he brought to everything. Combat cultivation, he said. Extended range kinesthetic perception. He tilted his head slightly. That's not the standard form. It's not a standard form, Bai Ziqing said. She had the tone she used with people who were clearly capable and had not yet established whether they were allies or complications. It was a measured tone, informative without being inviting. How long have you been developing the kinesthetic emotional reading? About 4 years. Though I didn't know that's what it was for the first 2. Ku Changrong was quiet for a moment, the quality of someone doing a rapid recalibration. You're reading collective states, he said. Through physical resonance. The way a room full of people's fear affects the air pressure and the floor vibration and the quality of movement. Yes, and I can express it back out, through training form, through the kinesthetic transmission that Fun Yuan documented in the lineage records. The state moves through me and leaves. She looked at him directly. It doesn't accumulate. Fun Yuan registered, at canopy stage range, the quality of Ku Changrong's chi field in the moment after Bai Ziqing said that. Something in it loosened. Not dramatically. A slight reduction in the sustained tension that he had been perceiving since the first morning. The specific texture of someone who had been holding a position for 30 years and had just encountered a piece of information that made the position slightly less necessary. I want to observe your training form, Ku Changrong said. I expected that, Bai Ziqing said. Tomorrow morning. He went back to his documentation. Bai Ziqing watched him go, then turned to Fun Yuan. He came to shut the lineage down, she said. Not a question. He came to assess whether it should continue past the tiers I've reached. Fun Yuan paused. His assessment is revising. She looked at the gray-rooted plant, which was visible from where they stood, taller now than it had been when she left Green Canopy Sect, the bloom that faced his window still oriented precisely. That one's new, she said, meaning the facing bloom. Yes, Is it what I think it is? Probably, he said. She looked at him. He was aware that she was doing the same thing she always did. Reading him through the kinesthetic channels she had been developing since she was a junior disciple, the specific attention that registered what his body was doing while his voice said the clinical thing. Are you all right? She said. There was a pause. His first instinct was to classify the question, to categorize what it was asking, what it was actually asking, what the correct response to the actual question was. He was aware of the first instinct as it occurred. There is movement at the grief tier transition point, he said. More than there has been previously. Shun Guangli's visit, he stopped. She waited. I am, he said. Just that. First person. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who had been watching a person learn to speak in a new way and was measuring the progress against the distance still to go. Close enough, she said. She picked up her travel pack. Show me the guest quarters. And whatever you're growing in that pot near the north wall. It wasn't there when I left, and it's producing something I don't recognize. He showed her the guest quarters. He showed her the pot by the north wall, which was growing a herb variety he had classified as adjacent to gratitude, but more specific, gratitude for the fact of a particular person's continued existence, which is distinct from gratitude for anything they have done. He had not named it yet. She looked at it for a moment. She said, which was not agreement and not disagreement, and was, in Bai Ziqing's vocabulary, the sound of someone storing information they would return to later. He did not explain what the herb was. She did not ask. Some things, he was learning, did not require saying. Chapter 91 Bai Ziqing's training form had a quality that Fin Yuan had been observing for 3 years and had never completely resolved into words. He watched it again on the morning she demonstrated for Ku Changrong, the advanced kinesthetic loading sequence with the 3 additional redirection transitions she had been refining since spring. In the early light of the outer sect practice ground, with the autumn air sharp enough that her breath was briefly visible on each exhale, the form was the same as it had always been. A practitioner in complete relationship with her own body, moving through cultivation technique with the specific presence of someone for whom the movement was not a practice they were doing but a state they were being. Ku Changrong stood at the edge of the practice ground and did not move. He watched with the complete attention of someone encountering something unexpected. His documentation journal was open in his hand, but he was not writing in it. When she finished, the air held the quality of a space that had been occupied by someone practicing at full engagement, warmer than the autumn temperature should account for, the chi field slightly altered by sustained cultivation contact. Fun Yuan's perceptual reach registered the emotional residue she had left in the practice, the specific texture of kinesthetic joy, genuine effort, physical and emotional states moving together rather than against each other. Ku Changrong said nothing for a moment. The collective states, he said, when you're in contact with a large group, a room full of grieving practitioners. What happens to it for you? It comes in through the body, Bai Ziqing said. She was breathing normally, which meant she had been working at less than her current capacity. Muscle tension, weight distribution, the way people hold their chests when they're suppressing something. I can feel the aggregate, and then I move it out, through the form, through physical expression. It passes through me and exits. She considered. It's not comfortable when the collective state is very dense. But it doesn't stay. It doesn't accumulate, Ku Changrong said. No. He wrote something in the journal. He looked at what he wrote for a moment. I held it, he said, more to himself than to them. I perceived it and held it. I understood the collective grief as a cultivation responsibility, as something I was now carrying because I could perceive it. I didn't know how to, he stopped. Resumed. I didn't know there was a way to let it move through. Bai Ziqing looked at him with the direct assessment she brought to cultivation problems. You held other people's grief as your obligation, she said. That's a different problem than perceiving collective states. Those are 2 separate things. I know that now, Ku Changrong said. His voice was even. I didn't know it at 32. He closed the journal. He looked at Fin Yuan. You have people, he said. He did not elaborate. It was 2 days later, after further conversation, after another training demonstration, after 3 evenings of documentation comparison where Ku Changrong's files on the advanced tier consequences were laid against Fun Yuan's developing methodology for holding collective perception without carrying it as obligation, that the advancement arrived. It came in the late afternoon, which was unusual. Most of his advancements had come in the morning or at night, in the quiet hours. This one came in the middle of activity, in the middle of a conversation with Bai Ziqing about the 3rd transition in the kinesthetic form, which she had been showing him not because he would use it in combat, but because she had been teaching him the form's underlying principle for 3 years, and it was almost time for him to understand the ending. He had been watching her demonstrate the final movement when he registered something in his own chi field with the specific clarity of something becoming true. He had been cataloging what he felt watching her demonstrate the form as appreciation of skilled technique, familiar, ongoing. He had been classifying it this way for 3 years. He was classifying it this way in this moment. And then he stopped. What he was actually feeling was not appreciation of skilled technique. It was the specific state of knowing that someone had come here, had delayed a position that genuinely suited them, had traveled 4 days in 4-day travel time, because he had sent a brief message and she had read it correctly. Not as a request, as someone indicating the coordinates of where they were. And she had come. He allowed this knowledge to matter to him, not as a data point, as something real, as the specific weight of being cared for in a way that cost the person something and had been offered anyway. The meridian transition point opened. Not dramatically, no visible disturbance in the outer world, no chi pressure radiating outward. The transition was entirely internal, the specific sensation of a door opening into a larger room. His perceptual field expanded from its canopy stage range and did not stop expanding at the old growth boundary he had been pressing against for months. It continued outward, past the outer sect grounds, past the sect's walls, into the broader cultivation environment of the surrounding region, gathering the aggregate emotional resonance of a territory that was suddenly, clearly, very present to his perception. He was still watching Bai Ziqing demonstrate the final movement. He said, "I've advanced." She stopped. She looked at him with the kinesthetic reader's specific assessment. She had felt it too, the shift in how he was occupying the space they shared. "Old growth," she said. "Yes. Partial. The grief tier engagement isn't complete, but operational." He paused. He was attending to the expanded perceptual field, learning its contours, the way you attended to a new room to understand its dimensions. The regional emotional resonance was very large and very various, not overwhelming, but very full. He held it as information. "There is something interesting," he said. "What?" 2 days travel north. There is a cultivation community in significant distress. He considered the chi pattern he was perceiving. Collective, not individual crisis. The emotional signature is consistent with grief that has no cultivation support. Everyone in a community is carrying it simultaneously, and there is no practitioner with the relevant methodology to help it move. She was quiet for a moment. "You're going to go," she said. Not a question. "Yes." She picked up the training staff she had set down when she stopped the form. "Then I'm coming. And we're telling Ku Changro." She paused. "He needs to see it." Chapter 92 The Old Growth Tier's expanded perception was a new way of moving through the world. He had expected it to feel like an amplification, a louder version of the canopy stage capability, more volume of the same signal. What it actually felt like was altitude. Not louder, but different in kind. The canopy stage capability was a room's worth of perception, the emotional states of practitioners in proximity. The old growth capability was a landscape. He perceived the regional emotional field the way a person standing on high ground perceived terrain, not the detail of individual features, but the shape of it, the patterns, the places where something large was accumulating. The cultivation community 2 days north was visible in this landscape the way a dark area was visible on otherwise varied terrain. Not sharp-edged, the collective grief had no single source but a distributed one, the specific texture of loss spread across many people simultaneously, but distinct. Present in a way that his perception registered as urgent in the specific way that a medical symptom was urgent, not immediately fatal, but indicating a condition that would worsen without intervention. They traveled in a group of 3, which was not a group he had predicted when he woke 3 days ago. Bai Ziqing moved with the efficient pace of someone who had been doing field cultivation work for long enough that travel was not an adjustment, but a state. She monitored the terrain kinesthetically. Fen Yuan watched her track the subtle physical signals of the landscape's cultivation chi without being aware she was doing it, the way a practitioner with years of developed sense didn't notice themselves sensing anymore. Ku Changrong traveled with the deliberate economy that he had developed over 60 years of carrying internal pressure. He carried his documentation journal and made occasional notes in the small, controlled handwriting of someone for whom written record was a cultivation discipline as much as a research tool. He had agreed to come without elaboration. He had said, "If you're assessing collective grief intervention at old growth range, I should observe it. I have relevant data on the consequences of doing it incorrectly." Fen Yuan had accepted this without comment. They arrived at the cultivation village on the afternoon of the second day. The village was small, 43 practitioners in permanent residence, a number Fen Yuan calculated from the chi field signatures before they entered, cross-referencing the count against the density of the collective emotional state to understand the magnitude of what he was perceiving. The elder generation had died of a swift illness 2 weeks prior. 6 practitioners, all above ancient growth tier, All of them the community's primary cultivation resources, the people who had taught and treated and supervised the community's cultivation practice for decades. 6 of them, gone in 8 days. The collective grief was not disorganized. That was the first thing he registered that surprised him. He had expected the emotional field of a community in acute loss to be chaotic, the way individual grief was often chaotic, the specific disruption of qi that came when emotional states were not being integrated and moved through. What he found was a community that was grieving with the specific quality of people who were trying very hard to do it correctly and had no framework for what correctly meant. They were holding it very carefully. They were not processing it. The qi field had the same signature he recognized from the dark blooms in his jar: dense, compressed, accumulating, held at a precise distance rather than engaged with. He understood this immediately. He went to meet the village's remaining senior practitioner, a woman of middle age who had been the most junior of the teaching practitioners and was now, unexpectedly, the most senior person in the community. She had the quality of someone who had been given a very large responsibility at precisely the wrong time and was managing it through sheer intention. Her name was Wei Rong. She looked at the 3 of them with the assessment of someone who had been hoping for help and was trying not to look like she had been hoping for help. He said, "I can see what the community is carrying. I have a cultivation methodology that may help. It will require your understanding and your cooperation, but it will not require anything you don't choose to offer." She looked at him for a long moment. "Yes," she said. Chapter 93. The work took 2 days. Not because the methodology was complex. The collective emotional transmission herb technique was a direct extension of what he had been developing at the individual level, scaled to the aggregate emotional field rather than a single practitioner's qi signature. The technique itself was straightforward. The 2 days were for the village. He worked the first morning in 3 smaller groups. The practitioners who were furthest into the specific qi disruption that sustained grief compression produced, the ones whose cultivation practice was already degrading from the weight of what they were carrying. With each group, he deployed transmission herbs calibrated to the community's aggregate emotional state. Not herbs that would remove the grief, but herbs that would make it possible to hold the grief as something that could be moved through rather than something that had to be contained. He had grown these herbs in Shun Guangli's garden 3 days ago, had sat in the old man's garden on the 3rd evening without his notebook and had felt something shift in his own qi field, and the garden at Green Canopy Sect had responded the next morning with 3 new herb varieties he had found in the pot when he packed to return. He had not classified them. He had brought them anyway. He understood, deploying them in the village on the first morning, what they were. They were herbs grown from the beginning of grief engagement, the specific state of stopping the holding away and allowing the weight of loss to become present. Not full engagement. Not the open jar. The moment before the jar opened. They were the most useful herbs he could have grown for this community. Ku Changrong spent the first day observing. He moved through the village with the contained precision that Fun Yuan had come to recognize as his specific cultivation discipline, never entering a practitioner's cultivation space without implicit permission, never deploying his own perceptual capability at a range that might intrude. He was a retired practitioner conducting a careful professional assessment. By the afternoon, he was helping. He didn't announce the shift. He simply began coordinating the logistics of the herb deployment. Which practitioners in which locations, the order that would allow the community's aggregate qi field to stabilize most efficiently, the communication between groups that had been breaking down because everyone was overwhelmed and no one had the organizational capacity to manage it. He had been a practitioner for 60 years. He understood the structure of what a community in crisis required, even when he had sealed the cultivational capability that would have addressed it directly. He did not use his sealed perceptual capability. He used his 60 years. Bai Ziqing worked the kinesthetic side. In the practice ground at the village's center, she ran modified training sequences with the practitioners who were experiencing the specific cultivation disruption that grief compression produced in the body, the tightening of the chest, the shortened breath, the way the qi channels narrowed when emotion was being consistently held at bay. She worked with them the way she had always worked, with the kinesthetic attention that met people exactly in the physical experience they were having. By the evening of the first day, the village's aggregate qi field had shifted, not resolved. The grief was still present, would be present for a long time, as grief always was when it had been real and had been earned honestly, but moving. The specific quality of something that had been compressed into stillness and had begun, slowly, to flow. Wei Rong found Fun Yuan at the end of the day's work, standing at the edge of the practice ground. "They're sleeping," she said. 4 of the 12 I was most concerned about. They couldn't sleep for 2 weeks. The qi disruption from the grief compression was too acute. She looked at the practice ground, whereby Ziqing was ending the last group session of the day. "How did you know what to give them?" He considered the accurate answer. The herbs grew from the right state, he said. I was beginning to be able to feel what this community is carrying. The garden responds to what I actually feel. She looked at him for a moment with the assessment of someone who had spent enough time around cultivation work to understand what that sentence meant technically and to appreciate that it was not a small thing to say. Your garden, she said, grows from what you feel. Yes. You've been beginning to feel grief, she said. Not unkindly. With the careful directness of a practitioner who understood that precision mattered in this territory. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then you grew exactly what we needed, she said. Chapter 94. The second day was quieter and more difficult in a way that was different from the first day's difficulty. The first day had required technical deployment, identifying the qi disruption patterns, calibrating the herb varieties, managing the sequencing of the collective transmission in a way that didn't destabilize the aggregate field before the community had the capacity to work with what it was releasing. This was work he knew how to do. The difficulty was volume and variation. 43 practitioners, each with their specific grief history, each with their specific suppression pattern. The second day was the aftermath. When emotion that has been held very tightly for 2 weeks begins to move, it does not move quietly. Practitioners who had been managing the grief through rigid cultivation discipline, the functional version of his own 12-year avoidance, shorter and less comprehensive but recognizable in structure, found that the transmission herbs had loosened the rigidity, and with the rigidity gone, what was underneath was not orderly. He moved through the village for most of the morning, individually. A young man who had been apprenticed to the eldest of the dead practitioners and was cycling between grief and rage and had no framework for why the rage was there. 2 older women who had been partners in cultivation for 40 years with one of the dead practitioners and were experiencing the grief at slightly different timings, which put them out of resonance with each other in a way that was isolating them when they most needed connection. He worked slowly. He grew transmission herbs from the actual states he perceived, grief meeting grief, the specific calibration of one person's emotional field to another's, and offered them as what they were, not solutions, but bridges. The connection between 2 people in the same grief who could not, currently, feel that the other was there. Ku Changrong found him between the 3rd and 4th individual sessions of the morning. He had been doing the same work on the logistical side, ensuring that the practitioners who had stabilized from the first day's treatment were in position to support the ones who were still in active emotional disruption, the specific organization of a community that was being asked to hold itself together while simultaneously falling apart in the necessary way. He said, without preamble, the young man you treated this morning, the one with the rage. Yes, Fan Yuan said. He's been trying to maintain his cultivation practice through the grief, treating the grief as an obstacle to be managed rather than a state to be moved through. The rage is from the effort. He paused. I know this pattern. I know, Fan Yuan said. Ku Changrong looked at him with the specific attention of someone who had just registered an implication he had not been expecting. You knew where that came from before I said it, he said. I could perceive the qi pattern. The rage has the signature of suppressed grief in a practitioner who is very good at cultivation discipline. The discipline was being applied to the grief instead of with it. A pause. You didn't tell him that, Ku Changrong said. Not accusatory. Observing. I offered a transmission herb calibrated to grief with the rage underneath it. He can feel what the herb is offering. Whether to engage with it is his choice. He paused. Understanding the mechanics isn't always the most useful thing to communicate. Ku Changrong was quiet for a moment. No, he said. I've been finding that as well. He looked toward the village center, whereby Ziqing was running a group session in the practice ground, the sound of movement and instruction carrying on the autumn air. She is very good at this. The kinesthetic work. Yes. She is also going to go back to the Continental Council Combat Division. Yes. And you will go back to Green Canopy Sect. Yes. Ku Changrong looked at him with the specific quality of someone arriving at the main point of a conversation they have been approaching for 2 days. You do this work from a fixed location, he said. You do not travel the region, responding to grief events. You cultivate a garden in a specific place and practitioners come to you, and you go to specific situations. He paused. Is that correct? Currently, yes. And if the old growth tier capability is consistently perceiving regional emotional distress at the scale of what we found here, 2 days travel away, multiple communities in any given season, what is your methodology for managing what you perceive versus what you can address? It was, Fan Yuan acknowledged, the precise correct question. He had been aware of it since the first morning, when he had stood in the village and perceived the aggregate grief and felt the specific pull of his cultivation, the incline toward addressing it, and had made the choice to address this one while knowing there were others he was not addressing. I hold it as information, he said. I note it. I assess whether it falls within what my current capacity can address without depleting the cultivation I need for the situations that are directly present. And I choose. He paused. I cannot be responsible for all the collective emotional distress in a region. I can be responsible for the choices I make about which situations I engage with and how. Ku Changrong looked at him for a long time. Yes, he said. That's the distinction I couldn't make at 32. Chapter 95. They departed the village on the morning of the third day. Wei Rong saw them out from the village edge. She had the quality of someone who had been carrying something very large for 2 weeks and had not lost the weight of it, but had found a way to hold it that didn't require her to stop breathing. She stood at the path's beginning and looked at Fun Yuan with the directness of a practitioner who understood that the accurate thing was also the necessary thing. They will grieve for a long time, she said. This isn't finished. No, he said. Grief doesn't finish. It integrates. This community has started to hold it differently. That will make the integration possible. But the process is theirs. I know. She paused. Come back if you're in the region. Yes, he said. They walked. The autumn light was clear and bright on the cultivation road. The air cold enough that the exertion of walking was visible in small plumes of breath, and the chief field of the surrounding territory had the quality it always had after significant cultivation work, slightly charged. The emotional resonance of genuine engagement lingering in the landscape the way a fire's warmth lingered in a room after the fire had been banked. Ku Changrong walked beside him. He had been silent since the village, and Fun Yuan had given him the silence, understanding its quality, not absence but processing. The specific quiet of someone revising a model that had been central to their understanding for a very long time. They had been walking for perhaps 2 hours when Ku Changrong said, "You did not find the collective grief overwhelming." It was very present, Fun Yuan said. That's different from overwhelming. A pause. How did you hold it? He considered how to answer accurately. The inaccurate answer would be to describe a technique, a cultivation methodology he had applied deliberately to manage the perceptual field. That would be false. He had not applied a technique. He had been in the grief field of 43 people and had held it because he had been beginning, for 3 days, to be in the grief field of one person, his own, and had understood, from that beginning, that grief as information was different from grief as obligation. I held it as information, he said. The community's grief is real. It belongs to them. It is not mine to carry, but I can help it move. Those things are all simultaneously true. He paused. The grief field was very present. I was aware of it continuously for 2 days. But I was also aware that being aware of it was my function, not a burden I had accepted. When it passed through the community and began to move, it was not moving through me. It was moving in the people it belonged to, and I could perceive that movement. Ku Changrong was quiet for a time. The path curved through a section of woodland, the canopy thinning at the edge of the autumn season, light coming through in shafts between the near-bare branches. Somewhere in the woodland, a cultivation herb was releasing its qi with the seasonal rhythm of a plant that cycled rather than persisted. The specific faint sweetness of something completing its natural arc. Fun Yuan's expanded perception registered it and filed it without effort. The new perceptual range had already begun to feel ordinary, which was how all his cultivation capabilities had always felt. Extraordinary until they became the new condition of ordinary, and then simply how things were. I should have had this conversation 30 years ago, Ku Changrong said. It was said without the particular bitterness that Fun Yuan might have expected, not directed at himself, not directed at the lineage, not directed at anyone who should have given him the conversation earlier. It was said with the specific quality of a statement that was accurate and did not require ornamentation. You are having it now, Fun Yuan said. Yes. A pause. I have not decided whether I will continue opposing the lineage. My evaluation is not complete. I know. But the foundation of my position was that heart-root cultivation at the advanced tiers produces practitioners who are overwhelmed by what they perceive and become dangerous. What I observed over the past 2 days does not support that foundation. One data point, Fun Yuan said. You said this about yourself. It applies to me as well. Ku Changrong looked at him with the expression of someone who had not expected the precision and was recalibrating his assessment of the person he was talking to. Yes, he said. One data point. He looked at the path ahead. A more accurate data point than I had before. Bai Ziqing had been walking slightly ahead, giving them the space the conversation required. She slowed to walk beside them as the woodland opened again into cultivated terrain. He's not going to oppose the lineage, she said quietly, to Fun Yuan, in the specific register she used for observations that were not for the subject of the observation. Not yet, Fun Yuan agreed. Close enough, she said, which was, he had come to understand, Bai Ziqing's most reliable assessment of genuine progress. Chapter 96, He felt her before he saw her. They were still a half-day's travel from the cultivation village, had turned back toward it the previous evening when his old-growth perceptual field registered a new chi signature entering the region's emotional landscape. Not a community practitioner's signature. Not Ku Changrong's carefully sealed one. Something older, more practiced, with the specific quality of a practitioner who had been moving through the cultivation world for a very long time and had learned to do it without leaving obvious traces. He had been asleep when it arrived. He was not asleep when he recognized it. He sat up in the guest quarters of the way station they had stopped at for the night, with the autumn cold pressing against the window and his expanded perception extending out into the dark in the direction of the village. She was moving toward the village from the east. He understood why immediately. The collective grief event had been substantial enough to register in his old-growth perception from 2 days' distance. Whatever the mirror elder used to locate emotional cultivation targets, and he had never been certain whether it was a developed perceptual capability or simply the specific sensitivity of someone who had been extracting emotional content for decades, it had found the same signal. He had woken by Ziching with the efficiency of someone who had already made the relevant calculations. She had been awake before he finished the sentence. Ku Changrong, in the next room, had heard the movement and dressed without being summoned. They traveled in the remaining dark and arrived at the village's edge in the early gray of the morning, which meant they arrived before she did. He had known they would. His perception had tracked her movement the entire way, her pace, her direction, the signature of her extraction technique running at low-level scan, searching for the grief field she had sensed from the distance. He positioned them at the village's eastern approach. The air smelled of turned soil and the last of the autumn cultivation herb harvest, and his breath was visible in the cold, and the village behind them was still silent with early morning. She came through the tree line in the form she always used for formal traversal, an ancient woman, her cultivation tier invisible unless he was actively reaching for it, her face the specific arrangement of someone who had learned to move through the world without being noticed. She was not expecting to be met. She stopped when she saw him. He said, "This community has already begun grief integration work. The emotional field is in a fragile state. Extraction from it now would recompress what has taken 2 days to begin moving." She looked at him. She looked at Bai Ziching, who was standing to his left with the specific quality of someone who was not being aggressive and was absolutely prepared to be if the situation required it. She looked at Ku Changrong, who was standing behind and to the right with the documentation journal under his arm and the expression of someone conducting a professional assessment. "You brought help," she said, not accusatory, noting, "Yes." She looked at the village behind them. Her extraction technique was scanning. He could feel it, a low-level reach extending in the direction of the village's grief field. The community's emotional state was still accessible to a practitioner at her tier, despite the 2 days of integration work. The grief was moving now, but it was real, and it was large, and it was present. "Move aside," she said. "No." The scan intensified. He felt it reach past him toward the village, the specific pressure of an extraction attempt that had been refined over decades. Not crude, not forceful, but relentless. His own extended perceptual field registered it reaching the village's aggregate grief field. He reached into his cultivation pouch and found the herb he had been carrying since Chapter 67. He had grown it months ago, from the specific emotional state of understanding what she was trying to reach and knowing it was not the direction she needed. He had calibrated it to her. He had given it to her then, as an offer, and she had declined. He had kept it because transmission herbs did not expire, and because he had suspected, at some level, that there might be a circumstance in which she encountered it with her defenses down. The collective grief event had lowered her defenses. He did not move toward her. He held the herb out. The transmission reached her at the same moment her extraction technique touched the village's grief field. Simultaneously, 2 sources of emotional cultivation, chi reaching her perceptual field at once. The extraction drawing on the community's grief, while the transmission offered her her own shame. Her extraction technique was built for emotional content she was not experiencing herself. It was a technique premised on emotional absence, the clean conduit of someone who had sealed their own grief and shame and learned to channel others instead. What it was not built for was simultaneous emotional input from the outside. The shame hit her chi field and stayed there because she had nothing to route it through. It did not bounce. It sank. She made no sound. She had the quality of someone who had learned a very long time ago to make no sound in difficult situations. But the extraction technique collapsed, not gradually, not after a resistance phase, but immediately, as if the structural element that had been holding it functional had been removed without warning. She went down to one knee. Fun Yuan crossed to her in 3 steps. which were the fastest 3 steps he had taken in recent memory, and crouched beside her with the same attention he brought to any practitioner in acute chi disruption. Stay with the breath, he said. Don't try to route it or redirect it. Let it be in the chi field where it landed. She looked at him from very close range with the expression of someone encountering a humiliation they had not prepared for and were experiencing it in front of an audience. Her chi field, fully exposed to his perception at this distance, without the discipline she usually maintained over her presentation, was the most complex and painful pattern he had seen since Su Minghu's fear chi disruption, but older. 40 years older. Grief that had been sealed below and shame that had been isolated, and the whole structure now trembling with the movement of something that had not moved in a very long time. I did not intend, she said, very quietly, to feel this today. I know, he said. She looked at him for a moment. Then she closed her eyes and was still, and he waited beside her in the cold of the autumn morning. And Bai Ziqing and Ku Changrong stayed where they were and did not intervene, and the village behind them continued waking into its day. Chapter 97. She withdrew at mid-morning. Not fled, withdrew, which was the specific distinction of someone who had made a decision about where they needed to be and was executing the decision with as much dignity as the situation allowed. She was on her feet before the sun had fully risen, and she looked at Fun Yuan with the expression of someone who was going to need a very long time to finish what had started this morning. The extraction technique, she said. Her voice was controlled. It's disrupted, he said. Not destroyed. The structural dependency, emotional emptiness, has been interfered with. It may restore if the shame integration doesn't continue. She looked at him with the specific attention of someone recognizing that the person in front of them understands the mechanism better than they expected. You knew it would work that way, she said. I suspected. The technique's architecture was clear to my perception. Genuine emotional content in a practitioner with a sealed cultivation creates a routing problem. The content has nowhere to go because the channels were closed. And now the channels are not closed. Not entirely. The shame is moving. Where it moves is your cultivation decision, not mine. She looked at her own hands. They were steady, the steadiness of someone who had a great deal of practice, keeping things steady regardless of interior state. I have been extracting from practitioners for 40 years, she said. It was said with the quality of a sentence that had more sentences behind it that she was not yet ready to say. I know. She looked at the tree line. She looked at the village behind him, where smoke from morning cook fires was beginning to thread up into the gray sky. You offered that herb to me before, she said. Months ago. I said it was not useful to me. You said it was not useful. I said I knew. She met his eyes. Why, she said. Not what are you doing? Why are you doing it this way? He considered the accurate answer, which was not a cultivation methodology answer, but a simpler one. Because you have been trying to get somewhere for 40 years, he said. And the direction you've been moving in doesn't reach it. The shame has been underneath the extraction technique the whole time. The technique was working against the thing it was supposed to accomplish. He paused. That is not a sustainable cultivation path. She did not say anything for a moment. Then she turned and walked into the tree line and was gone. Ku Changrong was at Fun Yuan's side within a moment. He had been watching the entire exchange with the documentation journal open, though Fun Yuan had not seen him writing. He looked at the empty tree line. The extraction technique collapsed, he said. Immediately. Yes. The technique depended on emotional emptiness. You've told me about the structural dependency before, but I didn't understand the fragility until I saw it. He paused. With the shame moving, the technique has no foundation. For now, Fun Yuan said. If she seals the shame again, the technique may restore. The seal is her choice. Ku Changrong considered this. She might advance, he said. If the shame moves through rather than being resealed, she might. Or she might completely fall apart. 40 years of compressed shame with an extraction technique as the management strategy. If the technique is gone and the seal is gone, the emotional content has nowhere to go and no structural containment. He looked at Fun Yuan directly. That is a serious cultivation risk. Yes, Fun Yuan agreed. Both outcomes are possible. A pause. Both are better than the extraction, Ku Changrong said. He said it with the deliberate quality of someone arriving at a position they had not expected to occupy. The extraction was harming the practitioners she fed from. It was also preventing her from advancing. Both outcomes, advancement or dissolution, resolve those harms. Fun Yuan said nothing. You're not comfortable with that calculation? Ku Changrong said. I'm not, Fun Yuan said. She is a person. The calculation is accurate. Being accurate and being comfortable are not the same thing. Ku Changrong looked at him with the expression of someone who had been conducting a professional evaluation and had just collected a piece of data that was not in his model. No, he said. They are not. They went into the village. There was work still to finish. Chapter 98. He returned to Green Canopy Sect in the first week of deep autumn, when the outer sect garden had gone to its winter color, the dried stalks and bare soil, and the few cold season varieties that continued through frost, the specific palette of a garden that was resting rather than absent. The gray-rooted plant was taller by another handspan. It had grown in his absence the way the plant always grew when his emotional cultivation was in active development, faster than the normal cultivation herb growth rate. The garden responding to changes in his chi field with the faithful exactness it had always maintained. He stood at the window for a long time. The bloom that faced his cultivation chamber was still facing it. He went to the windowsill and counted the dark blooms in the jar. 51 at last count, plus the morning sky varieties. He counted again now. 63. He had been at the cultivation village for 2 days and Shun Guangli's estate for 5 and traveling for 7. While he was away, the gray-rooted plant had produced 12 new blooms, which Lin Xuan's notes. She had been transferring them per his documentation protocol, characterized as accelerated production, 3 to 4 new blooms daily beginning approximately 4 days ago. He looked at the date. 4 days ago was the day he had sat in Shun Guangli's garden without his notebook. He put the jar down. He went to his cultivation table and sat with the old-growth tears expanded perception extending out from the sect grounds into the surrounding region. The territory's emotional landscape was present to him in the way the villages had been, large, various, full of the aggregate of many practitioners' cultivation states. He was aware of 3 distinct locations in the region that had elevated grief signatures, the specific quality of communities managing collective loss without adequate support. He held them as information. He did not immediately act. This was the practice Ku Changrong had needed 30 years ago and had not had. He was having it now, consciously, as a discipline. The perceptual overwhelm came that evening. He was at the cultivation table, working through documentation from the village treatment, the methodological records, the herb variety descriptions, the specific sequences of the collective transmission that had been most effective when the regional emotional fields surged without warning. Not an external event. An internal shift. The old-growth tier's partial advancement had a specific weakness he had been aware of since the advancement itself, which was that the grief tier engagement was incomplete. The full old-growth capability required the full grief integration. What he had was operational, but not stable at the edges. When the stability at the edges failed, the full regional perception arrived at once. It lasted perhaps 30 seconds. The emotional aggregate of the surrounding cultivation region, grief, joy, ambition, fear, the accumulated particular and collective states of thousands of practitioners living their cultivation lives, present simultaneously, without the managed intake he had been practicing. It was not painful. It was very large. He documented it afterward, with the precise clinical handwriting he used for methodology records. Asterisk perceptual overwhelm event. Duration approximately 30 seconds. Resolution through return to breath and cultivation center. Emotional field returned to managed intake state without external intervention. Note, event driven by incomplete grief tier integration. Full old growth advancement will resolve instability. Cannot advance to full old growth without completing grief tier engagement. Asterisk. He looked at what he had written. He looked at the jar. 63 dark blooms, and the morning sky bloom from chapter 60, still open, still the color of the first light before the world committed to the day. He put the jar on the windowsill where he always put it. He did not open it. Chapter 99. Wan Yu came back on a Thursday. He had not been expecting her. She had written to say the Classification Academy's research review cycle would keep her through the end of the season, and the season was not yet ended. She arrived with her travel pack and her research documents and the quality of someone who had made a decision and was not interested in explaining the decision extensively. She found him in the garden at dawn. He had been there for most of the night, not sitting, standing, at the base of the gray-rooted plant, with one hand at the bark in the way he had been tending it since it was a seedling. The plant was taller than him now by 2 hand spans and would be taller than that by spring, and the bloom that faced his cultivation window had been joined by 2 others in the past week, both the same orientation, both the same pale color, the specific light of the hour before the world chose its direction. He heard her come through the garden gate and did not turn. She did not say anything for a moment. He heard her set down her travel pack. She came to stand beside him, not in front of him, not facing the plant the way he was facing it, beside him, with her shoulder at his shoulder distance, and the morning cold paling her breath in front of her and her hands in her coat pockets. They stood there together in the gray dawn. After a long time, he said, "It's her." Not explaining. He had never explained the gray-rooted plant to Wan Yu. She had been in his garden for 2 years. She had watched it grow, She had documented it in her classification research without asking him to characterize it. She knew what it was. He was not informing her. He was saying it aloud. I know, she said. I have known. He stopped. He had almost said since chapter 3, and the phrasing was wrong, and correcting it would require explaining that he was thinking in terms of his own cultivation record rather than actual temporal reference. He said instead, since the 3rd year of my cultivation, since the first dark bloom appeared, I have known what it was growing from, and I did not. He stopped again. She waited. He had been practicing this. The stopping without filling. The space between what was true and what he was ready to say. I don't know, he said, how to not know it while I'm knowing it. He meant, he understood, fully and clearly, that the gray-rooted plant was his grief for his mother. He had known this, and knowing it had not changed the fact that in the same moment of knowing it, there was a part of him that continued to hold the knowing at a precise distance, that continued to classify rather than experience, to document rather than feel, to say it is grief as if naming it was the same as engaging with it. He was choosing not to feel it even while knowing he was choosing not to feel it. Yes, you said. That's what stopping looks like from inside it. He looked at the plant. The blooms that faced his window were beginning to catch the first light, the pale color warming slightly with the day's arrival. I can feel the advancement waiting, he said. The full old-growth tear. It's there. It's not a question of whether the grief is present. It's been present for 12 years. It's there. I know, she said again. The perceptual instability is increasing. Lin Shuwen assessed me last week. She said. He paused. He did not want to say this. He said it anyway. She said the partial advancement is not sustainable at its current state. The instability will worsen. Yu was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. She did not say anything more comforting than this. She understood, as she had always understood, that accurate was more useful than comfortable. They stood together in the garden as the light came up, turning the gray-rooted plant's nocturnal luminescence slowly from silver to the ordinary green-gray of a very old cultivation plant in autumn. The blooms held their orientation. The garden was very quiet. He stayed there until the light was full. Then he went inside. Chapter 100. Lin Shuwen delivered the diagnosis on a Tuesday morning, 9 days after his return. She had been monitoring the perceptual instability with the same methodical attention she had been applying to his cultivation for years, documenting each overwhelm event, the duration, the resolution method, the recovery time, the chi field readings before and after. 9 events total since the initial one. The pattern was clear. She said, the partial advancement is no longer stable. He was sitting across the cultivation table from her in his teaching chamber. The morning light was neutral and even, the kind that came through overcast sky and produced no shadows, and the jar was on the windowsill behind him where he could not see it, but was aware of it with the specific awareness he maintained of everything in his garden's immediate vicinity. I know, he said. The chi instability at the grief tier transition point is producing perceptual overwhelm events that are increasing in frequency and duration. The current rate suggests a severe event within 2 to 3 weeks if the underlying integration is not completed. She looked at her documentation without looking away from it. You must either complete the grief tier engagement or descend to canopy stage stability. Remaining at partial old growth is not a viable option at this trajectory. And if I descend, canopy stage is fully stable. You would retain all your canopy stage capabilities. The work you have done at old growth tier would not be lost. It would be present, suppressed, available to access if you advance again later. She paused. You might advance again later. The descent is not permanent. She said it without the inflection of someone trying to make him feel better about it. She said it as what it was, accurate information about a viable option. He looked at her directly. You descended, he said. 30 years ago. Lin Shuwen was quiet for a moment. She set down her documentation brush. Yes, she said. I was approaching the grief tier. My grief was for my teacher, a practitioner I studied under for 6 years who died in a lineage suppression incident when I was 28. I had been processing it in the way I processed everything then, which is to say carefully, from the outside, with thorough documentation. She paused. The advancement required something I could not access at the time. I chose descent. I went back to root seeker tier. He said, You've never told me this. No. It was not relevant until now. She looked at him with the specific quality of someone making a decision about how much accuracy to offer. She chose full accuracy. The path I am on is a good path. My cultivation has been useful and genuine, and I have no complaints about the choices I made. But you asked, so I am answering fully. It was not the path I was meant for. I knew it when I made the decision, and I know it now. She paused. You have, at this moment, what I did not have. You have the grief present and accessible. The The choice you are facing is different from the one I faced. He was quiet. How long, she said. Not a diagnosis. A question. I don't know. He had been saying this for months, and it had been true each time. It was true now. Less long than before. She nodded. She picked up her documentation. 2 weeks, she said. I can manage the instability with support herbs for 2 weeks. After that, the intervention required becomes significantly more disruptive. She paused at the door. I am not telling you to do anything. I am telling you the timeline. She left. He sat at the cultivation table for a moment after she had gone. The morning was very quiet. The garden was visible through the window, the gray-rooted plant in its autumn state, the blooms that faced his window holding their orientation in the overcast light. 63 dark blooms in the jar on the windowsill. The morning sky bloom from 2 years ago, still open. He stood up. He walked to the windowsill. He looked at the jar. He had counted the blooms many times. He had added to them and tended them and preserved them in their sealed containment and not opened them, each time standing at this same distance, each time understanding in the part of him that classified and named that the jar contained 12 years of grief for his mother, and each time choosing, not being unable, choosing to put the jar back down. He was not ready. He was also not going to be more ready. He had understood this at the beginning of the summer and understood it still. Not ready at this scale did not resolve with time. 2 weeks. He picked up the jar. The chi was present before he had finished lifting it. The layered, compressed weight of every bloom. The accumulated density of 12 years of genuine grief held at the distance of a ceramic lid and a preservation seal. The scent came through the seal, stone floors, dried herbs, early morning light through a south-facing window. His mother's cultivation chamber. The hour before she would call him for breakfast. The hour before the world had anything in it except her moving quietly through the morning and the smell of her herb work and the specific feeling of being a child in a home that was completely safe. He held the jar. He looked at the gray-rooted plant through the window. The 3 blooms that faced his chamber were facing him directly, the pale color of the hour before the world commits to the day, holding very still in the cold autumn air. He understood that the plant had been producing these blooms for months. Not because it was prompting him, not because it was waiting for him to act, because this was what the garden grew when he was approaching something he had been holding away for a very long time. The garden grew what was true. He looked at the lid. He opened the jar. The scent arrived fully, stone floors and dried herbs and his mother's hands and the morning light and 12 years of everything he had classified and named from a careful distance rather than allowing himself to know. The chi field expanded outward from the open jar and filled the cultivation chamber with the density of a practitioner who had been growing grief herbs for a very long time without acknowledging that grief was what they were. He sat down on the floor with his back against the windowsill and the open jar in his hands. He breathed. He did not classify anything he felt. Outside, the gray-rooted plant began, quietly, to grow. Chapter 101. He did not move for a long time. He sat on the floor of his cultivation chamber with the open jar in both hands and his back against the windowsill and the chi field of the open jar present in the room around him. Not overwhelming, not violent, simply very present in the way that something very real was always present when it was finally allowed to be. The scent did not fade. He had been half expecting it to, the way a strong smell faded when you had been in it long enough. It did not fade. Stone floors and dried herbs, and the specific quality of air in a south-facing room that caught the morning light. His mother's cultivation chamber. Not a general memory. The exact room. The grain of the floorboards under his bare feet in the early morning. The way she had placed her herb samples in a specific order that he had memorized by age 7. A different order from anything he had since read in methodology texts. Her own system developed over decades of practice. He sat with the jar. He did not touch the blooms. He had not opened the jar to do anything with the blooms. He had opened it because Lin Shuwen had said 2 weeks, and he had understood that not ready at this scale was not a precondition that would resolve, and the choice he kept making was available to be made differently. And so he had made it differently. He was aware that he had opened the jar. He was aware that what was in the jar, the chi, the scent, the concentrated weight of 12 years of growth, was his mother's. Not a technique derived from her cultivation path. Not a theoretical framework she had contributed to. Her. The specific her of a person who had held cultivation herbs the way no one else held them, who had said his name in the mornings to wake him with a particular intonation that he had cataloged and documented and never found a category for. He sat with the open jar in a cultivation chamber in the outer sect of Green Canopy sect, at 25 years old, with the night coming on around him. He could not remember when the light had changed. The garden outside the window was going to its night state, the gray-rooted plant beginning its slow nocturnal luminescence, the silver-gray glow of its leaves familiar enough after 3 years that he no longer consciously registered it. The plant produced a new bloom while he watched. He noticed this without moving. It opened at the midsection of the plant, not at the crown, not near the base, but at the precise center, and it faced neither downward nor upward nor toward his window. It faced in no particular direction. It was still opening as he watched, the pale color deepening slightly as its petals extended, and then it stopped moving and simply existed, the newest bloom on a plant that had been growing grief for 3 years. He looked at it. He looked at the open jar. He breathed. He did not classify anything he was feeling. He had been not classifying for 4 hours, and this was the most sustained period of non-classification he had managed since age 10, and it required continuous attention. Not the effort of suppression, but the effort of staying present in the territory he was in rather than immediately naming it and stepping back from it. He stayed. The night came fully. The garden outside was silver with the plant's luminescence. He breathed. Chapter 102. In the deep hours of the night, he thought about his mother. Not about what her death had meant. Not about what she had taught him, or what her cultivation path had been, or what capabilities she had passed down to him through lineage connection and childhood observation. He thought about her in the way he had been learning to think about people, as herself, the specific person she had been. She had been 42 when she died. He was 10. He understood, now, that 42 was not old. He had spent his childhood understanding her as fully adult, fully formed, and understood now with adult comprehension that she had been young. That she had been a practitioner with decades of cultivation ahead of her. That she had died in the middle of things. She had woken before him every morning. He remembered this clearly. The specific sound of her in the kitchen before he was awake. The small sounds of the cultivation preparation that she did each morning before breakfast. The particular smell of the herb work that had been the first thing he registered each day of his childhood before he was conscious enough to name anything. She had called him for breakfast in a specific way. Not his cultivation title. He had not had one yet. His name, with a particular warmth in the consonants that he had never heard from anyone else. He had documented this once, 6 years ago, as specific vocal quality of the breakfast summons, unclassifiable, not reproducible by any other practitioner encountered to date. He had not written anything else about it. She held cultivation herbs with both hands when she examined them. This was specific enough to be unusual. Most practitioners held herbs in one hand and used the other for documentation or for additional technique application. She used both hands, the way you held something you were attending to completely, the way you held something you valued enough to give your full physical presence to. He had been doing this himself for years. He had not known until this moment that it was something he learned from watching her. He thought. She held herbs with both hands. The gray-rooted plant, visible through the window, produced 3 new blooms in rapid succession. He registered this with his peripheral awareness without looking away from the distance he was thinking into. She had laughed easily and not quietly. He had not permitted himself to remember this. It had the quality of one of the true things, the ones that were too true to hold safely, and so he had not held it. Now he held it. She laughed easily, and the laugh was not quiet, and it was the sound of someone who found the world genuinely funny in a way that had nothing to do with technique or cultivation sophistication or appropriate emotional presentation. He sat with this. The open jar in his hands had been warm since midnight. The chief field of the contents warming the ceramic with the specific quality of cultivation material that had been held in compressed storage for too long and was now, in the open air, beginning to move. He was beginning, in the dark of the cultivation chamber, to move. It was not comfortable. He had known it would not be comfortable. It was not, however, overwhelming. It was the specific quality of something very large that was also very real, and realness made it possible to be present with rather than impossible to contain. He was present with it. He was staying. She had said his name in the mornings to wake him. The specific intonation of it. The sound of a person who was glad the person they were waking existed and wanted them to know this. Encoded in the ordinary syllables of an ordinary name called from a kitchen in a south-facing house before breakfast. He had been 10 years old. He had classified it as morning notification, breakfast readiness signal, and had not returned to it for 15 years. He said her name. Into the dark of the cultivation chamber, alone with the open jar and the silver light from the garden, he said her name. The garden outside responded immediately, a sound like very fast growth, which he had heard before, but not at this speed. And when he looked through the window, the gray-rooted plant had extended 3 new branches simultaneously, the blooms on each new branch already beginning to form. Chapter 103. The grief arrived the way Shun Guangli had described, not as a cultivation event, not as a qi disruption, not as a technique producing a result. It arrived as absence. He was thinking about the morning she had called him for breakfast, and he had not come immediately, had been in the middle of a cultivation exercise, had called back that he would come in a moment, and she had said all right in the same warm tone, without impatience. And he had come 5 minutes later, and she had been at the table with the food already, and she had smiled when he sat down, and she had not said anything about the wait. He had never thanked her for this. He had never thanked her for many things. She had died when he was 10, and he had been building a system for categorizing emotions since age 8, and the categorizing system had expanded to cover grief within a week of her death, because grief was present, and the system was what he did with things that were present, and he had classified her death as significant loss event, processing methodology, documentation and cultivation application, and had continued with the morning cultivation exercises, and had not stopped continuing since. She was not here. This was the fact. Not the cultivation fact, not the tier advancement requirement, or the unintegrated chi, or the dark blooms, or any other framing that made the fact into something to work with and through. The plain fact. She had been here, and she was not here. She had called him for breakfast every morning for 10 years, and she did not call him now, and had not called him for 15 years, and would not call him again. He had been holding this fact at arm's length for 15 years. Not avoiding it, he knew it. He had known it since the morning he was told, standing in someone else's kitchen, in a sect he had been sent to for the safety of it, when the messenger had come with the news. He had known it. He had classified it. He had moved forward. But knowing something and allowing it to be true were, he understood now, genuinely different capabilities. He allowed it to be true. The jar was warm in his hands, and the chi of the dark blooms was present in the room, and the garden was silver-lit outside the window, and his mother was gone, and he allowed this. Not the cultivation material of it, not the tier advancement implication of it. He allowed the plain human weight of a person he had loved being not present in the world. He did not cry. He had expected he might. What happened was quieter and larger. The specific sensation of something that had been very tightly compressed expanding into the full dimension it actually occupied. 12 years of compressed grief expanding into the true size of what had been held in it, which was not 12 years of small, unacknowledged moments, but the full 12 years of a young practitioner who had been without his mother for 12 years and had not quite let himself know it. He sat on the floor of his cultivation chamber. He breathed. He did not catalog anything he felt. He stayed in it the way you stayed in a room that was very large, not trying to map the walls, not moving toward the exit, simply present in the room and aware that it was large and that the largeness was real and that real things could be in. Outside the window, the gray-rooted plant was growing. He registered this at the edge of his awareness. He did not look. He stayed where he was. He was here, in this room, with the open jar and the scent of his mother's cultivation chamber and the fact of her absence, which had been the truest thing about his life since he was 10 years old and which he was finally, in the small hours of a night in autumn, allowing to be true. He did not know how long he sat there. At some point his hands stopped holding the jar in the specific way they hold something you are maintaining and began simply holding it, the way you held something you had brought back from somewhere and did not need to manage anymore. He breathed. He stayed. Chapter 104 Morning came the way it always did. Gradually, the quality of the darkness outside the window changing by degrees from black to gray to the pale, undecided light that preceded actual sunrise. He had not slept. He did not feel as if he had not slept. He felt the specific quality of someone who had been somewhere significant and had returned, still inside the weight of the place they had been. He looked at the window. The gray-rooted plant had changed. He stood up slowly. His legs had gone numb from the floor, and his hands were stiff from holding the jar in the autumn cold of the cultivation chamber, and walked to the window, and stood at it and looked. The plant had grown in the night. He had been aware of this in the peripheral way he was aware of his garden during the hours he was in it, the specific low-level monitoring of a practitioner who had been tending the same cultivation space for 3 years. But the growth had been more than the incremental growth of a productive evening. The gray root was no longer only gray. At its base, where the roots entered the soil, there was now a second color, the specific pale green-gray of a cultivation plant that had completed its dominant growth direction and was now growing in a different mode. The roots that had always gone downward, which had given the plant its name, were still going downward, deeper than he could see. But new growth was coming up from the same base, pushing through the soil surface around the plant's trunk, reaching toward the light with the specific quality of something that had found a direction it had not previously attempted. The plant was growing in both directions simultaneously. He looked at the blooms. Every bloom was open. Not just the morning sky varieties, not just the facing blooms. Every dark bloom, all 63 of them, was open and oriented toward the morning light. They had been closed or half-furled when he had last consciously registered them. They were open now, the petals fully extended, each one facing the direction from which the day's light was arriving. And around the base of the plant, in the soil where new growth was emerging, herb varieties he had never seen before were pushing up through the autumn-cold earth. Small, first-growth shoots of varieties that had no antecedent in any text he had studied, that carried the Chi's signature of something that had been waiting to grow for a very long time and had just received the signal it needed. He stood at the window for a long time. Then he went inside and sat at the cultivation table and held the open jar on his lap and waited for Lin Shuwen. He did not wait long. She had, he was fairly certain, been monitoring his cultivation chi through the passive assessment herbs she maintained in the corridor outside his chamber, the professional equivalent of a practitioner who understood that the patient didn't always send word when things became acute. She arrived within the hour, with her documentation materials and the quality of someone who had been awake for most of the night for reasons she had not told anyone. She came in. She looked at the open jar. She looked at him. She sat down on the other side of the cultivation table. "How long?" she said. "I opened it at midday," he said. "Before you left." She made a notation. "The chi instability events?" she said. He checked his internal state with the specific attention of someone assessing cultivation stability. "None since I opened it. The perceptual field is," he considered the right word, "quiet, stable. The regional perception is present but not surging." She nodded without writing anything. She was looking at him with the specific attention that was not clinical assessment, but something adjacent to it. The look of someone who had been watching a practitioner develop for years and had just seen the development reach a point they had not been certain would come. She said, "Good." He looked at the open jar in his lap. "The blooms are stable," he said. "The chi field from the blooms is present, but not compressed. It's different than it was." "Yes," she said. "It would be." He looked at her. "She would have been proud of you," Lin Shuwen said. Her voice was careful and even. "Your mother. I assume you don't hear that very often." He was quiet for a moment. "No," he said. "She would have been," Lin Shuwen said. She was a practitioner who understood that the genuine thing was always more important than the performed thing. "You have spent 3 years demonstrating this in every aspect of your cultivation work." She would have recognized it immediately. She paused. "And she would have been proud, which is specific and not just approximately proud. Precisely and specifically, the pride of someone who raised a person who became genuinely themselves." He held the jar. He did not say anything for a moment. "Then, how did you know her?" Lin Shuwen looked at the window, where the gray-rooted plant was visible in the morning light. "We corresponded," she said, "during her cultivation years. We were never at the same sect, but the lineage connected us." She wrote about her son's early cultivation practice in the way that practitioners wrote about apprentices they were proud of, with that specific precision of someone describing someone else's capability before the someone else knew they had it. She paused. She described the herb-holding technique. "Both hands." She said you had picked it up before you could speak the methodology. He looked at his hands. He said, "She held herbs with both hands." "Yes," Lin Shuwen said. "I know." They sat in the quiet of the early morning with the garden visible and the open jar and the things that were true. Chapter 105 The Old Growth Tier completed on a Sunday morning, 12 days after he opened the jar. Not ceremonially. Not with the dramatic chi pressure and visible cultivation resonance that cultivation fiction described as the standard breakthrough marker. He was in the garden, tending the new herb varieties that had grown up around the gray-rooted plant's base in the aftermath of the grief engagement, and he realized, not as an event but as a recognition, that the instability was gone. He checked his perceptual field. It extended outward from the sect grounds in the smooth, sustainable reach of old growth tier, not the partial, edge-failing range he had been managing since the partial advancement, but a complete, stable field. He reached the boundary of his full perceptual range without finding the fluctuation point. The meridian transition was complete. He stood in the garden for a while, processing this the way he processed cultivation advancements now, not immediately cataloging and classifying, but remaining in the experience of it, registering the new quality of the world before naming it. The world at full old growth tier was different from the world at partial old growth in the same way that the world at canopy stage had been different from the world at deep root, not larger in the sense of more volume, but different in kind. The regional emotional field was present and stable and full of the genuine complexity of many practitioners' cultivation lives. It was very alive, the field, full of grief and joy and ambition and fear and the specific textures of people in relationship with each other and with their own development. He held it as information. He was aware of it the way he was aware of the air temperature or the quality of the morning light. Present, informative, his to perceive and not his to carry. He went to the gray-rooted plant and spent an hour at its roots. The new growth varieties were producing at a rate he had not seen from any cultivation herb in his garden. 7 distinct new varieties in the 12 days since the grief engagement. He had been cataloging them as they appeared, noting the chi signatures, building the preliminary classification profiles. He did not yet have names for most of them. He had, for the first time in his cultivation practice, decided not to rush the naming. He would let them grow further. He would understand what they were when he understood what they were. When he came back to the cultivation table, Guan Yu was at the window. She was looking at the gray-rooted plant. She had been doing this more in the past 2 weeks, the way you watch something you had been watching for a long time that had finally changed. Not staring, not dramatic attention, but the specific quality of a person allowing themselves to see something that was now available to be seen fully. She looked at him when he came in. "How does it feel?" she said. He considered this question with the care that questions that didn't have clinical answers deserved. "Complete," he said. "There is no instability." He paused. "And there is something else." He looked for the right phrasing and found it was simpler than he had expected. "There is something that is not absence. The grief is present. I can still perceive it. It's in the garden. It's in the blooms. But it is not a gap in the cultivation where something isn't. It is something that is." She looked at him with the expression of someone who understood precisely what he had said. "Yes," she said. "That's what integrating looks like." He sat at the cultivation table. He picked up the closest of the dark blooms, the one he had placed on the table 3 nights ago, when he had finally gone through the jar and transferred each bloom to individual documentation storage. He held it. He had grown grief herbs before. He had documented them, contained them, preserved them. He had never held one and felt it hold together. This one held together. The chi inside it was stable, not the compressed, accumulating instability of something that had been growing without being acknowledged, but the dense, functional stability of cultivation material that had been grown and integrated in the same process. It was the most potent herb he had ever held. He could feel the capability it represented. A transmission herb calibrated to the specific emotional texture of grief that had been carried for a very long time and had not destroyed the person carrying it. He set it down carefully. He would not use it today. He would not deploy it in any treatment or demonstration or documentation session. He knew where it was going, eventually. But that was not today. Today he went to find Lin Shuwen and told her what had happened with the precision of one practitioner telling another about a cultivation milestone. The chi field readings, the perceptual stability check, the resolution of the instability events, the new old growth tier capability in its full, functional form. She listened through the entire report without writing anything, which was unusual for her. When he finished, she said, "Good." She said it once, without elaboration. Then she was quiet for a moment. "She would have been proud of you," she said. "Your mother. I assume you don't hear that very often." "No," he said. "She would have been," Lin Shuwen said. "Precisely and specifically proud. The kind of pride that belongs to someone who raised a person who became genuinely themselves." He said nothing. They sat together in the morning light of her teaching chamber with the particular quiet of 2 practitioners who had been traveling the same road at different distances and had arrived, on this morning, at the same point. After a while he said, "Thank you." She looked at him. He had not said this to her before, had not said it in this form, in the first person, without the clinical wrapping that usually surrounded his acknowledgments. "Yes," she said. She did not add anything to this. He went back to the garden. He tended the new varieties without cataloging them, feeling the autumn sun warm on the back of his hands, the soil cold and dense under his fingers, the garden alive around him in the specific way it was always most alive, growing from what was true. Chapter 106. The garden began producing in the week after the grief engagement at a rate he had not seen before. He had known, from Shun Guangli's documentation, that practitioners who had completed the grief tier integration showed accelerated cultivation development in the months following. The garden's capacity, which had been constrained by the unintegrated emotional material, released and produced at the rate it had always been capable of before the constraint. He had understood this as a theoretical statement. He had not understood it as the 14 new herb varieties that appeared in his garden over the course of 7 days, or as the gray-rooted plants' accelerated production of the stable grief herbs, 3 and 4 per day now, all of them holding together, all of them the dense and functional cultivation material that had been impossible to grow while the grief was compressed. He documented as he went. He was methodical about it, but the documentation was falling behind. On the 8th day, Shun Guangli arrived. He had sent no message. He arrived with the specific quality of someone who had been expecting to come and had determined that now was the correct time, and he walked through the outer sect garden with the particular attention of an 80-year-old herbalist encountering cultivation work that genuinely surprised him. He stopped at the gray-rooted plant for a long time. "The stable grief herbs," he said. He was looking at the documentation samples Fun Yuan had laid out for cataloging. I haven't seen grief herb density at this level. He picked one up carefully, with both hands, in the way of someone who knew what they were handling. He held it. His face had the specific quality of professional awe that did not announce itself, but was visible in the attention. 12 years, he said. Not a question. Yes, Fun Yuan said. 12 years of genuine, unintegrated grief in a heart-root practitioner at canopy stage and above. Shen Guangli set the herb down with the same care. I told you they would be potent once integrated. You were accurate, Fun Yuan said. I was conservative. The old man moved to the new varieties pushing up around the plant's base, the ones whose names Fun Yuan had not yet settled on. He crouched with his efficient relationship with his joints and examined them without touching, reading the chi signatures with the 70-year practitioner's specific perceptual capability. These are post-grief tier varieties, he said. Your garden is producing cultivation material from emotional states that correspond to tiers you have not formally advanced through. The grief release has freed the production capacity. You are producing at the rate the grief was constraining. He straightened and looked at Fun Yuan with the directness of someone who had brought news that was both good and required immediate attention. This requires management. You cannot integrate emotional tiers faster than your cultivation can absorb them, or the production capacity will outrun your stability. I know, Fun Yuan said. That's why I'm glad you came. The old man looked at him with the expression of someone calibrating how much credit the younger practitioner deserved. Yes, he said. It is why I came. He picked up his documentation materials. Show me everything. From the beginning of the engagement. They worked through the afternoon and into the evening. Shen Guangli reviewing the documentation, examining herb samples, assessing Fun Yuan's chi field stability with the professional attention of someone who had supervised grief tier transitions before and knew what the aftermath looked like when it was being well managed versus when it was headed for complication. He made notes with his small, economical handwriting. He asked precise questions. At the end of the evening, when the garden had gone to its night state, he said, "You are managing this well. The integration is stable. The accelerated production is remarkable and is not currently outrunning your stability." He paused. If it does, the signal will be the emotional tier of the new herb varieties. They will begin reflecting emotional states significantly beyond where your cultivation capacity can integrate them. Document every new variety. The varieties are the leading indicator. I will, Fun Yuan said. Shen Guangli looked at the gray-rooted plant one more time before gathering his materials to leave. It's different than it was, he said. Yes, Fun Yuan said. Good. The old man walked toward the gate. I'll come back in the spring. Document everything in the interim. He left the way he had arrived, without ceremony, with complete presence, the quality of a practitioner who had been doing important work for 60 years and had learned that important work did not require announcement. Fun Yuan went back to the documentation. Chapter 107 Ku Changrong returned in the middle of winter, when the outer sect garden was under light snow and the gray-rooted plant had gone to its winter dormancy. The blooms closed. The new growth paused. The entire plant holding itself in the specific stillness of something that was alive and resting. He arrived without advance notice and without the documentation journal he had carried on every previous visit. He carried only himself, which Fun Yuan's perceptual capability registered as significant before the man had spoken a word. My evaluation is complete, he said. They were in the garden, which was where Fun Yuan had been when the gate opened. The snow was thin on the ground, just enough to change the quality of the light, the pale reflection of it off the white surfaces making the morning brighter than the overcast sky should have produced. His breath clouded in front of him. Ku Changrong's was steadier than it should have been from the walk, which was the specific steadiness of someone whose cultivation control extended to involuntary physical responses. Tell me, Fun Yuan said. Ku Changrong looked at the gray-rooted plant for a moment. He had spent time with it on every previous visit, examining it, assessing it, clearly reading some of its chi history through the perceptual capability that the seal still allowed him at reduced range. I was wrong about one specific thing, he said. I told you this might be the conclusion before I reached it, when we returned from the cultivation village. I have now reached it. He looked at Fun Yuan directly. I assumed that what I experienced at ancient growth tier, the perceptual overwhelm, the inability to hold the collective emotional field without being dissolved by it, was inevitable, universal, that any practitioner who reached that tier would encounter the same thing, that the lineage, at its advanced stages, produced practitioners who were overwhelmed and became dangerous. He paused. I was generalizing from one data point, from myself. That is an error in methodology that I would correct in any other practitioner's analysis. Fun Yuan said nothing. He waited. You perceive collective states without being overwhelmed, Ku Changrong said. I observed this at the cultivation village. I have reviewed it against my documentation, against what I observed at the grief tier engagement's effects on your capability, against the herb methodology you have developed for collective emotional integration. He paused. You are able to hold collective perception as information rather than obligation. I could not. The distinction is not a cultivation tier distinction. It is, I believe it is a grief tier distinction. I had not integrated my own grief when I reached the ancient growth tier. The collective emotional field arrived before I had any practice holding emotional states as information rather than as things that required immediate response. He looked at his own hands. I sealed my cultivation because I believed the alternative was harming the people around me. I may have been right about that specific situation, about what I would have done with the capability at the time I had it. I was wrong about whether it was the lineage that created the danger. He looked up. It was my specific state at the time. The lineage did not create the danger. My incomplete grief integration created the danger. Silence. The snow made the garden very quiet. A bird moved in the dormant herb section across the path, its small sounds clear in the white quiet. I am not announcing that I support this lineage's continuation, Ku Changrong said, with the specific precision of someone who needed to be accurate rather than heard as more than he meant. I am announcing that I no longer intend to oppose it. Those are not the same statement. I know, Fen Yuan said. Good. Ku Changrong looked at the garden again. The seal I applied, he said. At the ancient growth tier. The cultivation I sealed away. He paused for a long time. Shun Guangli has a recommendation. He told me he would recommend that I speak with you about the possibility of reversing it. Fen Yuan considered the qi field he could perceive through the seal, the muffled, pressurized sense of cultivation capability that had been contained for 30 years. He had been aware of it since he first met Ku Changrong. It would be a process, Fen Yuan said. Not a single session. The grief tier integration that the original advancement required is still required. The seal didn't bypass it. He paused. But yes, it's possible. Ku Changrong looked at him. Not today, he said. No, Fen Yuan agreed. Not today. They stood in the snowy garden with the quiet around them and the dormant plant and the understanding between them of people who had been adversaries and were no longer. Chapter 108 The Mirror Elder came to his garden on a morning in late winter. Not through the outer sect gate. She came the way she had always come, through the garden's perimeter, at the section where the wall met the hillside and the cultivation herbs grew densest and the specific qi field of his garden blurred at the edges into the surrounding cultivation environment. He had always known she could find this path. He had never specifically sealed it against her because he had understood, for a long time, that sealing it was a less useful choice than leaving it open and monitoring what arrived through it. He felt her approach 15 minutes before she appeared, which was new. The old growth perceptual capabilities extended range registered her from far enough out that he could prepare. He put down what he was working on and stood at the cultivation table and waited. She looked different than she had at their last encounter, which had been the morning at the cultivation village when she had gone to one knee in the frost, and he had crouched beside her and said stay with the breath. She was not the mirror elder he had been dealing with for 2 years. She had the same ancient face, the same precise economy of movement. But the specific quality of someone managing a deliberate presentation, the practiced neutrality of a practitioner who had been performing non-presence for decades, was gone. What was there instead was a person, not a comfortable person, not a person who had resolved anything. A person in the middle of an acute cultivation crisis that was producing visible distress that she was not currently able to fully contain. She stood at the edge of the garden and did not speak for a moment. He said, sit down. She came to the garden bench near the cultivation table, the one he used for assessments, for the practitioners who came with qi disruptions he needed to examine at close range. She sat with the stiffness of someone who did not sit easily and was doing it anyway because the alternative was worse. The advancement, she said. Her voice was controlled but thin. The shame tier advancement that your transmission herb initiated. It is moving faster than I can manage. He assessed her qi field. Even at this distance, at his current tier, the quality of what he could perceive was precise. Her blocked cultivation, the shame tier that had been sealed for 40 years, was no longer sealed. The shame breakthrough from the cultivation village had continued working through her cultivation in the months since, exactly as he had told Ku Changrong it might, and the advancement was progressing, but the rate was not what it should be for a managed cultivation advancement. The rate was the rate of 40 years of suppressed advancement suddenly released without any supporting infrastructure for the integration. She was advancing very fast and alone and without any of the methodology frameworks that made advancement survivable. How long has the acceleration been at this rate? He said. 3 weeks, she said. I managed the initial disruption after the village. The first 2 months I managed. 3 weeks ago, the rate increased. Did something happen 3 weeks ago? She looked at her hands. She had the specific quality of someone who was going to answer accurately, because accurate was the only option that helped. I tried to restore the extraction technique, she said. The shame advancement had disrupted it, and I attempted to re-establish the technique's structural foundation. The attempt accelerated the shame advancement instead of stopping it. The extraction technique, she paused, is not recoverable. The structural element I described is no longer available. The shame has moved past the point where the technique has a foundation. He registered this information with the same precision he brought to all clinical data. That is correct, he said. He did not say it as judgment. He said it as confirmation. She looked at him. You knew the technique was not recoverable after the village, she said. When you told Ku Changrong that she might advance or might completely fall apart. I thought it was likely, not certain. And you offered the transmission herb anyway, knowing the extraction technique might not be recoverable. Yes. She was quiet for a long time. The morning light was coming through the garden's bare winter growth, and the quality of her silence had a specific texture, not accusation, not gratitude, not the specific category of either. Something that was not yet named. I need help, she said. He had not heard her say this before in any of the forms he had been expecting it. She said it with the specific economy of someone who had needed to say a very difficult thing and had said it as simply as possible because the simplicity was the only form in which it was possible to say it at all. Yes, he said. I know. Sit forward. I need to assess the chi field closer. He worked for 3 hours that morning, establishing what was moving and at what rate and where the most acute instability was. He grew 4 transmission herbs during the session, calibrated to the specific stage of her shame tier integration as he was perceiving it, not pushing the integration, not accelerating what was already moving too fast, but providing a stable holding structure for the emotional content that was surging without containment. She did not speak during the session. She sat with the specific stillness of someone who had decided to trust a practitioner and was holding to that decision through the parts of the session that were difficult. He did not remark on any of this. When the session was done, she said, I will need to return. I know, he said. Come when the instability surges. The integration will stabilize within a few months if we manage the rate. She stood. She looked at the garden, at the gray-rooted plant in its winter state, the dormant blooms, the snow-dusted new growth around the base that had appeared after the grief engagement and was now resting through the cold months. She said, Why are you helping me? He considered the accurate answer. Because you need help, he said. And because the path you have been on for 40 years was not the path you were meant for, and the path you are currently on might be. And it would be a waste if you lost it now to inadequate integration support. She looked at him. That's not a simple reason, she said. No, he agreed. She left the way she had come, through the garden's blurred perimeter, and he went back to the cultivation table and documented the session and began planning the next one. Chapter 109, The Ancient Growth Tier Advancement arrived without announcing itself. He had not been looking for it. He had been managing the Mirror Elders integration sessions. The third one was the most difficult, the fourth stabilizing, and attending to the accelerated production in his own garden, and working through the documentation that Xun Guangli had requested from his spring visit. And the advancement arrived in the middle of an ordinary morning when he was growing a calibration herb for the Mirror Elders' next session. The herb he was growing required the specific emotional state of genuinely helping someone who had spent considerable effort trying to harm him, without requiring her to acknowledge the harm or apologize for it. He had grown this emotional state many times in the sessions. What was different on this morning was that he was no longer growing it as a technique. He was simply in it, present in the specific emotional complexity of caring about a person's cultivation welfare regardless of what they had done, because the caring was true and the doing harm was also true, and both things were simultaneously real. He allowed both things to be simultaneously real. The meridian transition opened at the grief tiers intersection with the ancient cultivation pathways, not the old growth transition, but the next one, deeper, the one that he had been aware of since the full old growth advancement. His perceptual field expanded outward past the regional boundaries he had been managing and continued expanding, and what it found was not the regional emotional weather he had known at old growth range, but something much larger, the cultivation territory of the entire surrounding area, the emotional chi of communities and sects and individual practitioners across distances he had not previously accessed. He sat down. He had learned by now to sit when the perceptual range expanded suddenly. The world at ancient growth was very large. It was also, and this was what he had not anticipated, and what he understood Ku Changrong had not been able to separate from the overwhelm, very alive. The collective emotional weather of a cultivation territory at this range was not primarily grief and fear, as he might have expected from years of working with practitioners in distress. It was primarily the ordinary. The daily texture of people living their cultivation lives, the satisfaction of good practice, the frustration of methods that weren't working, the small recurring joys of progress and connection and good herb harvests, the grief that was present and moving in most practitioners' lives because grief was a part of any long cultivation journey. It was an ocean. He sat in his cultivation chamber, and the ocean was present around him, very large and very full of the ordinary complexity of many human lives. He held it as information. He held it for a long time without trying to classify it or act on it or figure out its implications. He sat with it the way he had sat with the open jar, present in the room, aware of the room's dimensions, not trying to map the walls. After a while, he began to notice specific patterns in the large field. One of them was not what he expected. He reached for it. It took concentration at this new range, the specific attention of pulling detail from an aggregate field, but at ancient growth the resolution was sufficient. He focused on the pattern and found what it was. A section of the regional cultivation territory, covering several communities and approximately 40 kilometers of cultivation territory, had an emotional field with a specific quality he recognized, not from a previous encounter. From Shun Guangli's documentation of Ku Changrong's 30-year-old technique. He reached for the documentation journal and picked up the brush and wrote with the precise handwriting he used when the information was significant. Asterisk regional emotional field, systematic suppression pattern identified in northeastern territory. Scale, approximately 40 kilometers. Signature consistent with deliberate cultivation technique applied at population scale rather than individual. Duration indicator. Pattern has the quality of long-term establishment, likely months to years of active deployment. Not natural variation. Possible connection to known techniques requires investigation. Asterisk, he set down the brush. He looked at what he had written. He looked at his expanded perceptual field, which continued to register the suppression pattern with the quiet persistence of something that was not going to stop being there just because he had documented it. Then he went to find Elder Duan. Chapter 110. The report to Elder Duan took 2 hours. He presented it with the same thoroughness he brought to all cultivation documentation, the perceptual evidence, the chi field readings he had taken from multiple positions within his new ancient growth range, the comparison with the documented signature of deliberate emotional suppression techniques in the Continental Council's technical records, which he had pulled from the sect library that morning while Elder Duan was still in his morning meetings. Elder Duan was quiet throughout. He had the specific quality of someone receiving information that was not surprising in the way a shock was surprising, but in the way that the confirmation of a long-held suspicion was surprising. You had thought something might be true, and it was true, and the truth had weight that the suspicion hadn't. How broad is the suppression? He said. 40 kilometers, minimum. The northeastern boundary is at the edge of my current perceptual range. I cannot assess further without traveling to that territory. The depth? How many practitioners affected? I can't give a precise count from Green Canopy sect's distance. The density of the suppression field suggests a substantial cultivation community, multiple sects, and independent practitioners within the territory. Hundreds of individuals. Possibly more. He paused. The suppression is not uniformly applied. Some practitioners within the territory show stronger suppression signatures than others, which is consistent with proximity to the technique's source rather than individual application. Elder Duan made a notation. He was writing with the specific speed of someone who had been a political administrator for 40 years and had developed the capacity to simultaneously receive information and begin assessing its institutional implications. The Continental Council will need to be involved, he said. Yes, Fan Yuan said. The suppression is at a scale that exceeds Green Canopy sect's jurisdiction and resources. Do you have a hypothesis about the source? He had been turning this question over since he had documented the pattern. The signature was consistent with Ku Changrong's historical technique, the one that had been deployed 30 years ago and which they had deactivated in their previous territory. But this pattern was not in the same territory, and the technique Ku Changrong had described had been semi-autonomous, deployed once and allowed to run without active maintenance. This one did not have the signature of a semi-autonomous technique. It had the signature of something with active maintenance, something that was being deliberately sustained. I have a hypothesis, he said. I want to test it before reporting it to the council. Elder Duan looked at him. How will you test it? By traveling to the northeastern territory and assessing the technique's source signature at close range. He paused. I will also speak with Ku Changrong. He is the person with the most knowledge of the specific technique structure. If there are variants or successor techniques, he would know. Do you trust him? He told me he no longer intends to oppose the lineage. That is a different thing from trust. But his knowledge of the suppression technique architecture is genuine, and he has demonstrated the capability to provide accurate information when accurate information serves the correct outcome. Elder Duan nodded. "Write up what you have now," he said. "I'll send a preliminary report to the council with a note that further investigation is underway. They need to know it's been identified. The formal report can follow your investigation." He looked at the documentation. "How long?" 2 weeks to travel and assess, Fan Yuan said. 1 week to complete the report. 3 weeks, Elder Duan said. He made another notation. Take Bai Ziqing if she's available. The kinesthetic capability is useful in cultivation environments that have been perceptually altered. She has a Continental Council position, Fan Yuan said. I know. Elder Duan looked at him with the expression of someone who had been a political administrator for 40 years and understood that official positions sometimes had relevant exceptions. Send her the assessment. She'll tell you if she can participate. Don't assume she can't. Fan Yuan acknowledged this. He sent the message to Bai Ziqing that afternoon. He sent a separate message to Ku Changrong, containing the technical description of the suppression signature he had identified, without context, just the signature, asking for identification. Ku Changrong's response arrived by the evening. It was 2 sentences. Asterisk, the signature is consistent with a variant of my original technique. I did not deploy this variant. Come tell me where you found it. Asterisk Chapter 111. The investigation took less time than he had allocated. He traveled to the Northeastern Territory with Ku Changrong, who had arrived at Green Canopy Sect 3 days after Fan Yuan's message with the documentation journal under his arm and the expression of someone who had been waiting for this conversation and had been dreading it. Bai Ziqing was present via written communication. She was 3 weeks into a demanding training cycle at the Continental Council and could not leave, but she had sent specific kinesthetic assessment questions that Fan Yuan carried and answered as the investigation proceeded. The Northeastern Territory was a 2-day journey by standard cultivation travel. At Ancient Growth Tier, the chi field of the region became clearer to Fan Yuan's perception with every hour of travel. The suppression pattern sharpening from a general directional sense at Green Canopy Sect's distance to specific, documented detail when they were inside the affected zone. The affected zone was not subtle from the inside. He had grown up with the specific emotional chi quality of a healthy cultivation environment, a field with natural variation, practitioners at different emotional tiers producing different cultivation signatures, the aggregate feeling of a living community. The Northeastern Territory's cultivation field had been smoothed, not erased. The practitioners were still there, still cultivating, still producing emotional chi. But the variation had been compressed. The peaks and valleys of genuine emotional cultivation, the high points of grief and joy and fear that produced the most potent herbs and the most significant advancement, had been reduced to a consistent, moderate range. Everything here was moderate. He assessed for 2 days. Ku Changrong walked beside him and said less than usual, which was already not much, and the quality of his silence was different from the silence of someone waiting for information. It was the silence of someone who had already begun to understand what the information would be. On the second afternoon, Fan Yuan said, the active maintenance point. He had found it, the specific locus where the technique's sustaining chi was originating, the equivalent of the mechanism that kept it running. It's consistent with your original technique structure, but it has an active maintenance node that your original design did not have. Ku Changrong said, because I added one. The quality of the stillness after this sentence was different from the silences they had been sharing. Explain, Fan Yuan said. I deployed the original technique 30 years ago, Ku Changrong said. Semi-autonomous, as I told you. I expected it to dissolve within 2 or 3 years as the local cultivation field naturally re-established its variation. When I assessed it 8 years later, it had not dissolved. It had become embedded. The emotional suppression had created a stable state equilibrium. The practitioners in the territory had calibrated their cultivation to the suppressed range, which meant there was no natural pressure driving the restoration of variation. He paused. I added the maintenance node at that point. I believed I was managing a mistake. I was sustaining it. The word sustaining had a specific weight in the cold air of the Northeastern Territory. Fan Yuan looked at the cultivation field around them, visible to his perception as the flattened, moderate emotional landscape it had been for 30 years. You have been actively maintaining a cultivation suppression technique, he said, on a territory of practitioners who did not consent to it. Yes, Ku Changrong said. His voice was controlled. It had the specific control of someone who was not going to allow themselves to be less precise than the situation required. I know what this is. I knew when I added the maintenance node. I told myself it was prevention. I was preventing the overwhelm I had experienced from happening to other practitioners. I was also preventing their emotional cultivation from developing naturally. He looked at the suppressed field with the expression of someone seeing clearly for the first time what they had been refusing to see. I was wrong. Fun Yuan said nothing for a moment. Can you deactivate it? He said. Ku Changrong looked at the maintenance node. He could sense it too, at his muffled ancient growth level, the familiar architecture of his own technique. Not quickly, he said. The field has been in this state for 30 years. Rapid deactivation would be. It would produce a sudden restoration of the full emotional variation range in practitioners who have calibrated to suppression. The disruption would be significant. He paused. I have been thinking about this since the moment I said I added one. A phase deactivation, Fun Yuan said. Yes. Graduated restoration of the natural variation range, over months rather than days. The practitioners would need support during the restoration, transmission herbs, integration assistance. He looked at Fun Yuan. The same methodology you used at the cultivation village. Scaled. It was a much larger scale. Yes, Fun Yuan said. They began the phase deactivation that evening. Chapter 112. The work of the phase deactivation established its own rhythm over the weeks that followed. They traveled to the northeastern territory on alternating weeks, Fun Yuan assessing the chi field restoration progress and deploying collective transmission herbs where the emotional variation was re-emerging at a rate faster than the practitioners could integrate without support. Ku Changrong coordinating the deactivation of the maintenance node and managing the technical architecture of the technique's graduated dissolution. The work required both of them, which was an arrangement neither of them had anticipated when their relationship began as an evaluation. The practitioners in the northeastern territory did not know the suppression was being lifted. Fun Yuan had considered whether to tell them, had brought this question to Elder Duan, who had brought it to the Continental Council, which had provided a carefully worded response that said essentially, practitioners should not be informed of the scope of the intervention until it is complete, as the knowledge may cause premature adjustment efforts that complicate the restoration. He had accepted this answer with the specific quality of someone accepting the correct institutional decision, while being privately uncomfortable with it. The first significant moment was at the 4th week, when the emotional field's variation range had been restored to approximately 30% of its natural level. He was in the northeastern territory, in a small cultivation market that served 3 communities in the region, when he registered it. A practitioner, a woman in her 30s who had been cultivating herbs at the standard moderate level he had come to expect from this territory, produced a grief herb. Not a moderate grief herb, a genuine grief herb, the specific density of emotional content that real grief produced when it was actually felt. She looked at the herb with the expression of someone who had produced something unexpected. Fun Yuan did not approach her. He documented the observation from his perceptual range, noting the quality of the qi, the emotional tier, the practitioner's visible reaction to it. She looked at the herb for a long time. Then she held it with both hands. He looked at his own hands. At the end of the 6th week, when the restoration was past 50%, Ku Changrong said something that had the quality of a sentence he had been building toward since the 2nd day of the investigation. They were walking back from the territory's most affected community, which was also the community closest to the maintenance node's original position and was therefore furthest from full restoration. Ku Changrong said, I have spent 30 years believing I was protecting people from what I experienced. I was deciding, without their knowledge, that what I found overwhelming was something they should be prevented from approaching. Fun Yuan waited. That is not a protection, Ku Changrong said. It is a substitution of my judgment for their cultivation. I understood this intellectually when you said it at the village. I understand it differently now, standing inside the field I created. He looked at the cultivation territory around them. These practitioners have been living in a moderated range for 30 years. They have not had the grief and the joy and the fear that produce advanced cultivation material. They have been adequate. He said the last word with the specific flatness of someone naming the thing they have done without softening it. Yes, Fun Yuan said. I did this with the best intention, Ku Changrong said. I know this does not change the outcome. No, Fun Yuan agreed. Ku Changrong looked at him. You are not going to tell me it is all right, he said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation about the kind of person he was speaking with. No, Fun Yuan said. It is not all right. You also cannot go back 30 years. You can complete the restoration and document what happened so that the council has accurate information and so that other practitioners who develop similar techniques know what the long-term consequences can be. He paused. Ku Changrong's technique documentation, complete with this outcome, is more useful to the cultivation world than the original technique was. The old man was quiet for a moment. That is a specific kind of comfort, he said. It's not comfort, Fun Yuan said. It's accurate. Chapter 113. He felt the spirit timber threshold in the deep winter, when the deactivation work had reached its final phase and the Northeastern Territories cultivation field was approaching full restoration. He had not been looking for it. He had known it was approaching. His ancient growth tier perception had the specific quality of a practitioner in full capability whose cultivation was continuing to develop, the same pressure at the next meridian transition that he had felt approaching every previous advancement. But the spirit timber threshold had the additional weight of being the tier that had stopped xianxia. He had been aware of it for months and had held it with the particular respect that things you have heard about before you encounter them deserved. Now it was present in a way that earlier had been possibility and was now proximity. He had the documentation. He had xianxia's direct testimony. He had Master Ku Deng's letter, which he kept in his cultivation journal and had read 12 times in different states of understanding. He knew what the spirit timber tier involved. Population-level collective perception, not the regional emotional weather of ancient growth range, but the specific individual threads that composed it, the individual practitioner's emotional states perceivable within the aggregate field. He could perceive, from this tier, every practitioner in his region's emotional state with individual resolution. He had been thinking about what this would mean for months and had not resolved it into comfort. He had resolved it into preparation. On a morning in late winter when the restoration work was nearly done and the Northeastern Territories cultivation field was generating its first natural high-variation grief herbs in 30 years, he went to Lin Xuan's teaching chamber. She looked at him when he came in with the specific assessment of a practitioner who had been monitoring his cultivation development for years. "How close?" she said. "Close enough that I want to tell you before it happens," he said. "And I want to tell Ruan Yu." He paused. "And I want to know if there is anything in your assessment that I should know before I attempt to advance." She set down what she was working on with the deliberate attention of someone choosing to be fully present. "Your integration has been stable since the old growth completion," she said. "The ancient growth advancement was well managed. The collective emotional perception at your current range has been held as information correctly. I have not observed the kind of overwhelm events that characterize the partial old growth period." She paused. "You are as ready as preparation can make a practitioner." She looked at him. "You know that preparation is not the same as certainty." "Yes," he said. "The spirit timber tier," she said. "What xianxia described." "I am not xianxia," Fan Yuan said. Not dismissively. He said it as a specific and relevant technical point. His experience at that tier was shaped by his specific state at the time of advancement. The grief tier not integrated, the cultivation capability developing faster than the emotional capacity to hold what it perceived. My state is different. The grief tier is integrated. The collective emotional perception has been developing in stages, with integration at each stage. She looked at him. "I know this," she said. "I am telling you that I know it, so that you can go forward knowing I have assessed it and arrived at the same conclusion." She paused. "Tell Ruan Yu today." He told her that morning. Chapter 114. Ruan Yu was at the cultivation table when he came back to the chamber, working on the classification research that had expanded far beyond her original mandate in the way that research did when the subject kept producing new material faster than the methodology could contain it. She looked up when he came in. He had been thinking, on the walk from Lin Xuan's chamber, about how to say what he wanted to say. He had been thinking about the correct framing, the appropriate clinical distance, the right way to communicate significant cultivation status information to a practitioner with a formal academic relationship to the lineage. He put down the framing. "The spirit timber tier advancement is imminent," he said. "I want you to know before it happens." She set down her documentation brush. She looked at him with the full attention that she had been giving him, in his garden, for 2 years. "How long?" she said. "I don't know. Within weeks. Possibly sooner." He paused. "It may change how the perceptual capability functions. At the spirit timber tier, the individual resolution perception, I will be able to perceive individual practitioners' emotional states within the aggregate field. At distance." He looked at her directly. "Including people I care about. Without their choosing to be perceived." She was quiet for a moment. She understood what he was telling her. "You are asking if I consent to being perceived," she said. "Yes." She considered this with the specific attention of someone who took the question seriously. "I do," she said. "With the caveat that what you perceive is information about my state, not a claim on my state. I retain the right to have feelings you perceive without those feelings being data you act on without my input." "That is precisely correct," he said. "And it is how I intend to hold what I perceive." She nodded. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, looking at the documentation on the table rather than at him, "I have been here for a long time." "Yes," he said. 26 months beyond your original research mandate." She looked up. "I know the count," she said. I'm not asking for the count. She paused. I am here because I want to be here with you. I want to be clear about this. The research is genuine and ongoing, but it is not what is keeping me at Green Canopy Sect. She looked at him. I am not going to say this again and then wait for you to respond eventually, the way I have been waiting. I am saying it now and I want a response now. He looked at her. He had been aware, for several months, that this conversation was approaching. He had been doing what he had always done with approaching things, preparing, monitoring, documenting the approach, not quite being in it until it arrived. It had arrived. He said, I know why you are here. He said it in the third person, the habit of years. He stopped. He heard himself stop. He said, I know why you are here. I want you to be here. I have wanted you to be here for longer than I have been accurate about admitting. He paused. He did not retreat from the first person. I want the same thing. She looked at him for a moment. You said that in the first person, she said. I have been practicing, he said. The specific expression that crossed her face was the one he had been cataloging since the beginning. The expression of someone who was glad to be right, to have been patient. He had not had a category for it before. He had one now. Good, she said. She picked up the documentation brush. The spirit timber tier. Let me know when you feel it coming clearly. You'll be the first to know, he said. He sat down at the cultivation table and returned to his work, and they worked together in the quiet of the chamber with the winter garden visible through the window. And it was the same as it had always been, and completely different. And both of these things were true. Chapter 115, The Spirit Timber Tier Breakthrough, came on a Friday afternoon, unremarkably. He had been drafting the final report on the Northeastern Territories suppression deactivation, the document that Elder Duan would forward to the Continental Council, the one that contained Ku Changrong's full accounting of the technique's deployment and 30-year maintenance, and the phased restoration methodology. The work required precision, and he was giving it precision. In the quiet of the cultivation chamber with Wan Yu not present, but her presence in the chamber still distinct the way a person's presence remained distinct in a room after they had left it. He had been aware for 3 days that the advancement was very close. He had told Wan Yu each evening. She had listened and returned to her work. He had the emotional state he needed, had been living in it, without knowing he was, since the morning of the conversation. The spirit timber tier required the specific state of knowing that someone is chosen to remain beside you at personal cost, and genuinely allowing that knowledge to matter rather than classifying it as a data point about their decision-making. He had been classifying it as a data point for 26 months. He had stopped classifying it 3 days ago. The population level field arrived simultaneously. Not a gradual expansion, but an immediate, complete upgrade in the resolution of what he had been perceiving. The regional emotional weather he had been reading at ancient growth range was still there, still the same weather. But now, within it, he could perceive the individual threads, specific practitioners, specific emotional states, specific locations in the regional field. The aggregate became its components without losing its aggregate quality. The way a forest could be perceived as a forest and also as individual trees, and both were accurate. He sat with this for a long time. He found Wan Yu in the field immediately, not by looking for her, but because she was the person whose emotional state he had been attuned to longest. She was across the sect grounds, in the outer library, and he could perceive the quality of her engagement with her research work at this distance with a clarity that was different from the monitoring he had been doing for years. Precise. Individual. Hers. He noted this. He filed it. He did not act on it. She had specified. The perception was information about her state, not a claim on it. That was correct, and he held it correctly. He returned to the population field and practiced, for the next hour, the same discipline he had been developing for every previous tier, holding it as information, attending to the field as a whole, not following individual threads into engagement without intention. The field was very full of individual practitioners. He could feel, at this resolution, the specific quality of Ku Changrong's sealed cultivation from several kilometers, the tight, pressurized texture of decades of contained capability. He could feel the Northeastern Territories restoration in individual detail now, the specific practitioners who were producing genuine variation for the first time in 30 years. He could feel a great deal. He held it carefully, the way you held a very large and delicate thing, with full attention, without trying to process all of it at once, staying present with where you were in it rather than reaching for the edges. After an hour, he picked up the documentation brush and added a note to the cultivation journal. Asterisk spirit timber tier advancement. Population level individual resolution perception. Capability requires significant management discipline. Individual threads perceivable from distance without consent of the perceived. Ethical protocol necessary at this stage. Will develop framework in consultation with Wan Yu and Ku Changrong. Asterisk he paused. Then he added, The grief tier integration made this tier possible. Not because grief was the credential required, but because the grief tier integration established the practice of holding emotional experience as information rather than obligation. Without that practice, this tier's capability would be unmanageable. He set down the brush. You want to find Wanyu. She looked up when he came into the library, with the assessment of someone who had been waiting for this news and had been readying themselves to receive it without showing that they had been readying. He said, "It happened." She looked at him for a moment. "Are you all right?" she said. He considered the question with the care it deserved. "Yes," he said. "First person, no hedge." "I am." She nodded. She set down her brush. "Tell me everything," she said. He sat down across from her and told her everything. Chapter 116. Ku Changrong came to Green Canopy Sect in the spring, when the restoration work in the Northeastern Territory was complete and the final documentation had been submitted to the Continental Council. He arrived with a different quality than he had on any previous visit. Not lighter. Exactly. The weight of 30 years of a decision he had made was not going to lift quickly, and Fun Yuan's perception at Spirit Timber Range registered the emotional field of a person who was still working through the specific grief that Ku Changrong had described as grief for 30 years of unintended harm. But the pressure of the seal had changed. It was the same seal. He had not reversed it yet, had agreed to begin that process in the autumn when Fun Yuan had a stable period of time for the sustained integration work it would require. But the seal's pressure was different. It had been maintaining something that now had less conviction behind it. He said, the morning after his arrival, while they were in the garden, "You advanced through it." "Yes," Fun Yuan said. Ku Changrong looked at the gray-rooted plant, which was in full spring growth, the blooms all open, the stable grief herbs producing at the integrated rate that had become the plant's steady rhythm since the grief engagement. He looked at it the way he had been looking at it since his first visit, with professional assessment layered over something more personal that he did not articulate. "I want to know what was different," he said. He said it without deflection, directly, with the specific quality of someone who had been turning this question over since the moment they learned the answer wasn't theirs. "The capability is not different," Fun Yuan said. "I perceive individual emotional states within the population level field. The resolution is complete. What is different is how I hold what I perceive." He paused. "You perceived others' emotions as intrusions," he said. "Things that arrived in your cultivation space uninvited and required response." "Yes," Ku Changrong said. "I perceive them as the ground of shared experience. Real, present, belonging to the people feeling them. Not mine to carry, but mine to be aware of. The distinction is not in what is perceived. It is in where I perceive it from." Ku Changrong was quiet for a moment. "You're not separate from what you perceive," he said. "I was trying to be. I had a specific sense of where I ended and what I perceived began, and the spirit timber tier overwhelmed that boundary." "I am not separate," Fun Yuan said. "But I am also not dissolved. There is a specific location from which I perceive, a place in the cultivation field that is specifically me, that does not merge with what I am aware of. The collective field is present and I am present in it, but I remain specifically myself within it." He paused. "It is the same thing Bai Ziqing does kinesthetically. She is in the collective emotional field of a room, but she remains specifically herself. She can let what she perceives move through without losing the thread of where she is." Ku Changrong looked at the garden. "How did you find that location?" he said. "The specific place that is you." Fun Yuan considered the honest answer. "I had to feel my own grief first," he said. "The specific location, the distinct self in the collective field, is only findable if you know where you are. And I didn't know where I was until I knew what I was carrying." He paused. 12 years of avoiding the grief meant 12 years of not quite being present in my own cultivation. I was there, but I was managing the edges constantly. He looked at Ku Changrong directly. "You reached the spirit timber tier, carrying the grief tier unintegrated. I believe the perceptual overwhelm you experienced was partly the tier's genuine challenge, and partly the specific disorientation of encountering population-level emotional complexity without a clear sense of where you yourself were in it." Ku Changrong was still for a long time. "Yes," he said. "That is precisely accurate." He said it with the quality of someone who has spent 30 years understanding something incorrectly and has just understood it correctly and is still absorbing the weight of the difference. "I could not separate the grief I was perceiving from the grief I was carrying. I had no practice holding my own grief as information. So when others arrived, I could not hold it as information either." "No," Fun Yuan said. They sat in the spring garden. After a while, Ku Changrong said, "In the autumn, when we begin the seal reversal." "Yes. I want to begin with the grief tier," he said. "From the beginning. The way you did." "Yes," Fun Yuan said. "That is where we'll begin." Chapter 117, The Living Forest Tier arrived in early summer, between one cultivation session and the next. He had been working with a practitioner who had come for transmission herb treatment, a young man from the Northeastern Territory, one of the practitioners who had produced genuine variation for the first time when the restoration reached his community, and who had arrived at Green Canopy Sect 6 weeks later because the genuine variation had opened cultivation questions he did not know how to address, and he had heard there was a heartroot practitioner who might know. The session was 2 hours. When it was done, and the young man had left with the transmission herbs and the documentation notes Fun Yuan prepared for all new practitioners, he sat at the cultivation table in the quiet of the afternoon and registered something in the garden. New growth. Not in the gray-rooted plant and not in the grief herbs, but in the northern corner of the garden, in the section he had cleared in the spring specifically because he had been aware that the next tier's capabilities would produce herb varieties the existing sections did not have room for. He went to the corner and looked at what was growing. He had no names for any of it. This was not unusual. He had encountered herb varieties he could not name from existing texts before, and he had developed the methodology for new classification during his first year of cultivation. But these varieties were different from previous unnamed herbs in a specific way. Previous unnamed varieties had been varieties that grew from emotional states that were present in himself. Varieties that required new classification because no text had documented them, but which were anchored in his own experience. These varieties were not anchored in his experience. They had the chi signature of emotional states that existed between people rather than within them. Not grief, but the specific texture of being known. Not gratitude, but the specific weight of shared history, the emotional residue of years of genuine relationship with a particular person. Not love in the general sense, but love as a specific thing that had accumulated in the specific shape of specific people over specific years. He held one of the shoots carefully. The chi it carried was the chi of something that could not have been grown alone, that required the existence of another person to be what it was. He looked at his garden with the specific quality of someone who had been doing something for years without fully understanding what they were doing and had just understood it. He went inside and wrote in his cultivation journal, *Living Forest Tier. New capability. Cultivation herbs from emotional states that exist between practitioners rather than within them. These herbs cannot be grown from individual emotional content. They require genuine relational emotional material. They are the most accurate emotional cultivation map I have encountered because they reflect not what a single practitioner feels, but what two practitioners generate together by being known to each other over time. He put down the brush. He looked at the northern corner of the garden. These herbs have no documentation precedent, he wrote. No herbalism text has recorded varieties from relational emotional states because the tier required to grow them has not been reached in recorded history. He paused. I am going to need significantly more space in the garden. Chapter 118, The Northeastern Territory's cultivation field reached full restoration in late summer. He was not present when it happened, was at Green Canopy Sect, managing the accelerating production of new herb varieties, when his spirit timber range perception registered the specific chi shift that marked a cultivation environment's return to full natural variation. He noted the time and the quality of the shift in his documentation journal with the precise detail of someone recording a significant event, and then he continued his morning work. Ku Changrong was present. He had been in the Northeastern Territory for the final phase of the deactivation, finalizing the technical documentation with the same precision he had applied to everything throughout the process. He had been alone, which was his preference for the final work. He had told Fun Yuan that he needed to be there when the last node dissolved, and Fun Yuan had not argued with this. Some things you had to be present for. The message arrived at Green Canopy Sect 3 days later. Ku Changrong's handwriting was its usual small, controlled characters. The message was brief. Full restoration complete. Field has returned to natural variation. There is a practitioner in the central community who grew a grief herb this morning that is the highest quality I have observed in 30 years of cultivation assessment work. She does not know that what she grew is significant. I am going to tell her. He went to the Northeastern Territory 2 weeks later. Ku Changrong was still there. He had stayed, which Fun Yuan had not expected, in the community where the maintenance node had been most concentrated. He was sitting in the community's cultivation garden when Fun Yuan arrived, not working, just sitting, with the quality of a practitioner engaged in a form of cultivation that did not require tools or documentation. Fun Yuan sat beside him. The garden around them was alive with the specific quality of a cultivation environment that had been returning to its natural state for months and had finally arrived there. Herbs growing at varied rates and in varied emotional tier ranges. The aggregate chi field rich with the specific complexity of genuine cultivation work. A practitioner across the garden was tending a joy herb that had the quality of something grown from real, uncomplicated delight. Two older practitioners were working together on what looked like the early stages of a grief herb collaboration, a technique that required two practitioners in a shared emotional state, which the suppressed field would not have permitted. Ku Changrong was watching all of it. His chief field, at Spirit Timber Range, had the quality Fen Yuan had been noting since the restoration work began. The specific texture of someone experiencing something that required a name he had not been ready to apply to it. He was ready now. Fen Yuan grew a herb during the sitting. Not deliberately, not as a methodological choice, but as what happened when he was attending to the emotional content of the moment. The herb was from the specific emotional state of witnessing someone face the true scale of their actions without flinching from the facing. It was a complicated herb, not dark, not bright, the color of something that was exactly what it was. He held it out. Ku Changrong looked at it for a long time. He had seen Fen Yuan's transmission herbs before, had studied them, assessed them, understood their methodology. He knew what it meant when one was offered. He reached out and took it. He held it the way practitioners held cultivation herbs that were doing something to their chief field, not resistantly, not analytically, simply present in the contact. After a moment he said, "What is this from?" "Witnessing genuine accountability," Fen Yuan said, "without the person who owes it trying to make it smaller than it is." Ku Changrong closed his hand around the herb. He did not say anything else for a while. They sat together in the restored cultivation garden while the summer afternoon moved toward evening and the practitioners around them continued their work in the field that had come back to itself. Chapter 119 The political problem took shape with the specific inevitability of a consequence that had been developing for months and had finally found its form. He was aware of it first through the Continental Council's correspondence, an increase in formal inquiries about the deactivation project's documentation, the specific kind of inquiry that was not information-seeking but information-verifying, the kind conducted by parties who already had the information and wanted to establish the official record before they used it. Then Elder Duan came to his garden. This was unusual. Elder Duan came to his chamber when the news was institutional, to his teaching space when the topic was cultivation, to his garden only when the news was both significant and personal. He had been here 3 times in 4 years. He sat down at the garden bench and looked at the gray-rooted plant for a moment with the expression of someone who had been managing institutional situations for 40 years and was about to manage another one. The suppression families, he said. This was the name the sect had been using internally for the cultivar families who had benefited from the Northeastern Territory's muted emotional field. Families who had built cultivation programs predicated on practitioners operating in the suppressed range. Families whose institutional dominance in the territory had depended on the population's emotional cultivation remaining moderate and controllable. They've assembled a Continental Council challenge. Challenging what? Fen Yuan said. The deactivation project. The heartroot lineage's involvement in what they are characterizing as an unauthorized intervention in regional cultivation field management. Elder Duan looked at the documentation he had brought. They have filed 2 separate complaints. One against the lineage's institutional authority to conduct population-level cultivation field alterations, and one against the specific perceptual capabilities of the spirit timber and living foresteers, arguing that a practitioner who can perceive individual emotional states at distance is operating a cultivation capability that fundamentally violates the right of cultivation practitioners to privacy. He had been expecting this. He had been expecting something from this direction since the restoration project began. The specific form it had taken, the privacy argument, was the one he had assessed as most sophisticated and also most partially correct. The privacy argument has merit, he said. Elder Duan looked at him. I know, Fen Yuan said. I have been aware of this since the spirit timber advancement. A practitioner who can perceive individual emotional states at distance without consent raises a genuine ethical question. The question does not go away because my intentions are good. He paused. I have been developing an ethical framework for the spirit timber and living forest tier capabilities since the advancement. I have been planning to bring it to the council proactively. He looked at Elder Duan. This accelerates the timeline. Elder Duan looked at him with the expression of someone reassessing how well they understood the practitioner they had been administratively responsible for. You have a framework, he said. A draft. Ruan Yu has been contributing to the classification structure and Ku Changrong has been contributing the constraint analysis, what the capability cannot do without specific cultivation engagement, which is relevant to the privacy assessment. He paused. The framework will need council review and formal adoption, but the substantive content is developed. How long before it's ready to present? 2 weeks, Fen Yuan said. I want Ku Changrong's final section before I finalize it. Elder Duan nodded. I'll buy 2 weeks. He stood. He looked at the gray-rooted plant one more time. You know they're not actually concerned about privacy, he said. That's the argument. The concern is that a practitioner with this tier's capability can see what they have been doing in that territory. I know, Fen Yuan said. The privacy framework is still necessary. The correct thing to do and the thing that is politically convenient are the same thing in this instance. Both reasons are real. Elder Duan looked at him. You've gotten better at institutions, he said. I have had good teachers, Fen Yuan said. The elder made a noise that was not quite acknowledgement and not quite dismissal and went back to the sect administration building, and Fen Yuan went back to the ethical framework. Chapter 120 The World Seed Tier arrived without announcement, the way all the recent advancements had arrived, not as an event he was waiting for, but as a state that was already present when he became aware of it. He was in the outer library, reviewing the cultivation records of ancient sects whose emotional cultivation histories had become accessible to him through the living forest tier's relational herb work. There was, he had discovered, a layer of emotional qi in long-practiced cultivation spaces that accumulated over generations. The residue of many practitioners' genuine cultivation work settled into the stone and soil and air of places where cultivation had been practiced for centuries. The World Seed Tier opened this layer fully. He sat in the outer library and the accumulated emotional history of Green Canopy sect became present to him at a resolution that was completely different from anything he had experienced before. Not just the current practitioners' emotional fields, the centuries of them, the accumulated joy and grief and ambition and discovery of every practitioner who had cultivated in this space, preserved in the qi field the way Shun Guangli's old grief herb samples preserve the emotional residue of practitioners long gone. He sat with this for a long time, very still, registering the extraordinary density of the accumulated field. Then he thought, the site of his mother's cultivation chamber. It was a 3-day journey. He had not been there since he was 10 years old. He had been not going there for 15 years with the specific precision of someone who knew exactly where a thing was and had chosen not to approach it. He was going to go. He told Ruan Yu that evening. She said, "Do you want company?" He thought about it. Actually thought about it, considered what the trip was and what he needed for it. He said, "Not for the first visit." She said, "I'll be here when you come back." He said, "I know." He said it in the first person. They had both long since stopped remarking on the first person. He traveled for 3 days. He arrived at his mother's cultivation site. Not the house, which had been occupied by other practitioners since her death, but the cultivation garden she had maintained behind the house, which had been preserved per the cultivation estate protocols for deceased practitioners, maintained in its basic form by the local sect administration as a matter of cultivation heritage. The garden was smaller than he remembered. He had been 10. Everything was smaller from the perspective of 10 than it was from 26. The south-facing exposure he remembered was accurate. The afternoon light came through the garden's open western edge and warmed the beds where she had grown her herbs. He stood at the garden's entrance. He reached with the World Seed Tier's full perceptual capability into the accumulated emotional qi of the space. What he found was not only what he had expected. He had expected her grief. He had known, from the dark blooms, from 12 years of growing that specific emotional material without acknowledging it, that she had carried grief. He had anticipated finding its residue here. Her grief was present. It was the specific grief of someone who had known they were dying and had known what they would not be present for. Watching her child grow, the specific grief of a parent who loved their child and understood they would miss the child's life. It was dense and real and present in the qi field of the garden she had tended for years. He held this. He was ready to hold this. He had been preparing to hold this. What he had not prepared for was the other thing. Beside the grief, woven through the same qi field, inseparable from it, present in every herb bed and in the soil and in the specific quality of the afternoon light that came through the garden's western edge, was her joy. Not joy in spite of the grief. Not joy separate from the grief. Joy that had been present in the same cultivation practice, in the same mornings, in the same life that had also contained the grief of what she would miss. The specific joy of someone who had spent years in a garden that grew from truth, who had raised a child who was becoming himself, who had had a cultivation practice that was genuinely her own and not someone else's approximation. The joy at having known him. He had not known this was there. He had known the grief was there. He had been preparing for the grief. He had not prepared for the possibility that his presence in her life had been a source of joy that was present in the same qi field, preserved in the same garden, waiting in the same space where he had been afraid to go. He stood in his mother's garden in the afternoon light and held both things. He did not classify them. He did not move for a long time. He let the full chi field of the space be present around him. The grief and the joy and the decades of genuine cultivation practice, and the specific love of a person who had held herbs with both hands and called his name in the mornings and had been glad, genuinely and specifically glad, that he existed. The gray-rooted plant, for days' travel away at Green Canopy Sect, produced 3 new blooms that evening. Lin Shuwen documented them in the morning notes. * new varieties, unknown classification. Color, the specific warm quality of afternoon light through a south-facing garden. Orientation, toward the sun. Chapter 121. He carried what he had found in his mother's garden for several days without analyzing it. Not as a discipline, as what happened. He had spent years developing the capability to attend to emotional content without immediately classifying it. And the content of his mother's cultivation garden was the kind that could not be classified into anything smaller than itself. He carried it the way he had carried the open jar through the night. He opened it, present in it, not managing it, letting it be the size it was. He tended his garden when he returned. The gray-rooted plant was different. Lin Shuwen had documented the 3 new blooms in his absence. The warm light varieties, the ones with the specific south-facing orientation, but what he found when he stood at the plant was not the blooms. It was a quality in the chi field. The plant had changed its root signature. He crouched at the base and read the chi with both hands in the soil, the way his mother had read herb quality, not with a technique, with attention. The gray root at the base of the plant had changed color, not gray anymore, not green. The color of the light in his mother's garden in the late afternoon, the warm specific gold of a south-facing space at the end of a good day. It extended from the soil level upward, slowly, through the trunk and into the lower branches. He looked at this for a long time. The plant was becoming something different than what it had been. He tended it. He adjusted the soil at the north edge with his usual attention, checked the moisture, cleared the autumn growth from the base. While he was doing this, he felt a change in the upper branch. Not movement, but chi movement, the specific internal shift of a plant in the last stages of preparing a bloom. He stood and looked at the crown of the plant. The bloom formed slowly, over the course of an hour while he watched. It was not dark. It was not morning sky pale. It was the combination of both, the dark of grief and the warmth of joy, layered the way 2 colors of light combined into something that was neither one and both simultaneously. He reached up when it was fully open and held it the way his mother had held herbs, with both hands. The chi inside it was the most stable and potent he had encountered in his cultivation practice. Not the compressed density of unintegrated grief, the clean, fully developed density of an emotional cultivation herb that had been grown from something real and had found its complete form. He could feel what it was, the emotional complexity of love for someone who was gone, the specific texture of grief and joy existing in the same moment without contradiction, the herb version of standing in his mother's garden in the afternoon light and holding both what she had been and what she had felt about him at once. He held it for a long time. Then he brought it inside and put it in the cultivation documentation case, not with the other grief herbs, in their individual storage. He gave it its own space. He would classify it later, when he had the right words. For now it was what it was. The herb the gray-rooted plant had been building toward for 4 years. He sat at the cultivation table. He did not write anything for a while. Then he wrote, final variety from the gray-rooted plant. Classification pending. Provisional description, the emotional texture of a person being both mourned and loved in the same moment, by someone who is still here. This herb cannot be grown in the grief tier alone. It requires the grief tier to be complete. Chapter 122. The political crisis arrived in full force in the autumn. Not coincidentally, he noted, within 3 weeks of the Northeastern Territories' restoration being fully documented and the Continental Council receiving the final report. The suppression families, as Elder Duan's administrative documentation was now calling them, had assembled their petition to the Continental Council's Cultivation Recognition Authority, a formal challenge to revoke the Heartroot lineage's continental recognition on the grounds of unauthorized population-level cultivation field intervention, perceptual privacy violations at the spirit timber and living forest tiers, and what their legal framing called systematic aggrandizement of a rare cultivation lineage's institutional authority beyond the scope of the Continental Council's original recognition. The petition had significant backing. Families with cultivation programs in the suppressed territory, families whose advancement programs had depended on practitioners operating in the muted emotional range, and the specific category of institutional interest that appeared in cultivation politics when a lineage developed capabilities that could, in principle, perceive things that powerful people preferred to keep unperceived. Elder Duan was working at a level Fin Yuan had not seen before. He had spent 40 years as Green Canopy Sect's administrative elder. He understood Continental Council politics the way a person understood a landscape they had spent decades mapping. The shortcuts, the pressure points, the specific sequences that produced useful outcomes, and the ones that produced impressive noise followed by nothing. He was using all of this. He was also, Fen Yuan's perceptual capability registered, genuinely worried. Not panicked. Elder Duan did not panic, but the chief field of a practitioner managing something at the edge of their capability. He came to the garden on a Tuesday morning. "I need something from you," he said. He sat at the garden bench with the directness of someone who had decided not to approach the subject indirectly. "The political maneuvering I can manage. What I cannot do is make the lineage's case for its own value in cultivation terms. I can defend the institutional record. I cannot demonstrate what the lineage has actually done in the world." He looked at Fen Yuan. "What I need is a cultivation documentation case. 5 years of work, translated into the specific language that a Continental Council Review Committee uses when it is assessing whether a lineage's continued recognition is justified. Not technical documentation for practitioners. Documentation that makes the case that the lineage's existence has made the cultivation world meaningfully better." He paused. "Can you give me that?" Fen Yuan looked at the gray-rooted plant. "Yes," he said. "How long?" 2 weeks for the primary documentation. Another week for the specific formatting Elder Duan's committee presentation needs. 3 weeks, Elder Duan said. "The council has given us 6 before the formal hearing." "I know. I want 3 for the documentation and 3 for you to have it before you have to stand in that room." Elder Duan looked at him with the specific expression that Fen Yuan had come to recognize as the elder updating his assessment of a practitioner he had been reassessing for years. 3 weeks, he said. He went back to the administrative building. Fen Yuan went to the cultivation table and picked up the brush. He did not write anything for a moment. He was thinking about what the documentation needed to be and what it needed to say and what the difference was between a documentation record and a case. A case was not just evidence. A case was a way of understanding the evidence that made the correct conclusion visible to someone who was looking at the evidence without the practitioner's years of context. He thought about Liang Wei in the council session, whose fear had been for his granddaughter and not for the institutional outcome. He thought about the cultivation village in the Northeastern Territory, where the practitioners had started sleeping again after 2 weeks. He thought about the mirror elder, who had come to his garden not to extract but to ask for help and had sat on the bench and said, "I need help," in the plainest form the sentence had. He picked up the brush. He began with the simplest case and worked outward. Chapter 123. The documentation took 11 days. He wrote it in the specific mode that Ruanyu had been teaching him, without intending to teach him, by example. The classification structure of someone who understood that the purpose of documentation was to make the next person's understanding easier, not to demonstrate the thoroughness of the current person's knowledge. She reviewed each section as he drafted it and made precise suggestions about framing, about which technical details required explanation and which could be assumed, about the specific places where his usual clinical distance was an advantage, and the places where it made the documentation feel like it was arguing for a methodology rather than for the practitioners who had been helped by the methodology. He rewrote the sections she identified. He was not defensive about this. She was right. The documentation was comprehensive. It began with the earliest cases, the 3 outer sect disciples whose meridian compression from fear suppression had been treated in the story's 2nd year. The treatment methodology, the recovery documentation, the follow-up assessment 6 months later showing stable cultivation progress. Clinical and specific. It moved through the certification dispute resolution, the mirror resonance alternative lineage assessment for Liang Jinji, documented with the council's own session records as corroboration. It moved through the regional cultivation review, the fear compression treatment methodology that had been adopted by the Continental Council's medical division in 2 separate regional programs. It moved through the grief tier transmission herb treatments at the Northeastern Cultivation Village. 43 practitioners, 2 days, documented results. Then the Northeastern Territory deactivation. The full report Ku Changrong had provided, including his own accounting of the technique's deployment and 30-year maintenance, and his decision to participate in the restoration. This was the most significant piece of the documentation. Ku Changrong had written his statement with the same precise economy he brought to everything. No softening, no deflection. The specific statement of a practitioner who had done something wrong and was documenting it accurately, because accurate documentation served the correct outcome. The statement ended. The heart-root lineage's intervention in the Northeastern Territory was not unauthorized. It was the correct response to a cultivation harm that I created and had been maintaining. The lineage's old growth and ancient growth tier capabilities were necessary to identify the harm. The lineage's collective emotional transmission methodology was necessary to restore the affected field. Without both, the suppression would have continued indefinitely. I am providing this statement because accurate documentation matters more than the appearance of clean hands, and because the practitioners in the Northeastern Territory deserve a record that tells the truth about what was done to them and how it was corrected. *1 You read this section last, and said nothing for a moment after reading it. Then she said, "This is the section they will cite in the decision." "I know," Fan Yuan said. He added a final section. The ethical framework for spirit timber and living forest tier perceptual capabilities, complete and formally structured, with the specific privacy protections and practitioner consent protocols that address the family's legal challenge directly. He sent a copy to Elder Duan for review and kept a copy for the council submission. On the 12th day, he handed Elder Duan the complete documentation package. Elder Duan read through the entire document before saying anything. He read with the political administrator's specific attention, not for the cultivation content, but for the council-facing structure, the places where the argument was watertight and the places where it might be challenged. When he finished, he set it down. "This is sufficient," he said, not enthusiastically, with the specific quality of a practitioner who had been doing institutional work for 40 years and understood that sufficient in this context was the highest grade. "Good," Fan Yuan said. "Ku Changrong's statement," Elder Duan said. "I didn't expect that." "He submitted it voluntarily," Fan Yuan said. "I did not ask for it." Elder Duan looked at the documentation package. "He's changed," he said. "He has been changing since the cultivation village," Fan Yuan said. "It has been a real change." Elder Duan nodded. He gathered the documentation and went to work. Chapter 124 The Continental Council hearing was held in the early winter in one of the council's formal session halls. Elder Duan presented. This was correct. The political maneuvering was his territory and the presentation structure was his expertise, and Fan Yuan was present as a technical resource available for direct questioning rather than as the primary advocate. The distinction was one he had learned from the certification disputes, from the earlier council sessions, from years of watching Elder Duan operate. You presented through the person whose institutional credibility was highest in the relevant forum, and you supported that presentation with the technical accuracy that came from being the practitioner who had done the work. He sat at the documentation table to Elder Duan's left and answered questions when they were directed at him and did not speak otherwise. The family's legal representatives made their case first. They were thorough and professionally briefed. The unauthorized intervention argument was structured correctly. The privacy challenge had the specific internal logic of something developed by practitioners who understood cultivation law. The lead representative had the practiced delivery of someone who had spent years in institutional contexts and knew how to present a complicated position as simple. Fan Yuan registered, at spirit timber range, the emotional field of the room. He did not act on what he registered. He held it as information. But the information was useful. The lead representative's actual emotional state was not the confident indignation of someone with a strong case. It was the specific anxiety of someone who believed their case might not hold against what the other side had brought and was performing confidence as a professional requirement. Elder Duan presented the documentation with 40 years of administrative precision. He did not argue emotionally. He did not advocate for the lineage in the way that advocacy could feel like special pleading. He presented the documentation the way a very experienced administrator presented evidence, as a sequence of facts in their correct order, with the correct supporting materials, structured so that the conclusion was visible rather than stated. Ku Changrong's statement produced a shift in the room's emotional field that Fan Yuan's perception registered clearly. Not shock. The statement had been submitted in advance, and the council members had read it. But the weight of it arriving in the formal hearing, read by Elder Duan in the precise voice of 40 years of administrative delivery, had a quality that the written text had not had. Several council members were writing. The hearing lasted 4 hours. The vote took 12 minutes. The Heartroot lineage retained continental recognition. The resources were not reduced, they were increased, with a formal designation as a high-value rare lineage with population-level cultivation applications. The privacy framework Fan Yuan had developed was formally adopted as a required practice standard for spirit timber practitioners and above, with his authorship noted. The family's petition was denied on all 3 grounds. Elder Duan gathered his documentation with the calm efficiency of someone who had won institutional contests before and understood that the correct response to winning was to gather your materials and proceed with the next piece of work. He looked at Fan Yuan once, across the session hall, with the expression of someone who did not need to say anything and knew it. Fan Yuan nodded. He felt. Looking at the elder across the formal session hall, the specific texture of the relational herb that was growing in the northern corner of his garden, the emotional residue of genuine work done together over years, the cultivation result of two practitioners who had been at considerable distance from each other at the beginning and had arrived, through the specific developments that actual work produced, at something closer to mutual respect than either of them had planned for. He did not catalog it as anything except what it was. Chapter 125. The Celestial Garden Tier was available. He had been able to feel it for weeks, had felt it at the edge of the world seed capability since his return from his mother's cultivation site. The specific presence of the next tier, the way you could feel a room through a closed door when the air quality changed and the sound dampened, and the quality of the space beyond was distinct from the space you were in. It was there. It had been there. He did not attempt it immediately. He read Ku Deng's letter again. The full letter, which he kept between the pages of his cultivation journal and had read many times in many different states of understanding. The letter said, the completed heart-root path is survivable. It is not comfortable. The letter said, the Celestial Garden Tier involves perceiving the emotional states of all nearby practitioners simultaneously without the ability to filter the input. This is not a metaphor. He understood this differently than he had when he first read it, 2 years ago. At that point, he had read without the ability to filter as a description of overwhelm, a state where more was arriving than could be managed. He understood now that without the ability to filter meant something more specific. It meant that the Celestial Garden Tier's perceptual capability was continuous and unselective in a way the previous tiers had not been. At Spirit Timber Tier, he could attend to individual practitioners' emotional states or attend to the aggregate. He moved between resolutions. At Celestial Garden, he understood from the letter, both would be continuously present. All nearby practitioners' emotional states, simultaneously, all the time. There was no resting state. There was no attending to just the aggregate and not the individuals. He prepared. He talked to Ruanyu about it over 3 evenings. She asked precise questions about what the continuous perceptual state would mean practically, for the work he did, for the teaching, for the basic fact of moving through the sect grounds with other practitioners present. He answered as accurately as he could with the information he had, which he noted was primarily Ku Deng's documentation and Ku Changrong's experience at the tier before it, and that neither source was current practitioner data. You are going to have to discover some of this, she said, on the 3rd evening. Yes, he said. The preparation is for the things you can prepare for, she said. The things you cannot prepare for, you'll manage those when they arrive. That has been true at every tier, he said. Yes, she said. And you've managed. He talked to Lin Shuwen. She reviewed his cultivation state with the same methodical assessment she had applied to every advancement. The chi field stability, the grief tier integration's continued completeness, the ancient growth and spirit timber tier capabilities management state. She said what she had said at the spirit timber threshold. You are as ready as preparation can make a practitioner. He talked to Ku Changrong, who had returned in the autumn for the beginning of the seal reversal work. The seal reversal was going slowly, which Fun Yuan had expected. Decades of contained cultivation required very careful release, and Ku Changrong was approaching it with the specific patience of someone who understood that the grief tier was waiting at the end of the process and that rushing would not make the ending easier. He was, Fun Yuan's perception registered, beginning to feel things again. Not fully. The seal was still mostly intact. But at the edges, where it had begun to thin, there were moments when the emotional content inside it was present. Ku Changrong was handling these moments with the precision of someone who had 30 years of experience managing everything except the specific thing he was now allowing himself to feel. Fun Yuan asked him, at Spirit Timber Tier, before you sealed it, what did you find at the boundary of what was available after it? Ku Changrong was quiet for a moment. The quality of the field changed, he said. I was there for a very short time before I began withdrawing. But in that time, there was a threshold. Past it, the aggregate and the individual became one perception rather than 2 resolutions. Everything present, all at once. No distinction between attending to the field as a whole or attending to specific practitioners. He paused. The word I used in my documentation at the time was immersive. I have read that word many times since and thought it was wrong. It was not immersive in the sense of something you enter. It was immersive in the sense of something that is already everywhere, and you simply stop being separate from it. And it was overwhelming, Fun Yuan said. For me. At that time, Ku Changrong looked at his own sealed cultivation state, perceivable to him now at the edges, where the release had begun. I do not know what it would be now. I am not who I was at 32. He paused. And you are not who I was. No, Fun Yuan said. He went back to the garden. He prepared for 3 more weeks. He tended the gray-rooted plant, which had completed its transformation, fully gold-rooted now at the base. The blooms a combination of the dark and the warm that had become the plant's permanent color, the scent of stone floors and afternoon light, and dried herbs always present when he was near it. He tended the new varieties in the northern corner that had no names yet. He worked on the Ethical Framework's second edition, which incorporated the first year of Spirit Timber Tier practical experience. He did the ordinary work of his ordinary cultivation life. On a morning in deep winter, he came to the cultivation table and wrote in his journal, * ready as preparation can make a practitioner. Proceeding, * he set down the brush. He began. Chapter 126 The Celestial Garden Tier's beginning was not the advancement itself. The beginning was the decision to travel to Ku Deng's compound. He wrote in his cultivation journal. Proceeding, he set down the brush. He sat for a moment in the quiet of the winter cultivation chamber. Then he began making travel preparations, because what proceeding meant in practice was not sitting at the cultivation table attempting to will himself into the next tier, but going to the only practitioner who could show him what the next tier was from inside. The journey to Ku Deng's compound was 6 days by standard cultivation travel. He told Ruanyu. He told Lin Shuwen. He sent a brief note to Ku Changrong. He brought his cultivation journal, the documentation from 5 years of practice, and 3 pots of the garden's most established herb varieties. The grief herb, the gratitude variety that had first bloomed when he acknowledged Bai Ziqing's teaching, and the unnamed northern corner variety that was the most developed of the relational, emotional herbs. He had not brought cultivation herbs on a journey before. He found he wanted these specific ones present for whatever was about to happen. The compound was in the mountains, a several-day journey into increasingly elevated terrain, where the air had the specific clarity of high altitude and the cultivation field of the region thinned as the population density thinned, until by the final day of travel, he was moving through a landscape where the only cultivation qi was the natural variety of high-altitude herbs and the specific, extraordinary concentration of one practitioner's presence at the compound center. He registered it before he saw the compound. The celestial garden tier was present in the surrounding area the way a very large fire was present, not through direct sight, but through the quality of the air, the warmth of the qi field, the specific fullness of a cultivation presence at the lineage's completed development. He had been perceiving cultivation fields for years. He had never perceived one like this. He arrived at the compound gate in the late afternoon. A garden was visible through the gate. It was the most complex heart-root cultivation environment he had encountered. Not the largest, not the most formally structured, but the most alive. Every herb variety growing in it was genuine, the qi signatures of decades of honest practice embedded in the soil and the plants and the air above them. The emotional field of the garden was extraordinary, not in volume but in depth, the accumulated complexity of a practitioner who had been growing from genuine cultivation states for several decades at the lineage's highest tier. An old man was tending the garden near the central planting bed. He looked up when Fun Yuan reached the gate. I wondered if someone would come, he said. His voice was unhurried, the voice of someone who lived in sufficient quiet that speech was something that arrived in its own time. He was very old, older than Shun Guangli, the specific ancientness of someone who had been cultivating at the highest tier for decades and whose body had settled into a relationship with time that was different from ordinary aging. I am approaching the final tier, Fun Yuan said. I wanted to understand what it is like before I attempt it. The old man looked at him for a moment. Sit down, he said. He gestured at the garden bench near the central bed. It's better shown than explained. Fun Yuan set down his travel pack and the 3 herb pots and sat. Ku Deng returned to the plant he had been tending. He worked slowly and with complete attention. The garden responded to his presence the way Fun Yuan's garden responded to his own, with the engaged quality of a cultivation environment that knew its practitioner. The herbs near where he was working had a specific alertness to them, their qi oriented toward the practitioner who had been growing them for decades. And then Fun Yuan became aware of something he had not fully been aware of since arriving. He could feel, at his spirit timber tier, the individual emotional states of the practitioners in the surrounding territory. At this altitude, there were very few. But he could feel Ku Deng's, the specific quality of a practitioner at Celestial Garden tier, which had the enormous density of the fully completed lineage but not the crushing pressure he had been half expecting. The Celestial Garden tier's perceptual field was present and continuous and very, very full. And the old man was tending a plant. Chapter 127, he stayed for 4 days. The pattern established itself quickly. Morning cultivation practice, the work of tending Ku Deng's garden through the midday, evening conversation over simple meals. The old man did not teach in the formal sense, did not sit Fun Yuan down and explain the Celestial Garden tier's capabilities in sequence. He was simply present, and the celestial gardenteer's perceptual field was present around him, and 4 days in that environment was a form of instruction more complete than any formal teaching could have been. On the second morning, Feng Yuan asked. He asked the way he had learned to ask important questions, which was not immediately. Waited until the quality of the morning was right, until he and Ku Deng were in the garden together with the work of the garden present and the conversation arising from that ground rather than from the attempt to have it. He said, "How do you manage it?" The continuous perception. Ku Deng did not look up from the herb he was tending. "The same way you manage a very large garden," he said. "You don't tend all of it at once. You tend where you are." Feng Yuan absorbed this. "You attend to what is immediately present," he said, "and the rest of the field is present, not ignored, but not the focus." Ku Deng moved to the next plant with the economical motion of someone who had been doing this for decades and had developed a very efficient relationship with what their body required. "You have been managing this at every tier since canopy stage. The field has gotten larger. The practice is the same. Your letter said the isolation was because populated areas were overwhelming at your perceptual range." "Yes." He said it without any quality of regret. "Populated areas require more tending than one person can do at once. I am one person. The choice I made was to tend one garden, in one place, very well, rather than to be present in a large population field and tend it inadequately." He looked at the compound's wall, the mountains visible above it, the distance and the quality of the light. "Some practitioners at this tier will choose differently. I could not know, when I made my choice, whether any would. I thought perhaps not." He looked at Feng Yuan. "I was wrong about this." Feng Yuan looked at the garden around him. The depth of it, the accumulated practice, the specific quality of a cultivation environment that had been tended by a celestial garden practitioner for decades. "You chose peace over contribution," he said. "Yes, I want to be accurate about this. I did not choose badly. I chose correctly for myself at that time, with the information I had and the capabilities I had developed from managing the perception. Someone with different management capabilities and different circumstantial resources might make a different choice correctly." He paused. "You may be that person. I don't know. I know you have resources I did not have." "What resources?" Feng Yuan said. He asked specifically because he genuinely wanted to know the precise answer. Ku Deng was quiet for a moment. He was still tending the herb, his hands slow and attentive. "You completed the grief tier before advancing past it," he said. "I did not. My grief was never fully integrated, and the perceptual field arrived faster than I could adapt to it." He paused. "You also have people who have chosen to remain present to you, and you have allowed that to be real. I arrived at this tier alone and remained alone. The aloneness was partly my choice and partly a consequence of how I had practiced. I had not been learning, through my cultivation, to let other practitioners' care become real to me." He looked at Feng Yuan with the specific attention of someone who was passing something on deliberately. "You have been learning this from the beginning. It is the right preparation." He returned to the herb. "Now watch," he said. "Not the garden. The field." He put his hands in the soil at the herb's roots, and in the contact something changed in the celestial gardenteer's perceptual field. It focused, not narrowing but deepening, the way a person's attention went to one thing without the rest of the room disappearing. The specific chi state of the herb he was tending became very clear in the field, its emotional content distinct and precise, and Feng Yuan could perceive it through his spirit timber capability as the high-resolution individual thread that it was. He was doing exactly what he had said, tending where he was. The rest of the field was present and perceivable and not the focus. Feng Yuan looked at his 3 herb pots. He understood something he had been approaching for years. The garden was not a place where he processed emotions. The garden was where he practiced attending. The cultivation advanced when he attended genuinely. The herbs grew when he was present to what he was growing. At the celestial garden tier, the field that he would tend was very large. And the practice, the tending, the attending, the being present to where you actually were, was exactly the same. Chapter 128. Shen Guangli arrived on the 3rd day. He came without announcement, which Feng Yuan had suspected was his style, had suspected but not been certain until the old man appeared at the compound gate in the late morning with a travel pack that suggested several days of journey and the quality of someone who had been planning this timing for months. Ku Deng looked up from the garden when the gate opened. "Guangli," he said. "Ru," Shen Guangli said. The familiarity of the names, the shortened forms, the specific ease of people who had known each other for long enough to have moved past the formal address, indicated a history that Feng Yuan had not known was there. "You've known each other for some time," Feng Yuan said. "Since before you were born," Shen Guangli said, without the quality of someone who thought this was remarkable. He set down his pack and looked at the garden with the same professional attention he brought to all cultivation spaces, reading the qi, assessing the herb variety distribution, noting the depth of decades of genuine practice. He has the best grief herbs in the world. I have been documenting his garden for 40 years. He looked at Fen Yuan. And I was expecting you to appear here when the advancement was close. Predictable, Fen Yuan said. Very. Shen Guangli looked at the herb pots Fen Yuan had brought. He crossed to them with the unhurried movement of 80 years of cultivation practice and crouched to examine them with both hands near the soil, reading the qi signatures without touching. He looked at the grief herb pot for a long time. You were growing the herbs of someone who had never cried properly, he said. He said it without context. The same sentence he had said at the outer sect market 6 years ago, which Fen Yuan had classified at the time as observation outside current research parameters. I have cried properly now, Fen Yuan said. Shen Guangli looked at the herb. Yes, he said. I can see that. He stood with the same efficient relationship with his joints and looked at the grief herb pot again. The finished versions are twice as strong as the draft versions, he said. I told you that, the second day at my estate. You were accurate, Fen Yuan said. You were conservative. The old man looked at him with the specific expression of someone who was glad to be wrong in an upward direction. Conservative, he said. The potency is higher than twice, Fen Yuan said. By approximately 40% of your projected estimate. Shen Guangli looked at the herb. He nodded in the way of someone adding precise information to a model he had been developing for 60 years. I'll need to update the lineage documentation, he said. I've been meaning to send you the updated figures, Fen Yuan said. Ku Dang made a sound from the garden that had the quality of someone who had been listening and was not surprised by any part of this conversation, but had enjoyed hearing it anyway. They had dinner that evening, the three of them, in the quiet of the mountain compound. The specific quality of the occasion, 2 80-year-old practitioners who had known each other for decades, and a 26-year-old practitioner they had both been watching for 6 years, in the garden of the most advanced heart-root cultivation in the world, on the eve of the final tier, did not require remarking on. They ate. They talked about herb varieties and cultivation methodology and the specific properties of the grief herb's potency increase at full integration. The evening was very ordinary. Fen Yuan thought, this is what it looks like when things are genuinely all right. He did not say this aloud. He held it instead, the way he had learned to hold things that were true and did not require saying. He went to sleep that night in the guest room of Ku Dang's compound, in the mountain quiet, and slept until the first light of the following morning. Chapter 129. He advanced in Ku Dang's garden, at dawn, on the 4th day. He had not planned this timing, had not known, when he woke, that the advancement would come today. He had woken with the specific quality of someone who had arrived at a threshold they had been approaching for years and found it right in front of them. And all the preparation had come to exactly this. Waking up in the right place at the right time with the practice that made the next step possible. Ku Dang was already in the garden. Shen Guangli was at the kitchen table, writing documentation notes by the early light from the window. Fen Yuan came into the garden with the 3 herb pots and set them at the edge of the central planting bed, and stood at the garden's center in the specific quality of a winter dawn at altitude, the air very clear and very cold, his breath visible in small clouds, the mountains present around the compound as the light began to find them. He felt the celestial garden tier at the edge of his current perception, not distant, present, the way a room was present through a door that was standing open. He had done all the preparation. He had done everything the framework of preparation could do. He had talked to every practitioner who had relevant experience. He had read every document. He had completed the grief tier and all the tiers after it, and had been growing herbs from genuine emotional states for 6 years, and had let the people in his life be real to him in the first person. He was ready as preparation could make a practitioner. He stepped through the door. The advancement was not dramatic. This was the specific quality he had not expected and understood immediately was exactly correct. A door opening, which was exactly what Ku Changrong had described, and which he had nonetheless not fully understood until it was happening. Not a qi surge, not a perceptual expansion in the sense of something rushing in. More like the removal of a filter he had not known he was using. The emotional states of every living thing in the compound becoming present simultaneously, fully, without any distinction between his attending to them and their being there. Ku Dang was tending a herb near the northern wall. The emotional state he was in while tending it was present to Fen Yuan with complete clarity, not individual thread or aggregate field, but simply present, the way a voice was present when someone was speaking in the same room. Shen Guangli, inside, was writing documentation. His emotional state, while writing, was present with the same quality. 3 birds in the compound's trees had the specific, simple, emotional textures of creatures who were cold and were waiting for the sun to warm the compound's walls and were not troubled by any particular thing. Everything in the field was present. He sat down. He sat at the central planting bed and let the field be present around him and held it the way he had been practicing holding things since he opened a jar of dark blooms on a cold autumn morning, staying in it, not managing it, letting it be the size it was. It was very full, not overwhelming. Full. The distinction was the one that mattered. The one Ku Changrong had not been able to make at 32. The one he had been building toward since his first dark bloom appeared in his garden 4 years ago. The fullness was the fullness of many real things being real simultaneously. His mother's garden had felt like this. The specific weight of grief and joy existing in the same space, belonging to the same person, both as real as the other. He sat with the full field of Ku Deng's compound. He tended where he was. After several hours, Ku Deng came and sat near him with a cup of tea, which he set beside Fin Yuan without comment. The tea was warm and the morning had become less cold and the field was present and ordinary in the specific way of things that had become part of the landscape, real, everywhere, belonging to itself. Well, Ku Deng said. Fin Yuan picked up the tea. He held it with both hands. Like a very full garden, he said. Ku Deng nodded. They sat together in the winter garden in the celestial garden tier's field. 2 practitioners at the same tier in a lineage that had never had 2 at the same tier in recorded history. And it was the most ordinary moment of a very significant morning. Chapter 130, he returned to Green Canopy Sect 12 days later, in the deep of winter. The Celestial Garden tier traveled with him. This was the specific nature of the tier that Ku Deng's letter had described, and that Fin Yuan now understood from inside. It was not something he was in or not in. It was simply the perceptual quality of being alive, now. The emotional states of every practitioner in his range were present the way sound was present. Not overwhelming but continuous, the background of reality against which everything else happened. The journey home was full. The towns he passed through, the cultivation way stations where he spent nights, the other travelers on the roads. All of them present to his perception with the specific quality of the Celestial Garden tier. Not intrusive. Present. He practiced, over 12 days of travel, the same discipline at full Celestial Garden range that he had been developing at every previous tier, attending to where he was, holding the rest of the field as information, not following every thread into active engagement. He arrived at Green Canopy Sect on a Thursday afternoon. He was inside the outer sect grounds when his Celestial Garden perceptual field registered the practitioners who were not where they should be. 9 of them. Outside the cultivation garden's eastern wall, which was the garden's most isolated section, the section farthest from the main sect paths, where his most sensitive herb varieties grew. Their chi signatures were not Green Canopy Sect practitioners. Their emotional states had the specific texture he associated with hired cultivation work. Practitioners who were present for a purpose that was not their own, managed tension of someone who was following specific instructions and was focused on the task rather than any outcome beyond it. He knew immediately what they were there for. He did not run. He moved with purpose through the sect grounds, assessing as he went. 9 practitioners, the wall's eastern section, the herb garden's most vulnerable point, the documentation he kept in the chamber attached to the garden. The suppression families had lost the Continental Council hearing. This was not a legal response. This was a different kind of response. Bai Ziqing was already at the eastern wall when he arrived. She had been staying in the guest compound since the political situation escalated, had arrived 3 weeks ago, without specific explanation, which was how Bai Ziqing arrived when she had assessed that a situation required her to be present and had decided to act on the assessment without consulting anyone who might tell her she was not needed. She had the training staff in her right hand and the specific quality of someone who had assessed 9 practitioners' positions and had already made the kinesthetic calculation for how to be everywhere that mattered. She looked at him when he appeared. 9, she said. I know, he said. The documentation chamber. I need 3 minutes. I'll give you 5, she said. She turned back to the wall. He went to the documentation chamber at a speed that was not running but faster than walking, with the Celestial Garden tier's perceptual field reading the practitioners' positions through the wall as he moved. 3 of them were at the wall's base, preparing to enter. 2 had already entered the outer garden. He had 3 minutes. He moved through the documentation chamber with the precision of someone who had been maintaining cultivation documentation for 6 years and knew exactly where everything was. The essential records, the ethical framework, the methodology documentation, the grief tier herb classification, the 12 years of cultivation journals. He transferred these to the emergency storage system he had developed with Lin Shuwen 6 months ago. a specific preservation technique that could hold documentation in condensed chi-sealed form for up to a week, carried in a small clay container small enough to fit inside his cultivation pouch. He was done in 2 minutes. He came back out. Bai Ziqing had handled the two who had entered the garden with the specific efficiency of someone who did not hurt practitioners unnecessarily, but did not hesitate when they needed to stop being in a location. Both of them were sitting against the garden's inner wall with the quality of people who had been temporarily relieved of the capacity for vigorous movement. She was at the eastern gate when he came out, working through the remaining 7 with the kinesthetic precision he had been watching for 6 years. He watched her work. The emotional field of the practitioners she was handling was, at Celestial Garden range, completely legible. They were not committed, which was the specific quality of hired practitioners who were present for a fee and not a cause. The specific calculation he had made before going to the documentation chamber, that she could hold the situation for 5 minutes, had been conservative. She was managing it in half that. He grew a herb while he watched. From the emotional state of watching someone he trusted do what they were best at, in a situation that required exactly that. The herb had the warm, specific chi of the relational varieties from the northern corner, one of the kinds that could not be grown alone. When she had finished, she looked at him. Documentation, she said. He showed her the clay container in his pouch. She nodded. Good, she said. They stood in the winter garden in the quiet after the situation had been resolved, with the 9 practitioners sitting against the wall in various states of temporary incapacitation and the herb varieties around them undamaged, and the celestial garden tears perceptual field present and ordinary and full. Are you all right? She said. She had been asking this for years. She asked it the same way each time, directly, expecting a direct answer. Yes, he said. First person, no qualification. I am. She looked at the herb he was holding, the one that couldn't be grown alone. She said. He did not explain it. She did not ask. Chapter 131. The 9 practitioners were escorted off the sect grounds by the afternoon security rotation, which arrived 12 minutes after Bai Ziqing had concluded the situation, and the formal report to the Continental Council's Enforcement Division was filed by Elder Duan before the evening. Fun Yuan spent the time between the attack's end and the security rotation's arrival doing what he found himself doing in the aftermath of situations that required attention, growing something. He grew it at the edge of the herb garden, in the eastern corner nearest where the attack had come from. He grew it without planning it, which was the way most of his most significant herbs had arrived, from the genuine emotional state of the moment rather than from cultivation intention. The emotional state he was in was specific. He had been perceiving, through the celestial garden tier, the emotional field of the 9 hired practitioners from the moment he had detected them at the wall. He had held their emotional states as information throughout. And what the information had shown him was not malice, was not even active ill will, was the specific emotional texture of practitioners who were present because they had been paid to be, who had calculated that the risk-to-fee ratio was acceptable, who had committed to a task with the emotional involvement level of someone doing a job rather than expressing a conviction. Underneath this, fear. Not their fear. The fear of the people who had paid them. He could perceive it through the celestial garden tier's continuous field, the emotional state of the powerful families who had hired these practitioners. Not the fear of losing an argument or a council hearing, but the specific fear of people who had built their institutional power on the muted emotional cultivation of a territory's practitioners, and who had understood, when the muting ended, what might now be visible about how they had behaved in a territory where practitioners couldn't fully feel what was being done to them. He grew the transmission herb from this understanding. It was the most complex herb he had grown, more complex than the grief herb combination bloom, more complex than any of the relational varieties. It was a herb calibrated to the emotional state of practitioners who were destroying something out of fear of what it represented, not out of actual opposition to what it was. A herb that, if a practitioner engaged with it, would allow them to perceive the specific fear their employers were carrying, the fear that was actually underneath the attack. He offered it. He crossed to the eastern wall where the 9 practitioners were sitting under Bai Ziqing's watchful attention and held it out to the practitioner closest to him, the leader of the group, whose emotional state had been the most readable throughout, whose commitment to the task had always been thin. The man looked at the herb. He took it. He held it. His face changed with the specific quality of someone encountering, through a transmission herb, an emotional state that was not their own but was suddenly very precisely understandable. The fear of people who had decided that keeping something suppressed was worth violence to protect, which was not the fear of someone who was powerful, but the fear of someone who knew what they would lose if they could no longer keep people from feeling clearly. He set the herb down. He said to the practitioner beside him, quietly, "We're leaving." The second practitioner looked at the herb. "What is it?" he said. What they're actually afraid of, the first one said. They left before the security rotation arrived. 7 of them, on their own, without any persuasion beyond the specific accurate information of what they had been in service of and what that service was protecting. The other 2 left with the security escort, because Bai Ziqing had declined to offer them the herb, and they had declined to follow the others without external encouragement. This was, he noted, the appropriate differential response. Not every situation required the same approach. He documented the herb variety afterward with the clinical precision he had always applied to documentation. Transmission herb from the emotional state of understanding what someone is actually afraid of when they commit violence in service of their fear. Effect allows the perceiver to experience the specific emotional content of the fear rather than its justifications. In a practitioner who is present for financial rather than ideological reasons, this tends to produce withdrawal from the situation. In a committed ideological practitioner, effects would likely differ significantly. He paused. He added, this is the most technically sophisticated herb I have grown. It is also, I note, possible to grow this herb only if one has been practicing for years the specific discipline of holding other practitioners' emotional states as information rather than judgment. The herb cannot be grown from contempt for the people it addresses, only from understanding. Chapter 132. The final legal challenge arrived 3 weeks after the attack. It was, as Elder Duan described it when he delivered the filing, the most sophisticated piece of cultivation legal reasoning the families had produced, more sophisticated than the institutional challenge, more sophisticated than the earlier certification disputes, more sophisticated than the privacy claim that had preceded the council hearing. It had been developed by a practitioner who understood cultivation law precisely and had identified the one point where the heart-root lineage's position was genuinely complicated rather than merely inconvenient. The argument. The Celestial Garden Tier's perceptual capability was not a capability that a practitioner chose to exercise in specific situations. It was continuous. It was always on. A practitioner at the Celestial Garden Tier perceived the emotional states of nearby practitioners without any active consent from those practitioners, without the ability to turn the perception off, without any mechanism by which practitioners in the tier's range could opt out. This was fundamentally different, the filing argued, from a medical practitioner's knowledge of confidential health information. A medical practitioner only acquired that information in the context of a treatment relationship with explicit consent. This was different from surveillance. Surveillance required active deployment and could be turned off. The Celestial Garden Tier was neither. It was a permanent, passive, non-consensual perception of something as private as emotional experience. The filing asked the council to rule that the Celestial Garden Tier's capability could not be sanctioned because it was inherently non-consensual, regardless of the practitioner's intentions or the ethical framework governing their behavior. He read the filing 3 times. He said to Elder Duan, "The argument is partially correct." Elder Duan looked at him. "The perception is continuous and I cannot turn it off," Fun Yuan said. "This is accurate. The argument is that this is equivalent to non-consensual surveillance. That part is not accurate, but the distinction requires careful articulation." He paused. "I need to respond to the council directly, not through documentation only. I want to address this in the session." Elder Duan was quiet for a moment. "You want to walk into a Continental Council formal session and explain why a practitioner who can continuously perceive everyone's emotional states within range should be allowed to continue doing so," he said. "Yes," Fun Yuan said. "And you have the ability to perceive every council member's emotional state while you are explaining this to them." "Yes," Fun Yuan said. "And I intend to say so. Directly." Elder Duan looked at him for a moment. "Yes," the elder said. "That is the correct approach." He paused. "I have been managing institutions for 40 years. I don't think I would have known that." "The family's legal argument has merit because it is partially true," Fun Yuan said. "The only response to something that is partially true is to engage with the full truth, including the parts that are uncomfortable. Deflection is not available here." "No," Elder Duan agreed. "When do you want the session?" 2 weeks, Fun Yuan said. "I have a framework. It needs refinement." He went back to the garden and picked up the brush. Chapter 133. The session was held on a Tuesday morning in the council's largest formal chamber. He had been in this chamber before, for the certification disputes, for the initial lineage recognition hearing, for the documentation presentation that had resolved the previous challenge. He knew the quality of the room, the way the light came through the eastern windows in the morning, the emotional field of a space that had been used for formal cultivation governance for several centuries. The emotional field was dense with history. He noted this and returned his attention to the present. He was seated at the presentation position. Elder Duan was to his left. The family's legal representatives were to the right. The council's review committee was assembled in the formal arc of the chamber's main seating. He waited for the procedures to be observed. He was patient with procedures. When the chair indicated it was his turn to speak, he stood. He said, "The filing is correct that the Celestial Garden Tier's perceptual capability is continuous and cannot be disabled. I want to begin by acknowledging this clearly, because I am aware that some of what I am about to say might appear to deflect from this fact if I do not address it directly at the outset." He paused. The filing argues that this makes the Celestial Garden Tier inherently non-consensual in a way that cannot be remedied by an ethical framework governing my behavior. I understand the argument, and I want to address specifically why it is incorrect, not as a legal technicality, but as a matter of what the perception actually is and what I actually do with it. He looked at the council chamber, at the practitioners who were assembled there, whose emotional states were present to him at full Celestial Garden resolution. Some were concerned. Some were curious. Some had the professional attention of practitioners who were listening for the argument's structure rather than its conclusion. One of the family's representatives was performing confidence over significant anxiety. He said, "I currently perceive the emotional states of everyone in this room. I want to be explicit about this. This is what the Celestial Garden Tier does. It makes the emotional states of nearby practitioners present to my perception continuously, without requiring any act on my part. This is accurate." He paused. What I do with that perception is a separate question. The filing conflates the perception with its use, which is the same error as conflating a medical practitioner's ability to observe physical symptoms with their right to act on what they observe without consent. The perception exists. What I do with the perception is governed by the ethical framework I have developed and submitted to this council for review. He paused. I am not perfect. I may, at some point, fail to hold the perception as information rather than as license to act. The ethical framework exists to govern my behavior and to provide accountability mechanisms when the framework is violated. He said, the filing proposes that because the perception cannot be turned off, the practitioner who holds it should not be sanctioned. The alternative is not proposed. A practitioner who reaches the Celestial Garden Tier will perceive what they perceive whether or not the lineage is sanctioned. What changes with the sanction is whether they have the institutional structure of a recognized lineage's ethical requirements governing their practice, or whether they operate without any such structure. He paused. I am asking this council not to sanction an inconvenient capability. I am asking it to sanction an ethical framework for managing that capability, which is the only tool available for ensuring it is managed correctly. He said, I am the only practitioner at the Celestial Garden Tier. I wrote the ethical framework because I am the appropriate person to write it, and because it should exist regardless of whether this council requires it. I am proposing its adoption as a condition of the lineage's recognition at this tier, not as a concession, but because formal accountability structures are more useful to cultivation society than informal ones. He sat down. The room was quiet for a moment. The chair said, Do the family's representatives wish to respond? The lead representative stood. He spoke for 6 minutes. He was thorough and professionally precise. Fun Yuan listened. He held the room's emotional field as information. At the end of the 6 minutes, the chair said, The committee will deliberate. Chapter 130 for the deliberation took 3 hours. He spent the time in a small waiting chamber adjacent to the session hall, with Elder Duan, who spent the 3 hours reviewing administrative correspondence with the specific productive patience of a practitioner who had been waiting for institutional decisions for 40 years and had developed this as a cultivation discipline. Fun Yuan sat at the waiting chamber's window and looked at the cultivation courtyard below. There were practitioners in the courtyard going about their ordinary cultivation work, tending herb beds, exchanging materials, the small visible activity of a cultivation institution's daily life. He could perceive, at Celestial Garden Range, the emotional states of all of them simultaneously. The aggregate was very ordinary. The mild frustration of difficult cultivation work, the quiet satisfaction of progress, the specific worry of a young practitioner whose advancement was stalling and who had not yet found the right question to ask about why. He noted the young practitioner. He did not act on the notation. He held it as information. After 3 hours, the chair's aide came to the waiting chamber. The decision, the Heartroot lineage retained continental recognition at all tiers, including Celestial Garden. The ethical framework was adopted as a mandatory practice standard, not a suggested guideline. Any future practitioner reaching the Celestial Garden tier was required to complete the framework's consent and accountability protocols before operating at that tier. A review of the framework was mandated every 5 years. The family's challenge was denied on all grounds. Elder Duan set down his correspondence. He looked at the document the aide had brought. Enhanced resource allocation, he said. Third time in 3 years. Yes, Fan Yuan said. They keep trying to remove the lineage from the registry and it keeps receiving higher institutional priority. He had the specific quality of someone who had managed institutional politics for decades and could appreciate, from a professional distance, the specific irony of the suppression family strategy producing the opposite of their intended effect. Institutional processes tend to produce this result when the underlying case is strong, Fan Yuan said. And when the practitioner making the case tells the truth when it would be easier not to, Elder Duan said. He said it with the directness of someone giving credit where credit was accurate and not softening it with false modesty about his own contribution. I managed the process. You gave them the content. The content mattered more than the process in this one. He went back to his administrative building. Fan Yuan returned to Green Canopy Sect. He wrote the final version of the Ethical Framework's second edition that evening, incorporating the council's specific requirements from the decision. He sent copies to Ruan Yu, Bai Ziqing, and Ku Changrong, who had each contributed to the development. He sent a copy to Ku Deng, with a note. Asterisk, the council has adopted the framework. The lineage is recognized at its full tier range. I thought you should know. Asterisk. Ku Deng's response arrived 12 days later. Good. 2 characters. He kept the response in his cultivation journal, between the pages. Chapter 135. The gray-rooted plant produced its final bloom on a morning in early spring. He had not known it would be the final bloom until after it had opened. He had known something was happening. The plant had been in a different state for several days, the chi field shifting in the way it shifted when something significant was building. He had tended it with the same attention he always brought and had not tried to anticipate what was forming. It opened in the morning light, and he understood when he saw it. All the varieties he had grown and documented, 63 dark varieties, plus the morning sky bloom from the very beginning, plus the facing blooms and the warm light variety from his mother's garden, were present in it simultaneously. Not separately, combined. The emotional content of all of them present in one bloom. The accumulated cultivation of 12 years of growing grief, and the additional years of growing grief with joy, and everything the gray-rooted plant had been building toward since it first appeared in his garden as a seedling that didn't match any variety in the texts. He stood at the plant for a long time. He held the bloom with both hands. The chi was extraordinary, stable, potent, the combined density of everything he had grown from the one emotional truth that had been present in his life since he was 10 years old. The grief of loss and the joy of having been loved by the person he had lost, and all the years of both held together in one flower. He stood with it. He did not classify it. He did not document it yet. He held it the way his mother had held herbs, with full attention, giving the thing in his hands the entirety of his presence. Then he carried it into the cultivation chamber and prepared for a journey. He told Ruan Yu where he was going. She said, "Do you want company?" He thought about it. He said, "Not for this one." She said, "I know." She said it without disappointment, with the quality of someone who understood the specific nature of what he was going to, and understood that understanding was itself a form of being present with it. The journey was 3 days. He had made it before, to his mother's cultivation site, the south-facing garden where he had stood in the afternoon light and found her grief and her joy preserved in the same chi field. He went past the cultivation site this time, into the community adjacent to it, where the small cultivation cemetery was maintained by the local sect administration. He had not been here since he was 10 years old. The grave was marked with the simple stone that cultivation estates used, her name, her cultivation tier at the time of death, the years of her practice. He had memorized these details at age 10 from the administrative documentation. He had not looked at them again in 15 years. He looked at them now. He stood at the grave for a long time in the early spring light, the specific cold clarity of early spring that was not yet warm, but was no longer the deep winter cold, the light different, the quality of the air beginning to change toward what it would become. He had carried the grief for 15 years. He had grown it in his garden without acknowledging it. He had compressed it and cataloged it and preserved it in containment and stood at the jar and put it down again, many times, until the morning he had opened it and sat on the floor of his cultivation chamber and allowed something that had been true since he was 10 years old to become fully true. He placed the bloom at the base of the grave marker. He did not say anything. He stood there for a while in the particular quiet of a person who has finally done something they have been in the process of doing for a very long time. He tended his mother's grave for an hour, clearing the winter growth from the soil around it, checking the drainage, the ordinary care that cultivation graves required and that he had not been here to provide. He did this carefully and with full attention. When he was done, he stood up. He looked at the bloom where he had placed it. The qi of it was present in the spring air, the specific warm and dark combination that the plant had finally found, the emotional complexity of grief and joy in the same bloom, the most potent cultivation herb he had grown. He had known for a while where it was going. He turned and walked back toward the path. The gray-rooted plant, at Green Canopy Sect, would not produce new blooms of this variety. He had understood this when he saw it open. The plant had completed what it had been growing toward. What it would produce next would be something he had not yet seen. The garden's next direction, whatever it was, once the 12-year grief had been fully given back to where it belonged. He was 26 years old. Celestial garden tier. His garden was the most extensive heart-root cultivation environment in recorded history. He walked back toward the road in the early spring light, with the bloom placed at the grave behind him and the cultivation field of the surrounding territory present to his celestial garden perception. Full, various, alive with the ordinary complex emotional weather of many practitioners living their cultivation lives. He held it all as information. He attended to where he was, on a road in early spring, walking back toward a garden that was about to begin growing something new. Chapter 136. Ku Changrong came to Green Canopy Sect in the late spring, when the cultivation garden was in full growth and the gray-rooted plant had entered its new phase, the phase after the grief blooms, the one he had known was coming but could not have anticipated the specific form of. The plant was growing something he had no classification for yet. New branches, in the early stages of formation, with a chi signature that combined the warm gold of the grief and joy bloom with something he had not previously encountered in any herb documentation. He was watching it develop without trying to anticipate what it would become. This was the practice he had been developing, comfortable with the unknown, tending it, letting it become what it was. Ku Changrong arrived with his documentation journal and with something he had not carried on any previous visit. A second journal, older, the leather cover worn at the edges in the way of something that had been handled many times and then not handled for a long time and then handled again recently. He held it with the specific care of someone carrying something they had decided to carry and were not going to put back down. He sat at the garden bench near the gray-rooted plant. He set the journals on the bench beside him. He said, "I want to give you something." "Yes," Fan Yuan said. Ku Changrong looked at the older journal. He looked at it for a moment with the quality of someone looking at something they have been not looking at for a very long time. "This is my cultivation journal from the years I was advancing," he said. Root Seeker through Ancient Growth Tier. The documentation of the grief tier advancement, the spirit timber experience, the decision to seal the cultivation afterward. He paused. "I have been keeping this journal for 30 years because I was not ready to release it. I told myself it was because it wasn't useful to anyone. It was because releasing it required acknowledging what was in it to someone else." He picked up the journal. He held it out to Fan Yuan. "I want it in the lineage documentation, in case it helps someone else navigate that tier. In case someone approaching the grief tier needs to know that a practitioner made the choices I made and the lineage survived them, and that those choices are not the only ones available." Fan Yuan took the journal. He held it with both hands. He could feel, at Celestial Garden range, Ku Changrong's emotional state. He did not describe it and did not act on it. He held it as information and allowed it to be what it was. The specific quality of someone who had spent 30 years carrying something that was not a cultivation resource but a shame, and who had just set it down. "Thank you," Fan Yuan said. He said it in the first person. He had been practicing this for years. He said it now with the full weight of someone who understood what was being given. Ku Changrong looked at the garden. He looked at the gray-rooted plant's new branches, the chi of the forming herbs. "The seal reversal," he said. "We're in the 4th month. The integration has been stable," Fan Yuan said. "The grief tier is present and moving at the correct rate." "I know." He paused. "It is different from what I anticipated. Not easier. I don't think it's supposed to be easier, but different. The way it feels from inside a moving thing is different from the way it looks from outside a stopped one." He looked at his own hands. "I have been standing outside a stopped thing for 30 years. "Yes," Fan Yuan said. Ku Changrong stood. "I'm going to tend my own garden for a while," he said. "Not literally. I don't have a garden, but I have the beginning of one, I think." He picked up his current journal. He left the older one in Fan Yuan's hands. He walked back through the outer sect garden toward the guest compound. Fan Yuan looked at the journal. He looked at the gray-rooted plant. He went inside and put the journal in the lineage documentation case, with the other foundational records, the grief tier methodology, the transmission herb documentation, the ethical framework, Ku Deng's letter. He gave it its own space. He added a documentation note. Asterisk Journal of Ku Changrong, Ancient Growth Tier, Spirit Timber Tier, Withdrawal and Seal. Donated to lineage documentation. Contents relevant to Grief Tier Navigation, Spirit Timber Tier Perceptual Management, consequences of incomplete grief tier integration at advanced cultivation levels, the possibility of resuming a sealed cultivation path after 30 years. Asterisk, he looked at what he had written. He added, required reading for any practitioner approaching the grief tier. Chapter 137. The exchange ceremony was held on a Thursday in early summer, in Green Canopy Sect's main cultivation hall. Elder Duan had organized it. This was notable. The elder had not organized a formal recognition event for the Heartroot lineage in 6 years of its development, had been the administrative reluctance that Feng Yuan had been managing since the beginning, had most recently described himself as the person who had been protecting practitioners from something he didn't understand well enough to protect them from correctly. He had said this last part in the weeks leading up to the ceremony, in private, to Feng Yuan, with the specific quality of someone who had been revising an assessment for a long time and had arrived at a form of the revision they were ready to make formal. Feng Yuan had not pushed for the ceremony. He had not argued for it or suggested it or mentioned it to Elder Duan as a desirable outcome. The elder had arrived at it on his own, through his own process, which was the only way Elder Duan arrived at positions that he then held. The ceremony was attended by the lineage's practitioners and associates, Lin Shuwen, Wan Yu, Bai Ziqing, who had come from the Continental Council Combat Division specifically, which Feng Yuan had not asked her to do and which she had not mentioned she was doing until she arrived the previous evening. Su Minghu, who was now a senior disciple with combat capabilities that Bai Ziqing had told him, in her precise way, were excellent. Zhao Feizue, who had written to say she would attend in person and had arrived that morning with her mirror resonance methodological documentation under her arm, which was her version of a gift. Shen Guangli had sent a written address, which Lin Shuwen read. Ku Changrong was present. Elder Duan stood at the ceremony's podium with the specific quality of someone who had prepared what he was going to say and was going to say it accurately regardless of how it landed. He said, I was wrong to restrict this cultivation path for as long as I did. The room was quiet. I made administrative decisions that limited the resources and institutional support available to this lineage for 6 years. I made those decisions because I believed the path was too dangerous to develop without careful restriction, and I believe this because I did not understand the path well enough to understand what it was actually dangerous for and what it was actually capable of. He paused. The path has proven more capable of managing its own demands than I assessed. The practitioners who have developed it have demonstrated, repeatedly and in documented detail, that the capability can be held correctly. I was wrong about the necessity of the restrictions I imposed. He looked at Feng Yuan. I was also right that it is difficult, he said. Both things are true. The path is difficult in the ways I was right about and capable in the ways I was wrong about, and the correct assessment acknowledges both. He paused. I have been a cultivation administrator for 40 years. I will tell you that finding out at 68 that you have been partially wrong about something for 6 years is not comfortable. It is, however, accurate. I prefer accurate to comfortable. Feng Yuan said, yes. Both things are true. Elder Duan nodded. He stepped back from the podium. The ceremony continued with the formal recognition of the lineage's full tier documentation, the adoption of the ethical framework as a permanent lineage requirement, and the institutional establishment of Green Canopy Sect's Heartroot cultivation program as a recognized continental center for the lineage's research and training. Afterward, in the outer sect garden, Bai Ziqing found him at the gray-rooted plant. She looked at the new growth. What is it going to be, she said. I don't know yet, he said. She looked at it for a moment. Good, she said. The specific good of someone who had been watching a practitioner learn to be comfortable with the unknown and was registering the current manifestation of that learning. It'll figure out what it is when it's ready to be it. Yes, he said. That has been the pattern. Chapter 138. He was 27 when he sat down to review the garden's documentation catalog for the first time in several months. The gray-rooted plant was still in its new growth phase. He had been monitoring it without trying to anticipate it, and what it had produced so far was 4 new varieties that had no antecedent in any text and very little resemblance to any of the varieties that had come before. They were growing well. He was tending them with full attention and not classifying them yet. He reviewed the catalog from the beginning. The catalog had 63 named varieties. He had been systematic about this from the start. Every herb variety that he grew from genuine emotional cultivation states, named, with the emotional source, the cheese signature, the cultivation applications, the documentation of which practitioners had been treated with derivatives, and what the outcomes were. 63 varieties in 6 years. He reviewed each one in sequence. There was the anxiety herb from the first year, not anxiety about the garden itself, but the anxiety of someone who was uncertain whether the thing they were doing mattered, which he had grown before he understood that uncertainty about the value of your own work was its own emotional state. There was the fear herb from the training ground incident, from watching the outer sect disciple being bullied while his perception read the aggressor's own fear underneath the aggression. There was the gratitude herb from Bai Zicheng's kinesthetic teaching. The first herb he had grown from an emotion that required another person to exist, the one that had unlocked the deep-root tier. There was the series of grief herbs from the gray-rooted plant, all stable now, all documented, the 12 years of accumulation integrated and named. There were the relational varieties from the northern corner. The variety he had grown while watching Wan Yu work and recognizing what he valued about her presence without immediately classifying it as something that kept a useful practitioner in his garden. The variety that had no name for several months that was gratitude for the specific fact of a particular person's existence. The variety from Bai Zicheng's departure announcement, which he had grown before she left. The one that was the feeling of missing someone in the way you missed someone, not in the way you missed a cultivation resource. 63 named varieties. He looked at the 7 he had cataloged, but not named. They were from the most recent period of cultivation, the months since the celestial garden advancement, when the perceptual capability had expanded to encompass emotional states that existed at scales and resolutions he had not previously been able to access. The 7 unnamed varieties had the chi signatures of emotional states he had encountered and engaged with, but could not yet fully classify. One of them had the texture of perceiving a large collective field and finding, within it, a specific practitioner who was having an experience of genuine joy, and feeling something in response to this that was not his joy or a transmission of their joy, but a third thing, the specific emotional state of someone who perceives happiness in others and is glad that it is there. He had no word for this. He had been watching it grow in the northern corner and finding it more interesting than anything he could have named. He looked at the 7 unnamed varieties with the quality that he had been developing for years, the quality of being comfortable with the unknown, of tending what he could not yet classify, of trusting that the garden would produce the herbs that were true and that the names for them would arrive when the names were right. He closed the catalog. He went to the garden. Chapter 139. 2 things remained open. He had documented both of them in the cultivation journal and in the lineage records and had reported one to the Continental Council with the specific framing of someone who understood that some situations would outlast the current conversation and needed to be properly handed off rather than resolved and closed. The first, the Celestial Garden Tier's cross-regional perceptual capability had been registering a systematic emotional suppression pattern in a distant territory since 2 months after the advancement. Not the northeastern territory, that was restored and documented. A different territory, several cultivation regions to the south, with a chi signature that was significantly larger and more intentional than Ku Changrong's regional technique. Larger by a factor of 5, at minimum. More carefully architected. Whoever had designed it had studied the known examples of regional suppression techniques and had addressed the weaknesses that the northeastern deactivation had exploited. He had reported it to the Continental Council's Investigation Division with the full documentation of his perceptual readings and his assessment of what the signature indicated. The response had been, "Thank you for the report. This matter will be assigned to the appropriate investigative body. Please continue to monitor and provide updates. The investigation would take years." He had noted this in his documentation and had continued monitoring. The second open thread was different in kind. The Heartroot lineage's Celestial Garden Tier ethical guidelines had produced a review process, and in the review process's first meeting, one of the council's senior practitioners had asked the question that had been present in the documentation since Feng Yuan had written the framework. What happens when a practitioner advances beyond the Celestial Garden Tier, if there is a tier beyond it? He had said he did not know. He had said, Master Ku Deng's letter mentioned no tier above Celestial Garden, and Ku Deng himself had not described anything beyond the tier he was at. He had said, the garden's perceptual expansion has been consistent across every tier, and there is no logical reason it should stop. The council practitioner had asked, have you felt anything that might indicate a tier beyond the current one? He had said, I have felt something at the edge of the Celestial Garden Tier's perceptual range. I am not able to characterize it yet. It does not feel like a boundary. It feels like a horizon. He had planted a garden section in the eastern corner, beyond the northern corner's relational varieties, in a section of the garden that had the most sun exposure and the deepest soil. He had prepared it for herb varieties he did not yet know how to grow, from emotional states he had not yet experienced. He tended the section regularly with the same attention he brought to all parts of the garden. Nothing had grown there yet. He did not find this concerning. The garden had always grown on its own timeline. What was true would find the ground. He stood at the empty eastern section on an evening in late summer, with the cultivation field of the region present to his celestial garden perception, the aggregate and the individual simultaneously, the specific texture of many practitioners engaged in the ordinary complexity of their cultivation lives. He perceived, at the edge of his range, the specific quality he had described to the council practitioner as a horizon. It was there. He held it as information. He tended the empty section with the same care he gave the growing ones. Something would grow here when the conditions were right. He did not know what it would be. He was comfortable not knowing. Chapter 140. Lin Shuwen brought the junior cultivator to his garden on a Saturday in early autumn. She came through the gate with the quality of someone who had been observing a specific situation for long enough that she had made a decision about what to do with it, and the decision was this. The practitioner beside her was 15 years old and had the quality of someone who had recently been told something significant about themselves and was not certain whether the information was good news. He had that quality, the specific combination of potential and terror that practitioners who had just been identified as heart-root compatible arrived with. He had been told the garden grew from emotional states. He had been told that the path required genuine emotional engagement. He had been 15 years old for 4 months. He looked at the garden the way someone looked at something they understood was significant and were not ready to find significant. Lin Shuwen said, "This is Wei Hao. He was assessed last week." Fun Yuan looked at Wei Hao. At Celestial Garden Range, the junior cultivator's emotional field was very clear. Genuine cultivation potential, the specific chi of someone who felt things in full and had not yet learned to manage what he felt and was consequently managing it with the only tool 15-year-olds had, which was avoidance. There was fear in the field, not of the garden or of Fun Yuan or of anything specific. The general fear of someone who had just been told that the thing they had been doing, the not quite managing of all the emotion that passed through them, was apparently a cultivation capability, and what that meant was that they were going to have to stop avoiding it. He held all of this as information. He did not act on it except in the form of how he spoke. The junior cultivator looked at him. He said, "I don't want to feel everything." He said it with the specific emphasis of someone who had been thinking about this since the assessment and had arrived at this as the most important thing to say. Fun Yuan looked at him. "You don't feel everything," he said. "You feel what you're already feeling. The garden shows you what's true. You just have to be willing to look." Wei Hao looked at the garden. He looked at the gray-rooted plant, which was taller than both of them, its new variety of blooms in the warm golden-dark combination that the plant had settled into after the final grief bloom. He looked at the northern corner varieties. He looked at the unnamed eastern section. He said, "What if what's true is too hard?" Fun Yuan considered this question with the care that questions which deserved full answers deserved. "Most things that are too hard," he said, "turn out to be things we have been holding away for a long time. The holding is harder than the thing. The thing has a size that is its actual size. The holding away makes it the size of everything we've been using to avoid it." Wei Hao looked at the garden. He looked at it for a long time. He said, "Can I touch one?" Fun Yuan looked at the garden with him, looked at the varieties he knew and the varieties he was still learning, and the empty eastern section waiting for what would eventually grow in it. He found the one he was looking for in the third row of the oldest established section, near the path, a small herb that had been there since his first year of cultivation. It was the most straightforward of all his varieties, the emotional state of wanting to understand something better than you currently understood it, without agenda, without the anxiety of not knowing, just the simple, genuine movement of a mind towards something it found interesting. He had grown it in the early months, before he understood what the garden was. He had grown it from the state of examining the dark bloom on the gray-rooted plant and not knowing what it was and finding the not knowing genuinely interesting. He pointed at it. "Start with that one," he said. "It grew from wanting to understand something better than you currently understand it. That's a good place to start." Wei Hao crouched. He reached out. He touched the herb with one hand, then with both, the way someone did something carefully when they were uncertain what would happen. His face changed. Not dramatically, not with the chi explosion of a cultivation event or the dramatic shift of a tear breakthrough. With the specific quality of someone encountering something that was exactly what they expected it to be, in a way that was completely different from what they had prepared for. The way you read a sentence you had read before and understood it for the first time. He looked, for a moment, exactly like someone who had just understood something they had always known. Lin Shuwen was standing at the garden's edge with the quality of someone who had been waiting to see this moment for a long time and had not allowed herself to show that she was waiting. Wei Hao looked at the herb. He looked at the garden. He looked at Fun Yuan. He said, "What's the next one?" Fun Yuan looked at the garden around them, at all the varieties, named and unnamed and not yet existing, growing from what was true and tended with full attention and growing more true over time. "That," he said, is the question the garden has been waiting for you to ask. He stood beside the junior cultivator in the autumn garden and tended where he was. If this story moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Your comment might be the one that helps someone else discover this story, and every comment tells us which part of the journey stayed with you. Subscribe and ring the bell so you're here when the next story begins. Until then, fellow cultivators, the garden grows what is true, and truth always finds the light.